This handsome-faced kid is our protagonist, Leo Plove. 5,000 years ago, he had another name, Kyle, who defeated Erebos, the source of evil. However, after 5,000 years passed, he discovered that, for some mysterious reason, none of his deeds were recorded at all, while his teammates were lauded to the fullest. And now, Leo also has to lie frozen in place, listening to some ridiculous teacher lecture about fairy tales from the age of dinosaurs. The story begins at Delan Royal School, inside one of the classrooms. The teacher was enthusiastically lecturing the students below, everyone. This truly is the age of heroes. 5,000 years have passed since the hero chronicles appeared in the world. During that time, the lower realm has undergone many changes. Just as the Delan Royal School was chosen as the venue for this year's Lumern entrance exam. Among you, some will surely pass this exam and be recorded in the Hero Chronicles. I believe the heroes of the future are here among us, and to achieve that you must, the teacher said excitedly. But at that moment, a sudden noise cut off his voice, making the teacher noticeably annoyed. Pay attention in class, he said, then looked toward a white-haired student dozing in the class. The sound had been caused by him having banged his face straight down onto the desk from sleepiness. Leo, if you think you know the lesson, then let me ask you. Which rites were performed 5,000 years ago for someone to be called a hero? In response, the young teenager Leo scratched his head, stood up and said, well, roughly. If you make a name for yourself, then people will respect you naturally. This is Leo Plove, 15 years old, of the Plove family. Across from him, the teacher felt his blood pressure rise upon hearing that answer. Then, as if accustomed to it, he sighed and turned to ask others in the class, anyone want to answer? In response, a red-haired student beside Leo raised his hand to speak. In ancient times, there was no way to gain the gods' recognition. Heroes were chosen through sacred rites, for example, the blood ritual. Finishing his remark, the teacher didn't hesitate to praise him. Excellent, truly the greatest magical genius of our kingdom, Gulliver Tradden. After a pause, the teacher continued to encourage the students in the class. We have high expectations for this year's Lumern entrance exam. Ignoring these words, our protagonist Leo, who had been asked a few questions, woke up, then turned the book before him and thought, it used to be easy to meet the gods. The sacred ceremonies to honor the great heroes who fought Erebos. The gods granted the lower realm a miracle, the Hero Chronicles. But why do they treat me as if I'm invisible, he thought as he closed the book in disappointment. Note, this is the great hero Kyle reborn but forgotten by everyone. Next, while Leo was still daydreaming, suddenly the students clamored and ran to the windows to look outside, making him curious. They're here where, look, it's the Zerdinger family crest. Amazing, it's Celia Zerdinger, the excited students shouted like they were seeing an idol. As in the corridor outside, a young woman accompanied by countless soldiers calmly advanced. Then the announcement sounded through all the classrooms. All students please gather in the auditorium without exception. The Zerdinger family is visiting our school, blah blah. Hearing this, Leo also rose from his seat. Seeing that, Tradden the redhead teased, Leo, are you trying to impress the Zerdinger family? You think they'll notice you? In reply, Leo gave him a look like he was staring at an idiot. I'm heading back, I'm not interested in that stuff. Not like you, he added, then turned and walked straight outside without a moment's hesitation. From behind, Tradden felt both embarrassed and angry. I'm not interested either, I just want to see Celia Zerdinger as a rival, he shouted, but all he got was Leo's wave, which nearly made him spit fire. I'm serious. Time passed quickly, the scene cut to a training yard of some sort. Now Leo gripped a wooden sword tightly, ready to practice. Although he didn't neglect physical training, his body was certainly better in this life. He told himself that when a voice beside him asked, "What are you brooding about?" No sooner had the words ended than the figure of a woman appeared before him, executing a sword swing with eyes fixed like an enemy's. Seeing that, Leo had no time to ask, and hurriedly raised his sword horizontally to block the strike. He was about to explain a few things. When the woman cut him off, I haven't practiced swordplay in a while, you won't get into Lumern with mediocre talent, this will be the final test. Saying that, she raised her sword and lunged at the protagonist again, forcing him to grit his teeth as he withstood the heavy blow from his mother. Opposite him, the lady, seeing her son's body tremble after a single hit, taunted, "Should I go a bit harder?" With that, she began to increase the power of each strike, and her attack speed jumped up a notch, forcing Leo to strain just to barely keep up. After several dozen seconds, he was panting like a tired ox. "Aren't you pushing me too hard, Mom?" Leo complained. Unfortunately, his words had no effect on his mother. She even complained a bit, "You're talking during a fight, while parrying every move, what are you saying?" Then she increased her strength again and charged forward at wind-tearing speed. However, after launching that strike, she suddenly flinched and regretted it. "Oh no, I've used too much force." "If Leo can't dodge it then," the lady thought in panic. Yet not to disappoint her, at the last possible moment Leo tilted his head and calmly dodged to the side. Then while his mother was still startled, he pointed his sword at her throat and gently asked, "Are you all right, Mom?" On her side, the lady was still stunned at being defeated so simply, and wondered how deep the child's talent really ran. After about 2 seconds of surprise, she sat up, brushed the dust off her clothes and asked, "Leo, do you still intend to go to Lumern?" "The Lumern Academy, it's the Human Hero Academy. Among the 4 hero academies of different races that record the hero chronicles, it's the place where one's recordable abilities are most likely to be preserved." Leo thought to himself and nodded firmly, "Yes, of course." Hearing that, his mother cheerfully continued, "The Zerdinger family is visiting Delan and will stay at our manor." "The Zerdinger family staying at our house?" Leo asked, his voice full of curiosity. "That's right, I'm happy about this, but I'll ask Viscount Zeiss Zerdinger to have them teach you the Zerdinger airfield technique. With that technique, you'll be strong enough to take the Lumern exam next year," she said, happily ruffling her son's hair. Unaware of her words' effect, Leo only smiled inwardly. "Mom, but I plan to take it this year." Time quickly passed, the scene shifted to the front of the manor. As Leo's mother had mentioned, members of the Zerdinger family had just arrived. From a luxurious black carriage, the girl named Celia stepped out gently, still wondering, "Why do I have to come here? Why did Uncle choose to stay at a place like this? Why not book an entire hotel? I just want to focus on the Lumern entrance exam. Why come to some small family's house?" Questions began to form in Celia's mind. Beside her, her Uncle Zeiss suddenly asked, "Aren't you curious about Leo, the one who said he wouldn't care about the Zerdinger family?" In response, Celia arrogantly brushed her hair and said disdainfully, "Well, a wannabe knight who can't use airfield technique isn't worth watching, right?" "My view is a bit different," Zeiss whispered. Next, the two of them greeted the owners of the manor. "Pleased to meet you," they said, bowing. "Welcome, Viscount Zeiss Zerdinger," the lady replied. Her name was Reincarnates Plove, matron of the Plove family, and the man beside her was Dade Plove, head of the Plove family. "Greet them, Celia, this is Viscount Plove," Zeiss reminded. Obeying, she calmly placed a hand over her chest and introduced herself. "My name is Celia Zerdinger. I look forward to your care." "Nice to meet you, Celia," Reincarnates said with a smile, thinking the girl resembled her father and uncle. Opposite them, after studying the matron's appearance, Celia's eyes went blank for a moment. Weight, black hair, red eyes. Could she also be of the family? She asked herself silently. As if reading her thought, Uncle Zeiss nodded and explained, "Reincarnates Plove, she's your aunt." Cut to the reception room. Reincarnates and Zeiss happily drank tea and chatted. Zeiss mentioned visiting Leo's school. "We stopped by Delan Royal School earlier. It was crowded with students, but I heard Leo said he wasn't interested and went home." Hearing this, Lady Reincarnates laughed heartily. "Such a shame for the mighty reputation of House Zerdinger. If that displeased you, on behalf of my son I apologize. He only cares about training." Hearing that, Zeiss grew curious and asked what kind of child Leo was. In response, the matron affirmed that Leo possessed an almost unbelievable talent. At that, Viscount Zeiss's expression changed and he asked seriously, "Do you truly believe Leo has the right to inherit the Zerdinger fire flame?" "Not because he's your son, I truly believe he's more than deserving," Reincarnates reiterated. Hearing that, Zeiss smiled. "If you put it that strongly, I'm very much looking forward to it. However, I need to assess the boy's potential myself." Scene shifts to Leo, who is now sitting cross-legged as if trying to focus on training. At that moment, his right wrist began to flicker, emitting a soft glow, and then Leo opened his eyes wide and whispered, "Finally, the vessel to receive everything has been completed. The reason I haven't learned an aura until now. The vessel to receive everything was completed because the moment a person accepts an aura, the body will naturally adapt to that aura type and lose the chance to accumulate mana and mental strength. In my previous life, if I had mastered their power and their nature more perfectly, if I had handled everything precisely, perhaps I wouldn't have left behind seeds of talent. In this life, I will fully master it, starting with the aura." Leo told himself. A voice called from behind him, "You're Leo Plove, aren't you?" Leo, curious, turned around and found the one who had come was that girl Celia. Seeing Leo notice her, for some reason she kindly offered. From what I see, your fundamentals are solid. I'll personally teach you swordsmanship. How about it? Celia said cheerfully, though her real aim was to score points with her aunt, who is Leo's mother. Back to the protagonist, he didn't agree hastily but asked, "Who are you?" In response, Celia proudly introduced herself. "I am Celia Zerdinger, also known by the title of the world's Sword Maiden." "Is that so? Thanks for the offer, but I have no intention of being taught by someone weaker than me," Leo shrugged and replied. Celia gaped. "Are you saying you're stronger than me?" she said with a face full of disbelief. Seeing this, Leo clarified further, "Well, in a life-or-death fight you're stronger, because I don't use an aura. But if it's a pure sword duel, that's a different matter." The male lead said confidently and looked at her. Celia's expression showed anger. Then she glanced at the weapons piled to one side, casually picked up a sword, and challenged Leo to a one-on-one. "Fine, if you're that confident, fight me," she said. She also inwardly smirked. "You think you're stronger just because of an aura? I'll show you the wall of reality." Next, Celia set the terms. If she won, Leo would be her servant for the week he's staying here. "What if I win?" Leo asked, and Celia declared that if she lost, she would be his servant. With that, the two sealed the wager. And Leo quickly picked up a wooden sword from the ground. "Then let's start right away." Saying that, he lunged forward and delivered a wind-tearing slash. However, Celia reacted just as fast. The moment Leo struck, she swung her sword to block. But after that clash, her expression shifted slightly, and she thought inwardly that his speed wasn't bad. But that alone isn't enough. Thinking that, she proactively rushed into attack. While Leo on the opposite side did the same, and this time Leo was a beat faster as he had swung first, forcing Celia to raise her sword in front of her to parry. With this second clash, Celia felt as if she'd been rammed by a carriage. "What is this power?" Celia cried out inwardly and immediately leapt back to dissipate the force of the blow. And that decision proved completely correct, because right after, when Leo's sword tip struck the ground, it shattered the floor into countless pieces. Returning to Leo, seeing Celia leap back, he lunged forward so she had no chance to counter. And faced with the overwhelming momentum Leo created, Celia realized she couldn't stop that attack. Next, Leo executed a swing aimed directly at the swordmistress. However, it was blocked by a shield of aura armor. Wasn't this supposed to be a pure sword fight? Leo asked coldly. "I was just reacting on instinct," Celia replied weakly. "It's fine, I'll still win." Leo said nonchalantly, which made Celia unable to hide the astonishment on her face. "What? The difference between having an aura and not is like heaven and earth," she shouted. However, Leo only asked if she wanted to try that feeling, then removed the bracelet from his wrist and tossed it to the ground. Looking at the bracelet, Celia immediately recognized it as a Giatrong magic bracelet. "Insane," she exclaimed. Seeing her surprised expression, Leo offered no explanation and merely gave a small smile. Then he rushed forward and brought his wooden sword down against the aura barrier Celia had created. And with that blow, even the barrier couldn't hold and shattered into pieces. "What is this so brutal, this madman?" Celia screamed inwardly. Time quickly passed. Scene shifts to Lady Reincarnates, who was strolling with her younger brother when suddenly she noticed Leo wandering ahead and called her son over at once. "Leo, come over and greet them, they're guests of our family." Hearing this, Leo looked toward Uncle Zeiss and bowed. "I am Leo Plove." In response, the uncle extended his hand and said, "I am Zeiss Zerdinger, your uncle, as you may know. Pleased to meet you." Then he grasped Leo's hand firmly. Meanwhile, Lady Reincarnates beside him asked, "By the way, have you met Celia, Leo?" Hearing the question, Leo looked briefly embarrassed as he glanced at Celia lying on the stretcher. "And being carried out by the knights, miss, what happened? It all happened so fast," the group said in confusion. Seeing his niece lying there unconscious, Zeiss rushed over to ask what had happened. The knight then quickly explained the cause in detail, and the more Zeiss heard, the more incredulous he became. The boy defeated Celia without using an aura. "Defeating Celia, that's impressive," he praised. However, Leo didn't revel in this victory. He believed Celia lost because she underestimated him. Then the uncle asked, "What did you two agree on?" And Leo answered, "The loser will serve the winner. So Celia Zerdinger will be his maid for 1 week." Turning to Zeiss, just 3 seconds earlier his face had been cheerful. But upon hearing his niece was to become a maid, his expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. "A promise is important, but Celia is a member of the Zerdinger family. You cannot force the girl to work as a servant. I want you to cancel that promise. Instead, I will give you another reward, for example. Before his uncle could make an offer, Leo cut him off. I refuse. This is a promise between Celia and me. As long as she bears the Zerdinger name, she must take responsibility. Even if I teach you the family's aura cultivation technique. Zeiss made his offer, unaware that the person standing before him was a legendary hero who already possessed a whole basket of cultivation techniques. So after hearing this, Leo chuckled, an aura technique meant to cover up your granddaughter's failure doesn't seem worthy of my learning. Up ahead, repeated refusals had drained Zeiss of his cheerful mood. Leo Plove, you just declared that a direct member of the Zerdinger family will serve as your maid. And said that our family's aura cultivation technique is worthless, right? Yes, that's correct, Leo answered confidently without a trace of fear. Looking at his face, Zeiss suddenly brightened and asked, don't you think that declaration was a bit hasty? In reply, Leo explained his reasons more specifically, I don't mean to insult the Zerdinger family. But if Lord Zeiss gifts me the family's aura cultivation technique as a reward for defeating Celia, I will gladly accept it. However, you offered that reward as a way to cover up Celia's mistake, which implies that you believe that if Celia hadn't lost her composure, she would not have lost to me. Nevertheless, even if Celia had been serious in the match, I would still have won. Leo said with overflowing confidence, which only increased Count Zeiss's interest in him. She refused because she disliked my attitude, truly amusing. If the Zerdinger clan had a child like that. With that thought, he gestured to the knights beside him and ordered them to take Celia to the servants' quarters so she could fulfill her promise. Then he turned back to the protagonist. Leo, just between us, call me uncle. Yes, uncle, Leo nodded to satisfy him. Next, once he had departed, Zeiss no longer needed to test Leo's potential. Sis, you asked me to teach Leo the family's aura cultivation technique, right? I think I can persuade our eldest to let Leo learn the phoenix breath. Time quickly passed. By the next morning, the scene shifted to Leo's bedroom. Celia, dressed in a maid outfit and blushing with embarrassment, gritted her teeth and said, for 1 week I will serve as Master Leo's maid. I am Celia. In the room, Leo was absorbed in reading his book. Hearing her, he glanced over, assessed her, and nodded, saying it suits you well. The simple maid outfit combined with your elegant style, this combination is really. His tone carried a hint that made Celia so furious she trembled. I know I'm beautiful, but saying it like that is strange. No, I don't mean to offend you, sorry. I have a friend who constantly praises beauty excessively. I may have been unconsciously influenced by them. Leo replied. Then he sighed as he remembered the words of a close friend from his past life. When peace comes to the world, I'll spend my life spreading beauty to everyone. That was what that teammate always told him. Ahead. Celia, hearing this, calmed a bit. A friend who truly loves beauty must be wonderful. The problem is they're too sincere. Leo lamented softly to himself and recalled an incident from the past when that beauty-adoring teammate asked the 2 girls in the team to model for a painting, though the stern Rissenat had a more graceful bearing than anyone in Luna. For the sake of art, could you pose nude for me? I even brought a sketchbook, he said excitedly. The response to that request was a beating delivered by the 2 girls on the team. Back to Celia, seeing Leo clutching a book, she grew curious. That book looked like a special training notebook. What are you reading? Leo looked at the book in his hands and said casually, this. I read it a lot when I was a child. It's The Origin of Heroes, she heard and was astonished, because she recognized it as a fairy tale. Leo was already 15. Celia then moved forward, scanning the books on the shelves and commenting. It seems you really like The Origin of Heroes. Even scholars who study great heroes can't compare to you. She marveled at the number of books Leo had collected. He merely said he'd gathered them by chance. Replying, Celia reached for Leo's book and muttered that many books especially wrote about Kyle. Answering that, Leo's face showed a hint of recollection. Among the deeds of great heroes, some achievements have unclear origins. I think they might belong to him. Contrary to his thought, Celia shook her head and rejected it. He's probably a fraud trying to steal the achievements of real heroes. That's the common opinion. Of course I think so too, she said, then put the book back on the chair. So you think that of me? Leo whispered very softly. What? Celia asked again because she hadn't heard clearly, but Leo, not about to repeat himself, changed the subject. Let's start training after breakfast. Celia's eyes lit up and she asked tentatively, Young master, may I train with you? She smiled inwardly. I want to uncover the secret of his power. Leo agreed at once since he had no real secret to hide. It will be hard to keep up. Are you sure you want to try? His tone was slightly contemptuous, which made Celia shout in anger, "I am Celia Zerdinger." That said, once they began training, Celia realized how intense it was. Not long in, she was drenched in sweat and panting like an ox from exhaustion. Seeing her state, the protagonist calmly remarked that when stamina reaches its limit, reflexes slow, movements become sloppy, and you'll expose your back like this. Celia looked at Leo with suspicion. Pushing the body this far, you call this training? Exactly, these kids seem too weak. Leo shook his head and criticized. To him, after 5,000 years of development, aura techniques have improved compared to before, but physical training has been neglected. Aura optimizes the body's physical power. Ultimately, strengthening the body also enhances the aura, yet they don't value physical training. Returning to Celia, after a short rest she forced herself up to attack once more. "Don't underestimate me. That damned white-haired guy," she cried, then charged at Leo. But with such snail-slow attacks, Leo simply swung his sword once and easily sent Celia flying far away. By then she was almost in tears. Why can't I win?" she said in a voice full of frustration. Seeing this, the protagonist calmly stepped up and replied, "It feels terrible, doesn't it? Then take this." Saying that, he handed Celia a weight-bearing bracelet. The moment Celia touched it, both her hands were forced to the ground by its weight. It was a bracelet enchanted with gravity magic. "Wear it during training starting tomorrow." Leo silently smiled slyly at the thought of someone else sharing his hardship. Time passed quickly, the scene shifted to an open field. While the two youths trained, Uncle Zeiss quietly watched them from behind. To him, this would be a good experience for Celia before entering Lumern. Testing her pride first wasn't a bad thing. With that thought, he called out loudly, "Leo, Leo." Leo replied, "Uncles, I intend to ask the head of the family to let you inherit the Phoenix Breath technique." On the other side, the protagonist was startled because he had heard of this technique before, the Phoenix Breath, the origin of all aura techniques within the Zerdinger family. "I heard only those recognized by the family can inherit it," Leo thought to himself. Meanwhile, Celia immediately objected upon hearing this. "Father won't agree so easily." In response, Zeiss nodded and explained. "Yes, but there is a condition. You must pass this year's Lumern entrance exam," he said calmly. Upon hearing the condition, Celia grew uneasy and feared for Leo. "What? The Lumern entrance is a combat test. You know someone like Leo who doesn't use aura. If he participates, it would be too dangerous." As for Leo, he was not frightened by this condition. Instead, he felt an indescribable excitement, real combat. "Right, I guess I have no other choice." Ahead, Uncle Zeiss saw him ponder and asked, "What do you think about that, Leo?" In reply, Leo gave him a confident nod. "Father and mother have said they will respect my decision, so I will participate." Leo's answer did not overly surprise Count Zeiss. As predicted, the boy intended to join this year's entrance exam. With that extra motivation, Leo threw himself back into training. "Let's rest a bit, then continue." Saying that, he resumed his running. "Who says I can't keep up?" Celia shouted. Time flew. A week later, the scene moved to Deland School. Today was the Lumern Academy entrance exam. From early morning, everyone had gathered to await the test, and Celia's arrival naturally drew attention. "Isn't that Celia Zerdinger? Amazing to see a swordswoman in person. Who's that beside her?" Curious murmurs rose. Meanwhile, Celia glanced and asked, "Leo, are you nervous, young master?" "Not at all," Leo answered gently. Then he cast a teasing look and warned the young lady, "Shouldn't you adjust how you speak?" The sudden admonition made Celia startle. Then a voice called from behind them, "Miss Celia." Hearing it, both turned toward the sound and discovered the speaker was that red-haired fellow Tradden, who was astonished to see Leo standing next to Celia. Leo Plove. "Why are you here when you don't even know how to use aura?" Tradden asked, then hurriedly greeted Celia. "Miss Celia, it's good to see you. Are you well?" Across from them, the two simply looked at Tradden as if he were a fool, leaving him awkward and unsure what to say next. Finally, he had to introduce himself. "I am Gulliver Tradden. I greeted you when you visited the school last time." The greatest magic prodigy of Deland. Turning to Celia before the red-haired youth could finish his sentence, she cut in, "Sorry, I don't remember you at all." "Then goodbye." With that, she grabbed Leo's hand and ran off. But at that moment, another voice rang out, "Celia, long time no see." The voice was loud enough to draw everyone's attention in the hall. It belonged to a young brother and sister pair with striking silver hair. The brother Abad Llewellyn, 16, and his sister Chelsea Llewellyn, 14, both from the Llewellyn family. "Who are they?" Leo asked curiously. Seeing them, Celia instinctively tightened her grip and explained. They're the Llewellyn siblings, from the heroic noble family of the Gold Empire, members of House Llewellyn. They're also competing in this exam, so we can't lose. Leo, the Zerdinger family losing to the Llewellyns is unacceptable, she said, her eyes flashing like car headlights. But I'm from House Plove, Leo replied naively. Next, the siblings stepped forward and greeted her again. Long time no see, Celia. Celia nodded in reply. Indeed, long time no see, Abad. Who is that beside you? Abad asked, looking at Leo. Celia answered loudly. He's a member of the Marquis family in the Kingdom of Delrod, Leo Plove of House Plove. Chelsea immediately lost interest in Leo upon hearing this, just a commoner. She said coldly, and Abad showed a similar attitude. After exchanging pleasantries, they left quickly, not forgetting to warn Celia. Celia, the top spot will definitely be mine. Come on, Chelsea. Yes, brother, she replied. Celia frowned at their arrogance. Annoying pests, I'll definitely beat them, she vowed, and had just finished speaking when a loud sound suddenly drew everyone's attention. Following their gazes, a young instructor had appeared on the raised platform. It seemed everyone had assembled. My name is Albi, he said. This was Albi Geron, professor of Lumern Academy. Below, Celia's face changed at the name. She muttered, could it be Albi, the mage of the evil eye? Beside Leo, seeing her surprise, he asked curiously who that was. Celia, more astonished that Leo didn't know the professor, replied, you really don't know. He's a hero recorded in the Hero Chronicles, her voice full of admiration, which made Leo regard the figure more seriously. A man called a hero of this era. That mana in his left eye must be the evil eye, Leo thought, as energy continuously flowed from Albi's left eye. Hearing Leo's thoughts, Professor Albi explained the exam. The tests include fighting other people and killing monsters. Each person will participate in both parts in turn. I think this method is troublesome, he said, then casually burned the papers in his hand. He then took a book from his coat pocket and began to use his power. Opening the Hero Chronicles, the world of Albi. Chapter beginning, the monster forest. At that moment, a huge magic formation appeared beneath everyone's feet, radiating intense energy. Professor Albi atop the platform coldly told the group, I will absolutely not tolerate delays. I will merge everyone together and proceed in one round. Back to Leo, he was taking the chance to review memories related to what the Hero Chronicles was. The Hero Chronicles is not merely an archive, its real value lies in storing the challenges heroes faced in the past and recreating the world of those heroes. Moreover, if you conquer a hero's world, you can inherit the powers of past heroes. This is almost a hero training system. Back in reality, when they reappeared, they found themselves inside a forest with a gloomy atmosphere. Then, Albi's voice echoed from the sky, this is the monster forest. The test is about survival. You may cooperate or eliminate one another. Do whatever you must to survive. If you want to quit, break the orb you're holding and return. That's the only way. After saying this, his voice vanished, and while everyone was still confused by the forest, Leo sensed a familiar scene. This place was still as it had been before the beast Queen Silatona corrupted it. It had once been the fairy tribe's forest. Around them, a few weak-minded students began to panic. I want to go home. Someone said, it's just an illusion, so weak. Another complained. However, unlike them, Leo saw it differently. He's wrong. Although this world was recreated from Professor Albi's memories, everything that happens here is real. If you fall into a life-threatening situation, you will truly die. Just as he thought that, a blue arrow of light shot out from the forest straight at Leo. Luckily, he was always alert and managed to dodge in time. And the one who fired the wind arrow was none other than that girl, Chelsea. Seeing Leo avoid her arrow, she stepped forward and called out, we've met before, haven't we? It's a pleasure to take down someone from the Zerdinger family, the girl said confidently, and Leo had to remind her of his identity. I'm from House Plove. But you were with Celia before, Chelsea shouted, and immediately used her wind-cutting magic, forming an energy scythe in her hand. And from Leo's experience, he was a little surprised by this skill. That's a spell that didn't exist in the past. But fundamentally, it hasn't changed, he thought as he gripped his sword tightly and prepared for any situation. Chelsea, seeing Leo remain calm before her, seemed somewhat annoyed and sighed. You're still calm even with me in front of you. Having said that, she spun her scythe and hurled it forward like a saw blade. However, the attack was still not enough to trouble Leo. With a simple swing of his sword, he easily knocked the scythe back. Seeing him handle it so effortlessly, Chelsea's expression changed slightly. He isn't much, but I can't sense any aura being used. Is it an aura attribute that's hard to detect? She wondered inwardly while Leo made a suggestion. That attack was too simple. Instead, why don't we cooperate? This test usually awards higher points to those who survive the longest. As a mage, wouldn't having a swordsman by your side be very useful? He smiled and tried to persuade her. Unfortunately, his words were like water off a duck's back to Chelsea. Heh heh, too bad I'm a battle mage. Besides, you called my attack simple, didn't you? Her tone carried some anger. Opposite them, hearing Leo lecture, she rolled her eyes. You're lecturing me about magic, a direct descendant of House Llewellyn? Then let's see how you handle a simple attack. Wind blade, wind arrow, she said, waving her staff and firing several blades and arrows straight at Leo. But as soon as she launched the attack, she realized Leo had already vanished from his spot. He's gone. I can't sense a trace of mana at all. Why, she wondered in confusion before realizing Leo had suddenly appeared in front of her and punched her in the guts. Hard enough to make her drop to her knees. Then I should politely ask you to cooperate, shouldn't I? Next, Leo tied her body to a wooden post and started a fire with a vicious look on his face. Time quickly passed until evening, and Chelsea slowly came to from her daze and found herself tied to a wooden stake with a roaring fire beneath her. The scene looked like she was about to be sacrificed. What is this? Chelsea panicked. Seeing that she had woken, Leo continued with his request. Are you going to cooperate with me? In response, Chelsea grit her teeth with a sour expression. Never. I need no one but my brother, Wind Blade, she shouted and tried to cast her magic to cut the ropes. However, at that moment a small red magic array appeared on her wrist, preventing her from activating her spell. That's a magic sealing array, Leo whispered. But because it doesn't contain much mana, she won't be able to maintain it for long. Replying to him, Chelsea said she could easily destroy such an array. However, Leo gave a cold laugh. You think I'll let you concentrate? At that, the flames crept close to Chelsea, setting part of her dress alight. Wait, stop, it's too hot, she screamed. Still, Leo kept insisting she cooperate. With no choice, Chelsea relented. Fine, I'll do it. But Leo wasn't foolish enough to simply release her. Instead, he made her swear on her family's honor. Okay, I swear. I swear on the honor of House Llewellyn that I will cooperate. Stop it, she said, her eyes already wet. Meanwhile, Leo inwardly grinned like a lunatic. Too easy, she must still be a child. Thinking that, he gave a sharp tug on the rope and let Chelsea drop down. Then Leo gently reached out and caught her, speaking in a warm voice. I look forward to working with you, Mage Llewellyn. Cut to outside. While the students struggled inside, teachers watched them via monitoring screens to score and evaluate them. But the more he watched, the angrier Professor Albi grew. Truly low-level trash. Choosing to compete is foolish. The ones who quickly grasped the situation were those two. Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn. The Empire really has a bright future, the young professor praised when he saw them cooperating to take down a monster. Then Albi looked to another screen and saw Leo and Chelsea teaming up to fight a giant troll. Wait, isn't that Leo Plove? What he did at the campfire earlier was odd, but persuading Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate is a big plus. He lacks the power or excellence of Celia or Abad, but he's an unpredictable wildcard, the young professor murmured, watching Leo's monitor with interest. Back with the protagonists, although forced to cooperate by Leo, after witnessing his skills, Chelsea couldn't help but admire him. Having a knight along is really convenient. I'm just asking one thing, what kind of aura are you using? I haven't felt any mana from you at all. She asked curiously. The protagonist didn't hide it and answered bluntly, I don't know how to use aura. The essence of things is what matters. That applies to wind magic too. What do you think the essence of wind magic is? To answer his question, Chelsea simultaneously unleashed a series of wind-breaking spells, forming sharp blades that sliced backward, and immediately tore apart a monster that had tried to ambush them. Then she sneered, Leo, talking about magic in front of House Llewellyn is absurd. Hearing that, Leo showed no anger. Instead, he continued to admonish, I praise that power, but your usage is completely wrong. Saying this, he stepped forward briskly, and his teacher-like demeanor drew a bit of grumbling from Chelsea. You really are. Before she could finish, Leo suddenly noticed something and signaled her to stop. Wait, stop, he whispered. Chelsea realized why he told her to halt. In front of them were several withered, dry corpses, mummified bodies. This looks like a mummy, Chelsea frowned. Leo said he'd seen things like this before. Now I understand the conditions to pass this test, Leo muttered to himself. But at that moment he suddenly sensed something targeting him. There was no time to think. Leo lunged, grabbed Chelsea's body and dragged her aside. His decisive move kept them both safe from a strange ranged attack. Then a few people approached from a distance. Unfortunately, one said, "I want to take down Chelsea Llewellyn first." When Chelsea Llewellyn is eliminated, the one beside her is nothing special. The voice belonged to the red-headed Tradden, who seemed to have allied with another group of students to remove strong potential contenders. "All right, attack together." He shouted the order and the surrounding students charged like rabid dogs. But this bunch shouldn't fight Leo in melee. How could they face him one-on-one? Still, they shouldn't be in close combat with Leo. How could they possibly match him? Immediately, Leo delivered a punch to one attacker, sending him crashing to the ground like a dead dog. Seeing their comrade fall so quickly, the others panicked and no longer attacked recklessly. "Support me, Chelsea," Leo urged. "Ah, okay," Chelsea replied, though her body still trembled from the earlier danger. As for Tradden's group, after a few seconds of shock, they quickly recovered and shouted at each other, "What are you doing? Attack now." At that shout, the group recklessly charged again. Unbeknownst to them, the mastermind Tradden slipped away while they fought Leo's group. "I can't fall like this, I'll change things," he told himself and dashed forward. At the same time, Celia, not far away, spotted his figure and headed in the opposite direction. Thus Celia and Llewellyn encountered Leo and Chelsea, with the students they defeated lying scattered on the ground. Seeing her brother had arrived, Chelsea happily cried out, "Brother." She then rushed to embrace Abad, who comforted and checked on her. "Chelsea, are you safe?" Beside them, the swordswoman Celia asked with interest, "How did you two end up together?" Then Celia, leading the party, suddenly halted and signaled everyone, "Wait, there's something ahead, get ready to fight." "So I persuaded her pretty well," Leo said with a sly smile, making Celia sense there was more to it than he claimed. "What are you planning this time?" Celia asked cautiously. Then, for some reason, Leo stepped forward and helped each person he'd knocked down to their feet. Curious, Chelsea asked why he was helping them. Leo explained that competition was unnecessary now, because they would conquer this world together. "The monster forest is in an abnormal state, haven't you noticed those corpses? It seems all the moisture has been drained from their bodies. That's not the only odd thing here." "Aren't there too few monsters in this forest?" Leo shrugged in reply. Only after hearing that did Celia realize and exclaim, "Now that you mention it, I noticed it. It's as if something has been devouring them. A high-level monster must have appeared, causing the others to hide in fear." Hearing this, the white-haired Llewellyn nodded in agreement. "I understand, Albi the hero's first achievement was slaying a high-level monster," he said, but no sooner had he finished. The whole group felt an overwhelming murderous intent converge on them. Their faces began to pour sweat. "It seems it's appeared," Leo muttered. Back with Tradden, he was using a light spell to scout ahead. "By any means I'll take you out, Leo," he gritted, before spotting a dark shape blocking his path. Seeing it, the mage brought his staff closer to inspect the shadow. Then when he realized it was a corpse, he recoiled in shock. "What is that?" he shouted. At the same time, some goo suddenly dripped onto his staff from above. Curious, the mage looked up. But he should have left it unseen. Above him sat a giant spider staring at him hungrily, and the sight terrified him. Cut to outside the hall. Some students who had ended the test early because of danger were cheerfully bragging. "I handled about 15 or 16 of them," a brown-haired boy said excitedly. "Same here," the one opposite nodded. At that moment, Professor Albi looked at them with utter disappointment. "So far about 500 in total and all failures." Hearing this, another professor panicked and urged restraint. "But Professor Albi, you still have to select about 100 like other regions. There are only 50 students left in the test." Albi, however, didn't change his mind. "If they don't meet my standards, I'll fail them all. Headmaster Kalian put me in charge of this exam because he knows that." He returned his focus to the monitor showing Leo and thought, "True heroes are forged in hardship." Leo Plove, he must have noticed the forest's abnormality. But can he survive this world, the teacher wondered. Back with Leo's group, they regrouped and hurried forward. "Damn, it's pitch black," a long-haired student complained. Saying that, she began to focus mana into the tip of her sword, which glowed with a soft red radiance, and very quickly they noticed Celia's body being held tight by something. "What the one behind is the real one," Abad warned. Next, he intended to use his magic to attack. But before the spell could form, Leo reached out to stop him and said to Tradden, "Gulliver, snap out of it, break the crystal now." Hearing this reminder from him, Tradden gritted his teeth, shattered the glass stone in his hand, and immediately, his body turned into a stream of light and was transported out of that world, leaving the giant spider lamenting in regret, who told the prey to run away just as it was in its mouth. After that, with Tradden out of the way, Abad could freely unleash his magic to attack. He quietly shouted Wind Fang and unleashed countless razor-sharp wind blades straight ahead, instantly drenching the giant spider in blood. However, despite the heavy bleeding, its wounds healed visibly fast, seeing that recovery rate. The group's faces turned ugly. Is this still not enough? Just as I thought, this is the Spider Princess Tarantula, Leo muttered inwardly. It seemed he recognized the monster's identity. Elsewhere, the axe-wielding student gripped his weapon and charged into melee. Damn it, take this, he yelled. But before his weapon could reach the giant spider, one of its legs sent his body flying far away. As for the swordswoman Celia, with no time to worry about the one who'd been knocked away, she forced herself to say, I'll finish it in one strike. Radiant slash, she declared, and the words had barely left her mouth. When she began gathering intense energy at the tip of her sword, once charged, Celia released it forward like a laser beam, instantly piercing the spider's head. Yet one must admit the spider's life force was enormous. Although a hole was driven through its forehead, within seconds the wound had healed as if normal. The unbelievable sight left her dazed. Impossible, Celia said in confusion. Seeing her attack had no effect, Abad the mage stepped up to demonstrate the destructive gap between a mage and a knight. He spoke confidently and cast a spell called Bombardment. It produced wind blades of tremendous force that twisted into the giant spider's body, but against the queen spider this level of damage was still insufficient. The only result was to enrage it further. Up until now, Abad had dealt the most damage, causing it immense pain, so it began to direct its hatred toward him. Seeing this, his sister Chelsea hurriedly used her magic to attack and save him. Her brother was spared by an inch. In the end, he only suffered a slight wound to his arm. Are you okay? Chelsea asked. Thank you, Chelsea, Abad replied. Seeing that even Celia and Abad couldn't harm the monster, his face showed despair. What is this creature? He asked in panic. And with his knowledge, Leo stepped forward to explain to the group. This is an abnormal regenerative ability. She is the daughter of Siletna, queen of Tadharis, a monster from Erebos' army that ravaged the fairy forest. Hearing that, everyone around turned to look at Leo as if he were from Mars. Meanwhile, the protagonist replayed old memories. The mana in Albai's left eye truly was the mana of the fairy king. Tarantula ruled the cursed wilderness. It destroyed the fairy tribe's forest and bit off the fairy king's arm during their battle. I thought Luna had slain Tarantula, but it seems the fairy king's right arm inside its belly saved its life. More precisely, it was the infinite life energy from that hand, the Ring of Life. Back with the group, they bristled with fighting spirit. If this monster is the key to the test, I'll defeat it, Abad shouted. Who said that? Celia retorted. Then the two of them began continuously, using their skills to bombard the giant spider. However, watching their actions, Leo knew it would be a waste of effort. It will keep regenerating until your mana runs out, Leo warned coldly. So what's your suggestion? Celia asked. Leo said they needed two people cooperating together. Abad flatly refused. I refuse, I'll be the top scorer. Not if I am, Celia yelled. Ahead, seeing the two fools bickering instead of facing the situation, Leo barked. If we don't get through this hero world, everyone will be eliminated. Hearing this, the two snapped to attention and hurriedly stopped arguing. Then Abad offered his view. Even cooperating would take time to charge a blow strong enough to kill it instantly, but only he and Celia could hold the monster long enough. Hearing that, the swordswoman Celia fell silent. While everyone hesitated, Leo stepped up to take responsibility. I'll do it, he said with full confidence. Celia didn't trust him at all. What? That's suicide, you don't even know how to use aura. I do, but I can hold it for 5 minutes, Leo said calmly, as if it were no big deal. From behind, Abad the mage anxiously asked, what if the attack fails? Leo replied he didn't think that would happen, because fire and wind are good partners, they work very well together. His words made Celia and Abad look at each other as if forming a plan. Then, while they deliberated, Leo lunged at the spider, gripping his axe and slamming it straight into its mouth, causing the creature to scream in agony. Watching the monster heal so quickly, Leo told himself, just as I thought, this is the limit if you don't use aura. With that in mind, to find a better stalling solution, Leo called to the mage Chelsea behind him. Chelsea, use wind magic to blow all nearby weapons toward me. As he spoke, he jumped aside to dodge a giant spider leg thrusting toward him. Hearing his request, the mage panicked and warned, if you move that fast, you'll get hurt. There's no time to explain, Leo insisted. I'll catch them, so don't worry, just hurry. Which weapons? Chelsea asked. Any of them, Leo replied. Following his request, the mage quickly used wind magic to blow some weapon toward him from the front. By the sound of the moving weapon, Leo could vaguely guess what it was. From that sound, either a short curved sword or a long double-edged blade. He planted force into his legs and leapt up into the air. At the same time, he reached out with both hands and grabbed the two weapons that had just been sent to him. Then, using the downward momentum, Leo executed a series of sword techniques, cutting the giant spider's legs into segments. However, under his destructive force, the blades only lasted a few strikes before shattering into pieces. Seeing this, Leo immediately asked Chelsea to send more weapons. Next. Without needing him to say more, the mage synchronized perfectly and blew the next weapons his way. Thus the protagonist began to showcase his extraordinary weapon skills, striking the spider so fast it couldn't react. Chelsea was astonished. He looked about our age, yet the sight was like a god of war, Chelsea thought to herself. Meanwhile, Abad the mage, witnessing this, no longer dared underestimate Leo. So he's not just a worthless ant, he muttered. Back with Leo, while beating the huge spider, he took a minor cut on his face. Feeling the warm blood on his cheek, he broke into an excited smile. I've still got the feeling. If I can't take down a bug like this, those others will laugh at me in the other world. Thinking that, he gripped the sword hilt and, swinging with all his strength, struck the creature. The sword was ruined into fragments after the hit. As usual, Leo called for the next blade. But Chelsea's face went pale. She explained that was the last sword. The unexpected news turned Leo's excited expression into a daze. Luckily, at that moment, the swordswoman Celia behind them finished charging her skill. Her whole body surged with intense energy. She shouted so Leo would know where to dodge. How about this, you flea of a monster? Celia roared, swinging her sword forcefully forward. She unleashed a column of terrifying heat and flame, and before the spider could make another sound, it was roasted to crisp. After it perished, everyone received the notification. Albai's world, opening chapter, wilderness forest cleared. Hearing that, Celia seemed to lose all strength and sank to the ground. It's done, she breathed in relief. She then looked at Leo and exclaimed, you actually held that monster for 5 minutes. Leo, well done, the swordswoman praised, but before she finished, the mage girl Chelsea interrupted. Amazing, incredible. You look like a hero from the stories. Really? Leo sighed. After all, he wasn't a true hero. Chelsea looked at him like an idol and said, yes, I want to be a battle mage, so I need to learn melee, my biggest weakness. Please teach me. Nearby, Celia saw Chelsea politely asking Leo for training and smirked at the naive lambs unfamiliar with training. I really hope everyone can experience Leo's training at least once, she said wickedly, leaving the young mage behind confused. Back to Leo, ignoring their chatter, he reached down and picked up the ring that had fallen to the ground, wondering to himself. Is this the item that dropped the ring? Next, a beam of light shot out from inside the ring, and within that light, a tiny figure with wings on its back appeared before him. Looking at the face opposite him, Leo immediately recognized him as Prince Escillid. Escillid, do you remember me? I'm Kyle, Leo asked softly. In response, the prince smiled faintly, as if acknowledging him. Then he transformed into a beam of light and slipped back into the ring. From Leo's perspective, seeing his friend return to the ring made him think that he must have become the fairy king thanks to the treasure Albai found. He had received the mana eye. Just as he thought this, the space around them began to collapse and a strange voice rang out. The countdown to return from the testing area had begun. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The reward for passing is the Oath of the Fairy King. A mysterious shadow suddenly appeared before Leo and whispered. The shadow's face was concealed by the author. However, when Leo looked at that face, his gaze went blank, as if he recognized who the figure was. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a bustling town area. An old man was muttering as he looked over a report in his hands. Apparently the exam in the Western Territory had concluded. This old man was Alien Bidian, a master swordsman and the headmaster of Lumern Academy. Beside him, a woman who looked like his secretary grimaced at the news. It's over, but other regions still have many people. How many did Master Albai pass? She asked with difficulty. Hearing this, Alien glanced at the report and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, if it's Albai, the number should be decent. 40 passed." 40, that's a lot, the secretary sighed. However, the headmaster had already considered it. Don't stress, I'd guessed maybe 10 would pass. He laughed heartily, leaving the secretary at a loss for words. She curiously asked further, I assumed Celia or Abad would lead, so who actually got the top spot? Alien replied that it was hard to choose and that one person had been nominated to represent the new students. Hearing that, the secretary was stunned since she knew how strict Albai was. Professor Albai nominated someone. That's surprising. Was it Celia Zerdinger or Abad Llewellyn? It's a name we've never heard before, he said. I didn't expect Albai to rate him so highly. I wonder what kind of student he is. Send Leo Plove as the new student representative. He has the talent to become a hero. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to a giant bathhouse where our protagonist Leo was leisurely relaxing in a bath. These pains need care and time to heal. Wonderful, Leo murmured, leaning back. At that moment, the mysterious shadow's voice echoed in his head again. The reward for passing is the oath of the Fairy King. When you clear the world of a living hero, you normally don't receive a reward. Yet somehow only I received it, only myself alone. Before he could think further, Madame Riene suddenly entered the bath, leaving him momentarily stunned. Mother, is something wrong? He asked. Riene's expression was very serious. Leo, do you know why I was expelled from the Zerdinger family? It was when I saved a comrade. I lost the Zerdinger flame. But I have never regretted my decision. Leo, I want you to use your strength and talent for what is right, and congratulations on being accepted into Lumern Academy. With that, Madame Riene broke into a bright smile. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a luxurious city, Lumeria, home of Lumern Academy. At that moment, through a spatial teleport gate, Leo's group had arrived. You have come to Lumeria. Make sure you've packed all your luggage before leaving the gate, a voice reminded. Leo immediately glanced at an architectural complex across the river and whispered, this is the center of the world, Lumeria. And over there is Lumern Academy. At the same time, Uncle Zeise's voice rang out from ahead. Leo, how was your past month? Congratulations on passing the entrance exam, he said, extending his hand to greet him. Leo quickly returned the gesture. Thank you, Uncle, but why have you come? Instead of answering directly, Zeiss posed a question. Our family has been in endless debate all month. Do you know why? Hearing that, Leo guessed the issue and asked, have they decided on the inheritance of the Phoenix Breath? Exactly. Although my sister is no longer a family member, you are still her son, not to mention. The elders were impressed that you passed the notoriously harsh Western region exam. Saying this, he produced a golden key from his pocket and handed it to Leo. He added, this is a secondary spatial key. Open it. Hearing that, Leo held the key before him and twisted it in the air as if unlocking a door. A mysterious spellbook then appeared before his eyes. It emitted an unusually noble aura. Seeing this, Zeiss asked Leo to place a drop of his blood on the page. Obediently, Leo bit his fingertip. He let a few drops of blood fall onto it. Immediately after, the book flashed with blinding light. Strange, inscrutable characters appeared on the pages. Now only you can read this book. Learning the Zerdinger clan's secret techniques isn't easy, but I have a feeling you'll master them quickly. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Zerdinger family, he said, giving the protagonist a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Next, the scene shifted to a roadside tavern. This was where Leo and Celia had arranged to meet. While he was still wandering around looking for her, suddenly, he collided with a girl about his age, scattering the stacks of books she was carrying everywhere. Sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going, the girl said in a panic, hastily picking up her books. She hurried away quickly, likely in such a rush. That while gathering her things, she left behind a student ID, which Leo noticed. Chloe Muller, Leo whispered as he looked at the card. She's a new student at Lumern Academy. Putting that aside, he quickly stepped into a shop. Leo, you're late. The swordswoman Celia had been waiting a while and complained when Leo finally showed. Uniforms, textbooks, and so many things to buy. Sorry, I had to see Uncle Zeiss, Leo said apologetically. Celia's face brightened at this. So they've decided what's the result, she asked. Facing her, Leo didn't let the question linger and immediately demonstrated his ability. A pair of fiery wings suddenly appeared from his back, radiating a dazzling aura. Is this how you use it? Leo asked calmly. Meanwhile, the swordswoman Celia was so shocked that she dropped all the items she was carrying to the ground. Impossible. It took me 3 weeks to get the feel for this secret technique. Leo, who are you really? She thought in stunned silence. You can't blame her. Leo is a legendary hero, and with his experience he can grasp techniques quickly without long study. Time passed quickly, the scene shifted to a pier. Though somewhat surprising, the ship looked like a modern engine-powered vessel. New students had gathered to prepare for departure. Seeing the massive ship before them, the group gaped and looked around in awe. Wow, it's huge. Murmurs of admiration rose up. Then a professor approached and addressed the group. Welcome, new students. I am Professor Aina Landiu in charge of the freshman knights. We will depart for Lumern now, everyone board the ship, he said, pointing to the vessel behind him. With that, the batch of freshmen quickly boarded the ship, where a dessert spread had already been prepared for the students. While everyone was merrily eating, a voice addressed Leo and Celia. Hey, you two, got a moment? My name is Car Thomas. I'm from the Kingdom of Moira. I sell everything from medicines to weapons. Come see me if you need anything while at school, he said, handing them each a business card. Celia, annoyed at being called a couple, stayed silent, so Leo replied for them. Nice to meet you, I'm Leo Plove from the Kingdom of Delad. Car's eyes lit up in surprise. Delad, so you passed the Western Region exam, impressive. Putting that aside, Leo scanned the surroundings and felt something was off. Am I the only one who finds this situation strange? Everything's too peaceful, feels like something's wrong, he said. Celia sighed and countered, a warm welcome for freshmen who passed the exam isn't that normal. Hearing this, Carr, still eating cake, nodded. Yeah, there's no reason they'd mistreat students before enrollment. Definitely not, he said confidently. However, whether because this young man talked too much or not, right after he finished speaking, the entire ship began to shake violently, signaling that something was about to happen. Then, rising from the depths, a huge tentacle surged up and struck the ship, cracking the deck in large fissures. Panic shouts erupted, Professor Ain, help! In another corner, Professor Ain watched the students' chaos unfold. Yet he remained calm, sipping his drink as if nothing were happening. Help them. You are all students of Lumern Academy, aspiring heroes. When danger comes, you must overcome it yourselves. As he spoke, he glanced forward at a giant octopus with a mouth full of teeth that had just risen from the sea. The sudden turn of events angered Leo so much that he stomped on the cake in his hand, crushing it. Leo swung his sword and severed a tentacle, then hurriedly reassured Celia, stay calm. Celia shot back that he should mind his own business, and immediately launched an attack with her sword wrapped in a radiant aura. But then, for some reason, the giant octopus opened its maw and blasted a huge column of water directly at Celia. Leo didn't know what to tell her. It's natural Kraken behavior. It reacts to heat by spraying water. That's basic knowledge. Being sprayed with water left her drenched like a drowned rat. His annoyed reminder only made Celia glare even angrier. Elsewhere, an unnamed student had his leg tightly wrapped by the giant octopus's tentacle and was about to be turned into its lunch. Damn octopus. Leo grunted and rushed forward to rescue him. Then the two of them each struck once and easily severed the tentacle in two. At the same time, Carr, hiding under a table, could hardly believe his eyes watching the two of them perform such powerful twin-sword coordination. That's Celia's strength, the top scorer of the Western region, but who is this Leo? He said with a face full of astonishment. Before he could say another word, a frozen tentacle was hurled straight at him, nearly hitting the youth with a stray blow. Hey, watch out! He shouted angrily at the one who had frozen the tentacle, drawing Leo's attention. It turned out to be the girl he had bumped into earlier, watching the way she used her ice magic to attack. Its force was by no means insignificant, in reply to Carr's remark. She snorted in complaint, why don't you stay back if you can't protect yourself? Hearing that, he could only lament his own weakness. Damn, the strong never care if we get swept into their battles. Having said that, perhaps out of sheer bad luck, another giant tentacle was flung toward him, as if he had become a magnet for severed tentacles. This time it was the siblings Abad and Chelsea who intervened. The match isn't over yet, Celia Zerdinger, Abad warned. I feel the same, Celia retorted irritably. While the students struggled to attack the monster, Professor Ain leisurely enjoyed his drink, whispering as he poured more. There are many creatures in the lake leading to Lumern Academy. A kraken is perfect for a welcome party. Saying that, the young professor narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned the outstanding individuals. just as he expected, the notable captains. Chen Zia of the East, Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn of the West, Chloe Mueller of the Norths, Walden Tyden of the Souths, Duran of the Central Region. This year's freshmen are truly exceptional. But the one who impressed me most was that unidentified freshman. His swordsmanship had no wasted movements. He moved as if he could predict the Kraken's actions. I'll meet him in the Knights class, Ain thought, smiling with a hint of anticipation. Thus, with the combined strength of the most outstanding individuals, even a Kraken couldn't withstand the multi-pronged assault and was forced to concede defeat. Not long after, the ship carrying them to Lumern Academy docked, and as soon as they disembarked, the whole group was nauseous. Faces drained of color, they imagined they'd run out of all their medicine, Carr muttered to himself. Next, Professor Ain lightly jumped down from the ship's prow and told everyone, "You'll have to cross that lake many times, so get used to it quickly." Now we'll move to the enrollment halls. Cut to inside Lumern Academy. At the Elektra training yard, the new students were now assembled there. Around them, several people watched the newcomers as if scanning for outstanding individuals. "See, I told you, no ordinary people here. I hope there will be some interesting ones this year," murmurs began to spread. Ignoring the gossip, Professor Ain announced, "We will begin the enrollment ceremony now. Line up by region, high scorers stand at the front of each row. The principal will say a few words first." Obeying the instruction, the students quickly stood in neat lines. Once formations were set, old Kalyan stepped forward to speak. "You come here hoping to become heroes. I have only a few words for you. If you dream of becoming heroes, always put yourselves first and surpass your own limits. Those who cannot do that do not belong here." Saying this, perhaps in a fit of enthusiasm, he raised his hand and smashed the podium in front of him. It shattered into pieces. His somewhat violent act left the students below utterly silent, not a single clap. Turning back to Kalyan and seeing no response, the old man looked a bit embarrassed. "Did I go too far?" he wondered. Hearing that, the students snapped out of it and howled loudly in unison, causing the old man to visibly brighten. However, as if the response were still too faint, the principal joked, "I can't hear anything." At this, the professors standing behind him fell silent. The longer one teaches at Lumern, the more the grand image of the architect gets undermined. Putting aside the principal's humorous nature, the host then announced, "Now we will have the speech from the freshman representative. The freshman representative is Leo Plove. Please come up to the stage." Down below, Leo was surprised to learn he was the representative. He immediately looked toward Professor Albi. Catching his eye, the handsome professor simply smiled and nodded slightly in encouragement. With no choice, Leo stepped up to speak. Fortunately, they had prepared words for him. "To the professors and fellow students, we, the freshmen, will enroll at Lumern as proud members of this academy," he droned on. "Thank you. This concludes the freshman representative speech by Leo Plove." Saying that, Leo closed the booklet in his hands. The host didn't let him step down yet and asked, "Thank you, Leo. Now tell us your goal as the freshman representative." Hearing that, Leo immediately guessed the school's intention. They wanted him to provoke those who nearly had this spot instead of him. Those teachers behind him 3 seconds earlier thought he was a model student and expected a peaceful ceremony this year. Thinking that, he feared no one and openly challenged the crowd. "Hello, I'm freshman representative Leo Plove. If any of you want this position, come and take it." "No matter who you are," Leo declared, his voice brimming with confidence. Time passed quickly into late afternoon. Cut to the Lumern Academy dormitories. The freshmen were led there by an attendant. "You've worked hard today," he said. "Starting tomorrow for about a week, the discovery classes will begin. During this time, regardless of the major you choose, you may attend any classes you wish. During this period, you'll select 3 subjects to specialize in. All right, get to bed early so you won't be late for the first class." Back at Leo's room before entering, Carr bade him farewell. "Leo, our rooms are next to each other. I'm excited for tomorrow. Good night, Leo." "Yeah, see you tomorrow," Leo nodded in reply. Upon entering his room, he tossed his suitcase onto the bed and lay down to rest without even bothering to change his clothes. But of course, Leo wasn't that careless. He lay down to sleep because there was something he needed to check right now. After closing his eyes, Leo's consciousness was transported into a vast space. It looked like a colossal library with countless books arranged everywhere. "What I hope to find at Lumern is something, hopefully here, my chronicle of heroism," Leo thought to himself. Time quickly passed until the next morning. Cut to the dining hall. While Leo was eating alone, his friend Carr came over with a tray 3 times the normal size and sat beside him, offering, "Leo, let's eat together." Seeing that, Leo wasn't bothered and agreed at once, "All right." No sooner had he spoken than trouble found him. Another tray of food was placed directly in front of Leo. Accompanied by a shout, "Freshman representative, what you said in your speech yesterday, did you really mean that?" The speaker was one of the notable individuals Professor Ain had noticed, Duran Moira of the Central Region. His meal was otherwise ordinary, aside from a small flag stuck into his hamburger for kids to play with. Across from him, Leo kept eating as if he hadn't noticed Duran's annoyance. "My words yesterday were provocative, weren't they?" Leo thought. "Well, it's only natural if a stranger shows up and causes trouble." Seeing Leo seemingly dismiss his remark, Duran's eyes widened and he snapped back, "Don't you know who I am? I'm the captain of the Central Region." Opposite them, the two starving brats continued to ignore him and happily ate, making Duran look like a clown desperately trying to attract attention while being fed butter by others. Finally unable to contain his anger, he unleashed a surge of lightning and kicked his tray high into the air. Leo's tray was sent flying too. But that still wasn't enough to trouble our protagonist. With supreme dexterity, his arms waved like machines, and he caught every piece of food back onto the plates without a single drop missed. He even conveniently helped Carr beside him catch his tray as well. Not only that, Leo stuffed a bit more into the hamburger before him, turning it into a top-quality burger, the Double Cheese Burger King. "Throwing away such a precious meal is unforgivable," Leo said with a light laugh. Across from him, seeing his provocation had no effect on Leo, Duran went feral. "I'll drag you down from that golden pedestal right now. I can't stand seeing someone weaker than me acting arrogant," he snarled through gritted teeth. However, before the two could lunge at each other, a large hand draped over both their shoulders to hold them back. It was Professor Ain. Regarding their disruption in the dining hall, the teacher said coldly, "We'll see. One of you is the captain of the Central Region, and the other is the freshman representative. Arguing on your first day at Lumerns. Perhaps you're ready for what's to come." The professor's voice held a dangerous edge, making both hotshots swallow nervously. Time passed quickly, cut to the night's discovery class. At this point, students interested in the subject had been waiting for a while. However, Professor Ain said nothing and didn't address anything at all. This prompted a brown-haired student in the class to raise his hand and ask, "Excuse me, Professor, but class is about to start." Beside him, the swordswoman Celia also wondered why Leo hadn't arrived. At that moment, as if answering their question, Leo and Duran crawled into the classroom looking as if they'd just run 10 laps around the school, their bodies drenched in sweat. Celia hurried over to check on him. "Leo, what's wrong? Did you get into a fight?" For that question, Leo offered little explanation. He only glanced at Duran with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Next, after waiting for everyone to arrive, the young professor officially began the class. "All right, everyone is here, let's start. Welcome, freshmen. My name is A. Inalandiu, and I am in charge of the first-year Knights course." At the front, the blonde still seemed bitter about the incident with Leo, so while listening to the lecture, he kept glancing at him with lightning-like looks, and Carr sensed something interesting was about to happen in this class. Oh, have they started a large-scale psychological battle already? He paid no mind to the classroom politics and continued explaining the lesson, the 3 powers from mana, magical energy, spiritual energy, and aura. Among them, aura is the hardest to control. Does anyone know why? From the back, the swordswoman Celia promptly answered, "Because aura reduces the flexibility of mana during conversion." Hearing that, Professor Ain gave her a look of praise and nodded, "Correct. While magical energy and spiritual energy use mana in its native state, aura absorbs mana and processes it to suit the body. Now, can anyone explain how we use accumulated aura within the body?" As he spoke, a radiant glow began to emanate from his body. Even Celia wasn't entirely clear on the question, "Doesn't it just require a bit of force to work?" she thought to herself. Finally, seeing no one else step up, Leo answered for the group, "Because we use aura power by burning mana." Seeing this, Professor Ain showed a hint of surprise and nodded. "Right, so do you know what the most important thing is when burning mana?" "Endurance," Leo explained again, turning toward Ain. As Leo kept answering his questions, the professor's expression gradually changed. "Impressive, Leo Plove, have you studied aura before?" "No," Leo shook his head, which raised the professor's estimate of him even more. That someone who had not been properly taught aura could grasp its essence, he thought. and he smiled slightly before continuing. Then let's set theory aside, why don't we try moving the body a bit, he said, and began concentrating energy into his souls. Then, to the astonishment of all the students, the professor's foot rose onto the air as if stepping on solid ground. This was the aura step. The basic principle is to concentrate the power of aura into your feet. And its potential applications are limitless. Time quickly passed, and the students began grouping together to practice this wondrous skill. However, it was not an easy skill, so most people couldn't truly master it. Except for the swordswoman Celia, who, with her genius reputation, learned the skill relatively quickly and boasted to the protagonist, I'll show you how if you call me sister." At the front, Leo, feeling the kindergarten-level explanation, was reluctant to learn from Celia. "No need, the operation of aura isn't that different," he said casually. Speaking of Professor A.N., earlier he had noticed Duran's gaze fixed intently in one direction. He then smiled as if he'd thought of something interesting. He clapped to draw everyone's attention. "Attention, as you know, there was a bit of disorder this morning." Hearing this, the mage Chelsea, unclear on the situation, curiously asked, "What are you talking about, Professor?" Turning back to Professor A.N., he called Leo and Duran to stand before him. He turned to question the blonde. "Duran Moira, what made you so angry?" "I'm not angry," the boy replied, though he didn't dare meet the professor's gaze. Seeing that, A.N. didn't really need to ask to guess the reason, so he created an opportunity for the two to compete. Take it out to the field. The captain of the Central Region, Duran Moira, and the freshman representative, Leo Plove, will race one-on-one to decide who will be the class representative. In this match, you may use aura without any restrictions. Then Carr the merchant quickly brought out a sign to tempt everyone. "Come on, place your bets." The prodigy of the Moira clan and descendant of heroes, Duran Moira, master of the lightning aura and the dark horse from the outskirts, and the mysterious one who subdued the captains of every region and became the freshman representative, Leo Plove. In another corner, students watched them and whispered, he's the freshman representative. He should show something, right? From what I saw when he talked to Celia Zerdinger, he didn't even seem able to use the aura step. Right? And did you hear what he did yesterday? I can't stand this guy. Becoming Central Region captain isn't something anyone can do. Meanwhile, this freshman rep hasn't proven anything." Doubts began to rise. Ignoring those remarks, Professor A.N., seeing both in ready positions, spoke. "All right, whoever reaches the finish line first wins. Whoever wins, you must accept the result graciously. That is the knightly spirit. Prepare to your positions." As for the swordswoman Celia, though her reason told her Leo couldn't win, some inexplicable instinct nudged her otherwise. To be honest, Leo probably can't win. But that guy, he always knows how to exceed others' expectations. "Go," Ian shouted, and immediately both Leo and Duran launched forward at full speed. Next, unsurprisingly, with Duran using the aura field advantage, he shot ahead. "I'll go first, newbie." He taunted, then launched forward like a missile. Looking at his speed, everyone couldn't help but exclaim a few words. "Wow," just as expected from Duran, "so cool." As for the first-year representative, they turned to look at Leo and shook their heads softly, unable to believe it. He's really bad. As predicted, that guy as the representative is a fraud, unforgivable. Nearby, the mage Chelsea, seeing no one respected Leo, shouted loudly to cheer him on. "Go Leo." Back on the track, with his lightning speed, this half-god Duran had already covered half the distance. Seeing the current results, Carr couldn't help but worry for his new friend. Duran had already run half the course. As for Leo, of course, he noticed this too. So when he reached the curve, for some reason Leo suddenly braked sharply. Then he pushed power into the soles of his feet and charged straight off the track surface. Celia's eyes filled with bewilderment, not knowing what had made Leo go mad. From their perspective, the protagonist then repeatedly leapt and sped up toward the observation platform. Then he paused for a beat, watching Duran's figure running ahead. He focused all his strength into his legs and executed a burst of acceleration. His jump was so powerful that the floor cracked into countless pieces. His body shot forward even faster than a rocket. As he sped past Duran, he didn't forget to mock him. "I'll go first, you slowpoke." Just like that, before Duran could understand what happened, Leo had already crossed the finish line. Not only that blonde guy, the students who had mocked Leo earlier were also dumbfounded, mouths agape. "Did you see that? This is no joke." Duran, supposed to be the fastest among the year students, unexpectedly lost to him. They were sure he had never learned the aura step technique. The group exchanged bewildered looks as Leo's sudden acceleration stunned them. As for the swordswoman Celia, unlike the others, she recognized the technique Leo had just used. It wasn't the aura step, it was the phoenix step. In a corner, the forgetful duo Chelsea and Carr didn't overthink it. They were simply happy for Leo's victory. Professor A.N. with his experience was the one who saw the most. Duran used his signature lightning aura to boost his speed. I expected that, but the velocity was astonishing. Meanwhile, although Leo Plove was slower, he had better control. He concentrated all his fire aura into his legs to create a formidable aura step. That's an excellent application for this generation. Perhaps a true hero will finally emerge, he said with an expectant smile. After winning, Leo went to greet his opponent. Great race, Duran. If it had been a long race, the result might have been different, he said, offering his hand. Unfortunately, Duran was too arrogant to show a pleasant expression to Leo. Get lost, loser, he snapped, brushing Leo's hand aside. Ignoring Duran's unpleasant words, the mage Chelsea ran up to Leo with admiration in her eyes. Leo, you're amazing. I want to train with you too. Seeing her look, Carr, unaware of how attractive he actually was, turned to Celia and asked, why is she infatuated with him and not me? She should pay attention to me too, of course. Celia looked at him as if he were an idiot. Anyway, class is over, let's go to the cafe. It's my treat today, Carr cheerfully suggested. It seemed he'd won a little from the earlier bet. But Leo politely declined the offer. Sorry, you all go ahead. Where are you going? Carr asked curiously. I'm going to attend a summoning lecture, the protagonist replied frankly. Hearing that, the orange-haired friend was baffled. Why would a night school student attend a summoning class? Celia could only sigh in exasperation. I don't understand what he's thinking either. Back with Leo, as he walked to the summoning class, he was lost in thought. One thing he still couldn't understand was why the Fairy King had given him an oath as a reward. A reward from the hero's world, tied to the power of that world's master. The reward I received is related to summoning, but Master Albi is a pure mage with nothing to do with summoning. Normally, I'd get a magic-related skill. Moreover, to form a pact with a fairy spirit, I'd have to go to the spirit's land. Right now, that would be useless. Leo muttered to himself before being roused by a girl's voice. So you came to the summoning lecture too? Hearing that, he turned and saw it was the captain of the East calling him. Chenzia 17, seeing Leo notice her, nodded in greeting. Nice to meet you, Leo. Leo smiled in return. Nice to meet you too, Chenzia. Just call me Zia, she waved off, then asked why Leo was here. I assumed Leo was a night school student, so I didn't expect you'd be into summoning. I'm interested in spiritual studies, Leo explained to gloss over it. Then we'll see each other often. Chenzia said softly. Leo then asked if she could tell which spirit she had pacted with. She didn't hide it and immediately summoned her spirit for him to see. It appeared to be a water element spirit. Then Chenzia requested, you show me your spirit too. I haven't formed a pact yet, the protagonist explained, which surprised Chenzia a little. Really, if you need help later, call me, I'll give you some summoning advice. All right, I'll ask you for help. By the way, how old are you? Leo asked curiously. I'm 17, Leo, you're 15, right? I saw you talking with Celia. Hearing her age, Leo thought to himself, 17. She really looks much younger. She even looks younger than Chelsea. Thinking that, he noticed Chenzia staring at him with a suspicious look. Then, as if a woman's intuition kicked in, Chenzia asked suspiciously, did you just think something rude? No, Leo replied, glancing off to another direction. Putting that aside, she smiled lightly and said, anyway, Leo, I'm really impressed by your match with Duran. One day, please accept my challenge. Our protagonist never backs down from a challenge, so he smiled and accepted. Of course. Cut to the summoning class. Upon arrival, Leo was a bit surprised by how small the class was. Only this many people. From behind, Chenzia answered awkwardly. It makes sense, summoning isn't a popular choice and this is an exploratory course. Still, it was surprising to have the class held out here, Leo remarked at the lesson taking place on the meadow. Then a large shadow appeared above them, causing the group to panic. A black dragon, where did it come from? Get away, a terrified student shouted when the dragon stared at him. As they cowered, a woman's voice called out to explain, it does that because it likes you, kid. Very pleased to meet you first-year students. My name is Yura Marin. I'm the summoning instructor who will guide you this academic year. Around them, the male students' hearts pounded at her beautiful face and vibrant figure. I want to be the teacher's familiar, they all wished. Not to mention those guys, even Leo had to admit her beauty. If Duino were here, he'd go crazy. Leo muttered, thinking of his friend's womanizing ways in his past life. Turning back to Professor Yura, after waiting for the group to settle, she began the lesson. All right, recruits, your presence here shows you have some talent for summoning, right? Yes, the group shouted in unison, much to her delight. Good, clear, and loud. We'll move on to the practical area now. She then reminded her assistant, Carlo. Carlo, a white-haired, bespectacled man, had brought a griffin to assist. He was the teaching assistant for the first-year summoning class. Seeing the transport ready, Yura continued, "You will go in pairs, now mount the griffins." Hearing this, one student hesitantly spoke up, "Professor, this is our first time riding a griffin," his eyes pleading for help. Unfortunately, his request was flatly rejected. All he got was an angry glare from Yura. "Are you saying you don't want to learn from me? If you think you can't do it, then go back." Saying that, she quickly climbed onto her black dragon's back and flew off immediately. She left the students below still dumbfounded and confused. At last, the assistant Carlo stepped forward to calm them. "Come on, everyone, follow the professor." Mounting the griffins turned out to be easier than the students had expected. Chenzia proactively paired with Leo. "Leo, can I hold the griffin's reins?" Though surprised, he agreed. "Hold them as long as you like." After getting acquainted, the group quickly chased after the professor. Only when the cool sea breeze hit their faces did they realize how wonderful it was to have mounts. "Riding griffins, this is Lumern class," someone said. "Hey, swap with me, I want to try flying too." The sounds of people jostling rose up. Chenzia was excited but admitted, "I'm a bit worried, but it's calmer than I expected." Leo, behind her, reminded her, "Be careful, griffins are hard to control for beginners." Hearing that, Chenzia couldn't hide her curiosity. "Really? But it's so tame." "That's because," Leo began to explain. Before he could finish, Professor Yura up ahead produced a whistle and blew into it. The sound was so loud it made everyone uncomfortable. At that sound, the Glyxon's behavior abruptly changed 180 degrees, becoming aggressive and harder to control than ever. "Not good, they're not listening. Why did this happen? Professor, save us." The group panicked and cried for help. But Yura had no intention of budging. Instead, she demanded that the clueless students handle their own problem quickly. "You call yourselves Lumern Academy students and don't know how to control a griffin? Manage them yourselves." Back to the pair Leo and Chenzia. The Mount's sudden rebellion left the black-haired girl flustered. Seeing this, Leo gently wrapped his arm around her waist, took her hand and guided her slowly. "Griffins have a high pride. If you use force to suppress them, they'll only rebel more." "Leo, what are you doing?" Chenzia said, her face reddening. Leo paid no mind. Instead, he gently took the reins and slowly brought the griffin back under control. "Come on." At his words, the griffin immediately calmed and surged forward. His speed in taming the Mount even drew praise from Yura. "There, not bad at all." She then turned to her assistant. "Carlo, is the first-year representative a candidate for the engineering track?" Carlo quickly checked his records and nodded. "Yes." "So does he have his own griffin at home? How is he so good at riding?" she asked. Carlo shook his head. "No, he doesn't come from any noble family with griffins." Turning back to Yura, she felt like she'd just hit the lottery. "Pure talent, looks like we've found a gem," she said, stroking her chin with delight. Cut to the summoning island. This is the summoning department's practice area. Most students lay sprawled on the sand, seasick after trying to control the griffins to reach this spot. While they were still dizzy, Leo took the chance to wander around and see if anything interesting was nearby. He spotted some kind of fruit nearby and reached out to pick it. What caught his attention was a feather stuck to the fruit. "A feather?" Leo murmured. Noticing his odd expression, Chenzia asked, "What's up, Leo?" "Oh, it's nothing," Leo said, shaking his head. Elsewhere, Yura didn't wait for her students to rest. She shouted, "Stop dawdling and pay attention. From now on, you'll take a practical test." The group gasped and complained, "What, a practical test on the first day?" "But this is just the trial period, why test us?" the split-haired student asked, prompting Yura to enlighten them. "Compared to the other tracks, our path is much longer. Does anyone here not know that? For summoners, simply knowing how to control mana isn't enough. To contract with a spirit, you need harmony with the spirit. And to command summoned creatures, you need taming ability. That's why there are fewer heroes in the summoning department than in other departments. However, summoners who reach the pinnacle achieve more marvels than other heroes. Aren't you here to become that kind of hero?" In response, a white-haired girl stepped forward. "Yes, what is the test?" She was Eliza Hergen from the renowned northern summoner hero family, the Hergens. Professor Yura glanced at her and explained, "This island is called Summoning Island. As the name implies, it's teeming with summoned creatures. Since summoning is a summoner's weapon, the test will assess your tamming ability. The task is simple. Tame a summoned creature in this forest and bring it back. After tamming and signing the contract, the creature will belong to you," she said with a smile. The students went crazy at the chance to get a pet on the island. "Wow, this is Lumern Academy," they shouted, then rushed into the forest to find the perfect pet. As Leo prepared to move off to find a suitable summoned creature, Eliza suddenly called to him, "So you're the first-year representative. Rumor has it you defeated Duran. What can we expect from you in the summoning class?" "I'm just doing my best," the protagonist replied coldly, then hurried forward, behind him. Eliza stared at his retreating back, knitting her brows as if slightly annoyed. Meanwhile, Professor Yura surveyed the scene and smiled inwardly. These people looked like they'd become key figures of the first year. Time passed quickly, some students began to bond with and tame their summons, while Leo still wandered without a suitable target. "Tamed already? Oh, that's the first-year rep, but he's gone deep into the woods," someone said. Another shrugged. "Whatever. If he fails the tamming and scores 0, he'll be back in the knight's track. Does he think summoning is that easy?" Ignoring the chatter, Leo pressed deeper into the forest until he was sure no one was around. Only then did he take out the feather he'd picked up when he first arrived on the island. He began to use his fire aura to burn it. "Ha ha, just as I thought this is." Leo chuckled, but before the smile lasted a second, a loud explosion sounded behind him. In another development at a campsite, Mrs. Riene worried about her son. "Will Leo be okay?" she murmured. Someone brought a plate over and shook their head. "It's just the first days of school, Riene. Are you already that worried?" "Well, nothing's likely to happen, right?" Riene nodded and accepted a cup of water from the other person. But she couldn't know her son was indeed in huge trouble. "This intense heat, one of the 3 great summons the Phoenix," Leo said, dazed. Ahead of Leo, a voice began to speak. "Just the child of Zerdinger, huh? I smell Riene's flame." Leo looked up, curious. "You know my mother," the speaker's tone softened. "Your mother, then I guessed right." "Yes, if she has a child, he'd be about your age. Do I know your mother? Of course I do." "I owe Riene a great debt," said the voice's owner, a phoenix bathing in flames. Her name was Farina, one of the 3 legendary spirit beasts. She looked at Leo with fondness and introduced herself. "My name is Farina, Riene's son." Opposite, Leo greeted her. "Hello, Phoenix Farina." "My name is Leo Plove. What is your relation to my mother? You said you owe her." At the question, Farina's eyes took on a reminiscent look as she slowly recounted. "Riene saved my summoner, Ellen Lunda. At that time, Ellen was exploring a dungeon in Saren. She had lost all her companions and was in grave danger. Then your mother arrived and saved her, and in the process, Riene lost her blazing aura. Without that incident, Riene would certainly have achieved the rank of hero." Back in Leo's perspective, he felt some sorrow for his mother upon hearing this. But he added, "My mother said she doesn't regret what she did that day." "Indeed, she is that kind of knight," Farina smiled in agreement. Then Leo asked why Farina was on the island. The Phoenix refused to reveal the reason, saying she couldn't tell him, and shifted the conversation back to Leo. "But you're not a knight, are you? What are you doing on this island?" Leo said he was studying in the summoning class, which left Farina astonished at his notion. She snorted with laughter. "Haha, fascinating, this is fate, Leo Plove. At last I can repay the debt I owe your mother." She reached out. "Take this, Leo. This is my child. One day when you become a great summoner, I hope you'll form a contract with them. It's a pity for the summoner who was meant to receive it." With that, she handed Leo an egg glowing with a brilliant golden light. Leo asked, "Can I do it right now?" Farina's face went blank for a moment. Then she hurriedly cautioned Leo, "It's still too early, you could die, stop." "Oh no, it's too late. Your fearless readiness to challenge the impossible reminds me of Riene. I wish you luck." Back with Leo, his consciousness was drawn into a dark space, where a small flame emitted a warm light before him. Leo reached out and gently touched the flame. The moment he touched it, the flame flared violently, engulfing his body in a vortex of fire. The heat was unbearable. This is the Phoenix fire. To create a powerful flame by burning the body, we must endure this pain every day. A creature that lives by continually regenerating its charred flesh. I understand your pain and share it with you, Leo whispered. Then, as if sensing his thought, the flame gradually weakened and became much gentler. At the same time outside, hairline cracks began to appear across the eggshell. It slipped from Leo's hand and hovered in the air, while all the surrounding flames were drawn into the egg. Did you succeed? Farina asked. I did, Leo replied with a bright smile, making Farina glad for him. You are a genius, Leo Plove. You will become the greatest summoner in the world. Congratulations on forming the contract. The child's name is Fiora. I entrust my child to you, Farina said with a smile. Maternal affection moves people to tears. Her newborn barely felt its mother's warmth for 3 seconds before being given away. Leo eyed the phoenix's form skeptically. Is this really a phoenix? It looks like a chick. He thought to himself, and the little bird peeped twice innocently and looked at him with curious eyes, confirming Leo's impression that it truly was a chick. Cut to Professor Yura. The students had found suitable hosts and returned to report to her. After scanning the students, the professor asked her assistant Carlo, "What time is it?" He immediately replied, 5 minutes left. Only 4 students remain, she had just said when heavy footsteps approached from afar, drawing her attention. The runner was a gigantic black bear. It was Chen Zia's summoned creature. Professor, I'm not done yet, she said, disheveled. It seemed taming the bear had been a hard struggle. Still, the result was impressive. Even Professor Yura praised her. You tamed a young water bear as a squire, impressive. At the same time, Burly Walden was clinging to the legs of a giant bird as it landed, a shadow crow. That's a spirit beast even famed summoning families struggle to tame, Yura praised. But I haven't formed a contract yet, Walden clarified. That's already good, more than good, the professor waved her hand. Next, Eliza returned to the gathering riding atop a massive white serpent, drawing gasps from those around her. I've already formed the contract because my family doesn't have one of these, the girl said calmly. Yura recognized the summon and praised it. A Gorgon serpent, wonderful. Beside her, assistant Carlo reminded, Professor, time's up, just as the last student is arriving. At those words, everyone turned and saw Leo strolling out from the woods. What was more remarkable was the little chick perched on his head, judging by its appearance. The students couldn't help but snicker. Haha, what is that? He tamed a chicken. What an idiot. He must have given up when he realized he couldn't summon. Unlike the students' thinking, Professor Yura's eyes widened the moment she sensed the aura radiating from the little bird. Damn it, hell, that's a phoenix. Time passed quickly. Cut to Professor Yura's office. She had summoned Leo for a private meeting outside the door. Leo straightened his clothes and then knocked lightly on the door. Inside, Yura, aware he had arrived, called out, "Come in, I've been looking for you." Leo asked curiously, "Yes, sit down." You know, to be honest, this is the first time I've ever seen a phoenix. Actually, I didn't even know there were phoenixes on the summoning island. And a freshman forming a contract with a phoenix, that's unprecedented in the Academy's history. I know who you really are, Leo, she said, looking him squarely in the eyes with seriousness. Across from her, Leo couldn't help swallowing hard, worried his identity might be exposed. Although he hadn't done anything wrong, a hero reincarnated after 5,000 years would surely attract attention. But Leo had worried unnecessarily. Yura immediately embraced him and praised him lavishly. You're a summoning genius, a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. I want to praise what you've achieved, but I think your contract with the Phoenix must remain secret. If revealed now, things would become unnecessarily chaotic. On the day the trial classes conclude, be sure to choose summoning as your major. You have the talent to become a summoner hero remembered through the ages, she said, gently patting Leo's shoulder with confidence. Time flew to the next day. At that moment, the ice attribute mage Chloe was yawning down the hallway. She was spotted by Leo and Car. Your mouth's about to rip, Chloe, haha. You look tired, they said. Chloe turned and explained she had stayed up late studying magical texts. At the same time, Leo remembered her student ID and asked, You're Chloe Mueller, right? Here, Leo said, handing her the card back. Looking at it, Chloe remembered they'd met before. Oh, so it's you, thanks, freshman representative. Saying that, the three of them happily headed into the classroom. Today was the trial magic class. Hey Leo, looks like you'll join the magic class too, Car asked curiously. Since we're still in the trial phase, I want to attend as many classes as possible, Leo replied calmly, which made Car envious of his studiousness. That's great, I'm only interested in magic, so I'll just take the magic classes. At that, Car lowered his voice and whispered into the protagonist's ear. The icy woman is aiming for the top of the magic department. Her name is Chloe Mueller, he added, glancing toward the ice girl and realizing she was looking back at him. Feeling that, Carr sensed a chill run down his spine and hurriedly slipped away from his spot. It's so cold here, isn't it? I think I should move to the back, he said cheerfully as he turned around. But before he could leave, a sharp pillar of ice shot up from the ground and blocked his path. Naturally, Chloe was the one who'd done it. Carr, follow me to the front row. You seem interested in the class, so I'll help you. Saying that, she grabbed Carr by the collar and pulled him along like a little dog, leaving him to whimper silently. Leo watched it unfold and found it somewhat amusing. At the same time, the mage siblings Abad and Chelsea behind them greeted Leo. A few minutes later, the course instructor entered through the door. His appearance excited the female students nonstop. "Oh my, he's so handsome," they whispered. Ignoring their comments, the handsome teacher spoke loudly, "I will teach you magic this year. My name is Len Hors." He paused, tapped a stack of test papers beside him, and reminded them, "Before starting today's trial class, you'll take a theoretical magic test." Then the handsome teacher snapped his fingers. All the test papers flew toward everyone automatically, and having to take a test before learning anything made the students' minds go blank. "What is this, testing on the first day of the trial class?" someone shouted. To those exclamations, Len affirmed again, "That's right, if you don't meet a certain standard, you cannot join my class. If you're Lumern students, this level is the norm. When you're done, submit your test to my assistant, Anna." On the side, Anna, the first-year magic department assistant, waved and called out, "Hand your tests to me, everyone." Back to Leo, looking at the questions on the test, he felt heavy and trembled. This was the first time in the story he'd shown such an expression. Is this really the current trend in magic? Why are the formulas so complex? He groused inwardly. Time flew by as everyone continued to focus on their tests. After finishing, they realized the test wasn't as hard as they'd thought. "This is easier than I expected, but what's the answer to the last question? I solved everything except that one," a group excitedly discussed. Meanwhile, Leo felt like his head was about to smoke from overthinking. He'd only solved one question. "I should have studied current magic before coming," he thought, trembling, and handed his pitiful test back to the teaching assistant. "Man, I should study magic on my own," Leo complained inwardly and quickly left the class. With his knowledge of ancient magic, attending would only make him look bad. Back with the handsome Professor Len. As soon as he collected the tests, he began grading them on the spot. Over the past 100 years, magic seems to have advanced greatly. Where it once demanded perfect understanding, now it's enough to memorize activation conditions to use it. However, this development has lowered the general skill level of mages. As he spoke, a burst of light shot up from the palm of Len's hand into the air. Next, the scene inside the classroom shifted, becoming a vast, mystical cosmic expanse. Seeing the spectacle before them, the students in the class gaped in astonishment. Not wanting to leave them in suspense, Len explained, "This is the essence of magic that I created. I forged it from end to beginning. I want you to become people capable of researching and creating your own magic. That is why I gave you this test. 49 questions, 1 point each for simple memorization, and the final question worth 51 points analyzing the true nature of magic. I hope everyone here can become mages capable of solving it." As for Chloe, looking at her test paper, her face showed embarrassment. Not surprising that it was the only question she couldn't solve. "Has Leo given up? I wanted to take the magic class with him. What a pity," Chelsea thought regretfully. At that moment, the teaching assistant Anna, as if she'd noticed something, hurried over to Len and whispered in his ear. "Professor, a student solved question 50, she said. At this, the handsome man's eyes widened in surprise. Then he burst into delighted laughter. "Ha ha ha, who is it? For the first time in history, one of you scored full marks. Please stand up, who is it?" Len's face flushed with excitement, but Anna quickly interjected, "That student didn't get a perfect score, Professor." Hearing this, Len remained enthusiastic and considered it natural. Really? It seems a few questions were left blank because too much time was spent on the last one, somewhat regrettable but still impressive. Come forward then. "He only solved the final question," Anna murmured, which immediately wiped the smile from Len's face. "What's his name?" he asked. "That student Leo Plove," Anna answered. "Then student Leo Plove, please stand up." Len scanned the room, but Leo had slipped away the moment he submitted his test. Finally, Chelsea spoke up to explain. "Student Leo left after finishing the test, Professor." Cut to Leo. He was happily eating ice cream with Celia, recounting the magic test to her, which made the swordswoman burst out laughing. "Haha, so you left after only solving one question. First a chick in summoning class and only one answer in magic class. Leo, don't you realize you're doing something wrong? If you're a knight major student, you should focus on swordsmanship instead. Hearing this, Leo, slightly annoyed, asked back, so do you want to train endurance with me? Ah, that's a bit. Celia's voice faltered at Leo's proposal, but their conversation was interrupted by Professor Len. So you're a knight major student. Are you Leo Plove who disrespected my class? Why did you leave after only solving one question? Were they so easy you thought they weren't worth answering? He said, his eyes wide with anger. Opposite him, Leo didn't want to offend the professor and immediately explained, Professor, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I thought I failed the test. All the questions except the final one were too difficult, so I couldn't solve any of them. I taught myself magic by reading ancient grimoires, so I'm not confident with any modern questions. Listening, Professor Len's expression changed. Then, instead of being angry at Leo, he scooped him up like a kitten. With an excited face, he said, Come with me for a moment. Saying that, the professor cheerfully dragged Leo away like a toy, leaving him powerless to resist. Over here, the swordswoman Celia looked on, dumbfounded and unable to make sense of what was happening. Is that the Lumern Academy's theoretical magic professor? He's rather odd, she whispered, eyes full of confusion. At that moment, Assistant Professor Anna came running up, face full of exhaustion. Celia, have you seen Professor Len, or is something strange going on? She panted, out of breath from chasing after the professor. Hearing this, Celia recounted everything she had witnessed. He just left, then suddenly grabbed Leo and dragged him away. On hearing that, Anna's face went pale and she hurried after them. Oh gods, what is that madman planning this time? She cried inwardly. Back with Professor Len. He had taken Leo to some meeting room, written a series of questions on the board, and ordered, solve these, student Leo. Although the protagonist was a bit puzzled, he quickly began to work. For Len, this was a test to assess Leo's talent. If he hadn't solved the final question purely by luck, then he must have an internal magic system in his head. Now show me, I'll understand the true nature of. Before he could finish thinking, Leo stopped his movements and said, I've already solved them all. At this, sweat poured down the handsome professor's forehead. You solved all these in your head? He asked. Yeah, something like that, Leo shrugged in reply. Len's desire grew so intense it made his mouth water. Finally, he whispered to himself. Meanwhile, Professor Albi, walking down the corridor, suddenly noticed Professor Len running straight toward him. Len's face looked as if he'd just won the lottery. Seeing his colleague's expression, Albi inexplicably felt uneasy and began to turn away. But Len wouldn't let him go. 1 second later, Len lunged forward, grabbed Albi by the ankles and said with grateful eyes, Thank you, Professor Albi, thank you so much. In response, Albi immediately used his magic to levitate Len into the air and warned, This isn't the first time I've seen you act rashly, but today you've gone too far. Len, still giddy, excitedly declared, He's a genius of magic, Leo Plove, the freshman representative you recommended. He's truly a prodigy. Hearing that, Albi began to feel bewildered. Magic, isn't he a knight? No, Leo must become a mage at all costs. I won't let his talent be wasted swinging metal. Sending him to the knights would be an insult to the magical arts, Len shouted angrily. At the same time, Assistant Anna arrived on the scene. Seeing this, Albi cancelled his levitation, causing Len to fall toward the ground. Fortunately, Anna had predicted this and accelerated at the last moment to catch her superior in time. Thanks, Anna, Len said, his face blossoming. We really must get back to class, the assistant hissed, veins bulging with anger. She told herself she would kill this madman one day. At that moment, Leo strolled up from behind. Hearing his footsteps, Professor Albi turned, nodded, and made Leo a little flustered. Mages never change with time, they're all crazy, he muttered. And so time quickly passed. A week later, the trial classes had ended, and our protagonist was lying on the rooftop of some building, intently reading the book in his hands. The book's title read, Kyle the Beginning Hero, Is He Really a Cheater? Closing the book in his hands, Leo sighed heavily. He couldn't find any useful information after finishing it. In another scene, inside Headmaster Kalyan's office, he was still engrossed in his work. Suddenly, the 3 homeroom teachers of the magic, night, and summoning classes burst in together, each holding a petition and showing it to him. Please take a look at this. According to the paper, Leo registered for all 3 majors. This had never happened at the academy before, and the homeroom teachers all wanted to pull Leo into their classes so he would focus on a single major. Even after entering the headmaster's office, the 3 continued bickering, which made Kalyan chuckle. Haha, alright, let's see, this reminds me of that fictional hero. The fifth great hero, also called the beginning hero. Kyle, the only one in history proficient in all classes. Cut to the running track where the two girls, Celia and Chelsea, were slogging along on a run. Meanwhile, their friend Carr, lazing about, laughed and said, "God, why are they training on the weekend?" Leo explained in response, "Chelsea asked me to coach her." Carr then asked, "But why are they only running? Where are their weapons?" Before Leo could answer, Abad and Chelsea, tired, stepped forward to speak for him. "Endurance, stamina is crucial for a battle mage. That's why we're running. Now move aside, Carr." Chelsea waved Carr off like a fly so she could sit beside Leo. Just being able to sit next to the protagonist changed her expression 180 degrees, a stark contrast to her annoyance with Carr. "It's great to run on the weekend. I missed this feeling. I want to run with you too, Leo." "Really?" Leo asked curiously. Celia, overhearing this, spat the water from her mouth all over, making Chelsea glare at her in disgust. "Gross, what's wrong with you?" Turning to Leo, who understood why Celia reacted that way, he said, "I was going to run with you anyway, do it properly." "I said I wouldn't run with you," Celia shouted. Nearby Carr, seeing their reactions, curiously asked, "What's going on between you two? Why are you so close? I thought you were dating." Carr pointed at Leo and explained to the orange-haired friend, "Oh my, he's my relative, the son of my aunt, my father's sister." Hearing this, the two in front couldn't hide their surprise and widened their eyes. "He's from the Zerdinger family." "Not exactly, it's complicated, but never mind," Celia waved off, unwilling to explain, and perhaps she didn't fully understand it herself. As for Leo, after letting the two girls rest a bit, he stood and suggested, "All right, let's get serious now." Chelsea perked up at that. "Okay, let's go." Nearby, the alchemist Carr, not wanting to be a nuisance while they trained, said he would go explore the city of Rumeria. Celia looked at him pleadingly. "Then take me with you." Before she finished, Leo dragged her off like a chicken. Seeing her pitiful state, Carr didn't know what to say. "Why don't I have any proper nobles in my life?" he wondered inwardly. Time quickly passed until class assignment day at class 1-5. As soon as the protagonist entered, Carr waved him over. "Leo, over here." Our protagonist approached and asked, "Do you already know you're in class 5? "There's nothing I don't know," Carr boasted confidently. Then Leo glanced at the mage Chelsea dozing at the desk and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, Chelsea's here too." Seeing her exhausted state, Carr looked at Leo skeptically. "What did you do to her this weekend?" "Just basic training," Leo shrugged. Chelsea, hearing this, vowed to herself never to join that kind of training again. At the same time, for some reason, a few mocking voices from upperclassmen rose behind Leo. "Oh wow, this is class 5, the class of suffering. I wonder how many of you will remain after the first semester. Poor freshmen, condolences, hee hee." They said condolences without a trace of sorrow on their faces. However, they shouldn't have said that because their homeroom teacher then approached. "Poor, I think you two look far more pitiable." The owner of the voice was a teacher with a face that looked homeless. "Do you agree?" he asked. His name was Herod Edmund, homeroom teacher for Year 1 at Lumern Academy, nicknamed the Weeping Wall. At that moment he muttered one word, "Chair." Immediately, two students opposite him braced their bodies and formed makeshift chairs. The homeroom teacher sat on them and sneered at the students in front. "Hello, you useless scum. This class is for failures, the lowest scoring freshmen. I'm sure you've all heard rumors about me." The Weeping Wall, "Does anyone here know why I was chosen to be homeroom teacher for this class?" Hearing that, the talkative youth Carr nervously raised his hand. "Yes, was it to help us improve our grades?" Herod turned to him with contempt. "Carr Thomas, a textbook answer from the bottom dweller. Does no one in this pathetic class understand the duty of a Lumern Academy student?" On hearing this, the mage Chelsea raised her hand and voiced her opinion. "To conquer the heroic world through practical missions." Pleased, Herod nodded. "Yes, exactly. But all I see are those who will die as soon as they enter the heroic world. It's better to expel pathetic creatures who only hold back teammates and die prematurely. That's why I decided to take charge of Class 5. And why I'm called the Weeping Walls." Saying that, he observed Leo's extremely calm expression and thought to himself, "That one will probably survive." Then, to teach these factory farm chicks the cruelty of society, Herod ordered them to change into gym clothes and go to the training ground, for it's time for combat class. Time passed quickly. Cut to the training ground, everyone soon finished changing and was present. Herod relaxed to one side, looking as if on vacation. "Let's begin this class, the place to repair the rotten minds you've developed since entering Lumern Academy. What do you think will save you in the real world, where lives are taken and lost easily?" Answering, a pink-haired girl stammered, "Isn't it that teammates protect you?" Her name was Nella Carvin, majoring in night special note, aura with healing attribute. To her answer, Harrod shook his head. "No, it's your own ability. Only when you hone your skills so they shine through danger can you begin to help your teammates. But are you confident in your ability to protect them?" In another corner, a hand enthusiastically shot up. "I am confident, Professor." Hearing that, the homeless-looking teacher exclaimed, "Oh, then let's test your ability as a battle night mage, create a fireball." Ileana, hearing the request, confidently formed a fireball in her palm. However, Herod looked slightly disappointed and mocked, "Is that all? With that fireball, I doubt you could even kill an ant." Opposite him, of course, Ileana was not so simple. "What if you pour more mana into it like this?" Saying that, she increased the mana in the fireball and stretched it sideways, and to everyone's amazement it split into two enormous fireballs, radiating a terrifying heat that made the nearby students quickly step back. The students murmured in admiration. Not only had it become two fireballs, but each doubled in size. Even Herod in front had to acknowledge, "Wow, that's impressive. Why don't you try hitting that little creature with your magnificent fireball?" With that, he used his magic to summon a tiny humanoid wind spirit. The little spirit then darted straight toward Ileana at lightning speed. For some reason, it lightly tapped the tip of the mage's nose and doubled over laughing. Although she didn't understand why the tiny creature was mocking her, Ileana the fire mage couldn't contain her anger. She immediately began swinging her two fireballs to attack, but they couldn't even reach the spirit's lapel. The spirit flew back to Herod and covered its mouth while laughing at Ileana. Herod, seeing her miss, continued to taunt, "What meaning is increasing the number to 2 if you can't even hit it? Have you finally realized what you're lacking? Effective skill use. You need to train your abilities and surpass your limits. Have you forgotten that? Our class won't end until you catch this wind spirit. Show me everything you've got, descendants of Lumern." Turning to Leo, though Herod's words were harsh, he fully agreed. Herod's tone was severe, but his points were correct. "Let me try then," he said, calmly stepping onto the field. Watching his back, Herod said with anticipation, "All right, Leoplov, let's see. Are you full of the same lies as that fictional hero Kyle, or are you truly the first to possess every attribute?" All the students lunged to surround the spirit, but no matter how hard they tried, it toyed with them like a plaything. Seeing this, Leo, who had been observing from the side, began to envelop his body in an aura. He then focused the aura into his souls and executed a burst, the powerful leap propelling him forward like a flash of lightning. Elsewhere, Chelsea and Carr were panting like oxen from constantly chasing the tiny creature. "Damn, he's so fast, how can we catch him?" Carr complained. At the same time, Leo used his air step skill to shoot up into the air. Then, while the spirit was still playing with the other students, Leo dove down from above like an arrow. However, despite being slightly off guard, the spirit's reaction speed was extraordinary. At the last moment, it nimbly flew aside and dodged. But that had been anticipated by Leo. He gave a faint smile. He began to concentrate his aura into a whip-like strand and directed it straight at the spirit. Just when it seemed Leo would easily complete the test, of course, the disruptor Durin, who had been lurking somewhere, suddenly appeared. He darted out at lightning speed and snatched away Leo's achievement in the blink of an eye. At the same time, another homeroom teacher came up behind him and clapped to draw everyone's attention. "It seems our Class 1 should teach you a few things." The white-haired, sly-faced man was Sejin, homeroom teacher of Class 1-1 at Lumern Academy. Special note, he ranked second in the graduation poll while Herod ranked first, so the two didn't seem to like each other much. Hearing Sejin's voice, Herod leisurely sipped his milk and replied, "Oh, is that so? Then will you teach in my stead?" In response, Sejin looked at him as if staring at a pile of trash. At the same time, Carr, seeing the cold, warlike atmosphere between them, excitedly said, "This is a clash of Lumern's two pillars. They've both worked at Lumern for over 20 years. From what I've heard, Professors Ayan, Yura, and Len were all students of these two." Hearing that from him, Nella turned in surprise and asked, "Wow, really? How do you know that?" Across from them, Carr's face flushed as he shared excitedly, "I'm always tuned into information, haha." Seeing this, the mage Chelsea nearly vomited. Back to Sejin, he laughed loudly, "Haha, Herod, I don't know what scheme you hatched by taking charge of the failed class. But I'll find out soon. I propose a match between Class 1 and Class 5. As for the event, it will be Lumern's historic ball sport Bastara." In front, Herod, after hearing the proposal, stood up enthusiastically to accept. "As expected, you truly are a genius, Sejin." Learning through real experience is best. Hearing this, Sejin inwardly grew a little anxious. Class 1 will probably win, he said hesitantly. Herod put on an expression of indifference. That's not important, continue teaching your class. Hearing that, Sejin could only grit his teeth. Even the students in the back felt pity for him. Why do I keep losing bets in the graduation poll? Sejin wondered. Professor Sejin looked pitiable for some reason, the students thought. Then Herod officially announced to his students, Class 5, I'll give you a chance to train your skills. You will have a Bastara match against Class 1. Furthermore, if you lose, all of you will be expelled, the teacher said with a face that was not joking at all. At first, everyone went dumbfounded upon hearing this. Then they immediately asked to make sure they hadn't misheard. Sir, are you serious? This is our first match and their class even has 3 captains. In reply, Herod seemed unconcerned about the disparity. Then all the more reason to work harder, surpass your limits. Besides, what is there to worry about? Since the year 1 representatives are here, choose 6 people to represent you in Bastara. He glanced at the protagonist, Leo. Immediately he began to realize the teacher's true purpose. This was clearly a test. But Professor Herod's attitude toward him wasn't out of dislike. Some students lost spirit after just 1 week at Lumern Academy, and it's not hard to see why. Perhaps Professor Herod wanted him to lift up the Class 5 students who had nearly given up. So there must be a way in this Bastara match to boost Class 5's morale, Leo told himself. Very quickly, both classes began selecting representatives, and sure enough, Class 1 chose captains who were the strongest. Looking at the opposing team's strength, the mage Chelsea began calculating how she would explain being expelled to her family. Seeing her panicked expression, Leo couldn't help but ask, "What, you're looking scared?" In response, the mage explained to Leo, "It seems you've never heard of Bastara, probably because you grew up in the outskirts. Bastara is a combat sport and a long-standing tradition at Lumern Academy." Hearing that, Leo grew curious and looked at her. "Isn't that just a ball game?" he asked innocently. At that point, Carr cut in to explain, "It's not just a simple ball game, it's an extremely dangerous ball sport." Back at the front, Celia saw Leo's group's panicked faces and covered her mouth, laughing with glee. "Hey Chelsea, why do you look so scared?" "Aha, have you already accepted your impending defeat?" Celia taunted, making Chelsea's eyes roll in anger. "Who's afraid of who? Do you think I'll lose to someone from the Zerdinger family?" she shouted angrily. To boost the group's morale, Leo put his arm around them and affirmed, "Don't worry, our class won't lose." Hearing that, Celia clicked her tongue and warned Leo, "Leo, you too, I'll show you the results of my special training course. This time I won't lose to you, Leo Plove." Meanwhile, Professor Sejin, after the verbal sparring, stepped forward and announced, "Contestants from each class, please enter the arena." Hearing that, Leo turned to his classmates and asked, "Who will go with me?" At his question, the group recoiled in fear. Luckily, not everyone in the class was cowardly, so the 2 mages Chelsea and Ileana immediately stepped up. "I must teach them a lesson," Chelsea said, cracking her knuckles, while Ileana wanted to show Herod her skill. "If losing means expulsion, I'll use my fury to win. I will show Professor Herod what I can do." Elsewhere, the mage Nella and a male classmate timidly stepped forward. Finally, the alchemy student Carr, who had been hiding way in the back, was also pulled out by Leo. "Carr, you know the last spot is yours, right?" "Why me?" Carr cried out. But Leo had already decided, so once everyone was assembled, he reported to the teacher, "Class 5 is ready, sir." Sejin nodded. "Good. Then the match begins now." Saying that, he tossed the ball he held up into the air. Everyone from both sides turned their eyes to the ball, and without any warning, both Leo and Durin launched at top speed to seize it, and in the end, Durin, channeling a thunderous aura, was a step faster and snatched the ball right before Leo's eyes. "All right, my class will go first," he said coldly. As Leo landed below, he quickly asked his blonde teammate, "Tide, quickly explain the rules to me." Tide knew there wasn't much time, so he summarized, "Oh, Bastara's rules are simpler than you think. You just channel energy into the ball and shoot it into the goal. You can't use your hands or feet. The first team to reach 11 points wins. By the way, this blonde is Tide Makoa from the summoning department." On the other side, Durin began focusing his aura to prepare an attack. Seeing that, someone in the crowd shouted, "Here it comes, get ready." As soon as the shout ended, Durin put force into his fist and struck the ball, deforming it, and sending it tearing forward at wind-dripping speed. Seeing that, Leo, who was blocking in front of the ball, was startled by its speed and leapt aside to dodge. The rubber ball slammed into the ground and flew straight toward the goal while Carr watched in stunned confusion. not understanding what had happened. Seeing that, Class 1 students cheered loudly, Duranmora, well done. Opposite them, Class 5 students began to worry, their faces turning pale. Even Tide had no confidence. It seemed Professor Herod intended to expel all of them. Beside him, Leo didn't lose confidence. Instead, he turned and asked, "How do we gain control of the ball?" Tide began to explain that there are three ways. First, when the ball goes out of bounds on the opponent's turn. Second, when we catch the ball, and finally. Before Tide could finish, Nella's anxious voice rang out, "Dodge." Hearing the shout, both Leo and Tide turned around and discovered. At that moment, the rubber ball struck the mage Ileana, making her cry out in pain. The one who had thrown it was the swordswoman Celia. "Hey, what are you whispering about over there? Can't you focus on the match?" Celia giggled. Seeing that, Leo and Tide rushed over to check on their teammate, and Tide explained, "The third rule is you can't attack directly or block the opponent. Just now was the third case, when a member is knocked out after being hit by the ball. The only way to attack them is with the ball itself." Hearing this, Leo fully understood the rules. He gently reached for the ball and nodded, "Thanks for the explanation, now it's our turn." Back to Professor Sejin. Although things were favoring his class, he felt an invisible unease. In Bastora, teams with fire users have an overwhelming advantage due to high destructive power. And among the houses, the Zerdinger family's fire is the strongest. Thinking that, he spoke to the lazy professor beside him. "You still agreed even knowing Celia Zerdinger is in my class. I don't know what you're scheming, but it'll be very hard for your class to win." Herod only yawned repeatedly upon hearing this. This irritated Sejin. "Speak properly," he scolded, and only then did Herod open his mouth. "Sejin, do you remember my first student, the child from the Zerdinger house?" Hearing this, an image immediately formed in Sejin's mind and he nodded. "Of course, I could never forget her, the Queen of Bastora." Seeing Sejin remember her, Herod smiled faintly and reminded him, "Her daughter is in Class 5. As for Class 5 students, seeing their already weaker team lose Ileana to injury, they'd given up hope. "We're done for. How will we get into Lumern Academy ending like this?" At the same time, Celia the swordswoman looked at Leo with a pitying gaze, as if she'd finally made up her mind. From her view, Leo suddenly erupted with intense flames. "It's coming, watch out," someone shouted. Right after that, the protagonist summoned all his strength and hurled the ball straight toward the opponent's goal. However, Class 1's skill was no joke. Before the ball could reach their goal, the ice mage Chloe used her magic to form an ice wall and block it. "Leo, while I'm here, scoring is impossible," she said confidently. But at that moment, Leo suddenly appeared beside her and muttered, "I can score." Then, not giving the opponent a chance to react, Leo focused power into the soles of his feet and leapt high toward the spot where the ball was trapped in the ice wall. He then thrust his fist into the ball, breaking the ice's hold and sending it flying into the goal. Elsewhere, Professor Sejin internally praised Leo's quick reaction. His sense for combat is truly remarkable. Seeing that, Professor Herod smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Nella's group seemed to find a bit of hope and shouted in unison, "Leo Plove, go Class 5. Looking at the opponent's lineup regaining momentum, Professor Sejin couldn't help but smile. "Ah, I see, so this is when the real match begins." Time passed quickly, both sides began trading blows and kept the score close. Neither side yielded to the other. At that moment, Duran launched another thunderous throw. He sent the ball straight toward the opponent's goal. With this throw, Carr risked grabbing it with both hands. The thunderous aura covering the ball immediately made his body tremble in pain. Still, at least he managed to stop the ball. "Haha, my mana's nearly gone, I'll leave the rest to you, Leo." Saying that, the youth had no strength left to continue, and was supported off by Ileana and Chelsea. Outside, the group watched the current score with worried frowns. It's 10-10, the decisive point. But the opponents are their three top students and we only have Leo. That's a huge disadvantage. On the other side, the ice mage realized the next serve would be decisive, so she prepared to unleash her full power. "I may fail the magic theory test," she said. "But I won't lose this time." She waved her hand and used some wondrous magic, producing 4 clones of herself. Not to be outdone, Celia and Duran enveloped themselves in aura and ready to face the protagonist. "Come here, Leo," Celia shouted. In response, Leo began to gather power into the soles of his feet. Then suddenly his figure vanished before the three of them, leaving them dumbfounded. "He's too fast," the three whispered. Then with a startling burst of speed, Leo passed by Celia, causing her to gasp and realize his true intention. He's not attacking, he's focused on scoring Chloe. From behind, Chloe immediately grasped the situation. Is this an illusion? She thought. How shallow, where is he really? She began concentrating her mana into her gaze to find Leo's true body. But to her eyes, all of Leo's images looked like the real one, or at least she couldn't tell which was the true body. This left Chloe stunned. And so Leo's group bypassed her and successfully scored. Stellar magic, how can a human use the magic of the Fae? Chloe wondered in shock. Meanwhile, the referee, witnessing the result, declared Class 5 the winners. Seeing this, the two students in Class 5 hugged each other and cried with joy. Thank goodness we're not expelled. I was afraid I'd have to go home immediately. Hearing them, Professor Sejin curiously looked at Herod and asked, expelled, what are they talking about? Herod burst out laughing, ha ha, call that motivation. Elsewhere, Celia, Chloe, and Duran covered their faces in disappointment. Seeing that, Sejin sighed and went to console the three of them. Are you upset about losing? When the match ends, no matter the result, you must salute your opponents. You all did very well to win the match for your class. To those who cheered for their friends and those who gave their all in the arena. Therefore, you should remain steadfast and proud. Ahead, Class 1 students heard this from their teacher and looked at him with admiration. Unfortunately, this pleasant atmosphere lasted less than 3 seconds before Herod's mocking laugh from behind ruined it. Ha ha, losers, come here and finish this. Hearing that, Sejin felt upset but had no choice. He stepped forward to say a few words. Both classes performed well. Class 1 showed their talent and ability. Class 5, meanwhile, didn't give up until the last minute and overcame every challenge. They recognized their limits and successfully navigated difficult circumstances. I hope you will work and compete with one another harmoniously. Now everyone shake hands. You lasted longer than I thought, you almost lost sooner, Celia said with a smile. I was going to tell you you're stubborn like an ink prince, Chelsea replied. Nearby, Carr smiled and said to Duran, but this time we won. Across from him, Duran said nothing and just stared at him, making Carr a bit uneasy. Elsewhere, the mage Chloe was still so upset she was near tears over the loss. Then Leo reached out and comforted her. You were great, Chloe. With a bit more experience, you'll surely become extraordinary. Hearing this, the mage looked him in the eye and asked, are you mocking me? One day I will definitely defeat you. She silently vowed and reached out to clasp Leo's hand. Time passed quickly. 1 month later, Leo's group sat happily drinking tea, while Carr, eating like a starving machine, asked them, by the way, which club do you plan to join? Looking at his ravenous eating, Chelsea, with her noble manner, couldn't help but scold, eat more properly. As for Leo, he shared that he wanted to start a club, and this bold idea astonished Carr. Hearing that, Chelsea the mage exclaimed excitedly, if Leo wants to form a club, I want to join. What kind of club is it? Carr asked. Leo candidly shared his idea, a hero research club. I want to learn more about the forgotten heroes and the primordial hero Kyle. Hearing this, Carr and Chelsea exchanged glances and shook their heads. Kyle, but he's not a forgotten hero, he's just a myth. Seems like no one will join your club, Carr chuckled. Chelsea immediately realized that if Carr was right, she could be alone with Leo in the club. I want to join, she shouted. Suddenly their conversation was cut off by loud shouts. Wow, they're back. Hearing that, Carr seemed to remember something and hurriedly stood up. Oh, right, today. The day the 5th-year students return after clearing the hero dungeons, he said as he rushed outside to snoop. Fragments of the hero chronicle are scattered across the world. Occasionally they behave abnormally and create dungeons. These are called hero dungeons. And the seniors from Lumern Academy who go to clear these hero dungeons and collect fragments of the hero chronicle must be away for at least 2 weeks, sometimes more than a month. My mother must have gone through similar things, Leo thought to himself. Beside him, the mage Plove watched the seniors with unabated admiration. Wow, is this the pinnacle of Lumern Academy? In response, Carr took the chance to boast a little and began introducing each of them to her. The muscular man to the east is Lee Jamua. The southern woman beside him is Torua Yan. And the pale one wearing a hood seems to be Ulta. But I don't see that person, Carr asked, as if there ought to be someone accompanying the three. Who? Leo asked curiously. The head of Lumern Academy, Student Council President Reese, Carr replied. At that moment, a hand reached from behind, grabbed Leo's shoulder and pulled him away. By the time Carr turned back to continue speaking, he discovered his friend's voice had vanished into thin air. Back with the protagonist, the person who had pulled him turned out to be the swordswoman Celia. Seeing her hurry, Leo asked curiously, "Celia, what's wrong?" Celia replied that Leo needed to go with her to the city of Lumeria, because the student council president wanted to meet him. "Why does the student council president want to see me?" Leo asked, eyes full of curiosity. Celia wasn't sure either and couldn't explain. "You don't care much about school matters, just go and you'll see," she sighed. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a room with Eastern-style architecture. Celia fidgeted, looking around and murmuring, "I wonder why he arranged to meet here. What's that smell?" Leo shrugged. Before they could talk longer, the student council president arrived, and the swordswoman leapt toward him like a kitten. "Big brother." Reese patted his sister's head and greeted Leo with a glance. "Nice to meet you, Leo Plove. I've heard much about you. You're aiming to become a well-rounded hero, right?" This was Reese Zerdinger of the Night Department and the student council president of Lumern. Then, to start on a practical note, Reese summoned a steamer basket of buns for the group. "Does this suit everyone's taste?" he asked gently. "Ah, yes," Leo replied. Reese noticed his sister looked a bit anxious and asked, "What's wrong, Celia?" She answered that it was her first time eating this dish, hence her expression. She then slowly tried a bite. The moment it entered her mouth, her eyes widened and she exclaimed, "Delicious." Seeing her face, Reese smiled in satisfaction. "Haha, this is the restaurant I wanted to bring you to once you join Lumern." He paused, then turned the conversation to Leo. "Unexpectedly, you're the son of that person." Leo, knowing whom he meant, asked, "You've met my mother before?" "Yes, I met her a few times when she was young. Auntie was quite famous during her school days," Reese nodded, making Leo more curious. "My mother," to explain, Reese began recounting the exploits of Madame Riene. Indeed, she accomplished many legendary deeds. For example, she once declared that the dormitory cafeteria's dessert was awful. So she rallied all the students and stormed the headmaster's office. "So she was the main figure in that famous incident?" Celia shouted. "That's right," Reese laughed, "ha ha ha." Back to Leo. While his companions chatted cheerfully, he quietly assessed the student council president's abilities. And I must admit, as expected, he deserves to be called the strongest among Lumern's students. "It seems only a matter of time before he becomes a hero," Leo thought quietly. After everyone finished eating, Reese cheerfully stood and said, "Shall we go have dessert?" "I'll pay, so you all go ahead." Hearing this, Leo and Celia quickly left the table. At that moment, Reese suddenly felt a warm sensation in his chest, so he reached into his coat and took out a glowing piece of paper. "Huh, what's this?" Reese whispered. Cut to Leo's classroom. At that time, the mage Ileana raised her hand and asked, "Professor, I have a question." In response, the brash professor propped his feet on the desk and sneered, "Ileana Layden, let's hear your useless question." Ileana didn't get angry. She raised her hand and asked loudly, "Why haven't we chosen a class representative yet?" "I've heard all the other classes have already chosen," Tide nodded in agreement. Only when she mentioned it did the professor remember. "A class rep? Ah, right, I forgot about that." He then turned to Leo and suggested, "Leo, you should do it." Before Leo could agree, the others immediately complained, "Why like this, Professor? Shouldn't we democratically elect our class representative by vote?" Answering the complaint, Herod threw a half-meter-tall stack of papers onto the teacher's desk and demanded, "Class rep, take these and sort them out." Seeing the enormous workload, Ileana shrank back and didn't dare protest further. Then the loudspeaker on the wall announced, "In a moment, we will have a joint lecture on herd research. All first-year students, please prepare to go to the auditorium." Hearing this, Leo looked at the professor and asked, "Professor, should we prepare to go now?" "That's suitable for a class rep," Herod agreed with a nod. Cut to the auditorium. Students were slowly gathering, and there Leo and Herod spotted the mage Chloe. Her current appearance made them curious. "Hi Chloe, you look tired." At the greeting, Chloe's eyes brightened slightly and she immediately asked, "Do you have any healing potions left? Could you sell me some?" Seeing this, Carr wasn't stingy and immediately tossed her 2 healing potions. He said it was all he had. Beside him, Leo's voice sounded worried. "It's only the start of the year, are you pushing yourself this hard already?" Grasping the bottles, the mage immediately drank them down in one go. She said she was fine. Seeing the stubborn look on Chloe's face, Carr couldn't help but admire her. "Wow, impressive, she's top in magical theory." Beside him, Chelsea added, "But I guess Chloe has no choice but to worry." The moment Leo learns the latest trends in magic, he could surpass her in the magic theory exam. "Huh, what's wrong with being second?" Carr asked confusedly, prompting Chelsea to look at him as if he were an idiot. Are you out of your mind? She's a tower mage. We're combat mages, so we don't mind falling behind a bit in theory. But researching new magical developments is the core of the mage tower, and her honor is at risk. You're really a mage. In response, the alchemist friend replied nonchalantly, first of all, of course, I use magic to survive. Survival magic is my pride. Elsewhere, right after Student Council President Reese noticed the paper in his hand glowing, he immediately went to see Headmaster Kalyan to report it. And after hearing the story, the headmaster's expression changed and grew serious. A damaged hero chronicle fragment reacted. Could this fragment really have reacted? He asked again. Reese nodded firmly in confirmation. Yes, this piece was so badly damaged it shouldn't have been able to react, but it did, and there were no relics nearby. Hearing that, Headmaster Kalyan asked, did it react again afterward? No, Reese shook his head. Facing the headmaster, the lack of information left him unable to deduce the strange phenomenon. We should investigate this further. You must be tired from returning. Well done. Saying that, he summoned his secretary Alina into the room. He asked her to take it to the hall of commencement. The joint first-year lecture in the auditorium was about to begin. Yes, I understand. Alina nodded and hurried to the auditorium, leaving the old headmaster behind, still pondering. Sometimes even small fragments can react. If the person recorded in a hero chronicle comes into contact, it can react. Cut to Lumern Academy's auditorium. The joint hero studies lecture for first years was underway. Leading the class was Professor Arshian Nier, in charge of Class 1-8. Since multiple classes were seated together, the place buzzed like a market, leaving the petite professor flustered. Please be quiet, Arshian requested. But the students' chatter kept firing like a machine gun, pushing Arshian's patience to its limit. At that moment, a shadow of a Kilin appeared behind her, and her temperament flipped 180 degrees. Everyone, if you don't want to get hit, shut up, you damned lot. Want to die? Which one of you should I deal with first? She shouted, her current demeanor starkly different from her earlier gentle face. Damn it, you're really not listening now. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, Arshian suddenly returned to her gentle expression. Ah, finally quiet, thank you. She said cheerfully, which terrified the students into pale faces. So scary, oh my god. No matter how many times I see it, it's terrifying. Our professor is truly frightening, the students of Class 8 thought, trembling inwardly. Meanwhile, Leo, seeing her personality change at rocket speed, exclaimed inwardly in amazement. She is a psychic mage. Psychic mages were rare even in his past life. Returning to Arshian, after the class fell silent, she drew a dagger and began her lecture. We will start the joint first-year hero studies class. With the appearance of the Hero Chronicle, this explains why heroic lineages emerged. To open a hero's world requires a deeply linked object or something closely related to that hero. Therefore, descendants of heroes can more easily open the hero's world. This is why Lumern Academy, the keeper of the Hero Chronicles. And these families have deep ties. Though political in nature, it can be described as the link between a key and its treasure. Now does everyone understand why hero studies is important? Hero studies is important because it helps us find clues to conquer a hero's world or understand them better. In your final year, you'll choose a hero to inherit their power and test yourselves with their Hero Chronicle pages. At the same time, Secretary Alina entered the auditorium and handed Professor Arshian the earlier piece of paper. And as had been announced, the professor cheerfully shared it with everyone. Everyone, this is a fragment of a hero chronicle brought back by fifth-year students of Lumern Academy, she said, prompting gasps of awe. Not wanting to leave the students in suspense, Arshian gently opened the box. Up front, the students held their breath and stared at the small box in curiosity. But before it was fully opened, Arshian suddenly closed it. All right, before we experience this Hero Chronicle fragment, everyone say what you aim to achieve as a hero. The students opposite showed obvious disappointment. Next, the swordswoman Celia raised her hand and said, I want to become a knight who surpasses the previous generations of my family. Oh, that's a wonderful goal, Arshian praised. Elsewhere, the mage Chloe voiced her ambition. I want to write a spellbook that contains only my original spells. I want to be a support for heroes, Carr declared boldly. His dream earned praise from the professor. It seems Carr wants to become someone who can support heroes, wonderful. Then Leo spoke his goal, my goal is to completely destroy Erebos. His words fell and the entire hall went utterly silent. After about 2 seconds of silence, Professor Arshian awkwardly said, that's an astonishing goal. All right, next. Ignoring the strange looks around him, Leo calmly sat back down. Meanwhile, some upperclassmen began to mock Leo's dream. Isn't he dreaming too big? The first-year representative's goal is really. As for Professors Herod and Sejin, after hearing Leo, Sejin glanced at his colleague and asked, "What do you think?" Herod bluntly shared his feeling. "It gives me chills. He's not the type to speak fancifully." At the same time, thoughts returned to the protagonist's words. Millennia have passed since Erebos was shattered and sealed, but he has been reborn many times over the years. Even one fragment's rebirth is enough to bring disaster. But Leo's dream is to completely destroy Erebos. The more he thought about it, the more the headmaster felt things were not simple. Returning to Professor Arshian, after finishing the students' ambitions, she continued, "Today we'll read a page of a hero chronicle brought back from a dungeon. After each class guesses which hero it belongs to, we'll learn how to conquer that hero's world." And incidentally, in case anything unexpected happens, professors from each class will be observing here, so please do not cause trouble. At her words, the students' heartbeats began to race with nervous excitement. "Finally, this is the first time we've touched a hero chronicle. I'm so excited," a group up front whispered. Not keeping the students waiting long, Professor Arshian continued, "All right, representatives of each class, please come up." Hearing this, Leo and the familiar representatives ran up onto the stage. Arshian then said, "This time 2 hero chronicle items were brought back. Of course, we'll use only one for today's lesson. The other is a very small fragment, but we brought it out so you can see that fragments like this exist." As she spoke, she placed 2 boxes in front of Leo. Seeing this, Leo casually picked up the small piece of paper in front of him. But immediately afterward, an abnormal event occurred. Everyone received a notification: Hero Chronicle opened, World Unknown, Chapter Unknown. At that moment, a gigantic, extremely complex magic array appeared above the stage. On the other side, Professor Sejin shouted, "It's going out of control." No sooner had he finished speaking than their figures suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. And when they reappeared moments later, the group found themselves inside an unfamiliar world. This is a strange world with a sky as red as blood. All around are countless corpses of monsters of every shape and size, and looking at the scene. A girl in the group cried out in panic, "Corpses." Hearing that, Professor Herod also withdrew his mocking attitude and spoke to reassure them. "Steel yourselves, this is the hero's dungeon." As for Professor Sejin, he too noticed something and pointed in a direction. "Herod, I see a fortress over there." Hearing this, everyone turned at once toward where the professor pointed and discovered an old citadel there, its walls riddled with countless cracks. To Leo, the sight was all too familiar. In the Age of Calamity, the last line of defense and the final city, the Gardeslin Wall. "If the timing is right," Leo muttered, and at the same time a voice suddenly rose behind everyone. "Yes, my unfulfilled wish was indeed foolish. But we will save the world," hearing the familiar voice. Leo also turned to face his former comrade and whispered in a voice only he could hear, "Lysenas." Opposite him, the black-haired girl gave a faint smile, and then slowly dissolved into a stream of light. Next, the space around them shattered, and the group was transported back to the Great Hall. What happened so quickly that the student representatives couldn't understand it. "Professors, what is happening?" Chen Zia asked in confusion, and at this point Professor Herod immediately halted the class, told everyone to remain calm, and ordered a quick evacuation of the lecture hall. Above, without needing the teacher to say more, the students ran away in panic. Only Leo remained, still lost in thought with the paper in his hand. Because now he had realized the identity of the paper. This was Kyle's page, this was his own chronicle. Beside him, Professor Herod stared at him with a somewhat pensive look. No one knew exactly what he was thinking. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to Class 5. Leo's friends asked him about what he'd experienced when transported to that strange, heroic world, and upon hearing his tale they gaped. "You met the King of Wisdom, that's incredible. This is a historic event, so that was the hero Lysenas' chronicle." The mage Chelsea said with eyes full of admiration, and not to mention her, even the mage Ileana was filled with bitter regret. "Why did I give up the class president role to Leo? I should have been class president, I missed a good opportunity." "Haha, really?" Their friend Carr said with dripping sarcasm, and immediately the mage spun and landed a solid hit on him. "Today seems to be his funeral." With that she launched 2 rapid punches like a machine, while the orange-haired boy just curled up to take the blows. At the same time, Professor Herod coldly looked toward the crowd by the entrance. I've come to scold the noisiest class, and here you are. Choose study on your own or be expelled. Having said that, without waiting for the group to react, he left. Back to Leo. Since returning to class, he had remained lost in thought over the recent events. Why was his hero chronicle the only one scrambled? It was in such a state that he could barely recognize whose world it was, almost as if someone had deliberately destroyed his chronicle. A hero's chronicle is the heirloom of a hero's power. If someone didn't want a new hero to be born, it could only be that bastard Erebos. But I need to investigate why my chronicle was torn apart first, Leo silently planned within. Time passed quickly again. 1 month later, scene shifts to the School of Magic classroom, where handsome Professor Len pointed to a magical sigil behind him and explained. Fundamentally, in other words, a unique spell, this will be your practical midterm exam. Original magic is a type of spell that clearly expresses a mage's personality. Nowadays, when techniques for activating formations have become the main trend, mages no longer strive to create original magic, however. This original magic can become a secret technique for self-protection in emergency situations. For example, the star magic that all elves learn is actually just a small replica of original magic. In history, only one person could use the true star magic, its creator, the founder of Nebula Luna. Speaking of the mage Chloe, at the mention of star magic, she glanced at Leo, because she still remembered that in the previous ball match Leo used that spell to fool himself. Beside her, as if sensing Chloe's starring, Leo also glanced back at her and noticed a grimoire beside her emitting a dark aura. Catching Leo's gaze, Chloe hurriedly put the book away. It was a star grimoire. Leo wondered about it, but before he could learn more, Professor Len announced the end of class. Now everyone must be eager to explore your unique magic. That's all for today's lesson. Hearing this, the students noisily left the classroom. However, at that moment, Leo was somewhat worried about the grimoire he had seen. So he grabbed Chloe's hand. Wait, Chloe. Do you want to have lunch with me? As he spoke, he also thought that Chloe hiding the grimoire made him even more suspicious. However, perhaps because the mage was wary of him, she immediately refused. I don't have time for that. I'm definitely going to beat you in this practical exam. Elsewhere, Carr saw the tension and ran over to intervene. Hey, what's with you guys? Leo, you devil, you dare challenge the top spot in the Frost Queen's Academy. Responding, Chloe affirmed her determination. I've lost to Leo in technique, but when it comes to magic theory, I won't let anyone surpass me. So no matter what this time, I will win, Chloe said, her eyes full of determination. Seeing this, Leo smiled and asked, if I back down now, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? Across from him, Chloe nodded in reply, seeing that. The protagonist reached out his hand and pledged, all right, then both of you prepare well. Back to their friend Carr. Witnessing the two of them shake hands, he was filled with admiration. Their handshake looked so natural. Time quickly passed until late afternoon. Scene shifts to the Hero Tower. Leo was here searching for more clues because his hero chronicle might be somewhere nearby in Lumern's forbidden library. If he could get in, he might find clues about his lost chronicle. Thinking that, he calmly walked up the stairs while a few female students spotted him, blushed slightly and whispered, "Oh, isn't he a first year? Why is he here? So cute." On the other side, a voice sounded in front of Leo. "Leo Plove, I've heard a lot about you from Professor Len. Nice to meet you." The speaker was Toryua Yan, a fifth-year student of the magic department. In front, recognizing her as a senior, the protagonist bowed and greeted. "Hello." Toryua asked, what is a first-year doing in the Hero Tower? As she spoke, she stuck out a foot to block his path. Seeing her action, he came up with a convenient excuse. "I'm here to meet the student council president. If you join the magic department, you'll have the chance. I've already joined the magic department." Leo replied calmly. At that, Toryua stepped aside to give him room. "Thank you." Leo nodded and said, then before he could step up, Toryua reminded him. "Leo, I want you to declare the magic department as your major before the end of this term." Understood. In response, the protagonist nodded gently. Next to go up, he stepped into an elevator. However, after pressing the floor button, the elevator inexplicably didn't move at all. "What's going on? Why isn't it working?" Leo said curiously as he kept pressing the button, and to enlighten him, a voice answered, "You need to channel mana into it, that's how you activate it." "Nice to meet you, Leo Plove, so you're the first year making all the noise." The voice belonged to Lee Zamua, a burly fifth-year student of the Knights Department. Hearing this, Leo respectfully bowed. Lee Zamua, curious why Leo had come here, asked, "What brought you to the Hero Tower?" Seeing that, our protagonist answered frankly, I have a few things to discuss with the Student Council President." Leo's relaxed manner made the senior laugh and stroke his chin, remarking, a freshman who's not afraid of me at all, plenty of guts to barge into the student president's office alone." "I wouldn't call it barging in," Leo said to correct him, but the burly guy ignored that and suggested, "You should seriously consider joining the Knights Department. What do you say?" To that proposal, Leo could only force a smile as after one invite after another people kept trying to recruit him to their departments. "Am I exhausted before the main topic even starts?" Leo complained inwardly. Scene shifts to the student council president's office. Arriving there, Leo paused, knocked on the door, and called in, "President Reese, I'm Leo Plove. May I come in?" In response, Reese's warm voice said, "Come in." Given permission, Leo quickly opened the door and entered. And as soon as he saw him, the handsome young man asked directly, "What's the matter?" Leo, after a few thoughtful seconds, stated his purpose. "I want access to the Forbidden Library." This request immediately changed the student council president's expression. He adopted a serious look and said, "Leo, I know you're not one to joke around. But there are only two ways an ordinary student can enter the Forbidden Library. The first way is to conquer a hero dungeon. By custom, the conqueror returns any pages they retrieve personally to the hero records. As for the second way, I'll tell you once you join the student council," Reese said with a smile. It seems everyone in this council wants to recruit Leo to their side. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to the familiar training ground. Today is the Knights Department's practical exam, and although it's not his department, many students from other departments have come to watch. Of course, Carr, the gossip-loving young man, is here. Finally, the day has come, the first practical exam of the Knights Department. Many people have come to watch. You can't watch a match like this without popcorn. He excitedly promoted his goods to the onlookers, making Mage Chelsea sigh at the sight. Carr really is passionate about business. Ileana laughed freely. "Haha, that's so Carr, he'll make a lot of money even if he's not in Lumern." In another corner, Leo scanned the crowd and realized the mage Chloe didn't seem to have come. Then, without keeping people waiting, Professor A stepped forward to announce the first duel match. Hallel Snaff from Class 1 and Leo Plove from Class 5 stepped forward. Hearing this, both of them advanced at the same time. Meanwhile, their merchant friend Carr had spotted a potential customer and ran over to peddle his goods. "Professor Sejin, would you like some popcorn and soda today?" he said cheerfully, offering the popcorn and soda forward. However, the teacher sneered dismissively. "HMPH, do you think I'd buy that?" asked Harlan. Seeing that, Carr didn't give up. Instead, he turned to his friend Celia, and Celia nodded in understanding at his cue. As if rehearsed many times, Celia put on an adorable, kitten-like expression and looked at the teacher with pleading eyes. "Professor, could you buy popcorn for us? It looks really delicious." Not only that, Carr began loudly calling out Sejin's name, which made everyone start cheering. With no choice, since the students had asked, to save face, Sejin had to agree whether he wanted to or not. "Give one to each of them," he said calmly. Meanwhile, our merchant friend was delighted. He'd just sold another batch. Back at the arena, looking at his opponent, Leo smiled. "Congratulations, good luck, first one up." Across from him, answering Leo's friendly face, was a very sly expression. This was Hallel's from the Knights Department, heir of the Snaff heroic line. "You don't seem to care about me, you'll regret that," Hallel said, licking his lips. Extra info from Lumern via Carr. The Knights Department midterm practical is passed by winning 5 duels. Up in the stands, many students began watching Leo, curious about his true ability. "I wonder what skills the fifth-year freshman has," a girl asked, and the boy beside her, having heard gossip, replied, "Because Leo studies 3 specializations, he'll surely lag behind those who focus on just one." Don't forget Hallels is third in Class 1, right after Celia and Dura. Hallels didn't like the protagonist much. He thought Leo arrogant, always hovering around Celia. Unaware of the thoughts of the two students, Professor Ayan began to announce the rules. The one who renders the opponent unable to fight wins. Treat this as a real duel. No sooner had he finished than Leo's expression changed, as he began to sense an evil energy emanating from a building not far away. Cut to the position of the mage Chloe. To find a way to beat Leo, she was currently buried in her studies. But the deeper she researched, the more desperate she felt, to the point she tore the paper in her hand and grit her teeth, saying, No, no, there's no way I can create this unique magic with my current ability. Thinking that, she angrily swept her arm and sent all the books and papers on the desk flying. Chloe told herself she absolutely could not lose to Leo in this practical exam. Then, as if having made a decision for herself, Chloe turned her gaze to the dark grimoire from before, the very thing Leo had worried about, and murmured, "With this I can win. This time I'll definitely win." At these words, her expression seemed to change somewhat, becoming unlike her usual self. Back at the training ground, because he sensed that dark energy, Leo stood rooted, watching toward the building. Seeing him standing dazed like that after the start signal had sounded, how could Hallows miss this golden opportunity? Immediately he gripped his spear and dashed forward at lightning speed. "Too careless, got you," he said as he moved. Hallows thrust the spear point straight at Leo's handsome face, but with his combat experience, Leo tilted his head to dodge. Still, Hallows' assault did not end there. Right after that, he used a skill called Serpent Spear, causing his spear tip to morph into a writhing shape like a snake's head. And it lunged toward the protagonist's throat at blinding speed. However, that still wasn't enough to trouble Leo. He simply reached out and easily caught the spear tip, preventing it from moving another millimeter. Leo's arm was so strong it made Hallows question life itself. He wondered where Leo got such immense power. Next, Leo yanked the spear sharply toward himself, causing Hallows' whole body to be flung along with it. Then, before Hallows could react, Leo gathered power into his fist and unleashed a thunderous punch straight into the third-rank student's face. It made him spit a mouthful of blood and fly backward like a silver bullet. Afterwards, Leo shook his hand and taunted, "Who said I'm careless?" Across from him, though the punch from Leo had hurt Hallows severely, he still had enough strength to stand and fight again. "Don't get cocky, the battle's only just begun." As Hallows spoke, a strange green energy began to emanate from him. Unfortunately for Leo, this aura only made him feel contemptuous. A man who can't even use aura having great strength doesn't mean his basic weaknesses are gone. "Unique aura, huh?" Leo murmured when he saw it. The green energies rushed at him. Leo then enveloped his body in a blazing red aura to protect himself. Opposite him, the foolish student Hallows still hadn't realized how wide the gap was between his power and Leo's, so he remained confident. "Unless it's Celia's fire-level aura, it's hard to push me back," Hallows declared arrogantly. However, a second later, Leo, wrapped in his crimson aura, pierced through the smoke and stood right before him. "You're the careless one," the protagonist said coldly, his gaze sharp as if to crush the remaining confidence from his opponent. Above, the students happily munched popcorn as they enjoyed the fight, like watching a real action movie. In a corner, Duran, who had once been defeated by Leo, frowned slightly at Leo's performance. Meanwhile, Zerdinger herself was full of wonder. "Leo, when did you strengthen your light fire chi to this level?" she thought, her eyes betraying astonishment mixed with curiosity. From Hallows' viewpoint, however foolish he had been, he finally realized Leo's power was by no means ordinary. Staring at the red aura enveloping the protagonist, he inwardly exclaimed, "What is that fire at Celia's level? Is this madman who wants to surpass all systems really this strong?" Worry about Leo's strength began to make sweat trickle down his face. Realizing this, Hallows knew he couldn't win without using his trump card, so with no other choice he decided to unleash his full power. "I prepared this move to defeat Celia. But I never expected to have to use it on someone like you, Leo Plove." With that, he focused energy in his palm and used a finisher called Prison Serpent. At that moment, a green snake shot out from his palm, flying straight forward at lightning speed, and as it closed in on Leo, it coiled tightly around him and opened its jaws in a threatening roar. Even Leo's fire aura couldn't repel the serpent, causing him to inwardly praise, "Oh, not bad." Back from Hallows' perspective, seeing he'd successfully used the skill to restrain Leo, he immediately turned to look at Celia in the stands, eyes full of excitement, like a young boy secretly in love showing off to his crush. "What do you think, Celia? I prepared this technique to control your flame." Across from him, Celia seemed to notice Hallows' gaze. She sighed, pointed forward to signal him, making the youth slightly puzzled, and when he turned to look back, he discovered the energy serpent he'd created was slowly dissipating at a rate visible to the naked eye. As the flames around Leo grew ever more intense, within no more than 3 seconds they had completely vanished, as if they had never appeared. The fact that his strongest mastered technique could do nothing to Leo made Hallows' eyes widen in disbelief. He was at a loss. He had no choice but to fight up close. Hallows snorted, gritted his teeth, gripped his 2 spears tightly, and charged in to attack. At the same time, Leo quickly drew his sword and counterattacked. His strike was so powerful that Halil's spear flew out of his hand after a single collision, and the deluded youth toppled to the ground. Then Leo pointed his sword at him and offered a bit of advice. Don't let your guard down until the flames are fully extinguished. At that moment, Professor Ayan, seeing the match was over, announced the result: winner, Leo Plove. Up in the stands, Leo's #1 fan, the mage Chelsea, cheered enthusiastically. Amazing. That's Leo for you, wonderful. I knew I could count on you, Leo, Carr added. Turning to Halil's thoughts, after his defeat he accepted it inwardly. Even in practice he's this good, no wonder he's on par with Celia. Halil's murmured to himself before being roused by Celia's voice. Impressive, well done, Celia said with a smile, and her words made Halil's a bit embarrassed. He scratched his cheek. What, really, you think he's cool? Putting that aside very quickly, Professor Ayan called the next two contestants to the arena. Next, Class 5 Ileana Layden, step up. Hearing her name, the red-haired mage eagerly advanced. All right, who is my opponent? Professor Ayan then turned to another side and said, Class 10 Chen Zia, step forward. Upon hearing her opponent's name, her eyes went blank. What? Why do I have to fight one of the three strongest of the cohort? She said in bewilderment, though no one answered her question. Opposite her, after the summoner Chen Zia stepped up, she clasped her hands and said to her opponent, Please go easy on me. In response, Ileana also clasped her hands and replied, Yeah, you too. Nearby, Professor Ayan saw both students ready and nodded, announcing, The match begins. No sooner had he finished than Chen Zia began using her magic, causing streams of water to surge around her. Meanwhile, Tide gripped her sword and shrouded her body in flame. Then she gathered force into her legs and lunged forward like an arrow, aiming her sword straight at her opponent. Up in the stands, Leo watched this with a worried look, thinking that this strike was going to hurt. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, the moment Ileana's sword lunged at Chen Zia, it was stopped by an energy barrier. As a result, the shield sent her flying like a sack with a hole, and she immediately lost combat effectiveness. She couldn't get back up seeing this. Chen Zia clasped her hands to salute the audience, and Professor Ayan, as usual, announced the winner, Chen Zia. In front, Ileana had regained consciousness and could only wave in frustration, but she said indifferently, I won't back down against Chen Zia. Leo felt a bit regretful that Ileana lost so quickly. The match was disadvantaged from the start, and if she'd stayed calmer, she could have done better. Leo muttered, and next up was the battle between Class 1's Celia and Class 1's Duran. Facing him should be fun, Celia said. When Duran heard that, he merely fell silent, brooding and saying nothing. Up in the stands, Leo grabbed some popcorn from the friend next to him and had to admit, this match looked interesting. Cut to the arena. Both Celia and Duran drew their weapons and enveloped themselves in powerful auras, drawing everyone's attention. Now let's see who the strongest knight of Class 1 is. Celia said excitedly. Then without further ado, the two simultaneously unleashed powerful, lightning-fast sword strikes, making the air resound with the fierce clash of metal. The gusts they generated were strong enough to blow up to the stands. Wow, is this the skill of top students? A bewildered student remarked, while Carr covered his mouth with his hand and asked Leo beside him, Who do you think will win, Leo? Hearing the question, Leo tossed a few kernels into his mouth and casually shared his thought. Based on the current situation, it looks like Celia will lose. His calm words made Carr gape, You're so cold-blooded. Ignoring that comment, Leo looked into Celia's still calm eyes. He had a different thought. Celia's gaze suggested she had a secret move to turn the tide. Returning to the battle, Duran used the advantage of his aura to dash forward at thunderous speed. He immediately launched a blinding strike that grazed Celia's face and left a cut on her cheek. Then he relentlessly unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks, forcing Celia to retreat several steps. After being pushed back a distance, the swordswoman seized the opportunity to use her ultimate. She raised her sword overhead, and a fierce flame began to spread from within the blade straight up toward the sky. Sensing the power radiating from her, all the students were on edge. Wow, this is no joke. The crowd cried out, unsure what Celia was about to unleash. Only the protagonist seemed to realize something and praised inwardly, Celia is using her head very well. The training room in the freshman building was quite small. Celia realized she couldn't match Duran's speed, so she turned the room into her stage. Now inside that blazing dome, Duran's movement would be restricted, and the high temperature would also impair his vision. She was already great, but now even stronger, Leo praised inwardly. And indeed, as he predicted, inside the blazing field Celia created Duran's vision was obstructed, preventing him from recklessly charging forward. Turning back to Celia, she took advantage of Duran not knowing his position and being unsure how to deal with the blazing field. Her figure nimbly slipped behind him and launched a sudden strike. It's just a pity that Duran's instincts warned him, letting him sense the danger and duck at the last moment to avoid the blow. Then he gritted his teeth, enveloped his sword in lightning, and thrust it straight upward. But what Celia did next was something he never expected. She reached out and grabbed the blade, holding it so it couldn't move at all. Seeing this, Celia broke into a triumphant smile. Got it. And with that she executed a headbutt technique, ramming her forehead straight into Duran's. As a result, immediately after that unexpected strike, his eyes rolled white and he staggered, dazed as if near death. He collapsed to the ground, and Professor Ayan, after confirming Duran could no longer fight, announced, "The winner is Celia Zerdinger," prompting the surrounding friends to cheer and congratulate her. Back with Celia, after seeing Duran beside her regain consciousness, she offered him a piece of advice. "Why don't you try improving your stamina a bit?" Saying that, she reached out to help the blonde over, and Duran did not act aloof. Instead, he took Celia's small hand and stood up. Seeing such sportsmanship, some students couldn't hold back their tears. "That move was truly amazing, we have to record it," a male student said as he repeatedly pressed his camera. And about Leo, seeing his close friend win, he was happy for her. "Training paid off, Celia, you're awesome," Carr shouted, and then suddenly Professor Sejin reached over, grabbed a handful of Carr's popcorn, and leisurely said Celia truly had won. "Thanks for the explanation, class president." And so the night's practical exam ended with the results. Celia Zerdinger had 4 wins and 1 loss. Duran had 4 wins and 1 loss. Chenzia had 4 wins and 1 loss. And our protagonist Leo was the only one to achieve 5 straight wins, not losing a single match. Time passed quickly. A week later, the theoretical linguistics exam had just finished. Looking at the stack of tests in his hands and after checking the number of papers, Professor Harrod neatly arranged them and nodded to the students before him. "You all did well. Don't fail and get expelled, study hard," he added, and then slammed the door so hard it made a very loud noise. As soon as the teacher left the classroom, Ileana began ranting in frustration. "Oh my God, always expel this, expel that." She complained. Apparently she didn't do well on the test. Meanwhile, in another corner of the class, 2 male students approached the top student Chelsea and asked, "Chelsea, show me your answers." "Hee, who should I show first?" she said arrogantly, making the 2 lecturers' eyes widen. "Show me first, please," the 2 begged. Cut to another corner of the class. Our protagonist Leo was sprawled over the desk like a lazy cat. Suddenly, the pink-haired Nella looked down and asked, "How was the test, class president?" Hearing someone call him, Leo lifted his head, scratched his head, and replied, "I think it wasn't too bad." His answer made Nella laugh cheerfully. "Hee, the class president always seems to have everything under control, yet you can still make a face like that." In response, Leo's face looked dazed as if not fully awake. "Did I really make that face?" Seeing his expression, Nella found it even funnier and even gave Leo a free healing session. "If you feel any pain anywhere, just tell me and I'll heal you with my magic." At the same time, somehow merchant friend Carr popped out from some nook and went over complaining. "Oh Nella, my shoulders and back are so stiff, help me out." No sooner had he finished speaking than before Nella could answer, mage friend Chelsea began pounding his back like a machine, causing the orange-haired boy such pain that he spat water everywhere. "Now it doesn't hurt anymore, does it?" Chelsea asked with a smile, then turned to Leo. "Leo, how's your summoning practice going? Tide said you hardly ever show up in the summoning practice room." In response, Leo said he practiced diligently in places where no one could see him. Chelsea believed him completely, without a hint of doubt. "That sounds so like you, Leo. So what rank are you aiming for in the summoning exam?" "Definitely first place," Leo confidently shared his goal. Time passed again. Cut to the summoning department practice field. Today was the day of the summoning practical exam. Although it's an exam for the summoning department, many students from other departments had come to watch. While everyone waited for the exam to begin, the announcer's voice echoed, "Hello, it's that time of year again, the biggest event of the first semester for freshmen. Welcome to the summoning race. I'm Runba Tess, a third-year student of the summoning department." In one corner of the stands, siblings Celia and Reese were also present to observe the exam. While waiting, Celia turned to her brother and asked, "So this really is an exam?" she said curiously, and Reese explained, "The summoning race is a beloved tradition of the summoning department. Moreover, it's a highlight of interdepartmental events, so everyone gets excited. Speaking of merchant car, as always, whenever there's an event that gathers students, he takes the opportunity to sell popcorn and coke to make a bit of money. Meanwhile, on the practice field below, the summoning department students had gathered together. At that moment, Summoner Eliza also stared at the protagonist and said, "I heard you performed exceptionally well in the night's practical exam. Have you prepared well for the summoning department's practical exam?" Leo replied that of course he had prepared. Eliza seemed unconvinced. Her tone grew suspicious. "You say that yet you haven't appeared at a single practice. Do you look down on the summoning department?" Her words began to rile the other students, making them angry at Leo. "That's right, if you're going to be lazy then just quit. We've never seen you form a proper summoning contract." Grumbles of annoyance started to rise. In the end, Tide stepped forward to calm everyone. "Don't lose your temper." However, Tide's words carried little weight, as the students' anger around them showed no sign of abating. A blonde trainee stood up to question Tide. "Don't defend him just because you're in the same class. This guy shows no respect for our department." Hearing this, Chen Zia frowned and warned, "This atmosphere isn't good if it's like this before the exam." Before she could finish, a black-haired student with a center part sneered, "Chen Zia, since you also have excellent results in the Knights department, you don't need to care much about summoning, right?" His name was Sen Liu, and like Chen Zia, he was from the Eastern continent. Chen Zia's voice faltered at his remark. "That matter." Before she could finish, the burly Warrenden stepped in and complained, "You're being too noisy. If you're going to argue and form cliques just because someone's summoning is a bit better, then please don't do it in front of me. Go somewhere else." At this Warrenden's remark, Sen Liu, seemingly having eaten something wrong, snapped like a mad dog, showing his anger. "What did you just say, Warrenden?" In response, Warrenden's face showed clear contempt. "I said it's really annoying to hear people act like being a bit better at riding summoned beasts is some great achievement." Turning to Sen Liu's viewpoint, he suddenly remembered something and pointed at Warrenden. "Huh. Feeling guilty now, you hardly ever come to the summoning taming practices either." "That's because I don't think it's worth training for. I'm not an idiot like you. You can't even tame a griffin," the big guy sneered. By then the foolish Sen Liu could no longer contain his anger. He balled his fist and threw a punch straight at Warrenden, forgetting that Warrenden was the top graduate of the southern region, and Sen Liu only reached Warrenden's chest height. Luckily, before his punch could hit the white-haired big guy, Leo had already grabbed his arm and warned him. "If you fight before the exam, it won't just be a warning, you'll lose your right to test." Leo's reminder was like a splash of cold water to Sen Liu, yet he didn't thank Leo for stopping him and only snorted irritably. At the same time, Tide came up beside the protagonist and quietly warned, "Right now, the atmosphere in our summoning department this year isn't great." Hearing that, Leo looked surprised and asked, "Why is that?" In reply, Tide's expression darkened slightly as he explained, "Summoning is a field where there's a huge skill gap between major students and non-majors. But because you and Tide, who aren't summoning majors, are topping the class, the second years in the summoning department are very resentful toward us. Moreover, you rarely attend practice." Hearing this, Leo understood everything, why the other students in the department were hostile toward him, and wasn't too surprised. "Sure, to others it might look like I'm being neglectful. But I have no intention of slacking off," Leo told himself. At the same time, in another corner of the stands, a mysterious figure cloaked in black watched Sen Liu below intently and whispered, "It's starting." After saying that, he opened a spatial portal beside him and disappeared into it. Back to Sen Liu, for some reason a growing blaze of fury burned in him with nowhere to vent. "Let's see, you arrogant brat. I'll crush you for sure," he vowed to himself, his eyes glowing red and looking rather unhinged. Time passed quickly, and as the exam time approached, the announcer Runba's voice rang out once more. "Before we begin, I'll explain the rules of the event. First-year students of the summoning department may only use summoning magic during the test. Even dual-degree students are prohibited from using ether fields or other magic. When the event starts, tame the griffin directly in front of you and cross the summoning aisle. Then return by going around the Lake of Silence. Who will be the star of the summoning department's midterm practical exam? We will find out soon enough." At his voice, all the first-year summoning students stood at the starting line with anxious faces, staring ahead. And so they wouldn't get more tense, Professor Yura loudly said, "Rookies, don't be nervous, just do as you practiced. Anyone who can't handle the pressure can stay after class." Hearing her words only made the students more nervous. They told themselves not to be tense, but their bodies kept trembling. Ignoring their condition, Yura declared, "The competition begins." Immediately afterward, some of the students in the class, who seemed to have coordinated beforehand, turned to each other and nodded in understanding. Next, while a few other students from the class ran quickly toward the griffins, Senliu's pack of hounds immediately began casting spells aimed straight at the two of them. Leo and Warrenden, this surprised announcer Runba, who shouted, "Oh, what's going on? It's like they planned this in advance." All of them are targeting class president Leo Plove and Southern top graduate Warrenden. Elsewhere, Tide, riding his griffin, saw Leo being targeted and worried for him, wanting to rush over to help. However, Leo immediately stopped him. "Don't worry about me, keep going, this is an exam." Hearing this, Tide could only apologize to him and quickly guided his griffin away. Up in the stands, the spectators saw Sen Liu's hounds cheating and began shouting insults. If they had rotten eggs, they'd throw them down. Disgraceful, those summoning department people. Give up and play fair. As for Leo, being sabotaged like that irritated him inwardly. "I know they hate me, but I didn't expect them to band together to block me like this." Meanwhile, Runba, being a summoning student himself, had to defend his juniors. "Haha, the jeers from Class 5 are loud, but this is their tactic." Oh, just now Warrenden immediately dispelled the attack spell on himself. Turning to Warrenden, he had stabilized the griffin beneath him and asked Leo, "Are you okay? Do you need my help?" Leo waved him off in response, "No, I can handle it myself." Seeing that, Warrenden didn't waste time and immediately sent his griffin soaring into the sky like an arrow. Meanwhile, Leo remained stuck amid the cluster of spells surrounding him. This made Chelsea in the stands worry constantly. At another corner of the arena, Professor Yura also witnessed this and couldn't hide the concern in her eyes. "The rift among the first years is deeper than I thought. Are they openly cooperating to go against Leo?" Leo's main specialty isn't spirits but summoning. "This exam will be difficult for that kid," thought the summoning department professor. However, all those thoughts were completely overturned when she witnessed what happened next. At that moment, our protagonist, Leo, murmured some incantations. "Spirits, please remove my shackles and open the path ahead. Grant me the great mercy of nature." As the chant echoed, two beams of light suddenly appeared before Leo. From them, two tiny spirits emerged, one red, one green. Judging by their forms, they seemed to represent the fire and wind attributes. For Professor Yura, upon hearing Leo's words, she was stunned because she understood what they meant. Spirit tongue, and he speaks it fluently. But how is that possible, she wondered. At the same time, Leo on the field looked back at her with a slightly teasing expression. Seeing that, all of Yura's worries immediately vanished. She sighed and told herself, "I guess I need to relearn summoning." Time quickly passed, cut to the other students. They were riding griffins across a vast meadow. While flying, a dumb member of Sen Liu's group laughed loudly. "Haha, serves him right, representative freshman and top southern student. He can't even start, he's definitely going to rank last." Beside him, Sen Liu nodded in agreement. "How does it feel, Eliza?" Satisfied, huh? In response to their taunts, white-haired Eliza suddenly accelerated her griffin, flew alongside him and gave him a look of contempt. "I don't like this. I could beat Leo Plove, Warrenden, or anyone without resorting to this." Her remark surprised Sen Liu a little. Then, to make him think, Eliza bluntly raised the issue. "What do you think others will think of the summoning department after this?" To this, Sen Liu felt no remorse or worry at all. He even laughed loudly. "Who cares? Haha, those people will face humiliation." Seeing that, Eliza realized he was hopeless, so she only warned him, "Next time, think carefully before you act." After saying that, she jerked the reins hard and drove her griffin forward, leaving Sen Liu behind, grinding his teeth in anger. He cursed at her silently. This arrogant brat acts proud just because she has a powerful family backing her. "But anyway, I'll definitely get second place. Aside from Eliza, I'm the best at controlling flying beasts. This time I'll get the top rank," he fantasized inwardly. However, before that fantasy could last more than a few seconds, a girl's shout came from behind. "Sen Liu, look behind you." Hearing the call, Sen Liu turned around and saw that Chen Zia was standing on her griffin's back. Her riding posture looked like surfing. Her face seemed like she was just out for fun, not taking a test. "What kind of posture is that?" he said awkwardly. All of Sen Liu's earlier confidence vanished like smoke. "She doesn't even need to use spirit power to enhance her beast. This speed is impossible," he shouted, then reverted to his old habits and began his dirty tricks. "Everyone, let's take her down together." In response to that, an orange-haired girl excitedly said, "All right, take this." As she spoke, the girl summoned a wind attribute spirit to prepare an attack. However, Chenzia had already anticipated this group's cheating nature. How could she not be on guard? The moment the wind spirit was summoned, she guided her mount into an arcing flight, turning back toward them. This left the orange-haired girl stunned, unable to react. What? She cried out. Then Chenzia leapt from her griffin's back and delivered a direct kick aimed at the pigtail girl's chest, a precise, powerful blow. Before the girl could scream, she was flung straight off her mount. This is cheating. She screamed in panic. Meanwhile, Chenzia quickly grabbed the griffin's reins, shrugged, and said, "Well, I don't even need to use aura." Then she urged her griffin forward, flying in parallel to Sen Liu and smiled, "Hello, Sen Liu." In reply to her cheerfulness, the idiot responded with irritation, warning her, "You made a mistake making us your enemies." Hearing that, Chen Zia nodded in acknowledgement but didn't forget to remind him, "I'll admit I'm not good at aerial combat, but I'm not your only opponent. There are people who are very angry about your petty tricks." No sooner had she finished speaking, before Sen Liu could grasp what Chen Zia meant, a deafening explosion went off behind them, drawing everyone's attention, and that was not all. Countless more loud blasts erupted beside the mounts, throwing them into panic. Chen Zia was not very surprised. It seemed Warrenden was the vengeful type. She then watched the hulking fellow as he accelerated at full speed and caught up with the group that had started first. Upon spotting Sen Liu ahead, Warrenden's face filled with fury. "You piece of trash. Take this as payback," he said, and then used his magic, hurling numerous fireballs forward. The explosions they caused made Sen Liu's group struggle to keep their mounts under control. Back at the arena, Leo had broken free of the blocking spells, and announcer Runba's voice rang out. The first-year representative, Leo Plove, famous across Lumern for his ambition to join the Academy's best, but today he seems determined to steal the spotlight in this competition. But is summoning Leo's fatal weakness? Observers watched the protagonist to see what he'd do next, since he had started far behind the others. Shifting to Leo's perspective, he immediately noticed a thorn lodged in the griffin's wing. It seemed the magical obstructions weren't the only prank. This made Leo angry, as a hero candidate being subject to such tricks was shameful. Saying that, he reached out and grabbed the reins at the griffin's neck. However, the mount reacted violently, shrieking as if the house were on fire. Leo tried to tame the griffin. "My advice, don't try to ride a griffin when it's this on guard." Runba commented enthusiastically. At the same time, up in the stands, swordswoman Celia worriedly said, "Oh no, why is Leo trying so hard? He must have his reasons." Reese replied, looking back at Leo, although the griffin's resistance made things difficult for him. Very quickly he began to pull with all his strength on the reins, concentrating power into his hands to control it. "I know how you feel, but now you must obey me." "Kneel," Leo said with an icy gaze. This made the griffin shudder. It sensed that if it continued to act up, it would face a great disaster. So it quickly grew obedient. As for Leo, seeing the mount calm down, he swiftly seated himself on its back and officially set off. Oh, Leo's griffin has joined. After the toughest, most perilous start, it seemed the last place was unavoidable. Runba shouted, and ignoring the remark, Leo glanced at the wound on the griffin's wing and reassured it. "It may hurt, but you've endured well, so brave. In the name of the Pact Maker, I command you, appear before me." As the words echoed, a burst of flame rose beside Leo, and then the baby phoenix Fiora appeared. Immediately it cloaked the griffin with its phoenix fire, causing the griffin to cry out as if gone mad. Elsewhere, swordswoman Celia, witnessing this, asked in amazement, "What is that flame?" Without answering, guild leader Reese stared at the screen thinking, "Is that Zerdinger's flame? No, this isn't aura fire, so what exactly is it?" Back with Sen Liu's group, a girl behind him said, "Their injuries are severe, like this we won't reach top speed." In response, someone in the group calmly said, "But at least we can avoid last place, so relax a bit." No sooner had they finished speaking than a figure shot past them at wind-tearing speed. The figure was none other than Leo, his speed amplified by the phoenix fire. Now his griffin flew like a missile forward. "Now let's see. Speed up a little more." Leo smiled as he saw the silhouettes of the opposing group, but at that moment, a roar echoed from ahead, the cry of a dragon, and looking at its form, Leo immediately recognized what it was and exclaimed, "That is Fafnir." To explain the appearance of that dragon, we have to go back a few minutes earlier. After seeing the hulking Warrenden charging in, Eliza drove her mount forward to attack. "This is where you end, Warrenden. I won't give up first place." In response, Warrenden said nothing. Instead, he merely snapped his fingers, and beside Eliza a small spark of flame suddenly appeared, and then It exploded without warning. Fortunately, Eliza's mount handling skill was excellent, so she kept the griffin steady and escaped. However, the surprise attack put her on high alert. A burst attack using Fire Spirit and Wind Spirit. This move isn't just a simple display of spirit control. I've never heard he studied magic classes. Warendens. But no matter how strong the attack, if it doesn't hit, it's meaningless. Saying that, she steered her mount in a zigzag path, dodging all the explosions Warrenden produced. Seeing this, the hulking fellow realized his bursts weren't very effective, so he switched to another method of attack. Then let's see if you can dodge this move. Saying that, he used ice magic to form sharp ice spikes in the air. Next, he combined it with wind magic and shot those ice spikes down like a rainstorm toward Eliza. This was an attack with an extremely wide area, leaving the white-haired girl no time to evade. Then, for some reason, her griffin opened its mouth and spewed a blazing column of fire straight at the incoming ice spikes, shattering them into pieces mid-flight. This made announcer Runba excited as he commented, "What an incredible battle." Warrenden used 3 spirits for his attack, while Eliza countered by enhancing her summoned mount. At that moment, Chenzia seized the opening to surge ahead. "Hee, thanks for that," the black-haired girl said cheerfully, but there was no way Eliza would let her pass so easily. "I won't allow that to happen, Chenzia." Saying that, Eliza threw 2 whips, wrapping them around Chenzia's neck and yanking her toward the sand. At the same time, a small spark appeared before her. Sensing what would happen, Chenzia immediately leapt off her mount and hurriedly jumped clear of her mounts. Sure enough, a terrible explosion occurred at the spark's location shortly after. She then raised both hands and tore apart the energy whip and gently landed back on her griffin. The combined attack from Warrenden and Eliza left the young girl sweating. The top students of the summoning department, they're truly not ordinary. No sooner had she finished speaking than a loud shriek echoed, drawing every contestant's attention from their gazes. It seemed that, without anyone noticing when, that idiot Sen Liu had summoned a black dragon. He looked at everyone with a crazed expression. "I will slaughter all of you, you bastards." Seeing this, Chenzia rushed forward and admonished him. "Sen Liu, riding anything other than a griffin is against the rules." To her warning, Sen Liu was utterly mad and couldn't think straight. "Shut up, I don't care about rules. Those who rely only on talent, I'll kill you all." With that, he commanded the giant black dragon to block the path ahead, preventing the group from advancing any further. "He made a pact with a black dragon?" Warrenden asked, and after observing for a moment, Eliza shook her head and explained, "It's not a black dragon, it looks more like some kind of mutation." "Leo, why did you follow me here? Never mind, I'll take you down." Before the fool could finish, the protagonist looked straight at him with an icy gaze and demanded, "Hey, where did you get that lizard?" Below, Sen Liu didn't notice the nuance in Leo's words, so he proudly boasted, "Ha, jealous, this is my power. I sealed the pact with my summoning magic. You look jealous of my summoned beast, don't you?" Hearing that, Leo realized this guy was beyond saving. "You call that a summoned beast? Ridiculous, that's a mutated monster. A fiend controlled by the mages of Tartarus. One of the war beasts of Tartarus' army that we defeated during the Great Cataclysm era. Where did he even get that creature?" Leo wondered, but before he could think of an answer, Sen Liu began commanding his monster to attack. "Attack, Black Dragon." Obeying its master, the dragon opened its maw and unleashed a pillar of destructive light aimed straight at the young group. Seeing this, Leo's group hurriedly steered their mounts aside to avoid it. However, Chenzia, who was at the rear, couldn't react in time to the attack's sudden speed. Knowing it was too late to dodge, she used her magic to form an energy shield to defend herself. Even so, the shield was too fragile against the dragon's attack. The shield couldn't hold for a second before shattering into pieces. Chenzia and her griffin were sent crashing down to the ground. Fortunately, Leo reacted in time, darting forward and gently catching Chenzia. After checking her injuries, Leo quickly responded, "She's unconscious from the fall. First, we need to secure Chenzia's safety." Thinking that, Leo shouted to the other two, "Everybody land on the ground now." Both of them nodded in response. The group then hurriedly looked for places to touch down. Meanwhile, the idiot Sen Liu, oblivious to the consequences of his actions, was grinning stupidly. "Up here, this is what it's like to look down from above. Not too bad." Saying that, he had his black dragon fly down as if to chase after Leo's group. Naturally, the entire scene was broadcast back to the arena. Oh, the contestants have veered off course and left the broadcast area, so much is happening at once. Sen Liu summoned a black dragon and attacked the leading contestants. The commentator Runba exclaimed excitedly. But before he could say more, Professor Yura rushed over, kicked the dazed fool and shouted, "You idiot! How can you still be commentating now?" She grabbed the microphone and announced to the audience, "Summoning department assistants deploy flying summoned beasts there immediately. The match is temporarily suspended." At the same time, Professors Sejin and Len sensed something wrong and rushed into the commentary box asking, "What's happening?" Professor Yura replied with a grave expression. "It seems Sen Liu sealed a pact with a high-level demonic beast instead of a normal summoned beast. It won't withstand its influence much longer." Her words made Professor Sejin uneasy. "Is Sen Liu truly controlling that high-level demonic beast himself?" he asked again to confirm. At that moment, lazy Professor Sejin appeared at the door. "You're saying someone else is controlling it?" "I'm not sure, but it's possible," Sejin nodded. Seeing this, the head professor quickly issued orders. "All right, Yura, take the summoning department assistants and intercept Sen Liu. If necessary, subdue him and eliminate the demonic beast." The other faculty spread out to protect the students. "And Sejin, you'll come with me." Back at Leo's position, the group had just landed safely. However, Sen Liu was in close pursuit. "It's coming, big guy," Warrington warned. Immediately after, the massive form of the black dragon dove down before them. On its back, Sen Liu coldly said, "If you plan to flee, you should have hidden better, right? All gathered in this open space." Explaining this, Leo shook his head slightly. "I'm not hiding. Besides, the creature you're riding isn't a summoned beast, nor is it a black dragon." Leo's confident words made the fool burst out laughing. "Haha, as someone from the summoning department, if I say it's a black dragon, then it's a black dragon. Why do you act like you know better than me?" Before he could finish, Leo stunned everyone with his next line, "It's a demonic beast." "I'm waiting here to destroy that disgusting demonic beast," Leo said as he slowly stepped forward. "I'm waiting here to destroy that disgusting demonic beast," Leo said as he slowly stepped forward. As for Sen Liu, whether from drug abuse or madness, when he heard Leo call his mount a demonic beast, he laughed like someone having a psychotic fit. Even Eliza at the rear shook her head and remarked, "Oh my, he's gone crazy." Then, as Eliza had said, Sen Liu's eyes were bloodshot and his madness plainly visible. "What did you say? Do I look like someone who has to listen to you? Die." At his command, the black dragon opened its maw and spewed a pillar of red fire of terrifying heat, charging forward at breakneck speed. But the hulking Warrington reacted quickly. He slammed both hands onto the ground and used his magic to summon a colossal stone golem to block the fire, then said, "He's clearly lost his mind. I agree with you, Leo. Get rid of such a disgusting thing." Opposite them, Sen Liu saw his attack having no effect against Warrington's golem magic, and ground his teeth, sweat running down his face from the strain. Meanwhile, white-haired Eliza stepped forward without backing down. "HMPH, you showing off, I'm joining in too. First, we have to pull that idiot out of the enemy's reach. The summoned golem's about to collapse. Get ready," Warrington warned. "You really can't do anything, Warrington," Eliza complained. Nearby, Leo heard their exchange and offered a faint smile. Like his former teammates, they always bickered like this. Back to the battle. As time passed, just as Warrington said, countless cracks began to appear across the giant stone golem's hands under the black dragon's fierce assault. Seeing this, Sen Liu's confidence returned and he laughed uncontrollably. "Haha, as expected, my summoned beast is top tier. Where are you, you rats, running away?" No sooner had he finished than the golem was blasted to pieces. The fool Sen Liu scanned around for his next prey. But before he could find them, Eliza took the initiative to attack. She lashed out with an energy whip toward Sen Liu. The strike was so strong it whistled through the air. Luckily for Sen Liu, he narrowly evaded. The attack enraged him. "How dare you attack me, you bastard!" He then ordered the black dragon to gather its firepower to release another blast. But Warrington wouldn't allow it. Before the black dragon finished gathering its firepower, he snapped his fingers and summoned a flame above the dragon's head, causing it to explode instantly. "Right now," he muttered. Taking the opportunity, Leo put all his strength into his legs and sprang forward with a powerful leap, charging straight at Sen Liu. The coordinated three-person attack was so seamless that the fool barely had time to react before he saw the protagonist standing right in front of him. Next, Leo showed no mercy and delivered a glancing kick to his face. But then Sen Liu's body began to tremble uncontrollably and twist in a strange way, as if possessed. Sen Liu then looked at Leo with manic eyes, his voice taking on an unfamiliar tone. "Nice effort pulling this brat away from the enemy, but this is as far as you go, you punks." It seemed Sen Liu was being controlled by someone. Below, Eliza stared as the black dragon carrying Leo and Sen Liu shot up into the sky and exclaimed, "Wait, why is he going alone, Leo?" Her voice was filled with worry. Cut to the dragon's back where Sen Liu curled his lip and said, "Scared young hero candidate." Opposite him, Leo showed none of the fear Sen Liu implied. Instead, he probed for information. "You're a Tartarus beast mage. Where is your true body? It can't be far away." Leo's words flashed a moment of surprise across Sen Liu's face, which he quickly hid. "You can see my true identity? Interesting, very interesting. Remaining calm in this situation. You truly have the makings of a perfect hero. If so, you'll die here," he said coldly, and at the same time swung his arm, unleashing a massive burst of energy that struck Leo, catching him off guard and blasting him off the black dragon's back. Both of them were still hundreds of meters in the air. If they were ordinary people, they'd have been shredded upon falling from such a height. Fortunately, this is our protagonist. In any situation, he always finds a way to respond. "Fiora, time for you to shine," Leo said cheerfully to the small phoenix frantically flapping to stay aloft. "I'm a jack of all trades, but I've never reached the pinnacle in any single discipline. For Aura, Aaron and Dueno are more skilled. Magic is mastered by Luna. And for summoners, there's Lysanas, so what I chose was to fuse abilities. Aura and magic." Now from the palm of Leo's hand, countless strands of golden energy shot toward the little phoenix to empower it. Within the blazing flames, Fiora's body began to grow slowly, and finally transformed into a gigantic phoenix. Thanks to that, it had enough strength to catch Leo with its talons. "Now you look more like a phoenix, huh?" Leo smiled. Not far away, the black dragon sensed the phoenix's presence and screamed in furious rage. It reacted to the phoenix's energy, the opposite of the monster's own. Above, the Tartarus mage noticed as well. Seeing the phoenix, he grew wary of Leo and asked, "Phoenix contract binder, what is your true identity? If you tell me where you captured that Fafnir, I'll tell you." Leo replied calmly, but his words only deepened the martial fury in the Tartarus mage. "You even know about the beasts of the Cataclysm era. You cannot be allowed to live." As he spoke, he yanked hard on his reins, forcing the black dragon to concentrate energy in its mouth. Seeing this, Leo gathered a flame at the tip of his sword to prepare a counter. "Fiora, it's coming." Zerdinger's secret sword technique, Phoenix Breath, secret manual focal point. Next, in the same instant, both of them simultaneously unleashed their skills at each other. The two terrifying energy sources collided with a deafening explosion. It became a contest of who could endure longer. However, the one appearing to be at a disadvantage was Leo, his face drenched in sweat from the excessive energy drain. Seeing this, the Tartarus mage happily said, "It's over." But then, inexplicably, he suddenly shouted in panic, "Someone!" Because of this disturbance, the black dragon's attack faltered. Seeing that, Leo speculated inwardly, "Is his true body being attacked? His spirit power is weakening. I must seize this chance." With that thought, Leo shouted and released all his energy straight forward. It formed a colossal column of fire that pierced into the black dragon's body. Then its body began to emit countless golden rays and finally exploded like a bomb in the sky, forming a colossal column of fire that pierced straight into the black dragon's body. Then its body began to shoot out countless golden beams, and finally detonated like a bomb in the sky. Who knows whether Sen Liu, who sat on its back, survived? "Well done, Fiora, now let's return," Leo said with a laugh. However, things never go exactly as he expects. At that moment, Fiora's body suddenly reverted to its newly hatched form, leaving Leo's face dumbfounded. As a result, the duo fell freely downward. In another development, the Tartarus mage, who had been concentrating on controlling Sen Liu's body, suddenly had a pillar of light descend from the sky, subjecting his body to tremendous pressure. "Ahem, who are you?" he growled. The one who had just acted was Professor Sejin, who had just arrived. "This one's for you, Tartarus beast mage." The lazy teacher Herod said coldly. Realizing who they were, the mage replied, "Heh heh, so the two pillars of Lumern have arrived." Before he could finish, Professor Herod clenched his hand, increasing the pressure from above. The mage's bones seemed to scream, wanting an early retirement. Then, to everyone's eyes, a dark spatial gate suddenly appeared on the ground, and at the same time a smoke began emerging from behind the mage, filled with countless fangs and eyes. "Regrettably, we'll have to postpone this." Saying that, the fanged monster used its jaw to crush the body it was controlling into pieces, then slipped into the spatial gate to escape. Seeing that, Professor Sejin stopped his magic, shook his head regretfully and said, "Looks like he got away. Seems they're becoming active again." Herod said. Sejin nodded. Indeed, Lumern is no longer safe now. Back at Leo's position, he was still falling through the air and preparing to land. At this fall speed, even Leo couldn't guarantee his survival, so he urged the little phoenix, Fiora, to return to the summoned beast world. Hearing this, Fiora spread her small wings as if trying to catch Leo. But before the pair could get emotional, Leo suddenly stopped midair because his cloak had been grabbed by a gigantic mouth. Accompanied by Professor Yura's voice, "Haha, are you okay, Leo? Thank goodness we're not too late." Time passed quickly, scene shifting to some nameless cave. At this moment, the Tartarus mage was absorbing streams of red energy from the wounds of the monsters before him. Ahead of him stood a stranger cloaked in robes who said, "This isn't easy. I didn't expect to be impeded by someone who's only a hero candidate." His voice carried a hint of sarcasm, prompting Tartarus to try to explain that one isn't an ordinary hero candidate. He signed a contract with a phoenix. Moreover, he saw through the true nature of Fafnir. This revelation left the cloaked mage astonished. Then he licked his lips with excitement. "Oh, doesn't this make things far more interesting than expected?" Time passed quickly, returning to Leo. He walked slowly along a quiet corridor. As he walked, Leo reflected on everything that had happened. In the end, the summoning department's midterm practical was cancelled. And that Sen Liu was dead. The incident made the freshmen more aware of the dungeon's dangers. Everyone was curious about the true nature of the Fafnir Sen Liu had contracted. But the four of us, under Professor Yura's direction, remained silent after realizing it was a subspecies of the black dragon. Time passed quickly, the scene shifted to the magic department. Today was the magic department's practical exam day. The door suddenly opened, drawing Chelsea and Carl's attention to look back. Then they saw Chloe enter with tired eyes, which made them a bit worried. "Chloe's your hair, were you up all night? You don't look well." Ignoring their remarks, Chloe quietly went to her seat. Seeing this, Leo watched from the side in silence. As for Professor Len, once his students were all present, he said sternly, "Good, everyone is here. Pay attention. Today I believe you've prepared original spells that reflect your individual character. It would be a pity if I were the only one to witness these wonderful magics. So I will introduce 3 guest judges who will join us. All 3 are alumni of Lumern's magic department, graduated 3 years ago. They are your seniors and today they will judge your performances." At Len's introduction, 3 figures entered the room. First was a black-haired girl wearing glasses named Rilda Fedney. Next was a stern-faced young man with greenish hair named Fidman Slack. Finally, a cute girl with pale blonde hair named Shiny Hue. "Happy to meet you, juniors," the 3 said in unison. Nearby, merchant friend Carl leaned over and whispered to Leo, "I have a feeling they'll grade pretty leniently. My intuition says so." In response, Leo mumbled with a different thought, "Well, will they really be easy?" Their brief exchange ended when Professor Len looked at the list in his hand and called out, "Ileana Layden, step forward." On this side, Ileana heard and eagerly ran to the podium. Standing there, she excitedly shouted, "Seniors, I'm Ileana Layden, Class 5. It's an honor to meet you all." Her enthusiastic self-introduction made Carl's eyes widen. Paying no mind to that, Ileana began her test. From her palm rose a beam of light that shot into the sky and burst like a brilliant firework. Then she explained, "My primary element is light. If I combine a spell formula with the fire attribute into my light magic in this way, I can create powerful heat magic." As she spoke, a small flame appeared in Ileana's palm. It then combined with her initial light magic to form a strong fire that danced around her. Its presence was anything but weak. However, Shin across from her, after watching the magic, blankly said, "Oh, isn't that basically similar to existing laser-type spells?" Her remark made Ileana's expression stiffen. At the same time, the graduated seniors quickly offered their evaluations. They wrote something on a sheet of paper and handed it back to Professor Len. And the result was not promising at all. She received 2 C grades and 1 C. Professor Len, upon seeing this, showed no surprise and only said coldly. Next, in the back, the other students trembled. They grade that harshly, we might as well skip class. And so time passed quickly. All the students received either C or C grades. Only when their friend Carl took his turn did the results improve a bit. Carl Thomas, B+. Chelsea Llewellyn, A. Seeing that, the 2 of them excitedly celebrated together. However, they didn't know the seniors were still not satisfied. Not bad, but still lacking a bit. Professor Len had said scholarship students this year wouldn't be mediocre. So far, nothing outstanding had appeared. Let's see the rest. On the other side, Fidman glanced at the remaining names and exhaled. Ahaha, this group seems fairly average. Then Professor Len's voice rang out and the mage Abad stepped forward, looking at his handsome face. The female students in class went wild with excitement. Oh my, he looks so cool. Just his face guarantees an A+. Paying no mind to that, Abad began writing a spell formula on the board and said, "The high-level spell I will demonstrate is called Tempest. The predicted danger level upon completion is the highest tier." Time quickly passed and the scene shifted outside. To ensure the other students' safety, Abad stepped outside to perform the spell. Several mages even set up barriers to prevent Abad's magic from affecting the surroundings. Then, under everyone's attentive gaze, Abad slowly drew on his mana, causing his body to levitate. Next, he let out a loud shout. Suddenly, from above, a violent green vortex tore downward. It collided directly with the barrier, producing a terrible explosion. Not far away, a curious deer wandered over and was instantly swept up by the vortex. Seeing this, Abad was alarmed. He hurriedly withdrew his spell, dashed over, and gently caught the deer. Then he smiled and asked, "Are you all right?" After that, he continued to introduce a wind augmentation spell. It looked simple, but was actually an extremely difficult formula-type magic to execute. Across from him, for this demonstration, all three seniors unanimously awarded him an A+. This made his sister Chelsea proudly exclaim, "That's my brother for you." Elsewhere, Professor Len, his face beaming, called out, "All right, next, Leo Plove."
Hearing this, Leo quickly stepped forward and began his presentation. The signature spell I will present is a non-attribute formula magic system. Hearing that, the seniors were shocked and asked, "What? I've never heard of such a concept. Explain." Instead of answering directly, Leo asked back, "Everyone knows that basic spells all have a foundational attribute, right?" In response, the senior Shin said, "Of course, that's a necessary condition for any spell." Hearing that, Leo smiled slightly and shared, "My advanced magic system will streamline the entire chanting process." On the opposite side, even a fool could understand what Leo meant, but precisely because of that, they found it unbelievable, and whispers began to spread, while the green-haired man assumed Leo had gone crazy to say such a thing. Is this kid delusional? Beside him, Shin asked again, "Just to be clear, are you saying you're going to create an entirely new chanting system?" "That's right," Leo nodded, unaware that Professor Len was now staring at him with an excited, flushed face, his voice becoming hurried as he muttered to himself, "All right, this kid must become a mage." Meanwhile, Fidman, who frankly admitted he didn't believe Leo at all, shook his head and mocked him with disappointment. "Leo, we're not here to listen to fairy tales." Before he could finish, Professor Len excitedly interrupted, "I want to see it. Write that spell down." "Yeah, let us see it." Turning back to Leo in order to open everyone's eyes, he quickly grabbed a piece of chalk and began writing something on the board. As he wrote, Senior Rilda said, "Kid, only one mage in history ever used a completely different chanting system as their advanced technique." In response, Leo paused his chalk for a moment and said, "That's right, the poet of the stars, Luna." Behind him, Rilda grew slightly irritated seeing that Leo clearly knew this and still spoke so boldly. Meanwhile, Shin glanced at him critically. "Are you trying to stand on the same level as her? Do you really believe you can rival the poet of the stars?" "Of course not, I can't compare myself to Luna," Leo replied calmly. Shin then reminded him again, "Grand Mage Luna. Kids these days are really disrespectful." Her words reminded Leo of his best friend's current identity, so he replied, Yes, Grand Mage Luna is a legendary mage. But you don't have to be a genius like her to create a chanting system." At this point, Leo finished writing and turned to face everyone while they stared at the formula on the board. The seniors' eyes widened dramatically, because they quickly realized that the formula was actually feasible. The boy wasn't making it up. Based on the structure of this magic, it could cast any spell without attribute limitations. They spoke in utter astonishment, while the mage Chelsea murmured in confusion, "Unbelievable, I can't even understand its structure." In response, the merchant Carl behind them smiled and said, "I gave up trying to understand a long time ago." Returning to the seniors' side, they had completely dropped their earlier disdain and became more serious than ever. Fidman asked Leo Plove, why did you create this magic system? Leo answered honestly, because I want the freedom to use any kind of magic that exists. His answer fascinated Fidman, who thought to himself, this kid really is crazy. Now I see why this year's students are special. Thinking that, he asked again, then what do you call it? Leo gathered mana into his palm, forming a white sphere of light, then murmured a single word, Bible. His words startled Shin.
Quickly remembered something, Bible. Only one person in history ever used that name. It was the magic system created by the fictional character Kyle. Maybe Leo will prove that Kyle really existed. Thinking this, she quickly handed in her score for Leo. She returned the score sheet to Professor Len. Unsurprisingly, Leo received an A+. After finishing his demonstration, Leo stepped down. As he walked, he thought, I couldn't complete this system when I was Kyle. But this time is different. With that thought, Leo noticed Chloe ahead since she was the last student who hadn't presented yet. Judging by her pale, listless face, Leo felt a bit worried and asked, are you okay? On this side, Chloe seemed not to hear the protagonist. She calmly walked down as Professor Len called. Now, the final contestant, Chloe Mueller. As for the seniors, they were somewhat expectant for this mage's demonstration, and Elder Rilda asked, I've heard you're top of the magic class. What will you present today? Chloe answered with eyes full of resolve. The high-level technique I'm prepared with is the undying flame, she said, producing a fierce red fire burning in her palm. This left Chelsea above unsettled. An undying flame, but Chloe normally uses the balance attribute. Why would she choose the opposite attribute for her high technique? Elsewhere, the seniors narrowed their brows as they observed the flame Chloe produced. They hadn't found anything special about the magic. It seemed ordinary. I thought it would be on par with the previous two, they lamented. They regretted it and pondered. Meanwhile, Fidman prepared to mark the score directly. If that's all, there's nothing to see, I'll grade it. Before he could finish, Chloe interrupted. From now on, I'll show everyone the true value of this magic. As she spoke, the mage cast a spell, conjuring a giant sphere of water hovering above her head. Then it poured down onto Chloe, yet remarkably, the flame in her hand did not flicker at all. This made Chelsea and Leo both startle inwardly. It did not go out. Could it be she added an eternal effect to that spell? Someone shouted and Chloe confirmed, yes, unless I extinguish it myself, this flame will never go out. After saying that, she clenched her palm and snuffed out the little flame. Returning to Elder Fidman's thoughts, Chloe's magic made him feel it was even more inexplicable than Leo's exam. Spells follow a common rule. Any magic disappears if not directly sustained by mana. But Chloe had created a spell that broke that rule. How could that be? The more he thought, the more incomprehensible it seemed. Unaware of the senior's thoughts, Chloe cheerfully continued, my high-level magic is the eternal flame. For her performance, all three seniors unanimously awarded her an A+. From Leo's perspective, Chloe using such magic left him uneasy. Impossible. Creating an undying flame was something even Luna had failed at. In history, only one entity ever used such a flame, Erebos. Time quickly passed and Leo began to recall a bit of the earlier memory when he went to find Chloe to talk. Call Chloe out. In response, the swordswoman Celia up front just shook her head. She's probably asleep. She said she couldn't close her eyes during study sessions, so she planned to go to bed early today. Hearing this, Leo turned and left. What a pity, I'll be going then. From the back, Celia seemed to sense something and asked, has something been going on with Chloe lately, hasn't there? She's become very sensitive recently. She's gotten into arguments with a few classmates a few times. I even heard rumors she's been associating with that group of unusual magic department students. But Chloe isn't the type for that. As he thought this, suddenly a flame appeared beside Leo, and from within it a small phoenix, Fiora, flew out. The protagonist reached out to tease her a little and asked, how are you? In reply to that, a familiar voice sounded. You summon me, Leo Plove. The speaker was Farina, Fiora's mother, who had entrusted the chick to Leo. Then Farina asked the protagonist directly, all right, Leo, why did you call me through Fiora? Hearing this, Leo gently set little Fiora down and explained, I wanted to know why Farina is still in Lumern. He also thought to himself, stern species like phoenixes and demonic beasts are natural enemies. There must be a reason she remains here. From Farina's perspective, upon hearing Leo's question, her expression grew colder than ever, as if pondering something. She said in a low voice, 5 years ago there was an attack at Lumern. 2 students and 3 staff members were killed then, and the mastermind was never found. In the end, Headmaster Kalyan Badian asked me to investigate Lumern. Since then, I have been tracking their traces. Seeing that, Leo asked outright, "Do you know that 1,000,000 beast summoners appeared during the summoning department's exam?" Farina gently nodded. "I heard a student died." Leo continued, "Do you think Tartarus is behind this?" Farina was contemplative. "At the moment I only suspect it, so I can't say more." Hearing that, Leo didn't press further. Instead, he asked Farina a favor. "Then please pass this on to Headmaster Kalyan. Sen Liu may not be the only student Tartarus has approached." This information from the protagonist left Farina stunned. Time flew by. Today was the cross-department practical exam between heroic research and combat studies. Professor Herod, still lounging in his chair, ordered his students, "Class 5 assemble." Once everyone had gathered, the class president would explain the exam. Hearing this, Leo quickly said, "The interdepartmental exam between heroic research and combat studies will require teams to cooperate to conquer a hero world. The world you'll be conquering this time is the Chedmother's event." At that, the entire class was stunned. Only the mage Ileana looked naive and confused. Seeing everyone's reaction, she curiously asked, "What is the Chedmother's event?" Nearby, Nella looked at her as if she were an alien. "Oh my god, Ileana, you really do know, this is even part of the exam." But before they could say more, Professor Herod barked, "Silence. Listen carefully, class president, continue." Beside him, the protagonist took out a sheet of paper from somewhere and continued reading. 30 years ago. 5 first-year students from Lumern Academy set out on a mission to the Chedmother's forest in the central region. They were ambushed by Tartarus there. At that time, Professor Albi, known as the embodiment of leisure, was still a second-year student. He joined the relief team and the squad was nearly wiped out. The mission objective this time was to rescue the wounded and eliminate the demonic beasts. You will also assist Professor Albi, who was then a second-year student. Just as Leo finished speaking, the lazy Professor Herod put on a serious face and warned the group, "This exam is not an ordinary midterm. It's designed to raise your combat awareness. So stay fully focused. If anyone is judged to have no potential, they will be expelled immediately." Hearing this, the group couldn't help but panic inwardly, and their expressions visibly darkened. Seeing this, Herod laughed, easing the atmosphere. "Believe in yourselves, you are all mature enough now." Across from him, the students were so moved that they nearly cried at their teacher's encouraging words. Ileana even wanted to ask for his autograph. Unfortunately, before she could open her mouth, he waved her off. "Enough, shut up." Elsewhere, Professor Arshian's voice rang out, "Now I will announce the team roster, in descending order starting from Class 1. Hearing that, the students were stunned. Chelsea blurted out, "Wait, aren't we forming teams within the same class?" Beside her, the merchant student Carl snarled, "No way, damn it, so we have to take the exam with complete strangers." Not caring about this, the other students began stepping forward one by one, reaching into a large urn to draw lots. Our protagonist, Leo, drew a ball with the number 11 on it. That meant he was in Team 11, which was also the very last team. Then, after everyone was grouped, Professor Albi stepped forward and announced, "Grouping is complete. Team 1, step into the summoning matrix." Hearing this, Chelsea and Celia quickly moved forward. Seeing Celia on her team, Chelsea felt more reassured than ever. What a relief. Teaming up with the princess of the Zerdinger house. In response, Celia smiled brightly. "Let's show the strength of the Rodran Empire together." Then Professor Albi began to use his power, causing the magic circle on the ground to emit a dazzling radiance. A screen notification appeared, "Heroic Chronicle Albi's World." Thus, the two young women were teleported into Albi's heroic chronicle. The group of professors outside could also monitor their actions via a simulated screen floating in midair. Watching the combat scene of the two on the screen, Professor Sejin cheerfully said, "As soon as they entered, they moved with astonishing speed. Just as expected, those from heroic houses are truly different. With Celia in the group, they'll definitely rank at the top, haha." Nearby, Professor Herod sighed and cautioned, "Look, I think Chelsea Llewellyn's performance stands out more." His remark made his close friend turn and glare in annoyance. At that moment, a voice suddenly cut between the two, making them both startle. The first team finished the mission so quickly. As expected, promising first years indeed. The speaker was the old headmaster Kalyan. Seeing him appear, Sejin and Herod were both startled and shouted in unison, "Headmaster." Both hastily scooted aside to make room, offering the central seat to him. Then Sejin asked, "What brings you here?" Headmaster Kalyan replied in a very cheerful mood, "I dropped by to see how the first years have matured." Pausing there, he then turned to Professor Albi and said, "Professor Albi, I apologize for stirring up painful memories for you every year." In response, Albi turned, his face icy. "I vowed I would never forget this incident, so to me it is a favor that must be remembered." Then everyone turned their attention back to the student's exam. Inside the screen, Celia and Chelsea had just finished killing an orc. When it fell, they received a notification: Team 1 has completed the mission. Seeing this, everyone outside applauded, while Headmaster Kalyan nodded and remarked, "As expected, the Zerdinger house and Chelsea, extremely skillful, though they often clash, in the end they are of the same empire." Next, Team 3 also completed the mission easily, because their group included the two strongest, Abad and Durin. Watching this, the headmaster's face even flushed slightly. They put their two strongest members up front while the others support from behind. A risky tactic, but I'm very pleased. Then Team 4 completed the mission with the pairing of Nella and Chen Zia. They easily overcame the challenge without a scratch. Headmaster Kalyan commented, "Nella Kavan's healing aura is truly extraordinary." And Chen Zia's movements were, as expected, also very special. Next was Team 7 with the lineup of Warrenden, Eliza, and Eliana. Observing this, Headmaster Kalyan was extremely pleased with the students' performance. There were many outstanding students, but the one he expected most was that one Leo Plove. Looking at that kid, he couldn't help feeling nostalgic. It was almost like seeing his younger self. "Haha," he thought, glancing aside as Professor Albi read another team's name. Team 11 stepped forward. Upon hearing the call, Leo and Chloe both moved forward. "Are you all ready?" Albi asked. The protagonist and Chloe nodded firmly. Seeing that, Professor Albi did not hesitate, and immediately cast his magic to prepare to teleport them into his heroic chronicle. However, just as the formation was being activated, a plume of black smoke carrying a demonic aura suddenly rose within it. Immediately, Leo noticed something wrong and felt a twinge of suspicion. Wait, something's not right. Not only him, but the other students also began to sense the problem as they felt the magical fluctuations growing wilder than usual. "What's going on?" someone shouted. However, after Leo and Chloe were teleported away, the formation returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. This left the students astonished, turning to each other. Everything's back to normal. Where did Leo and Chloe go?" At the back, Professor Sejin hurriedly stood up and asked, "What the?" Beside him, Headmaster Kalyan also spoke. "Professor Albi, what is happening here?" Answering that, Albi turned back, his face somewhat tense. He opened his book for everyone to see and said gravely, "Headmaster, we must immediately suspend the exam." Inside his book was an image of a skull with a tree rooted atop it. At the sight of that image, Kalyan's face darkened at once. He strained to ask, "Don't tell me." Before he could finish, Albi nodded. "That's right, this is a heroic dungeon." Back at Leo's position with that girl Chloe. After entering this dungeon, they received a glaring red notification on the screen. However, it didn't specify any particular objective they needed to accomplish. This increased the protagonist's suspicion even more. Normally, a mission alert would appear. He whispered something. Meanwhile, the sorceress Chloe hurriedly cried out, "Wait a moment, this is the hero dungeon? How is that possible? This isn't a lost page. I've never heard of any page in the hero chronicle losing control." Over here, Leo immediately tried to contact the teachers outside. "Professor, I can't see the other team members anymore. What should we do?" His message was sent, however there was no reply. After a few seconds, Leo shook his head, no one's answering. Hearing this, Chloe panicked. She put her hand to her mouth to bite her nails, then said, "It can't be. I'm sure they'll finish the test and get us out of here soon." Contrary to her naive thought, Leo shook his head and enlightened her. If that were possible, they'd have paused the test already. It's because a hero-level dungeon formed. "Looks like the two of us will have to storm this dungeon." Upon hearing that, Chloe flailed and hastily refused. "Are you joking? Clearing this dungeon is difficult even with all 10 team members. Don't you remember how many people died here 30 years ago?" Leo replied. "If we want to get out of this dungeon, there's no other way, Chloe." Of course, Chloe understood that. However, when she thought about facing the coming enemies, she felt nothing but despair. Tartarus caused the Chedmore incident earlier. From the start, it set out to eliminate rookie hero cadets like us at the source. This entire forest is a trap. The more she thought, the more unsettled she became. Her knees collapsed to the ground, and she put her hands over her face. Sweat poured out relentlessly. Then Leo sat down in front of her, exhaled, and spoke to reassure her. "Chloe, you're the strongest first-year student, aren't you? We can get through this challenge easily if we cooperate." As he spoke, he reached his hand forward with a face full of confidence. This made Chloe curious. She bit her lips slightly then thought, how can he remain so calm? I thought I might finally catch up to him. Thinking that, the sorceress felt a bit competitive. She didn't want to appear weak in front of Leo, so she stood up and asked, do you have a plan? Explaining it, Leo candidly shared his thoughts. To get through the Chedmore incident, two conditions must be met. First, we must rescue the first-year students, and second, ensure their safety. To satisfy both, we first need to find reinforcements. As he spoke, Leo drew a depiction with his finger on the ground. Seeing this, Chloe shrugged and replied, but how do we do that? Outsiders can't possibly enter this dungeon, can they? In response, Leo smiled, pointed to a circle, and calmly said, don't forget, we're not the only Lumern students inside this forest. Hearing that, Chloe immediately caught his meaning and nodded. The people who were killed earlier, right, they're surely still alive. Then she paused a beat, watched Leo turn his back to her and asked, what do you intend to do? Leo answered, quickly climb onto my back. On her side, the sorceress's face flushed like a ripe gack fruit. She said awkwardly, "Why?" Hearing that, Leo glanced back and said, we can't let that female student confront Tartarus before we do. You're a sorceress, so you're slow, get on quickly. At Leo's explanation, Chloe's face contorted. Reluctantly, she climbed onto the protagonist's back. At the same time, in another scene, a horned demon was watching the Lumern students through the screens before him. Then she also reluctantly climbed onto the protagonist's back. At that same moment, in another development, a horned demon was observing the Lumern students through the screens in front of him. This demon is Tartarus named Chubarn. He muttered, it's begun. At this point, he was slightly astonished as he watched the screen, seeing Leo carrying Chloe and running like the wind. He immediately guessed that the two of them were the rescue team. However, seeing there were only two people, Chubarn paid it little mind. A rescue team? Let them be. This demon is Tartarus named Chubarn. He muttered, it's begun. At this, he was a little surprised as he watched the screen, seeing Leo carrying Chloe and running like the wind. He immediately deduced that the two were the rescue team. However, seeing there were only two people, Chubarn didn't care much. A rescue team? Let them be. Our target is the hero cadets who will become dangerous in the future. The others are not. That was what he thought. Yet a second later, his gaze changed when he saw Leo use his skill to wipe out the monsters blocking the way. A murderous aura flared up through Chubarn's whole body as he remembered something. He shouted, all systems, Kyle. Back at Leo's position, unaware he had drawn the attention of the demon Chubarn, he glanced left and right a little, then thought, the closer we get to the center, the darker it becomes around us. Should I borrow Aaron's skill? I'll fine-tune and control my aura to push my senses to the limit super perception. With that in mind, Leo began to concentrate the aura within him and channel it into his eyes, making the surroundings clearer than ever before. Then he noticed something and called to Chloe, get ready, there's a bunch of goblins ahead. Leo's words surprised the sorceress Chloe since she hadn't perceived anything. Still, she quickly nodded, all right. Next, just as Leo had said, after running for only a few dozen seconds, they encountered a group of orcs in front of them. Seeing this, Leo also shouted to signal. Chloe heard him and reacted very quickly. She began to focus mana into her staff and swung it forward, creating razor-sharp shards of ice that flew toward the monsters with wind-tearing speed, immediately impaling them like porcupines. As a result, these orcs, upon seeing the duo, sadly escorted each other to meet the Lord of Death. However, among the horde there was still one not yet fully dead. Near death, it managed to lift a horn to its mouth, intending to blow it to alert its comrades. This made Chloe panic. No, if it blows that horn, the entire orc horde will come here. Not only did she think that, Leo did too. To prevent it, Leo swung his sword with lightning speed and instantly split the green-skinned monster in two. The horn in its hand shattered as well. Leo's unexpectedly quick reaction left Chloe dumbfounded. She told herself, how can there be such a gap in strength between the two of us? Will I never be able to surpass Leo? Putting that aside, not long after, the two of them ran to the group of Lumern students. They were now surrounded by several demons. A strange demonic aura emanated from them, leaving Chloe bewildered. Are they demons? She muttered. But Leo had no time to answer that question and rushed in. Support me, Chloe. Hearing that, Chloe immediately snapped back to focus and used her magic to create a magic circle beneath Leo's feet. And Leo used it as his cushion. He drove power into his legs, stomped hard on the magic circle, and surged forward. At the same time, a girl within the student group shouted a warning to the others. You guys, get ready, they're coming. No sooner had she finished speaking than a demon lunged at the four of them. Die, the creature bellowed. But sadly for him, before his hand could touch the students, Leo suddenly appeared in front of him and swung his sword, cleaving the demon in two. To everyone's astonishment, the demon, after being slain, dissolved into a plume of black smoke. The sudden action surprised the brown-haired girl and she asked, "You came here to help us?" Leo turned, nodded, and answered, "That's right." Ahead, another demon, seeing its comrade slain like that, ground its teeth in rage. It used its magic to form an inky black magic circle, highly intricate, Die Death Leech. As it spoke, giant leeches with razor teeth shot out of the circle like projectiles. However, this still wasn't enough to trouble the protagonist. He immediately cloaked his sword in a blaze aura and swung it hard forward, creating a wave of fire that swept everything away. "Amazing," a male student exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, the brown-haired girl seized the moment. "Now act." Saying that, she began murmuring obscure incantations to cast a spell called Lakeshan Beam. She fired successive beams of light toward the demons. The moment they struck, the demons went out like hot coals doused with water. They only managed one pitiful cry before turning to dust. Watching her magic, Chloe was stunned and thought, "Is that stellar magic? Could this girl?" Chloe entertained the suspicion. After regaining her composure, the brown-haired girl didn't forget to thank Leo. "Thank you so much for helping us. We were panicking when the demons appeared, but now I feel much safer." A rescue transformation arrived to help. Across from them, Chloe cut her off before she could say more. "Sorry, but I need to speak privately with my teammate for a moment." Having said that, she quickly pulled Leo to a corner and whispered, "Hey Leo, that girl is Alia Ziron. She's Professor Albai's sister. Chubarn killed her right in this forest 30 years ago. I'm sure you noticed, but we couldn't save Alia Ziron's team during the Chedmore incident. How did we, among so many people, end up encountering Alia's team, Chubarn? He was a magic knight of knight rank from Tartarus. Their team was notorious for being the first targeted by him. Tartarus instigated the Chedmore incident from the start, with the aim of eliminating the prodigy mage Alia Ziron, a promising hero candidate. Therefore, their names were recorded in the Hero Chronicles. With our current strength, we can't save them. To meet the necessary conditions, we must quickly find another team." Chloe stroked her chin in thought while Leo frowned and asked, "Are you saying we should just leave them?" In response, the sorceress snapped, "It's not that I don't want to save them, but Leo, this is the world of heroes, In fact, they died 30 years ago." At this, Chloe's voice faltered and her face showed clear sorrow. And in response to her words, Leo spoke his thoughts. "It's true they're dead, but we can't just abandon them." Hearing this, the sorceress Chloe truly could no longer hold back her anger. Her teeth clenched and she shouted, "Snap out of it, you're amazing, outstanding, I admit that, but even so, this is not the time for reckless actions. Stop acting like a hero." Having said that, as if realizing she had spoken too harshly, Chloe fell silent. The corners of her eyes began to glisten, seeing this. Leo quietly stepped forward, reached out to pat her small head and whispered, "Act like a hero, Chloe, you shouldn't throw words like that around. Because you're a hero candidate, we're not merely pretending to be heroes. This is part of the process of becoming one." Upon hearing this, Chloe seemed to wake up. She lifted her tear-bright eyes to look at Leo, as if awaiting his reply. Then Leo looked around and said, "History has already been changed." "What do you mean?" Chloe asked in surprise. Answering her, the protagonist assessed, "Look around, Chloe. When we met Alia's team, the forest was shrouded in darkness. By all rights, they should have been slain by Chubarn long ago." On hearing this, Chloe was startled and quickly noticed the anomaly in this hero dungeon. "I still think this is absurd," she murmured inwardly, then said, "I'll leave it to you to decide." In reply, Leo nodded and proposed, "All right, let's retreat with Alia's team." From behind, Chloe watched Leo's solid back and murmured to herself, "You're going up there alone without me again, aren't you?" "I'm still I. Do you see it?" In her haze, the dark grimoire Chloe carried in her bag was emitting demonic auras she didn't notice. Cut to Alia's group's position. Tayed, a first-year mage, quietly said to the others, "Isn't this a bit odd? Only 2 people came from the rescue team." In response, Dina, a first-year knight, nodded in agreement. "That's right, they look about our age. Could this be a trap by Tartarus?" Their friend Belek voiced the thought. However, Alia denied it all. "What are you talking about? If they were enemies, they wouldn't be fighting the demons alongside us. And hey, he actually looks pretty cool." Saying that, Alia's face flushed slightly. This made the other 3 members widen their eyes, suspicious of what they'd just heard. Dina shouted, "Are you kidding me, Alia? Among all these people, you seriously say that?" Hearing this, Alia retorted with a complaint. What did I say that's wrong? Oh no, I just thought Senior Albi was your standard. Dina scratched her head. Then, without letting their conversation drag on, Leo stepped forward to remind everyone, listen carefully. We will leave this forest as quickly as possible. At Leo's suggestion, Tayed stood up and asked, is that necessary? Since reinforcements are here, let's take our time clearing the monsters on the way. Before he could say more, Leo stated the situation bluntly. We can't do that, a night rank demon is targeting you. Hearing this, the group's faces turned pale with fear. Because they knew that if a night rank demon, it would be as powerful as an entire army. Someone whispered and Leo nodded in confirmation. Exactly, that's why we avoid confronting it head-on. Our goal is to return safely. Are you ready? All right, let's move out. And so the group quickened their pace before the big Chubarn could arrive. While running, Alia glanced back at Leo from time to time and saw the complicated expression on Chloe's face. This made Alia feel a bit suspicious inside. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to the Lumern Academy library. At that moment, the entire library was in an uproar over the Hero Dungeon event. Staff rushed about searching for all kinds of documents, while Professor Sejin hurriedly said, find every case of a dungeon turning into a hero dungeon. Time is critical, everyone move fast. Elsewhere, Principal Kalyan turned to Professor Albi and asked, should we take our inability to enter as a positive sign? The handsome professor nodded firmly. Yes, you cannot enter a hero dungeon while those inside are still present. That means those two are still alive. But it's been 3 hours since those two students entered. Night has already fallen in that hero world. Hearing that, the old principal asked further, Albi, when did you defeat Chubarn 30 years ago? Albi replied, around midnight. At that, Principal Kalyan could only sigh in frustration. Sigh is all we can do, just rely on our past selves. No sooner had he finished speaking than a female staffer rushed into the library and announced, Principal, we've found the seller who provided the summon catalyst to student Sen Liu. As for ties to Tartarus. She stopped mid-sentence. Because at that moment, Professor Albi's face had grown terrifying. An energy began to emanate from him uncontrollably, to the point that Principal Kalyan was startled and quickly placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him. Calm down, Albi. The principal's stern words brought the blonde professor back to himself. Still, Albi seemed to need time to fully compose himself, so he turned and left the room. I'm going out to clear my head. He hurried away. Only after he had completely disappeared did the female staffer breathe a sigh of relief. Then turned to the old principal and said, just as expected from someone who rose to become a hero driven by hatred of demons. Kalyan replied with a saddened face. It's understandable. In the incident 30 years ago, even his sister's relic wasn't found, let alone a body. All right, so who sold the summon catalyst to Sen Liu? In response, the staffer said, it was a black market dealer settled in the alleys of Lumern City. This year he's rather well known among first-year students. As she spoke, she handed Kalyan a notebook. While flipping through the notebook, Kalyan asked, are you implying a spy from Tartarus infiltrated Lumern City? Beside him, the staffer shook her head. They don't work for Tartarus, but clearly Tartarus funneled some items to them. Hearing this, Kalyan stroked his chin and wondered inwardly, what is their objective? Then, after turning the page and examining each listed item in detail, suddenly Kalyan noticed a line of text. Chloe Muller, Dark Grimoires. Seeing this, the principal hastily closed the book and turned to the staffer. Elena, go fetch Professor Len. Yes, I will. Elena replied and quickly left, leaving the old principal behind. He looked at his hands covered in scars and thought, my instincts, sharpened by countless near-death experiences, seemed to be screaming. They're warning me that danger is right in front of us. Time passed at the academy. Back with Leo's group, night had fallen inside the hero dungeon, and they now faced waves of attacking monsters. On this side, Leo casually swung his sword and cut down a goblin. Then glanced at the others in the group and thought, I've been using my extrasensory perception for too long. Everyone has reached their limit. With that in mind, Leo ordered, take a short break to recover. Nearby, Tayed and Belak looked at Leo with disbelief. They whispered, how does he not look tired at all? He's unreal. Then they found an open area to rest temporarily. Meanwhile, the sorceress Chloe took the opportunity to read her grimoire. Then suddenly Alia's voice rang out. Hey Chloe! Startled, Chloe hurriedly closed the book, stuffed it into her bag and awkwardly said, Alia, what's up? Alia smiled and asked, I have a question. What's your relationship with Leo, Chloe? Are you two lovers? Alia's blunt question made Chloe flustered. The sorceress quickly retorted, "Of course not." Seeing her strong denial, Alia nodded, "All right, judging from your reaction, definitely not." From Chloe's perspective, Alia coming just to ask that made her sigh in exasperation. She looked at Alia and pondered, "I feel like something familiar. Even if a senior enrolled 30 years ago, they're still just first years now. Maybe they're like kids in my class." Thinking that, Chloe blurted out, "But why are you asking about that? Are you interested in Leo?" At this, Alia glanced at Leo resting by the tree. Her face flushed slightly as she admitted, "Well, my heart is racing." "So it's love at first sight?" and Chloe asked. Inside, Chloe began to feel some admiration for the protagonist. Alia, the genius sorceress still spoken of after 30 years. Does she really see Leo as that amazing? Unaware of these thoughts in Chloe's mind, Alia tucked her hair back and shared, "Honestly, I don't know if it's love, my heart is just pounding. This feeling is like when my brother does something foolish, or when I accomplish something." Hearing this, Chloe's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "Is that sorcerer with the evil eye really that bad in her eyes?" Alia, curious, asked, "What, which eye?" "No, I meant Albi." Chloe hurriedly corrected herself when she realized her slip. Then Alia explained, "That's because he's someone who constantly challenges the impossible." After hearing this, Chloe's eyes showed a hint of sympathy as she said, "Challenging the impossible, Leo is like that too. At first, Leo and I were just friends. But now I'm starting to feel jealous of him." Opposite her, the genius sorceress Alia smiled faintly, "So we really are alike." Chloe, "Actually, I used to be angry and jealous of my brother. It sounds silly, but I thought no matter how hard I tried, he had no real talent. This is a secret, but the foundation of my magic was actually created by my brother. I'm good at using existing spells, but terrible at inventing a new one. I failed the Lumern Academy entrance exam twice. There was a time I hated my brother. I felt superior, but that jealousy turned into admiration." Nearby, the more Chloe heard Alia, the wider her eyes grew as she realized Alia had gone through the same thing. However, before their conversation could continue, Leo, who had been resting to one side, sensed something and hurriedly stood up to warn everyone, "All of you, get ready, change of plans. We can't retreat anymore." Seeing Leo's serious demeanor, the other students tightened their grips on their weapons and waited for what was coming. Sensing everyone's fear, Leo shouted encouragement, "Don't be afraid, remember, you all have the potential to become heroes." His words steadied the group a bit. They clenched their jaws and turned their eyes toward the source of the roaring sound. Not keeping them waiting, the big Chubarn had arrived. His foot slammed into the ground, cracking the earth into pieces. "Found you, the hated one, the seedling of a great hero." Saying that, he raised his weapon high and swung straight at Leo. The strike hit the ground with a deafening blast, and the protagonist nimbly leapt into the air to evade. But Chubarn's words made Leo uneasy. He wondered, in the Chedmore massacre, Chubarn's orders were to eliminate all hero seedlings at that time. So why is he hostile toward me and calling me the seedling of a great hero? The more he thought, the more puzzled he became. Before Leo could find an answer, a terrifying, murderous aura issued from Chubarn. Seeing this, sweat broke out on Leo's face. He shouted, "Everyone, it's charging." Not waiting for more reminders, Chloe cast her magic and created a huge blue magic circle across the ground. At the same time, the hulking Chubarn hurled the axe in his hand forward. However, it was stopped by a massive ice column Chloe had summoned. On the other side, our protagonist covered his sword with a blazing aura. Then he gathered power in his legs and launched himself high into the air toward the demon. From above, it looked like a plunge, but from below, Leo swiftly swung his sword into the creature's throat, sending a spray of hot blood into the air. Seeing this, everyone shouted in joy, "He cut it." But a second later, everyone's expressions froze. For as they watched, Chubarn's throat, previously nearly severed by Leo, was now slowly healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Eventually, it closed up without leaving a single scar. Seeing this, someone hesitantly said, "Its neck can reattach itself." Up ahead, Leo also shouted, "Focus, keep your distance from Chubarn. That's a nullification ability. It makes every attack count as if it never happened." Leo's words left Tayed and Alia stunned. Their faces went pale, unsure how to deal with it. "So what do we do? Is there no way to defeat that monster?" In response, Leo offered them reassurance. He explained, "Nullification isn't omnipotent, besides he can't use it continuously, so it has limits." Across from them, Chubarn picked up his axe and sneered contemptuously, You think you stand a chance, relic of a great hero? Leo retorted mockingly, you're the one trembling at the arrival of a new hero, aren't you? Without any warning, Leo, Dina, and Belak simultaneously charged, attacking from 3 different directions. Meanwhile, the sorceress Alia at the rear used her magic to provide supporting attacks. She cast a spell called the Circle of Light, firing streams of energy imbued with a dangerous aura straight at the demon's massive body, causing any part of him struck to burn intensely. This is the light magic I hate, just like Lord Silituna said, kill them here and now. He muttered to himself as he continued swinging his axe at them. Then Chubarn suddenly let out a loud roar and raised his arm high into the air, preparing a devastating strike. Even Leo felt his hair stand on end and shouted, dodge. No sooner had he spoken than Chubarn's axe slammed into the ground. The blow sent rocks flying everywhere like shrapnel. Of course, Leo could easily swing his sword to deflect the stones coming near him. However, Dina and Belek didn't react as quickly. A shard glanced off Dina's shoulder, while unlucky Belek was pierced in the abdomen by a sharp rock. Seeing this, Leo hurried over, picked up the big guy, and ran toward the ice pillar Chloe had created for cover. Elsewhere, Alia, worried for her 2 friends, ran over and asked, are you okay? Dina managed to reply weakly, I can hold on a bit, but Belak. Before he could finish, Leo reassured them, don't worry, no organs are damaged, stop the bleeding first. Then Leo turned to Chloe and urged, Chloe, we need a decisive, powerful strike. Chloe nodded, okay, give me a moment. Next, the protagonist left the wounded behind and created 2 clones of himself to pin Chubarn down. Back in Chloe's thoughts, she quickly rifled through which spell to use. While Leo stalls, I have to hurry, I need an attack strong enough to break this nullification. She took the dark grimoire from her side and flipped through it. Very quickly, she seemed to find a spell and murmured, if I use this spell then. Back in the battle, the fight between Leo and Chubarn grew increasingly intense. The ground began to tremble under their blows, leaving observers stunned. Leo was directing his clones to relentlessly attack Chubarn from all sides. However, thanks to Chubarn's nullification skill, Leo's strikes caused him no harm. He even disregarded the clones' attacks and charged at Leo like a madman. But how could he possibly reach the protagonist's real body so easily? At that moment, Leo's small figure flashed and he appeared at Chubarn's side, swinging his sword hard and leaving a deep wound in the demon's flank, causing him to scream in agony. Not far away, Tayed couldn't hide his surprise and said to Dina beside him, wow, do you think someday we'll be able to do something like that? Dina could only shake her head bitterly and reply, I don't know. Unlike them, the sorceress Alia only needed to look at Leo's clones to guess what they were. She thought to herself, that's definitely celestial magic. Who on earth is that? Just as she thought this, a sudden hair-raising chill began to spread in all directions, startling Alia. She hurriedly turned toward where she sensed it and saw that Chloe had completed her spell. She formed a dark purple magic circle in the sky. From it emanated a mysterious aura that instilled fear in others. I will kill you, filthy demons, Chloe said with a smile and an oddly distant expression. Then Chloe shouted to the protagonist in front, hey Leo, it's dangerous, get out of the way. If you get pulled in and die, it's not my problem. Die? After saying that, the sorceress unleashed her magic forward, creating a pillar of destructive fire that raced toward Chubarn. The ground struck by the attack exploded. Watching Chloe's attack, Leo's brows knitted tightly. He couldn't understand why an ice mage like Chloe would use a fire-based attack. Unaware of Leo's thoughts, Chubarn, engulfed by the pillar of fire, began to scream as if his house were burning down. Seeing that, Chloe laughed as if intoxicated. This is the eternal flame, it cannot be extinguished, burned to death in the agony of the everlasting fire. At that moment, to everyone's eyes, the flames covering the huge demon began to slowly turn black. Feeling a sudden unease, Leo urgently shouted to stop her. Chloe, stop the spell, hurry. Unfortunately for Leo, it seemed Chloe no longer heard him. The sorceress gripped her staff so tightly that cracks began to appear in it. One like you must suffer, she cried with fanatical fervor, continuously maintaining the spell. From Chloe's face, Leo could tell something was wrong. Without hesitation, he dashed toward Chloe. Swung his sword hard, knocking the dark grimoire from her hands. At the same time, the eternal flame Chloe sustained was severed. Leo gently wrapped his arm around the genius sorceress's waist and safely brought them down to the ground beside them. Chloe seemed dazed, like someone drunk who hadn't yet sobered up. Seeing this, Leo turned to ask, hey Chloe, tell me the truth, is that unquenchable fire really your unique magic? Chloe, unable to hide it any longer, sadly admitted, "No. Actually, it's an incantation I found inside an ancient grimoire." Hearing that, Leo sighed inwardly, so it truly is the flame of Erebos. Then he spoke his thoughts plainly to Chloe. "Listen carefully, Chloe, that spell just now is dark magic." The remark left Chloe stunned. She stammered, "What dark magic?" Leo nodded and clarified, "Yes, that grimoire is a demon relic." From the sorceress's perspective, only now did she realize how dangerous her actions had been. What have I done, Leo? I can't, I'm not worthy of being a hero." The more she spoke, the more panicked she became. With no other choice, Leo slapped her shoulder hard and shouted to calm her. "Snap out of it, listen up. There are no records of Chubarn having an anti-magic curse. That means Chubarn exhausted his magic resistance fighting Alia's group. Understand, 30 years ago, though they were afraid, none of them gave up. They fought to the end in a battle that seemed impossible to win. What did Lumern Academy teach you?" Leo said, staring at Chloe. Chloe hesitated and answered, "That is to overcome every limit." Hearing this, Leo nodded slightly in satisfaction. At that moment, the sorceress's mind suddenly cleared. She thought to herself, "Now I get it, I admired him from afar. He's so cool that I don't even feel jealous anymore." At the same time, Alia stepped forward and handed Chloe her staff. "Here, take it, Chloe, please." Back to Leo's point of view, after calming the blonde sorceress, he turned his gaze to the hulking Chubarn ahead. "Anyway, thanks to Chloe's spell, the anti-magic curse is gone. Now it's time to end this." Before Leo could rush in to attack, Chloe's incantations began to ring out beside him. Chloe Muller, will surpass my own limits and not bow before those who trusted me," she murmured inwardly. With each word, a magic circle quickly formed in the sky. Meanwhile, Leo unconsciously broke into a smile. Truly the pure language of a genuine sorcerer. Does it make me feel this reassured? At that moment, Leo's mind flashed back to fighting with his former comrade Luna. He had felt the same sense of calm then. As for the monster Chubarn, he realized he could no longer nullify attacks. So he didn't give Leo's group a chance to finish the spell. He gripped his axe and charged. As he closed in on Leo, he unleashed a powerful downward chop that forced the protagonist to raise his sword to block. But Chubarn seemed to have gone mad. He fixated on Leo as if he wouldn't stop until he destroyed him. "Die." He shouted and launched another strike. It was so strong that, although Leo held it off, the ground beneath him cracked into fragments. This staggered the protagonist, throwing off his balance and forcing him to step backwards several paces. Seeing this, Chubarn immediately seized the opportunity. He clenched his left fist and threw a thunderous punch at wind-tearing speed. Leo hurriedly brought his sword up to block. However, the tremendous force of the blow still sent his small frame flying backward like a cannonball. He began coughing up some blood as his body took damage. At that, Chubarn's mocking voice rang out, "Is that all, seed of a great hero?" His cold voice sounded right in front of the protagonist. Leo struggled to get up. But then suddenly, a snowflake fell right before Leo. A wave of icy aura began spreading through the surroundings, covering the scenery with a thin layer of frost. Seeing this, Leo realized Chloe's spell had completed. He confidently said, "Whether in the past or now, you demons are never a match for us. This is where it ends for you, Chubarn." Above, inside the giant magic circle, a five-pointed star had formed in the sky. Returning to Chloe's thoughts, she murmured, "Thanks to you, I've perfected my unification spell, Leo." "Ice Realm," she whispered. Immediately, countless sharp ice spikes began to rise from the ground. Thus, before Chloe's powerful freezing magic, the body of the demon Tartarus was frozen solid into an ice statue. Seeing that, Leo stepped forward gently and raised his finger. Lightly touched the massive block of ice, causing cracks to spread outward, until it completely shattered into many pieces. Next, Leo sensed a dark aura emanating from the dark grimoire Chloe had buried beneath the ground. Without hesitation, our protagonist wrapped his sword in a blazing red aura and plunged it straight into the book. No sooner had they done so than a notification appeared. Achievement unlocked, saved a first-year student in dire peril, reward multiple achievements unlocked, Chubarn subdued. Ignoring the notifications, Leo turned to the bewildered Chloe and praised, "Your unique magic is truly impressive. If I could use such field magic, I'd probably die and be reborn before I managed it." In response to the hero's compliment, Chloe looked away, unable to meet his gaze, and said, "Leo, I'm going to confess everything to the school. I might get expelled." Hearing that, Chloe's face showed her anxiety. Leo quickly reassured her, No way, an aspiring hero like you expelled? I firmly believe you'll become a hero. Elsewhere, Alia's group, seeing they had won, rushed over. You two were amazing, you looked exactly like real heroes. Leo nodded in reply, you all did your best too. On this side, Leo began returning the staff to Alia. We used it well, it helped us defeat them. Alia smiled and declined, pushing the staff toward Chloe and advising, Chloe, you should keep it. Beside them, the black-haired friend nodded, exactly, thanks to you we survived. Leo, take this too. With that, he handed his sword to the protagonist. They also gave a necklace and a pair of gloves to Leo and Chloe. At that moment, someone nearby shouted in alarm, over here, there's a survivor here. The one who ran over was Professor Albi. Judging by his sweat-drenched face, it was clear how rushed he had been. Seeing his youthful appearance, Chloe was startled. That's Professor Albi, why does he look about our age? That was an event from 30 years ago. Leo explained. Meanwhile, Albi grabbed his sister's shoulder and asked anxiously, Alia, are you hurt anywhere? Alia replied with a smile. The rescue team is here, so I'm fine. Oh, and I met someone who looked exactly like you. At the same time, Leo's group received a notification. Strategy complete, Albi's world prelude to the Ched Mother's event. Chloe, seeing the siblings reunited happily, felt joy too. She quietly thought, thank you all for still being alive. After saying that, both of them were teleported away in a flash of light, so Alia hadn't even had time to say goodbye before they vanished. Back to Chloe's point of view, as they watched, cracks began spreading across the space in all directions, and she realized, it seems the hero's world is collapsing. Back with Leo, another notification suddenly appeared before him. Strategy reward gift. After they left, Professor Albi, usually cold, couldn't hold back his tears when he saw his sister safe and sound. Time passed quickly. When Leo opened his eyes again, he found himself resting in the infirmary. As soon as he woke, the handsome professor's voice rang out. You're awake, Leo. Thank you for saving the girl. And tell Chloe that I'm grateful to her as well. After saying this, Albi turned and left with his usual cold demeanor. At the same time, Headmaster Kalyan entered the room. Seeing him, Leo hurried out of bed to greet him. However, the old man put up a hand to stop him. Don't try to sit up, rest a bit. How is your body feeling? In response, Leo waved his hand. Me, I'm fine, no problem at all. Headmaster Kalyan sat down and got straight to the point. So, what happened inside? Is this incident related to the dark grimoire Chloe carried, right? Leo, a bit surprised, asked back, how did you know? Kalyan explained, before coming here we discovered where Sen Liu bought the summoning catalyst, which is also where Chloe bought the dark grimoire. It seems our guess was right, that grimoire is a magical artifact. Hearing that, Leo silently speculated. A magical artifact, a shard of Erebos, that is, a physical fragment of Erebos. It would become an extremely powerful weapon if it fell into the demon's hands, but if used by ordinary people, it would gradually drive them mad. Next, Leo began recounting everything he had experienced inside the hero dungeon. After hearing the whole story, Headmaster Kalyan sighed, so that's what happened. If what you say is true, Leo, then the magical artifact affected the hero's world, right? Leo nodded firmly. After we removed the artifact, the hero dungeon immediately returned to normal, so it's very likely. At that moment, Chloe suddenly woke up. Seeing the old man beside her, she cried out, Huh, Headmaster Kalyan. Seeing her panic, the old man raised a hand to calm her. Calm down. Since you two have just regained consciousness, I want to ask one thing. After he spoke, the secretary Alina brought a large wrapped bundle into the room. She quietly pulled back the covering cloth to reveal the items they had won, the gifts Alia's group had given before leaving. Looking at the staff in her hands, Chloe's eyes widened in disbelief. This is Alia's staff. Headmaster Kalyan said sternly, explain, a reward that shouldn't exist, how did it end up in your hands? From Leo's perspective, he frowned and watched Chloe's reaction, inferring, judging by that reaction, it seems Chloe didn't receive a reward, just like the entrance exam and the Ched Mother's event. There are no clear rewards in the living hero's world, and reward rules are tied to the owner of the hero's world. That rule has been broken. Why is that? Even if the reward is the Fairy King's vow, why would it end up being mine? Thinking that, Leo was a tangle of nerves inside. He couldn't reveal the truth, so he offered a feeble excuse. You explained it's a strategy reward. Hearing this, both Kalyan and Chloe were astonished and turned to Leo, asking, so there was a reward in Albi's hero's world? Leo carefully speculated in reply, yes, probably, I think something abnormal happened when the hero's world was restored. Then he thought to himself, for now I should keep that as the cover story. From Headmaster Kalyan's perspective, though he heard the protagonist's explanation, the old man stroked his beard with concern and asked, Chloe seems to know nothing at all, but why only you, Leo? Before he could finish, the sorceress hurriedly came to Leo's defense. Maybe Leo played the largest role in the strategy. I've heard that whether you receive a reward depends heavily on your contribution. Hearing that, Kalyan decided not to press further. He slowly stood and nodded. All right, I understand. We will quietly investigate this phenomenon. The relic will be returned to the family after inspection. And everyone, do not disclose anything about the magical artifact. But after his words, Chloe couldn't contain her surprise and turned to ask. However, Kalyan only smiled and said, the enemy is not only outside. You two truly did your best, now rest well. With that, he and his assistant Alina quickly left the room. Once only the two of them remained, Chloe glanced at Leo and hesitated. Leo. I have something I want to tell you, well. Saying this, her face blushed slightly. But before she could continue, the group, Chelsea, Celia, and Carl, burst into the room. Chelsea, the sorceress, was even on the verge of tears. Then, for some reason, Headmaster Kalyan returned and said to them, right, hero candidates. There will be a banquet tomorrow night. If you don't have formal wear, you should go to Lumern City early. You youngsters are so charming. His reminder left both Leo and Chloe puzzled. It seemed this banquet was news to them. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the welcome party for new students. At that moment, the announcer's voice boomed. A party for the freshmen who survived Lumern Academy's first midterm. First, our battle-hardened heroes are entering, who will shine brightest tonight. In a corner of the party, Carl and Tide smoothed their hair and said smugly, oh wow, this is our reward after enduring the brutality of Lumern Academy's midterm. Maybe it was a bit easy for us. They happily took their seats and kept chatting while eating. Why does it feel like only our class is underrepresented? Carl asked, and Tide enthusiastically nodded. Lumern doesn't tolerate latecomers, you know. At that moment, the announcer's voice sounded again. And in that instant, another group of heroes entered. From Class 5, Nella Carvin and Eliana Layden. Hearing this, everyone turned to the entrance and gasped at the beauty of the two. Oh my, they're so beautiful, someone exclaimed in awe. Watching this, Carl and Tide were so stunned they stopped eating. Tide even spat out the soda in his mouth. They both look amazing, Carl cried out. Meanwhile, red-haired Nella, seeing their appearance, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, did you two just steal your father's vests? Hearing that, Carl could only sigh dolefully. Oh man, what was I excited about just now? Tide next to him nodded in agreement. Ignoring them, the host continued the announcement. Next, the pride of the Rodran Empire. The Llewellyn siblings. As soon as cold, handsome, cool Abad walked in, the female student screamed in excitement. Oh my god, I want to be the heir's retainer. I'm fan club member number 94,348, no regrets. Over here, Carl couldn't help but compliment. She looks like a real princess. A princess? Nella chimed in, surrounded by Rodran's elite. This guy is no joke. Above, the host shouted, finally, a real couple has entered the hall. It's Celia from the Zerdinger family and Leo Plove. Contrary to others' expectations, swordwoman Celia stuck out her tongue in annoyance. Why is my moment being overshadowed by you, Leo? Leo shrugged and said nonchalantly, so what? Over here, when people saw Leo approaching, they cheered. That's the class representative. Look, the class rep. The pride of Class 5, Leo. Wow, our rep is the best. The group excitedly spoke, until the cheerful mood was cut off by the announcement from the white-haired professor. At that moment, above her head, a hologram of a terrifying monster appeared. So everyone, are you enjoying the party? In response, although every student's face was extremely reluctant, no one dared not reply. Wow, we're having fun, hahaha. In their hearts they thought, don't answer and she'll go insane again. Back to the professor's point of view, seeing the students so happy. She shared their joy. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Now please enjoy yourselves while listening to the midterm competition results. Cut to Leo's group. For some reason, everyone's mood suddenly sank a little. How are we supposed to enjoy this now? Carl complained. Ignoring them, the female professor continued her speech. I anticipated all of your reactions. Therefore, here we will only announce the top 3 students of each department. The remaining scores will be given by your homeroom teachers tomorrow, so don't worry too much. The head professor of each course will now announce the scores. After this, Ain, the professor of the Knights department, stepped forward to speak. Seeing him, Fire Mage Nella couldn't help but scream as if she saw an idol. So cool, Frost Knight ain't Ellen do, she shouted. Meanwhile, the stern professor began his speech. You have all performed very well in the midterm. Now, I will announce the top-ranking students of the Knights department in order. At the same time, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed and a list screen appeared, with Swordwoman Celia at the top, Duran second, and Chen Zia third. The professor announced their names one by one, and as Celia saw the list she felt a bit embarrassed. She thought, Leo didn't make the top. Next, handsome Professor Aeon stepped up. Now I will announce the rankings for the magic department. First is Abad Llewellyn, second Chelsea Llewellyn, third Emio Luchin. At this, Mage Chelsea couldn't hide her worried expression and looked at the protagonist, then asked, Why isn't your name listed, Leo? Leo calmly replied, That can happen. Not to mention them, Carl said awkwardly. I get it, Leo, but Chloe's name isn't on the list either. Hearing that, Swordwoman Celia glanced over at Chloe. However, she received only a strained smile from the mage. Turning to Professor Aeon's thoughts, because she revealed magic, her practical magic exam score was voided. Still, what she showed, her academic passion as a mage, is truly admirable. At that moment, Professor Sejin suddenly stood up and shouted, To me, the true top of the magic department has always been Chloe. His enthusiastic shout made the lazy Professor Herod laugh and advise, Sit down now. Celia patted Chloe on the shoulder as a consolation. While they were still chatting, Professor Yura stepped forward and announced, All right, summoning students, try harder next term. According to her list, the top freshmen in the summoning department are Warrenden first, Eliza second, and Juredin Rusin third. Back with Leo's group, they now noticed something strange. Several departments had announced their lists, yet Leo's name hadn't appeared anywhere. Seeing their curious faces, the petite professor turned back and announced, Everyone's enjoying themselves, right? Finally, we will announce the valedictorian and the block representative. The midterm valedictorian and this year's block representative is Leo Plove. Immediately after those words, the group burst into surprised exclamations. However, at that moment a hand shot up in objection. I object. Why can a Plove, who didn't make the top 3 in any department, be the valedictorian and block representative? The student raising the objection was Emio Luchin, who placed 3rd in the midterm. Not just him, Leo himself wondered why the block representative title had fallen to him. Emio's question set off a murmur of discussion among everyone, which made the white-haired professor above feel flustered and at a loss for words. Then, just a second later, her demeanor changed instantly as she shouted, Kids, perk up your ears. I'll explain the unreasonable reasons once, so listen carefully. First, dual discipline students are not ranked by department because they cannot compete fairly under the standard evaluation system. For example, a swordmage's magic is usually weaker than a pure mage's, but combined they produce supreme power. Second, Leo Plove scored the highest among the freshmen in the combined exam of spirit studies and combat. Below, Emio, hearing this, grew confused but forced himself to say, But regarding that combat score, weren't there others who also got perfect marks? To answer his question, another shout rang out. Leo even exceeded the World Hero mission objectives. He defeated Churbanan. After that statement, everyone gaped and turned to look at Leo in disbelief. Putting a bit of pressure on our protagonist. Did you really defeat Churbanan? It was just you and Chloe. The astonished group asked, and Leo quietly nodded in agreement. Up above, the white-haired professor also stammered in embarrassment. Everyone, the reason Leo scored the highest in the midterm is because. Before she could finish, Professor Sejin smiled and intervened. That's enough, Professor Arishian. It seems all the students already realize that. That concludes today's score announcements. Enjoy the rest of the banquet. With that, everyone happily continued to enjoy the party together. Cut to the professor's banquet table. While dining, Professor Yura turned to her colleague and asked, Hey Len, if dual discipline students were allowed to be ranked within departments, what would happen to the scores? Hearing this, Professor Aeon glanced over and replied, There would be a major shift within the magic cohort. Everyone's rankings would drop. Hearing that, Yura asked in confusion, Don't tell me the top of magic is. Before she could finish, Arishian quietly nodded. Yes, Leo is the top student in the magic department. Yura exclaimed, My summoning department is the same. Beside her, Professor Ain of the Knights department calmly said, The Knights are the same, Leo Plove is first. At that, Yura couldn't hide her astonishment. Oh my, the kid's gunning for every department, Ain shrugged. It's not just a wild fantasy. Across the table, 2 professors angrily slammed their hands. But Leo is being turned into a talented mage. His magic is very, before Aeon could finish, Yura snapped coldly, enough, do you think summoning talents like that are easy to find? In response, Ain remained very composed and sighed. Look, Leo is best suited to the sword, okay? And so the three professors started arguing loudly. Time passed quickly, cut to class 5. Before the teacher entered, Carl was sprawled over his desk from the aftereffects of the banquet. He complained, oh man, I think I drank a bit too much last night. Beside him, Mage Chelsea scolded, you're the first person I've seen drink 2 liters of orange juice. Then the lazy Professor Herod entered the room and reminded them, quiet down. This is an announcement about the school's field trip. As you all know, we'll be going to the Elven territory this time. As he spoke, the professor pinned a map to the board. At the mention of a trip, everyone grew excited, especially Ileana and Tide. Yes, we know, and I heard each class will get to choose a site. Our suggestion was Duin Forest, also called the Wormwood. It's famed for its abundant, delicious fruits. Alas for their daydreams, Herod pointed to a spot on the map and declared, we're going to Elselbekia. At that, the fire mage looked bewildered, seeming unfamiliar with the place. Carl flipped through his book and explained, Elselbekia is a small country in the far north, cold year-round within Elven territory. Hearing this, the two adventure enthusiasts inwardly wailed, what can we even do in such a freezing place? This doesn't feel right at all. Explaining further, Professor Herod scratched his ear and passed the blame to the protagonist. If anyone's to blame, blame the class president. The boy chose it. Hearing that, everyone turned to look at Leo with puzzled expressions. Leo didn't elaborate, only reminding them, it'll be best if we buy what we need in Lumern beforehand, right? Ileana wailed that, my friend will start with gloves, while Ice Mage Chelsea excitedly shared, it's finally time for all the coats I own. From Leo's perspective, of course he wasn't foolishly choosing a location without reason. He thought to himself, Elselbekia seems useless to humans. But it's the elves' sanctuary, the place where the Fey soil is hidden. Silron, I wonder if he's all right. Time quickly passed, cut to a fountain. Leo told Nella, I'll handle food and supplies. Nella, you take care of packing the potions. Nella nodded in agreement. Then Leo hurried off to buy provisions. However, after finishing, he noticed something and turned to look back. He thought to himself, 13th Street, Kajagu District, this must be the place. Next, Leo approached a shop tucked in a dark corner labeled Lutek. This was where Sen Liu and Chloe had bought the demonic artifact. Leo left his satchel outside the door and stepped inside. The scene was utterly desolate and chaotic, as if abandoned long ago. The state of the place didn't faze Leo much. Lumern's investigation team has swept through here, so there shouldn't be much left. All that's left is a stuffed bear. Saying that, Leo suddenly grew more alert. Wait a second, a doll. Everything should have been taken as evidence for investigation. It must have been locked when I entered. Don't tell me it's an amnesia curse. Then, just as Leo feared, the stuffed bear turned toward him. A black ink-like liquid shot from its 2 eyes. Luckily, Leo was on guard and dodged aside in time. The black liquid then transformed into a grotesque monster, its body covered with countless eyes. Realizing this wasn't an ordinary demon, Leo jumped back toward the exit to keep his distance. He thought, it doesn't just dull perception, it curses every imaginable thing onto its victim. The monster shifted into a snake-like form and spoke, well then, a sharp-witted brat, you recognize my curse. At the sound, Leo immediately deduced the demon's identity. Queen of Beasts Silituna, one of the demon commanders the group had failed to kill 5,000 years ago. This was not her true body, but a magical cursed replica. Unaware of Leo's thoughts, Silituna continued, light sigils and magic, a swordmage, truly a rare talent. I will acknowledge that, but blame that useless keen sense of yours. With that, countless tentacles sprouted from the creature's body and lashed toward him, forcing him to scramble backward. Still, its overwhelming attack speed left Leo with wounds on his arm. He thought, I can't beat this now, I have to get out. Silituna cornered Leo and gleefully offered, thanks for the meal, seed of the hero. Then it opened its maw wide and lunged at him, as if to swallow him in a single bite. However, at that moment Leo gave a slight smile as if unfazed. Sure enough, his ally had arrived. In the light, a cold sound rang out. Then from above, a massive spear plunged down, pinning the giant creature's body to the floor. The one who struck was Professor Albi. Seeing his arrival, the demon panicked and said, Mage, the mage with the evil eyes. This is better than a mere onlooker, it only makes it more amusing. Saying that, it hurled a ripped-off section of its body toward Leo, attempting to take him down with it. Too bad for it, how could Professor Albi allow that to succeed? At that moment, he formed a defensive magic circle, causing the flying piece of its body to explode on contact with the circle. Filthy demon trash, Albi said with contemptuous tone. On the other side, Silituna's split form began to howl like a mad dog. Those disgusting goblins, one day I'll gouge out their eyes and devour them. As it spoke, it flung its massive tentacles at the two of them. However, the attack was completely harmless to Albi. He said coldly, I'm not interested in a cheap copy. Die. With that, the professor thrust his hand forward, releasing a devastating beam of destructive light that immediately blasted Silituna's body to pieces. Seeing that, Leo murmured inwardly, Albi Zeron, the evil-eyed mage. Another of his titles is Tartarus the Destroyer. Rumor has it he became a professor at Lumern Academy to gain freedom to cross borders while hunting targets. I've indebted myself to the hero of this era, thinking that, he sighed regretfully. Meanwhile, Professor Albi turned and asked, You, Leo Plove, what's going on here? Leo slightly reached down, picked up the stuffed bear's head and explained, It appeared while I was investigating this place. The stuffed bear carries a cognition-disrupting curse. Testing it, Albi stepped forward, took the bear's head and instructed, Lumern's investigation team will be held responsible. I'll overlook you investigating this area alone. From now on, if you need anything, tell me. I appreciate what you did last time. After saying that, the professor used his magic to leave the room. Meanwhile, Leo stepped outside and picked up his satchel. Thinking as he walked, the Zeron house is one of the 3 great families that oversee Lumern Academy. With his help, I might gain access to the Forbidden Library. Not long after, he returned to meet his friend Nella. Ah, you're back, class president. I've finished buying supplies, Nella said cheerfully. But upon seeing the wound on his arm, she hurried over and used restorative magic to help him. Hey, class president, what's wrong? Leo shook his head. Not too serious, thanks. That said, Silituna's appearance left him somewhat uneasy. So that's it. Silituna is behind the Beast Master and that dark grimoire. I wonder what their goal is. Time flew by. A week later, cut to the teleportation gate. Everyone was gathered here preparing to go to Elsolbikia. Before departure, Leo asked again, Did you pack enough provisions? Ileana and Nella nodded together. Yes, we have everything. Elsewhere, swordswoman Celia turned and said, Hey Leo, why are you going to Elsolbikia? It's freezing there. Leo turned, shrugged, and replied, It's hot now. Going to Elsolbikia is like taking a summer vacation. The swordswoman waved goodbye. Oh my, it won't be cold at all tonight. Well then, have a good trip. After saying that, she stepped into the teleport gate. Leo, after telling Celia to take care, turned to his class and said, Class 5, let's get ready. Let's set off together for Elsolbikia, the land of the elves. And so the group quickly stepped through the teleport gate. Cut to Seren Academy, the heroic military academy of the elves. In front of a fountain, a young couple were confronting someone. What a pathetic outfit. An elf like you studying at the prestigious Seren Academy, that bloodline of yours, could you stop flaunting that meaningless lineage? Hearing this, a white-haired boy could only stand trembling, offering no rebuttal. But at that moment, another voice rang out reproachfully, Don't bully a classmate. Behave properly as a descendant of Seren. The red-haired girl, Lunia Lunda, was the daughter of the Lunda family, one of the elf's most prestigious houses. She was also the first-year representative at Seren Academy. To her remark, the couple not only refused to back down but retorted, Don't you feel uncomfortable that a half-blood got into Seren Academy? Of course his existence is a disgrace. Look at how he dresses, so barbaric. At this, Lunia dropped her composure and bristled like a mad dog. Unbelievable again. If you hate what he's wearing, take off your clothes and give them to him. If you're not going to help, then shut up. The couple were stunned by her temperament. Lunia, you're from a noble house, you shouldn't speak so rudely. My God, what's gotten into you? In response, Lunia even rolled up her sleeves as if ready to teach them a lesson. Aren't you ashamed to gang up on one person? If you don't like it, fight me. Seeing her fiery stance, the two didn't hesitate for a second and immediately fled. Run, what lunatics. Ignoring the pair's attitude, Lunia addressed the student behind her. Hey, why are you dressed so lightly? Makes me want to take care of you all the time. Then she gently pulled the scarf from her own neck and draped it around the boy, who smiled happily. Someone stole my things. The young man, Luca Enners, placed third in Seren Academy's first-year exams and was a half-blood. From Lunia's perspective, seeing Luca's theft reignited her anger. But she then sneezed, causing Luca to worry. Lunia, please put the scarf back, it's cold. Hearing that, Lunia shook her head and waved it off. It's fine, don't worry. Luca sensed Lunia's unusually cheerful mood and asked, Lunia, you seem especially happy today. Lunia cleared her throat and shared, haha, because my contract familiar finally hatched. Hearing this, Luca was happy for his friend. Congratulations, Lunia, that's great, well, I'll be off then. With that, the red-haired girl rushed home and hurried to her father's office to ask, Father, my contract familiar has hatched, hasn't it? Inside the room, a brown-haired man smiled and reminded her, Lunia, I told you to call them professor while at school. The man, Ellen Lunda, was head of the Lunda family, one of the most honored heroic houses and a keeper of Farina's vow. To his daughter's question, Uncle Ellen nodded slightly uneasy. Yes, it seems Farina's child has hatched. Upon hearing this, Lunia trembled with excitement. I knew it, so when can I meet it? Her father sighed. There's a slight problem, Lunia. Your contract familiar seems to have bound its memories to someone else. I'll investigate the details further, according to Farina's report. Before her father could finish, her hot temper surfaced and she slammed the table, shouting, Who stole my contract familiar? Cut to Velkia, the capital of Elsolbikia. At this time, Leo's group had arrived here through the teleportation gate. The group shivered at the cold here, especially their friend Carl, who trembled uncontrollably. Heaven help me, I'd rather be dead, he complained. Meanwhile, Professor Herod, with a scarf around his neck, stepped forward and said, Stop shouting and line up. This is the capital of Elsolbikia. Does anyone know the history of this place? In response, the mage Chelsea eagerly raised her hand. Hearing her knowledge, Velkia was founded and named after the elven knight Velkia Ursar, one of Luna's disciples, Luna being the star priest. Her words stirred a memory in Leo. More precisely, he was a disciple of both Luna and Aaron. Velkia, that provocative name, is now hailed as a knight of the Fey lineage. Returning to Professor Herod, he nodded in agreement with Chelsea. Indeed, he added, the Ursar family descends from the Fey Knights and holds the highest position here. Then at that moment, suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed from ahead, drawing the group's attention as they turned to look. The snow-filled sky made it hard for them to make out the figures approaching. This made Carl a bit uneasy. Are there even thieves in elf territory now? Professor Herod shrugged and said, evil people exist everywhere. Upon hearing this, a voice called from ahead, How have you been lately, Professor Herod? The newcomer was an exceptionally handsome elf, accompanied by several guards. Just his appearance was enough to make the female students swoon, their eyes turning into hearts. The leading elf greeted again, Greetings, Professor Herod. He was Rune Ursar, the spokesperson of Elsolbikia and head of the Ursar family. In reply, the lazy professor gave a slight bow, You are as ever. Nearby, the mage Ileana was stunned with excitement. She wiped her mouth and exclaimed loudly, I think I've found my future spouse. Even Nella let out a small cough. But at that moment, Leo stepped forward and crushed their dreams. Does age not matter to you? At this, Ileana leaned in, nudged the protagonist with her elbow and teased, What, class president? Don't tell me you're jealous. Leo replied coldly, Don't be ridiculous. You know elves live long and change little in appearance, don't you? So tell me, how old do you think he is? The protagonist's remark made Ileana bristle with anger, which drew Rune's attention. And he chuckled, Students are full of vigor. Still, the students Professor Herod brings are always well-disciplined. Hearing this, Herod shook his head. They're just first years, very inexperienced, just kids. Seizing the chance to confirm her thoughts, Ileana stepped forward and asked, may I ask your name and age? Rune turned, bowed slightly and said, Forgive me for not introducing myself. My name is Rune Ursar. This year I am 97 years old. His words instantly left the fire mage stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, Carl ran over, pushed Ileana aside and asked, will you be our guide? Rune answered warmly, I am the head of the Ursar family and the spokesperson of Elsolbikia. After he said that, Carl began to sob inwardly. He mechanically reached out, took Rune's hand and weakly replied, It's an honor to meet you. Beside him, Professor Herod glanced over and said, We'll speak privately in a bit, Carl Thomas. Time passed quickly, and the scene cut to the lodging area for the field trip. Frankly, perhaps because it had been unoccupied for so long, the interior looked somewhat dilapidated, with cobwebs and rats everywhere. This made the students' faces go pale. Are we really staying here? I can't do this, they cried out. Hearing that, Leo folded his arms and confident said, Oh, so you think that you're not expected to sleep inside, right? Ileana brightened and exclaimed, I knew it, class president. You've prepared everything, haven't you? I knew I could trust you. But contrary to her hopes, Leo pointed to the tent set up outside and offered, I figured you'd say that, so I prepared sleeping spots out there. Want to sleep under the sky? Looking at the blizzard outside, Carl panicked and turned to the group. What are you still standing there for? Unload your luggage. This is our lodging. It looks like a work of art. Have you seen the weather? Go outside and you'll turn into a snowman. Speaking of Carl, he and the young man Eliza were sneaking up to the second floor. With faces like sly foxes hunting for bunnies. Hey, want to know the best part of this field trip? Sneaking into the girls' rooms. That's what they were looking forward to. However, before the two could finish climbing the stairs, Chelsea looked at them with contempt and cast a spell called Wind Circle on them, causing screams to ring out everywhere. Hearing the commotion, Leo nodded and remarked, looks like everyone's having a good time. Maybe I should go take a look. He opened the door and found a blonde elf girl waiting outside for him. Class President, the Lord wishes to see you. Guided by the girl, Leo was led into Rune's office. Seeing the protagonist, the handsome man appeared flustered and said, Welcome, Leo. Sorry to call you here, it's urgent. Could you wait a moment? Leo replied, That's fine. There seems to be a lot of interesting things here. May I look around? Rune answered cheerfully, Of course. Leo cast his eyes over the equipment hanging on the walls and thought to himself, These items are very ancient artifacts. Then he noticed a dagger and involuntarily called out, Urquit. Hearing this, Lord Rune could not hide his surprise and asked, How do you know of Urquit? Its history is passed down only to the head of the Ursar family. A bit surprised, Leo hastily bluffed in reply, I read about Urquit in some ancient texts at Lumern Academy's great library. Rune had no doubt, Is that so? Well, Lumern Academy does have everything. Leo reached out and touched the dagger, thinking, It has stellar powers, but this isn't the original. Inside, Leo began to recall a moment from the past when his teammate Luna had boasted about her dagger to him. The dagger originally belonged to Luna, but she later passed it to her disciple Velkia. Then, just before the final expedition in the war against Tartarus, Velkia lost it. At the same time, Rune, having apparently finished his business, stepped closer to the protagonist and whispered, Urquit was the reward our ancestors received when they conquered the hero Velkia's world. Unfortunately, relics from the hero world cannot be used by anyone other than the one who claimed them. R. Then he continued, All right, have a seat. I've heard from Herod that you take all the classes and are the first-year representative of Lumern Academy. I know it's a bit forward to ask this upon first meeting. But could you meet my granddaughter once? Would that be possible? My granddaughter is a first-year student at Saren Academy. She's very talented and entered with top marks. But the world out there is vast. Soon after enrolling, she hit a wall and lost all motivation. Someone your age and from another race like you might inspire her. Leo, guided by Rune, walked down a corridor. However, looking at the key in his hand, Leo felt a bit embarrassed and whispered, But is it okay to just give my granddaughter's room key to a stranger like this? He wondered that to himself before reaching out to knock on a door. The door opened on its own, revealing an extremely messy room inside. Books and clothes were strewn across the floor. The air was thick with dust, making Leo cough a few times. Glancing around, he saw pictures of the hero team from 5,000 years ago, making Leo realize the girl in this room was a fanatic of the great hero. He thought to himself, I know some people collect things like this, but this level is a bit over the top. Is this the Saren Academy uniform? At the same time, a sleepy voice sounded behind Leo, Sir. Barging into my granddaughter's room like this, you're crossing a line. This girl was Iron Ursar, vice-class representative of Saren Academy's first year. After saying that, she noticed Leo's face and screamed, utterly panicked, before crawling back under her covers. Leo calmly said, Hello, I'm Leo Plove. I was sent to see you at your grandfather's request. On the bed, Iron was still hunkered under her blanket. Avaying no choice, Leo complimented her to ease the mood. Wow, your Kyle collection is almost as extensive as mine. Let's see how they portray him from the Fae perspective. The northern mountain beast subjugation might also be Kyle's doing. Oh, the arrangement is pretty neat. Hearing that, Iron poked her head out from the covers and asked, Could it be that you like Kyle too? After that, shy Iron eagerly discussed with the protagonist the battle at Darnos, offering a new perspective on Kyle, the braggart. You're talking about the battle where Tiberca led Tartarus forces to defeat, right? The battle where the great heroes fought together as comrades for the first time. Do you know where Commander Zerga's army was rooted? Answering this, Leo replied in a very gentle voice. Edvalik, that's where Luna first tested her star magic. The more Leo spoke, the brighter Iron's eyes became. She chimed in, yes, that's a little-known part of the hero's history, even academically it's a minor topic. From the white-haired girl's point of view, our Leo was completely radiant. A few seconds later she realized she'd overreacted and hurriedly bowed in embarrassment. Sorry for the late introduction. My name is Iron Ursar. I talk a lot despite just meeting you, don't I? Hearing that, Leo gave a faint smile and reassured her. Not at all. Anyone who's heard of the heroes would be glad to know someone still loves those stories. Leo's sincere words seemed to ease Iron's worries. She spoke up. This is just my personal opinion, but even though history only confirms 4 great heroes, I think there might once have been a 5th. Regarding that, Leo replied, Kyle, I believe he really existed, so when I return I'll join a club that researches traces of Kyle. Seeing someone who shared her view, Iron lit up with excitement. Wow, that's art. But a second later, her expression suddenly turned sad as she muttered, school, changing sources. This left Leo a bit puzzled and thoughtful, shy and withdrawn, but that's probably okay. Then, curious, he asked Iron, why don't you attend school? At that question, Iron glanced aside and spoke with a tone of disappointment in herself. I don't think Saren suits me. Everyone is too diligent. They train seriously to become heroes, while I'm just someone who dreams of being a hero in an overly romantic way. Contrary to what Iron said, Leo, observing the uniform she kept carefully in the wardrobe, quickly pieced things together. And seeing how she still preserved the uniform so neatly, hasn't she not given up? Then, to give the shy girl a confidence boost, he stood and said, Iron, I'm not the only person from Berkia here. My whole class is on this field trip. I think if my classmates heard your story, they'd be eager to meet you. You know there are human world training schools for heroes similar to Saren, right? If you're curious about Lumern Academy students, come see them. After saying that, Leo turned and left the room. Outside, Uncle Ursar had been eavesdropping all along. The moment the protagonist stepped out, he looked at him with sparkling eyes, making Leo shiver and cry out, Wow, you scared me. Ursar snapped out of his daze and quietly asked, Leo, don't tell me you've been talking with Iron just now. Leo nodded. Yes, that's right. Hearing Leo confirm, Ursar was so overjoyed he nearly cried. Oh, it's been a long time since she's talked to anyone that long. It seems she's starting to open up to you. As her grandfather, I want to repay you somehow. What do you think? I'd like to give you a magical item, maybe it will help you. Given Leo's nature, he wasn't about to refuse a gift. Refusing would be rude, he whispered. Cut to the Ursar family's treasure. To reward Leo for speaking with his granddaughter, Ursar led him there. Before them lay a hoard of gold and weapons. Ursar cheerfully said, pick whatever you want. Seeing that, Leo stopped being polite and stepped directly into the treasure room. Then something on a wooden shelf caught his attention. I'll take this, Leo said as he reached for an item. In his hand was an orange crystal shard containing a tiny figure inside. Uncle Ursar stroked his chin and explained, it's a gemstone housing the power of a fairy, won by my ancestors 1,000 years ago. The fairy's form is exquisitely carved and beautiful, but beyond that. Before he could finish, Leo interrupted, it's fine. Seeing that, the long-haired uncle shrugged, as long as it pleases you. Leo looked at the crystal shard in his hand, silently calculating in his head. I'm sure that's not a carving, that's a real fairy. Time passed quickly, returning to the students' lodging. At this time, the lazy teacher Herod had also gathered his pupils. Order, I will announce the upcoming schedule. Starting tomorrow, wake up will be at 6:00 a.m. In the morning you'll do individual training in the Fey Forest near the city, and in the afternoon you'll carry out mission practice. At that, the spellcaster Ileana quickly raised her hand to object. Wait a moment, haven't we already done plenty of individual training at school? Even on a field trip we have to do this. Answering that, the lazy teacher proceeded to enlighten them. On this field trip we'll focus on the aspects you still lack. Surely none of you think we're here just to play around, right? And to be clear, this schedule was arranged by your class leader. He said this while dumping all the responsibility on Leo, which made the young man Carl burst out and retort, that bastard. Even the mage Chelsea turned to Leo with an irritated look. Why did you do that, Leo? To deal with those questions, Leo put on a very friendly face and said, the Fey Forest has monsters, so it's perfect for practical combat training. Train hard, train until you drop. Left with no choice, upon hearing him, Ileana could only wail and lament. Surely the class leader has some noble reason for doing this. Becoming a true hero is just like that. Finally, Professor Herod said, that's it. Enjoy yourselves, this is your last bit of free time. Back with Leo sitting on his bed, he took the crystal shard out to inspect it. Just a glance was enough for him to quickly discern its nature. It's sealed by the magic of a Fey king. No wonder Luna Ursar mistook it for a statue. After the Great Calamity, the one who made a contract with the Fey king disappeared, and no one in the elf clan has witnessed that magic since. But to me, this is all too familiar. This is Silrod's magic. At last, it was time to use the oath of the Fey king he had once received. So Leo began to channel his magic into the crystal shard to unlock the seal. Immediately, a stream of brilliant golden light radiated out from the shard. Then when the light fully faded, a sleepy voice rang out. "Oh my, finally the seal's broken," this was said by a young fairy companion. After a second to steady itself, it quickly realized it was in Leo's hand and its attitude changed at once. "Huh, why is a human standing before me? How rude." Leo said little, instead dragging the tiny brat before him and asking, "Who are you?" The kid, affronted by Leo's tone, bristled. "You dare call me you? I am the son of the great Fey King Silrod, the one who will inherit that Fey throne. The one standing before you is the Silver Fey Curran." The arrogant child said this unaware that these words had already annoyed Leo. Leo snapped his fingers hard against Curran's forehead, sending him flipping backward. "How dare you, what is this?" In response, Leo adopted a very serious expression, unlike his usual self. "Pay attention, even your father must be polite to me. Who do you think you are, brat?" Despite this, Curran seemed unaware of his situation and still spoke boldly. "Insolent one, how dare you insult King Silrod?" Leo said nothing and gave Curran another snap on the head, causing the little head to swell into a conspicuous bump. Curran nearly shouted, "You brats." As a result, he received another snap to the head. After a while like this, the kid finally became obedient and polite. "Impossible. Are you really the one who received my father's oath?" Leo raised his hand threateningly, as if he wanted to snap the brat one more time. "Fine then, your seal's broken too, what's the problem with accepting it?" On the other side, Curran, cowed by Leo's fierce demeanor, meekly replied, "Come to think of it, making a contract with a lowly human like that isn't so bad." From Leo's perspective, relying on his memories, he quickly guessed Curran's identity. With Silrod's gentle nature, and yet having his 6 wings reclaimed and your seal restored, you must be quite the destructive one, Prince Curran. Leo's voice was full of teasing, which made the small fellow blush and clear his throat a few times. You even know that, truly the chosen one." Leo, not wanting to waste time, requested, "All right then, go to the Fey realm and summon Silrod for me." To this request from the protagonist, the little fellow could only refuse regretfully. "I cannot. Only when I recover all 6 wings can I return to the Fey realm. So if you want to meet my father, help me retrieve the 6 wings first. I believe the first wing lies in the Fey forest, which used to be our homeland." The brat said this with a very haughty face, as if he already had the protagonist entirely in his pocket. Seeing that, Leo smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "Silrod must have destined his son to come to me." Then to correct Curran's arrogant attitude, Leo snapped him on the head again, making the kid cry out, "Ugh." Time passed quickly. By the next day, as planned, the lazy Professor Herod led the students to the nearby forest to practice real combat. The group of trainees gaped, speechless. Meanwhile, the mage Chelsea knelt on the snow, trembling as she cried, "Impossible, they won using only sealing magic." In front of her, Leo also smiled and reached out his hand. "Sounds like you've been training too." To explain this situation more clearly, we have to go back to a few minutes earlier. At that time, the red-haired sorceress was bristling at the class president. "My swordsmanship and magic don't sync up. So you made me train with you one-on-one today," she said, her voice full of irritation. But Ileana wasn't the only one with opinions. Leo glanced to one side. There he saw Carl and Tide bristling like small dogs, no skill controlling summoned creatures. "Alchemy is the only thing I'm confident in." From another side, Chelsea's voice cut in. "I made it very clear during the entrance exam, didn't I, Leo? I'm just not that knowledgeable about magic." "Then show me," she said, flashing a confident smile. Seeing these weak students practically begging for a beating, Leo accepted immediately. "All right then." From Chelsea's perspective, though she looked cocky on the outside, she was taking this very seriously inside. Everything Leo has done so far has far exceeded expectations. Who knows what tricks he's hiding? "No time to prepare, I have to go in now." With that, without a moment's hesitation, she used protective wind magic and shot a strong gust of wind directly southward. Seeing this, Leo also used a storm general spell. However, his carried a red hue because of his mana's properties. As a result, the two similar spells directly nullified each other. Watching from the side, Ileana the sorceress gaped in astonishment, pursing her lips. Isn't that speed Chelsea's specialty? But he countered as fast as Chelsea. Not distracted by this, Chelsea kept her focus on the fight. She used wind technique, creating strands of blue chains that shot forward to bind Leo. However, those chain strands were completely meaningless to the protagonist. Chelsea, didn't I tell you from the first time we met, wind magic isn't used like that? With a casual snap of his fingers, Leo released his mana and shattered the chains into countless pieces. Next, he pointed his finger forward and unleashed a blazing golden arrow that tore through the air. So fast that the red-haired sorceress had no time to react. And she tumbled backward. When she lifted her face again, Leo's sword tip was already placed right before her. At that moment, Chelsea could only stand frozen, lamenting inwardly, "Is this what they call wind magic?" Not just her, the rest of the students were equally surprised. Carl said in disappointment, "I never thought Chelsea would lose at using wind magic." Ileana took the opportunity to quip, "Unbelievable, what kind of monster is our class president?" As for the lazy Professor Herod, he also commented on the duel. As a pure sorcerer, Chelsea is in no way inferior to Leo, but the biggest difference in controlling and employing wind magic decided the outcome. When you advance to higher classes, you'll learn new techniques, so it's important to master your current power first. Therefore, train your fundamentals again under the class president's guidance, and good luck with this afternoon's mission training. "Yes, sir," the group replied in unison, but just looking at their dejected expressions made it clear they weren't excited at all. Time passed quickly. Now Leo was somewhere wandering inside the forest, on a task to gather herbs. He remembered the image of Carl tearfully begging him to train later. Then broke into a smile, "Now I can finally act." No sooner had he finished speaking than Curran appeared carrying an herb, flying up to him. "Hey Leo, look, I gathered this much, see." The little fellow wore a praise me expression, so Leo didn't hold back. "Impressive, truly a fairy." Hearing that, the kid proudly admitted, "I'm not an ordinary fairy, you know." Putting that aside, Leo tossed the herb pouch into his storage space. "That means we've collected enough herbs. Shall we start a full investigation of the fairy forest? At last my journey to reclaim my wings begins," Curran said excitedly. And so they began to venture deeper into the fairy forest. However, not long after moving, Leo suddenly stopped, prompting Curran to ask curiously, "Why did you stop?" To that question, Leo didn't answer but instead asked back, "Hey Curran, when were you expelled from the fairy lands?" Curran thought for a moment, then said, "Let's see, about 100 years ago, I think." At that moment, a faint blue energy barrier stood before them, blocking their path. Leo reached out to feel it and said, "Look closely, it's an illusion." Sitting on Leo's shoulder, Curran was also a bit surprised. "Is this the magic of the Fairy King? But it doesn't seem to be my father's spell." With his vast knowledge, Leo recognized, "This is the magic of Silrod, the Fairy King from the Age of Ruin. The incantations were only activated within the last 100 years. Based on when this spell was activated, and thanks to Curran's wings, it's a barrier formed from ancient magic and his son's wings. That means something extremely important is sealed inside." That was Leo's deduction, but before he could reach a conclusion, footsteps sounded from behind. Accompanying them was a horribly eerie aura that made Curran pinch his nose. Leo's power also shifted slightly, as if uncomfortable. From their view, a shadowed figure in a cloak approached and spoke in a chilling voice. "Why is there a human in elf territory?" Leo replied. "Stranger to you is better than an undead like you showing up here." Sure enough, as Leo said, beneath the cloak was a skull with blazing red eyes. It shouted, "This place has long been under our influence, Tartarus." Hearing that before Leo could speak, Curran widened his eyes and said, "This is the sacred ground of fairies, what the hell are you talking about?" Curran's voice drew the undead's attention, making it nearly laugh. "Fairy, something as weak as you calls itself a fairy." The tone dripped with contempt, and with his pride, Curran couldn't stand it. He began to unleash magic. "What did you say, you bastard?" Without hesitation, Curran charged straight forward. At terrifying speed, the little man plunged through the undead's body, causing it to collapse in an instant. Seeing the skeleton fall so easily, Curran snorted coldly, "So loud-mouthed for someone so weak, huh?" Behind him, Leo awkwardly warned, "You call yourself a fairy and storm in like a thug." Hearing that, Curran stretched and showed no shame at all. "Who cares as long as it works? Fairy and undead powers are opposites." No sooner had he finished speaking than that dark aura reappeared, changing the look in Curran's eyes. He hurriedly turned to look and saw the skeleton figure standing there again. It said, "I see, even a low-ranking fairy is still a fairy." Curran pinched his nose, his face turning purple as he scolded. "Disgusting, stinky, and stubborn, I'll crush you to the bone." Thus the little fellow charged in once more. However, this time Leo seemed to notice something and shouted, "Curran, get out of the way." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the skeleton plunged his sword forcefully into the ground below. Immediately after, streams of mana like whiplashes appeared, cracking straight toward the little fellow. Luckily, he managed to change direction in time, only to slam into Leo. "Wait, what the hell is that?" he groaned. Meanwhile, Leo's expression turned extremely serious. He said, "This is a creature of Tartarus that has existed for a very long time, a death knight." Opposite them, the skeleton began to introduce itself. "My name is Karger, a knight of the Great Lick, and I am the one who will lead you to death." As he spoke, the skeleton tightened his grip on the sword and lunged to attack. Seeing this, Leo did not hesitate and swung his sword in reply. His blade passed through the body of the figure. However, what he struck was an afterimage, while Karger himself had already moved behind him. On Leo's side, he felt a dangerous presence right behind him and hastily turned around. What he witnessed was a powerful cleaving strike from Karger. With a single swing, he unleashed a blade of dark energy that thrust toward Leo. Fortunately, Leo reacted in time to raise an energy barrier to protect himself, but he was still driven back. From his side, Karger seemed confident he had Leo, and he calmly advanced, voice tinged with praise. "You managed to deploy the celestial light barrier in such a short time." "Not bad at all." Saying that, the skull-faced one launched another attack without giving Leo a chance to recover, forcing Leo to hastily raise his sword to block. As the two struggled, Karger barked like a mad dog. "All resistance is useless, human." Nearby, seeing Leo struggle against the large enemy, Curran rushed in to assist. "Leo, I'll help you." Curran meant well. However, when he struck Karger's armor, he was knocked away and ended up face first in the snow. "Oh no, am I out of energy? If only I had wings." Before he could finish, his words were drowned out by Leo's voice. "In the name of the Covenant Bearer, answer my summon." At that shout, a blazing red flame began to erupt from Leo. The skull-faced one, frightened, hastily jumped back. At that moment, by their view, a mysterious magic circle appeared beneath Leo's feet, and on his back a pair of flaming wings spread, exuding an overwhelming aura. Seeing this, Curran's eyes lit up with joy. "What? Besides me, someone else has a covenant too." Ignoring Curran's naive excitement, Leo launched his attack. He swung his sword forward, releasing his aura and forming the shape of a phoenix head that tore forward at breakneck speed. Karger's body was blasted away by the force of the strike. Then the wings on Leo's back slowly dissolved, taking the form of the small phoenix Farina. Seeing its look no different from a broiler chicken, the little fellow Curran ran over to a phoenix. And Curran gave it a few pats on the shoulder, making the phoenix extremely annoyed. As for Karger, he no longer dared to underestimate Leo. "A phoenix and a fairy, I absolutely cannot allow them to live." As he finished speaking, a fierce dark aura poured from him as if he was about to use some ultimate move. He raised his sword high and then plunged it forcefully into the ground. From the point where it struck, a red pool began spreading outward in all directions. The skull-faced one began mumbling an incantation, "Army of death, devour all living souls." When the chant ended, a horde of skeletons rose from that bloody swamp. Each was armed, their eyes blazing red like rabid dogs. Leo immediately guessed, "It's a curse, continuous summoning." His vitality began to drain the glow covering his sword, which made Curran freak out. "Huh, you've given up, no more aura." In response, Leo spread a confident smile. As if that would happen, he bent his body slightly and assumed a starting stance, whispering to himself, "This is Kyle's mana, I haven't used it in a long time." Thinking that, he activated the tremor magic, causing a bowl-shaped depression to form immediately in the ground beneath his feet. Shockwaves radiated outward in all directions, forcing the undead advance to falter for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, our protagonist launched himself forward to attack. He used the wind vortex slash, shredding the skeletons to pieces before they could react. More precisely, Leo targeted the weaker undead. This enraged Karger, "Stop at once. If you call yourself a knight, face me with honor." He shouted loudly, however, Leo was no fool to comply. "You're the one who summoned a bunch of minions, what are you talking about?" Clearly, Leo had no intention of fighting to the death with the skeletons here. He pressed slightly into the balls of his feet and shot up into the air, leaving Karger to scream in frustration. Damn it, he's escaping. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to another part of the forest. Leo paused for a moment. This should be safe enough. A Death Knight appearing inside the elf forest. Is Tartarus searching for something here? Leo frowned, pondering. Before he could be distracted by the footstep of a stray undead, Leo remained on guard. He reached for the sword at his side, preparing to strike. But before he could do anything, the body of that undead was suddenly cleaved into 3 pieces. Then a sword tip was pressed to his throat. Are you the one who did the summoning, human? The question came from a long-haired youth. In reply, the protagonist calmly said, No, I am a student of Lumern Academy. I have nothing to do with those skeletons. He carefully observed the attire of the person in front of him and guessed that the youth was from Saron Academy. Opposite him, the long-haired youth seemed unconvinced and yelled, What a lame excuse! Begone, you necromancer scum! Along with the shout, the youth thrust his sword forward, but his simple attack could not reach Leo. Just a slight lean was enough to dodge it easily. Seizing the moment while the youth hadn't recovered, Leo struck him squarely with the pommel of his sword, causing him to cry out in pain and collapse to his knees before the boy. But before Leo could teach him any further, a voice sounded from behind. That's enough, I apologize for that rudeness. My name is Rune Elrundoa, a first-year student of Saron Academy. Please don't think all Saron students are like him. On this side, the red-headed girl's tone seemed sincere, so Leo nodded. Apology accepted. So what brought you from Saron here? Rune replied cheerfully. I'm staying in Berkia for a while for field training. How about you? Leo answered that he was on a field assignment. He then turned as if to leave. I should report back to my professor. Seeing this, Rune did not stop him and bowed slightly. Farewell, may the Berkia forest watch over you. To Leo, Rune Elrundoa, the name sounded familiar somehow. The protagonist pondered a bit, unaware that while he was thinking, the long-haired student was getting lectured properly by Rune, worst student in senior class 1, ruining things while trying to show off. What, you idiot, how embarrassing. Time passed quickly, cutting to the great lecture hall. Shortly after returning, Leo and the lazy Professor Herod reported everything to Uncle Ursar. However, he didn't seem very concerned. A Death Knight inside the sanctuary. Tragedies or monsters have begun appearing for some time now, but the infection level isn't that severe. Herod warned he is not the type of student who lies. Before the teacher could say more, another voice cut in. These misunderstandings, ignorance has always been a form of falsehood. A first-year hero candidate just starting on this path claims he encountered a Death Knight. The black-haired man with glasses, named Herdim Wintle, was the homeroom teacher of Saron Academy's senior class 1 first year. Seeing him appear, Ursar turned to introduce the man's identity and asked him to proceed. Herdim coldly looked at Leo and continued. Surely he saw a Wraith Knight and was mistaken. I don't believe he could have escaped a Death Knight on his own. He's only a first-year student. Then Herdim turned to question Herod. Professor Herod, do you believe this student's story? Herod replied firmly. Of course. He may be only a first year, but he represents the whole department. Herdim's expression shifted slightly at this information, and he thought, if what he says is true, it could broaden Saron students' horizons. But still, that Death Knight business is probably nonsense. With that thought, Herdim made a bold proposal. If he represents the department, he must be confident in his magic, right? I propose a joint lesson between Saron's senior class 1 and Lumern Academy. Cut to a welcome party, chatter filling the room. Go check it out, what do you say? Sorry, I have a boyfriend, so I can't go. In a corner of the room, merchant friend Carl exclaimed enthusiastically. Wow, they organized such an extravagant exchange event. Saron really is a wealthy school. Even the sorceress Chelsea nodded in admiration. This is on par with a banquet hosted by His Majesty the Emperor. The red-headed sorceress was practically ecstatic. I heard tomorrow we'll get to experience Saron's teaching methods. I'm so excited. Elsewhere, the two professors Herdim and Herod were also discussing matters together. Observing their demeanor, Leo thought to himself, proposing such an abrupt joint class, this must be someone who needs to see things for himself to be convinced. As he pondered this, a voice sounded, cutting off his thoughts. We've met once before, haven't we? Dance a dance, the one who made the suggestion was that Rune girl. Then, to the stage's gentle music, Leo and she began to dance together. After witnessing Leo's exceptionally harmonious coordination, a slight smile appeared at Rune's lips as she said, You know Elle's dance. Leo nodded and said, I learned it a long time ago. Seeing someone who matched her rhythm, Rune cheerfully asked on, now that I think about it, I don't even know your name. What should I call you? Leo replied, Leo Plove, just call me Leo. The moment she heard that name, her smile froze. All the pleasant atmosphere evaporated. Rune immediately grabbed Leo's shirt and shouted, so you dare steal someone else's contract? I'll kill you. Back with Leo, he began to recall the Phoenix Farina's earlier words. Reina carries my memories and also saved Ellen Lundar. I'm sorry, the child who should have originally borne the contract. Remembering this, Leo immediately realized Rune was the child who originally held Farina's contract. Thinking that, he gave a faint smile, not knowing this only made Rune angrier. You thieving fraud. Before she could say more, Leo offered a simple, sincere smile. Farina is fine. After those words, Leo was beyond saving. Rune's teeth clenched, and she lunged into a brawl with him amid the bewilderment of the other students. As a result, not long after, the fight was of course broken up by others. Rune now bowed her head in apology. I'm sorry, Leo Plove. Please forgive my rudeness. She spoke with an extremely forced expression, her whole body trembling as she restrained herself. Fortunately, Leo understood the reason and paid it little mind. It's all right. The misunderstanding is cleared up now. We will take our leave. With that, Leo and Herod slipped away from the area. After they left, Professor Herdem put on a very stern face and said, Student Rune, do not ever make that mistake again, as Saron Academy's first-year representative. Rune's face darkened. Yes, I understand. The teacher continued, in tomorrow's class we must prove that Saron is superior to Lumern. No, superior to all the hero academies. The bespectacled teacher spoke with fiery fervor, while Rune continued to tremble. Noticing this, Herdem cleared his throat a few times to steady his voice. All right, from now on. Before the teacher could finish, sharp-tongued Rune declared, I will never lose to that bastard again. I will crush him. Don't worry, master, for Saron's honor. Seeing her now, Tide felt a pang of unease. Thus, the next day, the joint class between Lumern and Saron took place. On the lectern, Professor Herod's voice rang out. It's a pleasure to meet the first-year students of Saron Academy. I am Professor Herod, currently teaching at Lumern Academy. Today, you will experience a model lesson from Lumern Academy. Then he looked toward his three students and called out, Carl, Tide, Ileana, step forward, you will lead the lesson. You are the finest surviving students of Lumern, show what you have learned. Across from them, the three broiler chicken students, praised with stirring words by the professor, were so moved they nearly cried. Even the sorceress Chelsea couldn't help but admire, so that's why they chose one student from each department. Unlike her naive mind, Leo immediately guessed Herod's true motive, feels like the teacher is too lazy and just delegated it. And so the lesson began, with Carl's group stepping forward to demonstrate their magic, while the Saron students hurriedly took out paper and pens to take notes. Elsewhere, Professor Herdem quietly observed everything and pondered silently. From another race's perspective, we might uncover new methods. Yet, strangely, the class representative has still not appeared. He said this while glancing at Leo, who sat not far away. Then, after Carl's group's presentation ended, Chelsea shouted in excitement, well done, everyone. After that, Herdem stepped forward and announced, that was indeed a very interesting lesson from Lumern's students. I can clearly sense that each of you has developed great depth in your respective fields. Saying this, he paused for a beat, reached for a piece of chalk, and began writing something on the board. Saron students follow a different approach than Lumern students. All students at Saron study magic as the foundational basis, so we aim for a balanced training model, not overly skewed toward magic. From Leo's perspective, hearing Professor Herdem, he felt a bit disdainful. Calling it balance sounded ironic, teaching everything, yet the theory is all magic. It's just a showy performance, those elves and their perennial arrogance. Thinking this, Leo became so bored he yawned repeatedly in class, making the other students embarrassed for him. Of course, Herdem noticed. His estimation of Leo dropped further, and spreading rumors about being infatuated with a Death Knight, his study attitude is rubbish. Shaking off these idle thoughts, the professor concluded, theory is enough for now. At his words, whatever magic Herdem used caused a shape like a six-pointed star to crystallize in his palm, emitting a soft light. Let me show you the true essence of Saron. After all, the elf race is a race of magic. The small star shot up into the air, and it began to split into many smaller stars, filling the entire auditorium with brilliant light. Chelsea screamed excitedly when she recognized it. That's star magic. It's the primal magic of the elf race. Back to Herdem, seeing the student's interest awakened, he continued. This is our essence, the Istar star magic. The formula I'm writing here is the great legacy of our ancestors, the goddess Luna, and it forms the foundation of the entire star magic system. The spell I just used is one branch among countless variants derived from that formula. Isn't it beautiful? He said with a face full of pride. Then suddenly Leo raised his hand as if with a point to make. Herdem turned and nodded to him, ask class representative. He was thinking he wasn't particularly interested in star magic, but instead of asking a question, Leo made a remark that startled others. That explanation is wrong. Immediately after those words, Rune's face filled with murderous intent. Herod instinctively wiped a bead of sweat. Herdem was trying to suppress his anger as he demanded, "What did you just say?" Leo remained calm and repeated, "I said that magic can't be activated." The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew oppressively tense. After a second or two, Herdem's frown conceded. Of course, that's an incomplete spell, so it can't be triggered. Our ancestors decoded Luna's legacy and somehow restored it to its current form. Only then did Leo put the pieces together. So that spell was lost. No wonder he couldn't explain it. That formula was created by Luna when she set up the magic system solely to pass it on to Kyle. Unaware of Leo's thoughts, Herdem began to needle him with sarcasm. It seems this student knows quite a bit about star magic. If our explanation is wrong, can you show us your method? Hearing that, the lazy professor seemed about to raise a hand to stop him. But Leo had already stepped down from the lectern. As he walked, he thought, the magic the elves use is just a copy. I am the one who inherited the full essence of Luna, but I died before I could pass it to another elf. Perhaps we were born to meet each other. Star magic is the pride of the elf race, but it's the founder's legacy. If this continues, it could lead to conflict across the whole academy. With that in mind, Leo began to move his hand. He drew each formula on the board. However, the student seemed not to grasp what he was conveying. What kind of explanation is this? It looks like true star magic, but I've never seen that formula before. Ignoring them, with just a few strokes, Leo finished his formula. What he left on the board was a green symbol, resembling a leaf. Looking at the symbol, Herdem's eyes suddenly welled with tears. And his voice grew emotional. This magic, what is it? Have you used it before? In Leo's mind, a memory surfaced of the moment his teammate Luna said to him. Hey Kyle, look, I finally finished it. I made it just for you, Kyle. This spell makes flowers bloom. At that moment, the protagonist also held a flower in his hand, which slowly unfolded outward. From the palm of the main character, 5-petaled stars began to flutter everywhere, leaving the students stunned as they watched. The red-headed girl spoke up. Our class rep just did something amazing, didn't he? Elsewhere, Rune found it even harder to believe. What is this? Why is the professor reacting like that? Does that bastard really possess our ancestors' legacy? In her view, at that moment, Herdem could no longer stand and collapsed to his knees. Wonderful. So many elemental magics derive from it. Don't say this magic is merely a charm to make flowers bloom. In response, Leo was willing to enlighten them. It's not that simple. During the catastrophe, flowers nearly went extinct. To the founder of Nebula, weren't flowers something special? At that point, seeing that the magic had no combat use, Leo complained once. What is this? What kind of useless magic is this? He said as he reached out to touch the flower. Meanwhile, the sorceress Luna cried out excitedly. Do you know how beautiful the flowers are? One day I'll see a world full of flowers. Back in the present, Professor Fafnir looked at Leo with eyes full of reverence. Indeed, the founder truly put the truth into it. But who is this student? How does he know things like this? Of course, Leo couldn't reveal the truth. Instead, he whispered into the black-haired boy's ear, My name is Leo Plove. I taught myself star magic through ancient writings. I study multiple disciplines, and I'm also a naturally talented mage. Hearing this, Professor Herdem grew more startled and asked again, Or are you related to the elf lineage? Leo smiled and shook his head, Not at all. Then, not wanting their conversation to drag on, the lazy teacher interjected, My student was rude, I apologize. Let's end this lesson here. For now, it's best not to take an official stance on this matter. Hearing him, Herdem hurriedly grabbed Herod's hand and proposed, Professor Herod, I may be bold, but could we transfer the student Leo Plove to our school? Hearing that, Herod's head filled with question marks, while those present were stunned into silence. Time passed quickly, At this moment, the sorceress Chelsea was cheerfully presenting her toxic-looking purple sausage. Tada, Llewellyn's special soup is complete. Beside her, the red-haired sorceress held a plate of food so horrific it made one dizzy to look at. And this is the deadly risotto, tasty enough that only one will survive. Seeing these dishes, Carl and Tide felt as if their souls had flown to the clouds. The greatest terror when joining Lumern, do we have no other choice? They whispered, seeing them hesitate. Ileana immediately fed a spoonful to Carl with a smile. Try it, try it. Carl gritted his teeth, summoned all his courage, and swallowed the dreadful bite. Then, just a second later, his retching sounded, driving the red-haired girl into a fury. What did you do, you idiot? Watching from the side, Professor Herod could only hold his head and signal Leo to step in to stop them. Meanwhile, Ursar laughed heartily. Haha, it's good to see students having fun. Then he turned his gaze to Leo. Wait a moment. You should know this. The Elselvikia Council has announced their decision regarding the Death Knight Order. Simply put, we've confirmed numerous undead and Death Knights appearing in the fairy forest. So we've proposed that both Lumern and Saron cooperate to investigate the anomalies in the fairy forest. But sending only a group of inexperienced first-years would be very dangerous. We suggested Saron, once the mission begins, investigate the anomaly alongside Saron's upperclassmen. Hearing that, Leo asked back, did the council leaders come all the way here just for that request? In response, Ursar shook his head. No, actually I came here with you myself, Leo. My grandchild wanted to meet you. According to his words, the white-haired Iron outside also stuck her head in and stepped toward Leo with an embarrassed look. Leo, how have you been lately? I said I'd come, so I'm taking the privilege. Leo nodded in greeting. Thank you for coming, I'll introduce you to my class. At the back, Chelsea saw this and her eyes sparkled like stars. So adorable. What's her name? Why didn't she come to the exchange event? Class rep, how do you know her? So cute. A barrage of questions erupted, making Iron's face flush hot with embarrassment. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she ran up to the second floor. Leaving Chelsea and Ileana somewhat embarrassed. Did we do something wrong? Is she really just a shy kid? Speaking of Ursar, seeing this he wasn't all that surprised and seemed to place his hopes on Leo. Leo, we're counting on you. The white-haired girl curled up in a corner of the corridor. Before a coat could be thrown at her, the one who had just arrived was none other than Leo. Iron hesitated and asked, but won't you be cold doing that, Leo? Leo smiled and shook his head. Don't worry about me, but why did you run away from Saron? The question made the shy girl fall silent for a moment. She tightened her grip on the coat and said, because I'm not cut out to be a hero. When life at Saron became overwhelming, I met someone like Sunlight. She was Rune. Rune is truly wonderful. She can do everything, always confident and kind to everyone. She's a real hero. So I began to admire her. I wanted to follow in her footsteps. I worked my way up to advanced class 1 on my own. But during the evaluation match, I made a major mistake. And I think she started to hate me after that. At this point, her pointed ears drooped, looking extremely sad. Seeing that, a memory seemed to stir in Leo's mind. She's not someone who deserves to be hated. And Rune isn't the type to hate someone over trivial things. I should ask her sometime. For some reason, I keep seeing a trace of Berkia in her. With that thought, Leo prompted, do you like the story of Berkia? At the mention of ancient heroes, Iron's mood brightened. Yes, that's the story of my ancestor. Leo glanced up at the sky, watching the twinkling stars, and continued. Then you know Berkia admired the great heroes who led her and followed in their footsteps. That's how she became a hero, right? Don't worry about others' opinions, follow the path you want to take. Then everything will be wonderful and fun too, Leo said as he reached out toward the shy girl. Time passed quickly until the next day. Both classes had gathered in the fairy forest. The red-haired Rune, still fiery, said, how on earth did you persuade Iron? Leo shrugged calmly. I told her she had nothing to fear from you. This immediately surprised Rune. Iron is afraid of me. Why? Leo explained, she said you were terrifying in the evaluation match, so she thought you hated her. Hearing that, the red-haired girl's face flushed awkwardly. Wait, that's because Iron is too strong, so I had to focus on the match. Look after her, maybe she needs that, Leo advised. At the same time, from afar, hurried footsteps sounded. Recognizing who had just arrived, Professor Herdem smiled and said, you're here. By their gaze, the newcomers were a group of upperclassmen led by Rada Algra, the Year 3 representative of Saron Academy. The purple-haired young man cheerfully greeted the professor, and Herdem responded warmly. Rada, your recent thesis was quite interesting. Watching from the side, Leo seemed to notice the ring on his hand. Then turned to the red-haired girl and said, Rune, who is that? Rune explained. That's Senior Rada, he's the Year 3 representative. He wasn't remarkable until his second year, then suddenly improved and became the talk of the semester. This information made Leo's gaze seem a bit different, unaware of these things. After everyone had assembled, the two professors began to announce the mission. If everyone's here, we'll start the group mission. Each group will have 2 to 3 first years and 1 third-year student. 1 Leo Ploves Rune El Rundoa. And Rada Algruz. Lunia followed behind with a sulky, displeased face. What a nuisance. Herdim's words echoed in her head. I hope the two of you grow closer because of this opportunity. Lunia showed her dissatisfaction, eyes shooting fire. Why do I have to be paired with a thief? Leo seemed to see the problem and coldly asked, still talking about theft. Lunia's head seemed ready to explode as she glared fiercely at him. Of course, I still don't acknowledge you as Fiona's contractor, you know. Leo casually glanced back and replied calmly, suit yourself. On the map, this is the party area divided for exploration, a snow-covered region under the Fairy Forest Survey Team. Current locations, they have been split into small groups. Leo, Lunia, and Rada's group is deep in the forest. Chelsea and Iron, the green-haired boy, are in the Golden Willow habitat. Elena and Luca, the brown-haired boy, are at the herb cluster. Nella accompanies Carl in the conifer records area. Finally, the blue-haired boy and the dark brown-haired guy are at the forest entrance. Lunia looked around. Hey, where did Senior go off to alone? We were supposed to move as a group. Leo recalled that he had cheerfully said, I'll go separately, meet at the center of the forest. He pondered, surely he had something to do alone. On the ground, Leo's hand sensed a strange aura rising. Lunia scanned both sides carefully, eyes full of worry. But we've come this deep and still haven't encountered any undead. There were quite a few last time. Leo's gaze tightened. He suddenly realized something. It looked the same as last time. But then Leo raised his hand for Silrod to inspect, asking for a close look. Look closely, this is an illusion spell. Is this the Spirit King's magic? But it doesn't look like my father's magic, Lunia said. He recalled, in this land there is now a curse. A death curse, one that only those who survived the Calamity Century could recognize. There in a gloomy castle, Kaiser knelt holding a sword. He is Erebos' most loyal subordinate, commander of Tartarus. You survived the calamity. Leo's face flashed with unease. The Nether King, Kaiser. He recalled a quiet late night when Kaiser stood before his followers. The Nether King will not act himself. Karger, the Death Knight, may be his representative. Back in the present, Leo placed his hand on his thigh, preparing to stand. Then he raised his hand, looked up at the sky with determined eyes. There is something in the fairy land that Saron wants to protect. Lunia looked on puzzled. What is it? Do you sense something? Suddenly Leo opened his eyes wide, stunned. He observed deep within the forest, something was approaching. Leo immediately took a combat stance, gripping his sword. Unexpectedly, a voice rang out. Phew, how's the investigation going? Rada stepped out with a radiant face. The first-year representatives from afar, Lunia shouted, Senior Rada. He walked over to the two of them and asked, so did you encounter any undead? Lunia closed her eyes and complained, you startled us. No, I didn't see any, Rada spread his hands and grinned. You were the first to find the Death Knight, weren't you? Leo politely and quickly shook his hand. Yes, he thought to himself, this black ring is exactly what I suspected. Rada looked at Leo and said with a hint of mischief, you might be mistaken. He put a hand on his shoulder and smiled softly. There aren't any undead, let alone a Death Knight, but it's fine first years being overenthusiastic is normal. Rada raised a hand to explain. Do you know that high-tier undead like Death Knights are dismissed if their necromancer doesn't keep supplying enough mana? No, that's why demonic summoners always stay beside the Death Knight, Leo replied. Lunia placed a hand on her chest, her face panicking. So that means there's a demon in this forest. In the city, people bustled below. Rata continued, but this is Berkia, the capital of Elsabekia. He looked at Lunia with confidence. If you're a Saron student, you'd know, right, about the grand star magic applied around Berkia. Lunia's face showed fear. It's a spell created by the veteran founder Miss Luna. No demon can enter. That's true, Lunia said in a steely voice. But there's no rule that the death necromancer must be a demon. Leo's expression turned cold as he said, entities other than demons can also wield dark power. Suddenly Rada grew eerie and laughed menacingly. For example, even fairies. Now that's an interesting idea. He looked at Leo, smiled, and said, "It seems you don't know how proud the fairy race can be." Then Radha turned and gave them parting words, "Finish the investigation and meet back at the forest entrance." Observing Radha's demeanor, Leo shrewdly realized he was searching for something. Lunia, standing beside him, sensed it too, her eyes full of dread. That guy knows something. As the sun set, the night sky fell. That night, amid the white blanket of snow, in a certain house a voice rang out, "Kai, your team didn't find the Death Knight either." Carl had his hands behind his chair, face dejected. "Forget the Death Knight, we didn't even see any undead." Hearing that, Chelsea excitedly stood up. "That makes it even more suspicious." Her face lit with excitement, fists clenched. "The headmaster definitely said undead were found here. How could they vanish just as we arrived to investigate?" Carl watched and gave a helpless smile. Then he pretended to be tired, his face listless. "I'm going to sleep." Chelsea quickly grabbed Carl's tie. "Not so fast." Elsewhere, Leo leaped down from the window to the ground, his gaze fixed in one direction. At a luxurious apartment building, the Saron Academy dormitory. A door was being opened. Leo's cold silhouette entered, a sword at his hip. A notebook labeled Radha sat on the table. He thought. As expected, he slipped out of the dorm. Suddenly, Leo's eyes turned to the map on the table. He touched the marked spot. This is the entrance to the fairyland. From behind, Lunia climbed through the window, frowning angrily. "What are you doing here?" Hearing the familiar voice, Leo turned. He clapped a hand over Lunia's mouth to stop her from making a sound. SHH. She crossed her arms, scolding in annoyance. "You've been acting strange since earlier. What are you doing here now?" Leo's hand still covered Lunia's mouth, his face worried. "I'm looking for Radha, but he slipped away. He's definitely gone to the fairyland." His eyes were fixed on a certain spot. Behind the door, a voice called out, "Didn't you say Radha was sleeping? I hear talking." Lunia looked toward the door, puzzled. Why would Senior Radha? At that moment, Leo's hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. Then he hugged Lunia and lifted her up to her astonishment. Next, Leo carried Lunia and jumped out the window. Elsewhere, in another room, Irene, who was reading, heard an odd noise. She slowly climbed out of bed and walked to the window. Irene peered out. She saw Leo carrying Lunia affectionately. "Leo, you and Miss Lunia." In that moment, Irene panicked and dropped her book to the floor, her legs trembling. This was clearly. In her mind sprang a romantic tale of Leo and Lunia, more beautiful than flowers. Handsome Leo stroked Lunia's hair. "Let me join you." Lunia, the honored fire mage with her lovely face, looked at Leo adoringly. "Prince Leo." Irene imagined the scene and exclaimed, dazzling as the sun. She cupped her cheeks, eyes full of bliss. A secret romantic date. In the night, the wind rustled and thick snow fell. Leo led the way, hands in his pockets, looking bored. "How long are you going to follow me? Go back to the dorm." Lunia trailed behind, fuming as she glared. She scowled angrily and demanded, "Do you think Senior Radha is involved in all this? He only arrived this morning, but you encountered the Death Knight days ago." Suddenly, Lunia stopped, suspicion etched on her face. "But you." From behind, Irene had dropped to her knees, utterly exhausted, and halted there. "You two should keep your distance." Lunia turned back, face full of worry. "Irene, when did you get here?" Leo showed no surprise and coldly said, "She's been following us for a while." Irene looked up in a fluster and cried, "Oh my God, students mustn't have unhealthy romantic relationships. Boys and girls can't be alone together." Hearing that, Lunia frowned in confusion. "What?" Leo froze, eyes searching in bewilderment. "What are you talking about?" Irene, embarrassed, clenched her hands and shouted, "A male and a female, I've seen everything, even you sneaking out of the dorm together. It's so improper." Her face flushed. "Of course Miss Lunia is very pretty, and Leo, you're very handsome too." Hearing this, Lunia froze like a statue while Leo helplessly ruffled his hair. "Irene, you've got it wrong." He stared at Lunia and raised a hand, prompting, "Lunia, say something." Ahead, she trembled, her lips worried. "What?" Then Lunia turned away, cheeks flushing. "It's not like that, I mean." Suddenly something flashed by that terrified Leo. From the ground, a hand writhed up through the soil. They all stared in panic. Leo cried out, "It's an undead." Without hesitation, he drew his sword from its sheath while Irene remained in complete shock. A gloomy voice rang out, "Welcome to the fairyland." Leo calmly drew his sword, his voice icy. "They're all high-tier undead bone troops." Lunia ground her teeth and snarled, "Where did these things come from all of a sudden?" Before acting, he turned and asked, "Lunia ready?" She knelt, casting a fire magic circle and preparing to confront them. Of course. Lunia was ablaze with determination. She unleashed the firestorm technique. A colossal blaze erupted, devouring the high-tier undead in an instant. Proudly admiring her result, she laughed loudly. How about that? Don't expect undead to crawl out of the flames. Iron's voice rang out as a warning, careful. Startled, Lunia turned toward the voice from Iron. Iron immediately rushed forward, raising a shield to block the undead's attack. No matter how fierce the high-tier undead's assault, Iron held firm because the shield in his hand was the shield of Animus. She gathered her strength, leapt forward, and launched an attack at it. Iron shouted as he tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his momentum sky-high. With a single clean slash, he easily severed the high-tier undead's head. The remaining body was neatly dispatched by a swirling violet vortex. Watching this, Lunia applauded. You're really good. Iron scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Ha ha ha. Leo nodded in admiration, surprised he had that move. Iron modestly shrugged. It's nothing special. Iron asked a question that made Lunia uneasy. Then why are you two out here so late at night? He seemed to read her thoughts and denied it immediately. Lunia and I aren't in the kind of relationship you think. Lunia cleared her throat, regained her composure, and continued. That's right, we only stopped by the third year's dorm to investigate. Iron, surprised, said, Really? She pointed at Leo and babbled. Exactly. Wouldn't it be better for you if romantic troubles didn't distract me from my studies? That means fewer rivals for you. Iron mouthed a denial. Why would you try to prevent it so much? He placed a hand over his chest and expressed his view. Lunia is the best student, and I want you to always be the best, because you will become a hero. Lunia went blank, surprised to hear those words. Oh, he thinks that. During the advanced combat assessment, Saren fell silent, breathing raggedly but forcing herself to keep fighting. In one hand she held a sword, in the other a shield, and a honeycomb barrier stood before her. She blushed with excitement as she watched. Just as Iron predicted, he's still holding on. Of all the first years, only Iron can face me. The corner of Lunia's mouth curved into a faint, weary smile. Her expression quickly changed. Lunia raised her hand, gritted her teeth, and cast a spell. All right, I'll go all out too. Iron gaped at Lunia, pupils wide with surprise. She frowned in alarm, her face paling with fear. A cloud of fiery dust erupted after a thunderous explosion. Now Lunia understood. She finally grasped what that look on his face had meant. She closed her eyes and sighed. And why didn't he come to school afterward? Lunia softly called, Iron. She took Iron's hand and said, I want you to keep coming to school because you're my friend. Iron hesitated before agreeing. Wait, me and Miss Lunia are friends, don't you hate me? Lunia smiled sincerely. We're friends, you know. As both a friend and a rival, I hope you can keep facing me. Iron's eyes widened with delight. She murmured, friend and rival. Quickly, her mood sank. But Iron glanced toward Leo, probing. You two really aren't a couple. Lunia blushed and jumped, shouting. Ah, she insisted vigorously. We already said we're not. Leo stood still inside. Kids really grow up by fighting. Cut to a dead forest where the cawing of crows echoed. A voice from the nether of Kargar sounded. You must be surrounded by now, mage. He turned his head back, sneering. We have some uninvited guests. A cloaked figure appeared and demanded, What? Isn't that what your warriors are supposed to handle? He removed his hood and growled a greeting, Death Warrior Kargar. Kargar locked eyes and ground his teeth, bastard. He stepped toward him, enunciating each word. The command to control the warriors comes from the Death King. Kargar tried to intimidate with his presence. Are you treating me like a subordinate? He showed no fear, raising the hand with the ring in reply. It seems you're forgetting the fact that the Death King chose me. He pulled his hood back on and turned away. Once the summoning circle is complete, I won't need Tadaris's help anymore. Kargar laughed wickedly, watching his retreating back. So until then, I'll rely on you. Kargar's eyes glowed red with cunning thought, of course. Scene shifts to another forest, where the full moon shone through the silent canopy. Lunia walked behind Leo and asked, You said Senior handed me matters related to the fairy forest. That's just that guy's guess, don't take it too seriously. Iron stammered in confusion, but isn't it colder than before? She glanced around and said, True, Berkia is a cold region, but how should I put it? Lunia's mood also slumped. Now that I think about it, it's still a bit off. Leo frowned, alert and scanning. I think I'm sensing a curse. He cast a magic circle while warning, Prepare yourselves a bit before we go further from here. Shortly after Curran appeared, "Look, my entrance." Fiora showed up behind him, raising a paw in greeting. At the sight of the two, Lunia's face darkened with anger as she ran up, but her voice was extremely sweet. "Fiora." Lunia clasped her hands excitedly, looking at the two sitting atop Leo. "How can something be this beautiful? It's me, big sister Lunia, you remember me, right?" Iron stared in surprise. "Leo, what are these summoned creatures?" He pointed to Fiora perched on his head and introduced, "This is a little phoenix, Fiora." Lunia exclaimed emotionally, "Fiora, she's so beautiful." Leo then pointed to Curran, "And this is the fairy prince Curran." She gasped in astonishment. To be a contract bearer of both a phoenix and a fairy, impressive. Leo coldly reminded them, "Stop the chatter and get ready, we're heading toward the heart of the forest." The three went deeper into the woods at Leo's prompt. From here on, things will get more brutal. He decisively unleashed a razor-sharp sword stroke to deal with the monsters. Lunia swung her hand to summon, "Fireball." Spots of flame shot straight at them. Ranks of gloomy violet smoke rose from the slain monsters' bodies. The outer layer of skin gradually fell away, revealing moving skeletons. Iron's eyes widened in alarm. The dead, Lunia immediately realized, there must be a death summoner nearby. Leo's sword was wreathed in flame, and he decisively unleashed a slash, taking out three undead at once. The fire spread straight across their bodies. Leo turned and denied it. "No, there's no one." Lunia still didn't believe him. "Leo, you just saw it." An orc suddenly turned into a bone troop. He looked at Curran touching an undead skull and explained, "That's not an undead created by a death summoner." Lunia curiously asked, "Then what is it?" Leo's answer stunned the two girls, "A death curse." Lunia blurted out, "A death curse? I've never heard of that before." Iron lowered his head sadly. "It will continuously summon undead across the surrounding areas and turn this place into a death realm." The image of the Grim Reaper appeared in her mind. And the one who cast the curse was the commander of Tadaris, the Death King of Hell, Kaiser. Hearing this, she cried out in panic, "Oh no, that means Tadaris is planning a major assault on Elsabekia. This is not the time, we must inform the professors immediately." Suddenly, a strong wind tore through the forest, rattling the canopy. Lunia panicked and covered her face. Iron squinted in confusion. "What?" Through the white smoke, Kargar's voice rang out, "Greetings, aspiring heroes." He swung his sword toward the three and growled, "Welcome to the land of death." Leo calmly raised his sword to parry Kargar's blow as the madman laughed. "Ha ha, you won't escape today." Kargar went into a frenzy, erupting with mad laughter. "Despair and quake in fear, I'll make you regret daring to step into this forest." Meanwhile, Iron and Lunia assisted each other against the undead before them. Leo cleared his throat and ordered, "I'll handle this dark night, be careful, divide the tasks." Iron cleared the undead and prepared the strongest magic he could cast. The two girls echoed in unison, "Yes, understood." Kargar spoke in surprise, "Oh, so you've chosen to fight this time?" Leo did not back down. "I will face you." Those words sounded like a joke to him. "You foolish brat, do you think I'll let things go your way?" Kargar channeled power into his sword and snarled, "Hear the breath in the dark." Leo frowned, pressed his lips together, and used Zerdinger's secret sword technique. He infused the sword with fire mana, making the blade blaze brilliantly. Leo tightened his grip and thrust with all his might, driving his sword straight through the other's blade. Kargar lowered his sword, stepped back, and exclaimed, "Is that a fire phoenix?" He pushed off his heel and leapt forward toward him. Leo swung his sword at Kargar and shouted, "It's not just a fire phoenix, Zerdinger's blaze has fused into it as well." His blade began to melt under Leo's and Kargar was momentarily stunned. "The sword is melting." Leo continued to swing at him when Kargar transformed into a red vortex and vanished. Under the red moon, he read the youth's mind. "He's overwhelming me with combat experience." Very quickly, Kargar reappeared with an army of undead behind him. He stared at Leo's pupils, thinking, how can a first-year kid do something like this? For a moment he was terrified by those eyes. What is that gaze? A blinding orange-gold light flared, forcing Kargar to curl into himself. He and the undead looked up. A blazing fireball hung suspended in midair. It was Lunia's handiwork. She grinned triumphantly and summoned the flame maw. The giant fire maw plunged to the ground, swallowing them under Lunia's control. She didn't hide her contempt as she screamed, "Die, you miserable bone scum." Lunia tossed her hair, pleased. "This is what happens when you mess with me." Iron went pale and stammered, "The forest." Curran grabbed Leo's hair to keep him from being pulled into the flame maw. Is she really a spirit? Why is she so violent? He looked at the scorched patch of forest and murmured, persistent, isn't it? Leo sheathed his sword and urged, it's not over yet, let's chase them down. But the deeper they went, the more strange eyes appeared, making the two girls tremble in fear. What the hell is this? Iron grimaced and looked around upset. Lunia went pale and said fearfully, is this the curse of the dead? It's powerful. Radha's voice rose, drawing Leo's attention, first years. He stood with his hands on his hips, scolding. Who allowed you to investigate the forest at night? Even the first-year representative of Lumen acting like this is a disgrace to discipline. Lunia quickly recognized him. Senior Radha, what are you doing here? He stepped out of the ground ritual circle and replied, undead are appearing in this forest. I'm investigating the cause. She cried out, revealing, the cause is a curse, a very ancient and powerful death curse. Radha frowned and asked, a curse? You're saying there's a curse here right now? His expression now made Lunia extremely anxious. It's this serious and you feel nothing. Leo's voice brought everyone back. Some first years from Lumen accidentally came into contact with leaked artifacts from Tadaris. He pointed up toward the dazzling light, explaining, those students accidentally used dark power. That light seemed to pierce into people's hearts. Lunia and Iron shielded their eyes against the glare. The two girls went pale, horrified by the grisly scene before them. The red magic circle became clearer, scattered with undead bones inside. Under the shimmering halo, Leo looked at Radha's demeanor and explained, but you look like you willingly cooperated with Tadaris. Only black magic or death summoning uses monster flesh as a catalyst. Radha clenched his bloodied hand and laughed. Cooperate, you're both annoying and astonishingly stupid. Radha lost his temper, covering his face and grinding his teeth. Those first years over there right at this spot. What he said next left the two girls gaping in shock. The heroic deeds of Lady Luna lie sleeping. Radha grew even more shameless and said, but that incompetent council doesn't even know it exists. What's wrong with using Tadaris to reclaim our legacy? Iron vehemently objected. That's an insult to a great hero and you just want that legacy for yourself. Lunia rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront him. Leo, deal with him, smash that hateful face and drag him back to the instructors. Before she lunged forward, Leo called out, Lunia, Iron. He clenched the sword hilt at his side and reminded them, from now on, fight as if you're ready to kill your own seniors. The two girls exclaimed in unison, alarmed, what? No sooner had Leo finished speaking than Radha summoned a sphere that emitted a barrage of purple Jezia lightning. In an instant, Leo froze and was pushed back by the lightning's force. He then unleashed a sheet of electrical bolts toward the three of them with a cry, Genia. Leo raised his hand to cast magic but didn't forget to instruct, stay calm, this is what confronting Tadaris is like. Radha stroked his chin and laughed with pleasure, a human who can use primal magic, what are you? Though outwardly composed, he seethed inside. Did he really cast and dispel spells in that brief moment? His ability to instantly recognize me as an enemy and his combat instincts are exceptional. Radha also took note of Iron and Lunia. If those two join the fight, this will become truly troublesome. At a loss, he flicked the finger with the ring and decided. The electrical discharge intensified further. Leo cried out in alarm, warning the two girls, duck. Radha unleashed an attack, Jaishiaga. Right where he stood, an explosion rang out, flinging earth and rock everywhere. Without thinking, Iron used her shield to pin Lunia down and protect her. She sat up, coughing. Did he just say Aratiaga? She stared, dumbfounded. It's just a basic spell, yet unbelievably powerful. Lunia's pupils widened and her face went pale with shock. Before them, Leo sagged down, spent. Radha manipulated 3 purple orbs toward him. Lunia cleared her throat decisively. Damn it, we have to help them. Iron nodded in agreement. Right. Kargar, unaware of where from, suddenly appeared before the two of them. He demanded, his voice overpowering the two girls. This is the end of the road for you chosen heroes. Lunia retorted firmly, in your dreams. Then she stood and pleaded, Iron, stall for me. Iron rose as well and defended her, leave it to me. Radha glowered down at Leo sprawled on the ground and sneered. Any last words before you die? You never give up, you sure are confident. Then he cleared his throat and called, Curran. At the sound of Leo's voice, Curran swooped in a circle to everyone's surprise, including Radha's. The purple orbs hovering beside Radha were blown apart by Curran. He lost his balance and crashed to the ground. This time the tables turned. Rada was on his knees while Leo stood upright, glaring at him with murderous intent. Rada ground his teeth in pain. Damn my leg. Leo's pupils glowed red as they swept over him, judging his crimes. Rada stared fearfully into Leo's eyes. Leo, you bastard, don't tell me he really is. Now he was genuinely afraid and begged, wait. Before Rada could finish, Leo decisively slashed and severed his head. Curran cheered excitedly, nice, that crazy spirit's down, now let's smash that bone bastard. Their brief celebration was cut short as Rada's voice rang out again to their astonishment. Rai Ezernia. A streak of electricity shot down, startling Leo. Curran realized Rada hadn't fully logged out and returned to reattach his severed head, sneering, a half-blood fairy yet you can summon magical beasts, impressive talent. You're Leo Plove, aren't you? In no time it was restored. One side of Rada's face had been ruined and turned demonic. His voice echoed from the netherworld, I'm glad the one who sees you off is me. The Death King's power wasn't bad either. Curran recoiled in fear. Rada spoke arrogantly, and if I add the founder Luna's power, I can trample those proud brats who only rely on talent like you. He chuckled inwardly, that eye seems like the mechanized demon has begun to devour you. Immediately after, he thrust his hand forward with force, generating immense magical power. Die. Leo tightened his grip on the sword pommel, his gaze unflinching. The blade in his hand swung with full force. Leo taunted, you failed to fully receive the mechanized demon's power. Then he rushed forward from afar like a tornado, the sword drawing a cold streak of light that tore the air. In an instant, one of his arms flew off and fell to the ground. The cold sword once more pointed at the bleeding wound. Rada immediately screamed in pain. Leo said coldly, those who gain power by shortcuts always lack a sense of combat. He urged him, come on, keep regenerating. I'll keep cutting you until your mana is exhausted. Rada growled painfully, Guha, having trouble, mage. He looked ahead, the humanity before you is your target. Finish the summoning circle quickly and seek the power sealed on this land. Leo affirmed with determination, yes, if I can absorb that power. He glanced at his two teammates below, thinking to himself. Those two are holding up pretty well, it seems I have to deal with this one first. Over there, Rada looked down at his hand. Why hasn't my hand regenerated yet? Curran pointed forwards, Leo. They both looked that way. From the severed hand, blazing red lights began to form, creating a strange matrix. Look. Blood suddenly welled from Rada's mouth, but he clenched his teeth and endured. Rada abruptly threw his head back, a stream of dark red blood spewing straight from his mouth and splattering through the air. It's too late. Iron and Lunia were equally stunned. The Crimson Matrix was finally completed. Karger merely stood there silently, his eyes solemnly watching the entire development. From Rada's body, a purple aura gradually condensed behind his back. The air suddenly stirred, gusts of wind swept through, whipping up dust. Large cracks began to appear from beneath the ground, spreading like a spider web. A gigantic hand rose up, tearing through the soil and rock above, creating a suffocating, deadly space. Curran widened his eyes, my god, what is that? Leo answered calmly, the Ko Lao Kings. He explained, one of the strongest death summoners still in existence. A thick smoke suddenly rose, swirling and spiraling as if something were taking shape inside. Rada laughed maniacally as his arm gradually regenerated. Ha ha, I'm overflowing with power, so this is the Founder's power. Leo snapped angrily. By completing the summoning circle, he has fully embraced dark magic. He suddenly lunged forward, each powerful step striking the ground and shattering rock and soil. Leo tightened his grip on the sword. That filthy power cannot be Luna's. Rada laughed, oh, is that so? The giant hand suddenly reached out, lunging straight at Leo as if to crush him in one squeeze. Another pile of bones shot toward him from afar like a death arrow. He clicked his tongue. However, Leo did not flinch. He immediately took a stance and watched every incoming movement. Rada sneered coldly, even if it's the Death King's power, I already have it. Curran cried out anxiously, Leo, should we retreat now? That pile of bones is too strong. Leo reassured him, no, look closely, that Ko Lao King isn't stabilizing properly. Curran asked, what? He explained, it seems he hastily made a pact with the Nether Warden to summon the Ko Lao King. He doesn't meet the summoning conditions, it won't last long. Leo knew the basic rule of summoning, that spirit energy maintains the summon. He ordered, we just need to hold out until the mana sustaining that pile of bones is depleted. All right, fight, Leo commanded. Curran support. Curran nodded, got it. He decisively thrust both hands forward. Leave it to me. Leo also began to strike, and the space was suddenly drenched in brilliant golden light. It exuded a fierce and dangerous magical force. Kwangza watched silently, his gaze somber as if weighing something. Suddenly his eyes emitted a blazing red light. He tightened his grip on the sword and let out a low growl. At that moment, Leo quickly took to the air. Indeed, the gap in skill is sizable, but we just need to buy time. Then he suddenly smiled, a mischievous grin. Someone shouted, Jezia. Leo gritted his teeth in anger, damn it. Lunia raised her hand to form a ward supporting Leo. Phoenix shield, Leo called out, Lunia. Lunia ordered, Leo, focus on the Ko Lao King, I'll deal with that crazy senior. Leo asked worriedly, so Iron has to fight the Death Knight alone. Lunia smiled, don't tell me you don't trust Iron. She affirmed, Iron is the one who chose to face the Death Knight directly. Kargar quickly drew his sword. Iron immediately grabbed her shield across her front. At that moment, Kargar's blade descended with terrifying force. Kargar roared, you are truly arrogant. He laughed fiercely, how dare you face Kargar alone. Faced with the overwhelming power radiating from him, Iron wondered if she could really do it. She watched his every movement carefully. Then she suddenly shouted and rushed forward at full speed. But if I fail, everyone will be in danger. Iron's sword drove into Kargar with all her strength, but he burst into a hearty laugh. Afterwards, he counterattacked Iron, leaving her no time to react. Iron was flung violently backward. The shield flew from her hand. She thought to herself, I never imagined becoming a hero, but she looked up. Yet. Kargar smashed the shield to pieces. Compared to those two, you're too inexperienced. Iron struggled to stand. At least I won't be a burden to those two, she declared. That's right, they will surely become great heroes one day. Kargar declared, I'll take your head and go serve the Death Summoner. Your brat has no chance of winning. Iron raised her head, but do you know that great heroes often have loyal followers? Iron continued, my ancestor Lord Berkia followed in the footsteps of a great hero and made an oath. She tightened her grip on the sword hilt to never doubt the great hero. Kargar surprised, this is sacred power. Iron continued, so I will trust as well. Kargar hissed, sword in hand, arrogant brat. Iron, full of resolve, this is a technique passed down among the Guardian Knights. Kargar raised his sword high and dove down from above. Die. Iron shouted, endless vitality repels death, she yelled as she swung her sword high, eternal clear. Kargar's form slowly dissolved into the air, sections of his body crumbling like ash. Ah, a Death Knight, weak, he said, yet defeated by a brat like that. Iron felt utterly drained after that strike. She sank to her knees, shoulders trembling lightly, breath rapid and disordered. I need to hurry and help the others. Everything before her blurred, I must help them. Rada sneered, he's still breathing, first-year representative. He unleashed the prepared spell in his hand, finish it. He shouted, fire spear. Rada's eyes widened in surprise. The torrent of magic struck his throat, making blood spurt violently. It reflected. Lunia appeared with a massive fire dragon. She sneered, you thought I would block it. She roared, take this. While Rada was still standing, a cluster of small flames suddenly flew in, swirling fiercely and striking him. The fire erupted violently, sending him flying back. Rada crashed hard to the ground, his body charred black. Lunia waved him off to nothing special. Lunia suddenly spun back, eyes full of vigilance. Immediately after, Rada raised his hand, his palm erupting with swirling magical energy. That dark power surged straight toward Lunia. Leo called out anxiously, Lunia. He quickly charged forward with his sword. A fierce battle erupted, black smoke billowing and enveloping the area. Curran shouted, Leo. He asked anxiously, are you okay? He cried out, my arm. Leo reassured him, you won't die, don't make a fuss. The call of deaths. Leo panicked, in this situation that's the worst curse that could appear. Fiora suddenly appeared before him. Leo called her name, Fiora. Fiora smiled and said, cry. Lunia rejoiced, my body. Iron whispered, recovering, Leo requested, do it once more, Fiora. The sword in his hand immediately ignited, flames enveloping the blade, summoning transformation magic. Leo shot into the air and charged at Kargar. Lunia exclaimed, Leo. She looked at him with admiration. He doesn't fear death at all like the heroes. She softly called, "Fire Guide." Lunia touched it. "Well done, rest now." Then she spread her palm. A stream of orange-red light appeared. She thrust it forcefully toward Radha. He said coldly, "Even your proud flame has weakened. Lunia, what do you intend to do with that feeble fire?" Lunia retorted, "You call it weak. The flame of our Rundua clan, our house always makes a pact with the phoenix. Our first ancestor pledged to burn themselves if necessary to incinerate Tadaris completely." Radha frowned, then muttered, "You gave up, and this flame, why hasn't it been extinguished?" He clutched the hand that was burning under the flame. Lunia squeezed his hand hard. "As long as the will of our ancestors burns, we remain Phoenix Pact bearers. This flame will not go out until all demons are turned to ash." Lunia stared him in the eye. "And by the way, that left eye of yours is completely demonic, isn't it?" The fire continued to surge, bathing the two in a blazing golden light. "This incantation is called Holy Flame, a forbidden art of the Rundua clan. Even the caster can be burned." Radha panicked. "You're insane." Lunia looked at him with resolve. "I won't let you escape." But then the flames around them suddenly snuffed out. Radha smirked out of mana. The ring on his hand began to emit auras. "Then it's my turn." The ring gradually exuded power he could not control. Lunia panicked. "What the?" Then the ring slowly began to consume his arm. Radha shouted, "Stop." After that, Radha vanished without a trace, only the ring rolling on the ground. "No, don't." Lunia staggered, stunned. He was absorbed by the ring. What the hell just happened? She felt confused. If the Death Summoner is dead, his energy source should have been cut off. Why does the Ko Lao King still exist? The ring on the ground suddenly glowed, emitting a sinister red light. Kargar appeared abruptly, murderous intent radiating from him, heavy and chilling. Leo whispered, "This energy." A shadowy figure sat on a throne, his face hidden beneath a hood, only a deadly smile visible. "Advance." The sword was swiftly drawn. "And complete the task you were assigned." Leo was not surprised. So this is Kaiser of the Nether's power. He's channeling strength through the demon device, still as cunning as ever. He carefully observed everything and realized it was directed toward the main gate of the fairy realm. Leo struck quickly. "Curran, support me." Kaiser raised his sword above his head and immediately slashed straight at Leo. The two blades collided quickly. The battle more tense than ever. Leo shook, trembling. "No barrier, it's breaking." Kaiser swung his sword and Leo's body was flung far away. The impact made the ground quake, sending a massive shockwave rippling through the area. Lunia and Iron cried out in alarm, "Leo." In the fairy realm, someone shouted loudly, "Leo." Leo lay unconscious on the ground. A sound rang out, beep. The sound continued to beep repeatedly, forcing Leo to sit up. He spread his hand. "Damn it." He suddenly sighed, "My mana and spirit are exhausted." Then Leo sprang to his feet and surveyed the fairy realm. He gasped, "I didn't expect this place to be so devastated." He suddenly noticed something. He muttered, "This is..." Then Leo recalled nostalgically, "You going to throw it away?" Leo nodded. "Yeah, Berkia, take it." Berkia looked up at the dagger. "Why, not your style?" Berkia shrugged. "No, it looks silly and not very useful." Leo quickly retorted, "What, do you know how many life-or-death battles that thing fought with me?" A group of people standing in the distance called to him, "Kai." He hurriedly said goodbye, "Time to go." He reached out and patted Berkia's head. Then he waved and left with the group. "I'm off, kid." Leo muttered softly, "That arrogant brat." He looked at the dagger in his hand. Back then he said he didn't need it himself. Then suddenly the dagger emitted a blue light. Leo looked up at it in amazement. The dagger continued to glow and activated magic, spreading a blue aura over everything. His figure faded as if dissolving into that stream of energy. Leo mused, magic has been sealed in this dagger for thousands of years. He couldn't help but feel glad. It has answered its true master, me. Leo calculated, with this much magic. He recalled the confrontation with Kargar and muttered, "Which spell should I use?" He worked out the attack plan to defeat the enemy as quickly as possible. Leo smiled wryly, "Those kids, if that's the case then." Lunia shouted, "Stop right there, you walking skeleton," Iron panted. "Miss Lunia over there." Iron panicked, "That amount of magic is terrifying." A great explosion magic array unleashed a powerful blast, causing Lunia and Iron to look up in despair. Lunia exclaimed, "If he's the one bound to the Phoenix, this is the minimum he should be able to do." Leo took slow, measured steps, the space around Lunia and Iron filled with shining stars. Though not the true original, for those kids this will be a priceless gift. Iron recalled, "I once read in an ancient tome of a charm that dyes the world with the light of morning stars." She continued, "It is the most powerful enchantment." The stars continued to fly straight toward Karger, leaving him utterly stunned. The finale. Leo walked away calmly after dealing with the trouble. He spread his palm. Curran appeared at once, roaring fiercely, "The finisher, you will be me." Frost King Leo replied calmly, "It's over." Curran was surprised, when, how? Leo ordered, "Find your wings first." Curran suddenly remembered and flew off immediately. "Oh, right." Lunia and Iron called out, "Leo," he asked anxiously, "is everyone all right?" Lunia teased, "You're worried about us, you're the pathetic one here." Iron offered a weak smile, "I believe you two will get through it." Lunia, curious, "But seriously, what kind of magic was that? It was like something out of legend." Leo looked at the dagger. "It feels like it came from the magic sealed in this dagger, surely connected to the great hero." Iron marveled, "An artifact of the great hero." Lunia wondered, "Could Tartarus have targeted this place because of that item?" Curran shouted, "Hey Leo, look at this. I found the wings my father hid for me." He was eager, "Yeah, help me take this off." Leo gently, "All right." Lunia suddenly paused, "Wait." She pointed, "Isn't that a fragment of the hero's chronicle? The opened hero chronicle of this world." Lunia, bewildered, "What is this?" A voice echoed, "Do you intend to defeat Erebos?" Leo pondered that voice. The voice continued mockingly, "Are you crazy? Ah well, whatever, I like it." It laughed loudly, "Hunting bosses, truly the perfect target for me, I like it." The voice continued, "I told you, didn't I? Now I understand what Tartarus was really searching for." A girl suddenly appeared, "My name is Luna." She smiled, "I will shine like the stars in the night sky, so consider it an honor to have me in your group." Yes, it's me. This is a fragment of Kyle's hero chronicle. A while later, Herod and Herdium rushed deeper into the forest, panting. Herdium called out, "Student Lunia, Student Iron." Following them, Saren's people also hurried over. On this side, Leo and the other three were now safe. Seeing the crowd rushing over, Lunia said, "Professor Herdium." Then she stepped forward, holding out a piece of paper and said, "Please look at this, this is the Founding Heroes Chronicle." Herdium looked at the paper in her hand and stammered, This is over here." Herod approached, patted his shoulder and praised, "Well done." Then he asked, "So everyone who left the dormitory is here now?" He answered, "There's still one more person." Iron ran over to Saren and called out, "Sir, senior brother Rada is." Before she could finish, he reassured her, "Calm down, we'll go talk." Then everyone returned to the academy together. Leo looked back at the space that was now crumbling and muttered the name, Luna. On the final day of the field trip, everyone had gathered before the teleportation gate. The two professors approached, warmly greeting each other. As they parted, Herdium said, "Thanks to today, the students have learned a great deal." Herod smiled and replied, "I'm truly grateful." Lunia turned to him, excited, "Next time we meet, I'll be stronger than you." "We'll see about that," he smiled in response, "I'll be waiting." While they were talking, from afar Iron ran up calling his name loudly. Then she declared boldly, "I will return to Saren Academy." Her affirmation made Leo overjoyed, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He stepped forward and ruffled her hair, "All right, see you again." After farewells, the group turned and stepped into the teleportation gate, returning to the academy. In the dormitory, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. "Ha ha ha, I finally got my wings back." Curran was ecstatic to be able to fly again. He shouted joyfully, "Taste my fist, you red monster." He was playing with the little Fiora. The chick was furious but could only peep and keep dodging. Seeing the chick evade that attack, Curran's gaze grew more determined. "Oh, you dodged that." Looking at Fiora, his expression was mocking, "What a weakling." Curran shifted position again and lunged at the chick once more, shouting, "So what if you can't fly? I'll show you the magic of a senior." While they were playing, a hand reached out and grabbed the boy's wings, leaving him stunned. The one who grabbed him was Leo, just finished with training. Looking at the boy struggling in his arms, he admonished, Do you pull this stunt every time I leave? Should I confiscate your wings? The boy shook his head frantically. No, no, it's my only pair, don't you pity me. Then suddenly a voice called his name, drawing his attention. He glanced over to see the chick Fiora transformed into a little girl of about 5 or 6. She bowed and said, "It's an honor to meet you properly. I am Phoenix Fiora." Recognizing the familiar act, he turned to Curran and asked, "Curran, was that you?" Curran replied confidently, "Well, do you think my power is top-notch?" He looked at the girl and said, "No need for introductions, Fiora." But she continued politely, "My mother said to be courteous to those bound by a pact." Curran lunged again, grabbing the girl's hair and shouted, "Ha ha, how about now? How will you dodge this? This one's different from last time." The boy was silenced as Fiora reached out and squeezed his mouth shut. Not caring that he was struggling, the girl turned to Leo and said, "Leo, please open the way to my mother." He agreed to the request, "All right. And bring that one along too." As he spoke, he raised his hand and formed a spatial gate. Gradually, the gate widened just enough to enter. The girl didn't hesitate and stepped toward it. Meanwhile, the boy kicked and screamed violently, "Hey, wait, wait." As his words ended, the two of them were teleported away and the gate vanished. After chasing those two brats out of the room, Leo exhaled softly to himself. Finally, some peace and quiet. He went to his bed, sat down, and thought about what had happened. The Hero Chronicle and the dagger he found in Berkia had already been handed over to Saren for safekeeping. In Lumern there is the monster Queen Silituna, and at Saren it is the Death King of Hell, Kaiser, who stands behind everything. With these facts, it was clear Tadaris had erased all records of the great heroes with inside agents. That's a dirty trick, it's always been that way. There are still Tadaris operatives in Lumern who haven't been eliminated. And at Saren there are direct traitors like Rada. Surely there must be someone like that in Lumern too. I need to find him as soon as possible. A traitor is infiltrating this place. Cut to the next day at Lumern University. The main lecture hall, students standing neatly below in rows. Up above, Professor Aina Landiu announced, "As previously stated, first-year students line up by department. The headmaster will be here shortly." Below, the students were very puzzled why they were being gathered by department instead of by class. From inside, the headmaster stepped out and asked, "Did everyone enjoy the field trip this time?" "The reason I've gathered all first-year students today is to prepare for an upcoming event for the departments. The interdepartmental tournament." Hearing the headmaster's announcement, Chloe asked, "An interdepartmental tournament?" Chenzia added, "So that's why we were called by department." Chelsea's Lumern info tip. At Lumern Academy, each year the best department in each grade is chosen. The interdepartmental tournament puts each department's honor on the line. This is a major event. The headmaster continued, "To prepare for the tournament, professors will guide you. We've also invited special instructors for more intensive training." This made Chelsea below visibly excited. Special instructors. Contrasting her excitement, Carl next to her yawned tiredly. "Am I the only one who's exhausted?" Then suddenly someone stepped forward from a distance and said, "I've read your report on metallurgy using qualitative magic, Carl Thomas." The unexpected remark made Carl glare at the speaker. A dark-skinned woman approached and sneered, "That report was garbage." "I know." Facing this critic, Carl didn't dodge but immediately trembled with fear, stammering, "Senior Torua Yan." Torua Yan introduced herself. "Hello, first years, I'll be blunt, I find all of you here pitiable as mages." This woman is Torua Yan, a fifth-year magic department student at Lumern Academy. "I've read all the magic essays you submitted midterm. Most are formulaic and lack creativity." While the gathered students listened to the scolding, one student raised his hand and asked, "You said you read all our submissions." The hand raiser was M. Luchin from the magic department. He challenged, "Do you remember the study on efficiently converting fire-attributed mana into light attributes? That paper was mine." In response to his confidence, Torua Yan turned and said, "Ah, that 17-page paper, right? The content was mediocre about using thermal energy to boost output. Magic is by nature a field that requires creative thinking and the researcher's personality. It's hard to achieve that with the rote methods used today." A barrage of criticism followed, leaving the first years below looking stunned. While everyone was feeling bored, a handsome young man came from behind and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Jamua of the 5th-year Knight Department at Lumern Academy." He raised the knight's crest and encouraged them. A knight is someone who overcomes hardship and crisis through physical strength alone. Physical training is the foundation of knights. I will train with you until the interdepartmental tournament. I'm really looking forward to it. At this grand introduction, the students below raised their hands and shouted, "Yes, senior." Then another blond young man stepped forward and asked the juniors, "In your opinion, what's the most important ability for a summoner?" This is Alta Rigdetition from the Summoning Department, 5th year at Lumern. Eliza answered, "Strength to control the spirit beasts." Alta immediately denied it. Warrenden beside him added, "How about overwhelming power?" Alta replied, "Not that either." Then he explained, "The most important quality of a summoner is love." This surprisingly vague statement left the two of them with frozen expressions for a few seconds. The headmaster announced, "All right, the top students of Lumern's 5th year will be your instructors." Then the headmaster looked toward Leo, who was still standing there lost in thought, and asked, "Leo, why are you standing there? That spot doesn't belong to any section." He was standing in a place where no other student was positioned. This drew everyone's attention. He clearly declared, "This is the all-department area." Hearing his confident claim, Toru Yen tried shouting, "What's the all-department area?" She admonished, "Leo, are you crazy? Don't you see how many people are here? This is an interdepartmental competition." All eyes turned to him. Celia called out, "Come on, go back to the night department." Chelsea reminded him, "Leo is in the magic department, remember." The headmaster stroked his chin and laughed, "Ha ha, the all-department area, huh, you're right, Leo. But being taught by a 5th year of Lumern is a rare opportunity. You don't intend to waste that precious chance, do you?" He replied plainly, "I didn't mean to say I don't need seniors' help. I only intend to attend all the classes as usual." This amused the headmaster further. "Ha ha, very well, then let me ask one more thing." His voice grew cold. "If you don't change your mind, you understand you'll have to face them alone, right?" He showed no fear at this threat and replied casually, "Of course." The students below began discussing which department they should join for training. Looking at the first years, Toru Yen said to Len beside her, "We should still focus on magical research. Didn't he analyze a spell left by the Constellation founder on the field trip?" Len smiled softly, recalling Leo's words, "I like Mr. Len's class best." Then he nodded in agreement. "I agree, clearly the magic department." Lee Jamua's gaze turned to him with great interest. And he murmured inwardly, "A straight posture, he has the makings of a true knight." Professor Yura had Alta by the collar and warned, "As a 5th-year student, you should be actively training the juniors more." Her action made the students standing behind even more terrified. But then the headmaster's voice rang out, leaving everyone stunned. He said, "I've decided. This year's first-year interdepartment event will be a survival match." Cut to the headmaster's office. A professor asked, "Headmaster, I don't quite understand this. I thought the competition was to strengthen unity between departments and help development through duels with each other. But a survival match means individual competition. This has never been done before." The headmaster replied, "As you all know, this year we have a rather special student, right?" Aina Landiu answered, "You mean Leo Plove?" The headmaster nodded in confirmation. "Yes, Leo Plove. At first, everyone was just surprised because he belonged to the all-department area. We thought he would soon reach his limit, didn't we? Yet he has maintained near-top rankings in nearly every field. Therefore, the Academy Council has paid increasing attention to him." This left the three of them looking astonished. Aina Landiu spoke. "They want Leo Plove as an all-department student to be recorded in the Hero Chronicle." The headmaster nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. The founding families of Lumern Academy include Geron, Rigard, and Tercia. And they are the ones backing Leo." Len clenched his fists at the headmaster's words, speaking with great excitement. "If that happens, it wouldn't be impossible for the next generation to inherit Leo's abilities and create a completely different class of students." Before the three professors' excitement, the headmaster intervened. "Of course, in the end he still has to choose a department." Cut to the next day at the Academy Stadium. 8 students stood before a massive block of ice, trembling all over, saying, "Why is it like this? It's like stepping into a freezer. What is that thing in front of us?" While the students were still buzzing, Aina Landiu let his hands fall, drawing everyone's attention, and said, "All right, everyone, pay attention. I created this ice wall to teach you breath techniques, useful both for the interdepartmental tournament and for conquering the world of heroes." Then he turned to Celia and requested, "Celia, draw your sword." He explained, "Do you think your flame can break that wall?" She tightened her grip on her sword. A presage began to appear, enveloping the blade and her body. Her voice was full of confidence. Piece of cake. She then launched a cross-shaped slash directly toward the ice pillar ahead. The impact created a massive explosion, sending dust and debris flying. Leo at the back watched her attack intently. But unexpectedly, the ice block in front remained completely intact without so much as a scratch. This made her angry. She cursed under her breath. It's as hard as stone. Her teacher remained thoughtful. The professor said, "The technique I will teach today is the breath of a hero. It is a technique derived from the unique breathing style of beast folk, adjusted to fit human vitality." He stepped forward, passing in front of Celia. Then drew his sword and tightened his grip. At that moment the blade emitted brilliant flames. When his preparation was complete, he decisively swung a tremendously powerful slash at the giant ice pillar ahead, creating an enormous explosion. Watching the explosion, Durin narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, the destructive force is astonishing. So that breathing style causes the mana to erupt with such power. The other students also marveled and asked, how can such flames be produced? But Professor Aina Landiu is of the ice attribute. Durin explained, Professor Aina Landiu used to be a dungeon conqueror. It's not surprising that one of the hero abilities he inherited is the fire attribute. Aina Landiu nodded in praise. Durin is absolutely right. Because it differs from my innate mana, it should have been weaker than Celia. But thanks to the breath of a hero, it can be amplified. Then he addressed everyone, begin training. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Leo, who stood lost in thought with a stunned look. He murmured inwardly, isn't that Arian's technique? After that came a period when the students threw themselves into training tirelessly. Some failed after several attempts, while others achieved certain results after a time of practice. And the one who showed the clearest progress was Celia. Looking at her, Aina Landiu silently thought, well done. Ileana stuck out her tongue and panted from exhaustion. She flopped down and complained, I'm tired, but it's done. Then someone came up and handed her a handkerchief to wipe her sweat, which made her eyes light up as she cheerfully said, thank you, even the head of the Eastern Division acknowledged my skill. Ha ha. She and Chen Zia then turned their gazes toward Leo, who was still standing like a statue, not moving at all. This made Ileana very puzzled. Is the class rep still standing there? He was now sweating profusely, his hands clenched, his whole body trembling for some reason. Observing from outside, Aina Landiu mused inwardly, truly unexpected. Leo is the only one who hasn't shown up yet. Perhaps this is an opportunity for him to focus more on swordsmanship. But then he seemed to notice something and muttered, wait, the way he breathes. Realizing the oddity, he looked at him and asked, hey, who taught you that Kai technique? The sudden question jolted him awake. Looking at the professor, he answered, what is it, sir? He stepped closer and said, the breath of a hero originally comes from the beast folk of Asnia Academy. I modified it so humans could use it. But the way you inhale is like that of a beast folk. He then recalled the image of Arian and replied, exactly like that, not human. He stepped closer and suggested, can you change the starting point of your Kai, initiate mana from the breathing source? Use the technique I taught, but imagine that you are truly a beast folk. He followed Aina Landiu's instructions, and instantly a tremendous blaze of fire mana burst from him, leaving Durin staring in astonishment. After the smoke cleared, the students buzzed, what was that just now, how did he do it? This surprising result made Aina Landiu visibly excited. He smiled and said, ha ha Leoplov, you really are a special person. He looked at his blazing hands and happily said, thank you senior, I did it. Chloe was carrying a stack of books, walking alone down the academy corridor when Leo's voice came from behind. Is it heavy? Startled by the voice, she turned around. Leo stepped forward and asked, are you heading to the magic practical class? Then come with me. Hearing that, she nodded and replied, yeah, thanks. Her gaze became extremely shy. She thought to herself, why is this happening? Why can't I look Leo in the eye? While she was flustered, Toru Yan approached from afar and broke the tension. Cozy atmosphere, you too, she said. Hello, Chloe. Seeing Toru Yan recognize her, Chloe was very curious. You know me? Toru Yan nodded. Of course, I really liked your exposition on northern magic. The compliment delighted Chloe. I'm honored. She then turned to Leo and asked, when are you transferring to the magic department? He replied, senior, forcing someone to change departments is against academy regulations. They had gone a short distance when they came upon Professor Albai standing before a group of first-year students. This left Toru Yan stunned. She walked up and shouted angrily, "Professor Albai, why are you in the first-year lecture hall?" He turned and answered, "At Professor Len's request, starting today I'll give a special session for first-year magic students." This made Toru Yan feel very unfair. She shouted, "What, Professor Albai, that's not fair. We've asked for special classes so many times and you never agreed, even though we're seniors now." He smiled and replied, "Ha ha, I've been busy." Carl and Chelsea were also very surprised to be included in Professor Albai's class. Professor Albai was a rare mage who could channel ancient magic through the human body. Any magician would want to attend his class. From behind, Len stepped forward and greeted, "Senior, you're here." Then he turned to everyone and said, "Attention, this is Professor Albai whom I personally invited to teach you first years. Consider this an honor." Then his eyes dropped and he noticed Toru Yan standing in line, clapping repeatedly, which made him very puzzled. Is there some contamination in here? He stepped forward, grabbed Toru Yan by the collar and pulled her out of the line, admonishing, "Come on, we still have to prepare materials for the interdepartmental tournament." The girl was very indignant and shouted, "I'm a first-year student. I want to attend Professor Albai's special class." After the ranks were settled, Albai said, "All right, let's begin the special lesson. As you know, my nickname is the Demon Eye Mage. But many also call me the Tataris Purger. That should tell you how many battles I've been through. What do you think is the most important thing in a magic duel?" Emio raised his hand and said, "It's the amount of mana." He shook his head, "Wrong, next." Chelsea raised her hand, "It's the speed of spellcasting." Albai looked at the rest of the students. Next, Carl also raised his hand, "Is it about the kinds of spells one can use?" He then called on the next student. As his voice faded, his gaze turned to Leo and he asked, "Leo, tell me, what is the most important thing in a magic duel?" Leo raised his hand and clearly answered, "It's mobility." Finally, someone got it right, Albai praised, "Very accurate." Over here, Toru Yan and Len were preparing apparatus for the lesson. She mumbled, "Bah, I know this too." Nodding her displeasure, Len changed the subject. "Okay then, try casting spells faster." Emio from below raised a question. "Professor, I don't understand. Mobility is certainly important, but I don't think it's the decisive factor in current magical combat. Besides, hasn't mobility already been solved by magic?" The professor asked back, "You mean flying wing magic, right?" Emio nodded in confirmation, "Yes, sir." Carl turned to Chelsea and said, "So there's already flying wing magic, isn't that better?" Chelsea also nodded and replied, "That's true, isn't it?" The truth is, Caro's flying wing spell, a levitation magic invented 10 years ago, is much easier to learn than the ancient flight arts. Faster movement is an improved version, whose most notable feature is granting an object the ability to fly. To demonstrate this, Albai called out, "Leo and Emio, step forward." The two stepped forward at the same time. Emio shot a glance at Leo, thinking angrily, "A guy not even from the magic department is such a nuisance." Sensing his hostility, Leo thought to himself, "Have I been doing school all wrong?" Albai turned and asked, "Leo, do you agree with Emio's view?" He bluntly replied, "No." This made the nearby Emio startle and shout, "What?" Albai continued, "Then the two of you will test your mobility. We'll see who is right in this matter. Do you each have separate flying wing magical devices?" Emio nodded, "I do, sir." Leo shook his head, "I don't." This only amused Albai more. He added, "Then use whatever means you can." Leo smiled and replied, "Yes, sir." He explained the rules a bit. The turning point will be at the beast wall. Whoever arrives first wins. Hearing the rules, Emio was excited. "Really? Then prepare to become my lackey." At his words, a stream of magic poured from his body, enveloping the board beneath his feet and making it hover in midair. Without hesitation, he shot forward, shouting, "Let's go." Then he glanced at Leo and taunted, "A guy without magical gear dares to." Before he could finish, a bolt storm suddenly struck Emio's position, making him jump and shout, "What the?" Seeing this, Chelsea was equally startled. "Hey Leo, what the hell are you doing?" Leo turned to explain, "This is a duel to understand why mobility is important to a mage. Isn't it reasonable to hinder the opponent's mobility?" His answer made Albai smile and reply, "Of course." Then Leo used magic to form a whirl of fire beneath his feet. He then stomped hard on the ground, pushing step by step into the air to fly upward. Carl below was astonished. "That's aura, are you allowed to use that in a magic class?" Albai explained, "Think about who you'll face at the interdepartmental tournament. Those are formidable names from other departments. This left Carl staring blankly for a few seconds. Emio was still rushing forward on his board, but it had been attacked by Leo and began to smoke. He looked down, swore angrily. Damn it, you crazy bastard, this thing is expensive, attacking it out of the blue, I won't let this go. As soon as he finished speaking, violent ripples appeared in the air behind him. He glanced back and realized Leo had caught up, making him shout in surprise, "You've caught up." Leo's eyes were filled with determination as he charged straight forward without hesitation. After a few startled seconds, Emio regained his composure and shouted, "Ice arrows." He launched countless ice-tipped arrows toward Leo to attack, but Leo easily waved his hand and dispelled all incoming assaults. He then lunged forward and struck Emio so hard that the board shattered in two, and he began to fall into the sea. Not willing to stand by, Leo summoned phoenix wings and dove down, grabbing his arm before his body hit the water. The terrifying speed left the other students utterly astonished. Albai explained, "As you can see, you who rely on flying wing devices lose. Once his device broke, he immediately lost mobility." Meanwhile, Leo crossed the lake using the most basic flight technique within flying wing magic, a natural development based on true flight. But because it focuses only on convenience, it lacks fine control. Therefore, from now on, what you need to train is true flight, clear. The students below were thrilled and answered in unison, "Yes, sir." After that, everyone threw themselves into practice without tiring. People made some progress, but Carl still couldn't master the basic skill and ended up hanging upside down in midair. He could only laugh awkwardly. "Ha ha, I've become the hanging guy." Albai looked down at the students and said, "A first year who can use true flight this well, there's nothing left for me to teach. Any questions?" Leo stepped forward and spoke. "Professor, may I enter the Academy's restricted library?" The request startled Albai. What? Access to Lumern's restricted library is beyond a teacher's authority. Not wanting to put the professor on the spot, Leo explained, "I'm not asking as a student, I'm asking as a member of the Geron clan." He asked back, "Why do you want access to the library?" Leo replied, "I need to find a document, a record of a hero that has never been published in history before." Hearing this, Albai summoned a letter and said, "Then I will write a recommendation for you. But to enter the library you need the permission of the Geron clan chief, who is my brother Altek Geron." Leo repeated the name, Altek Geron. "He is called the Infinite Mage because he can cast magic without limit. It's not an easy matter." Albai continued, "However, the clan chief is currently deployed on the southern front of Tadaris, so you'll have to meet his representative." Leo asked, "A representative?" Albai added, "You'll meet that person at this academy, she's your senior." Leo asked about the person's identity. "Who is it, Professor?" Albai sighed softly and pushed up his glasses with his hand before answering. "It's third-year student Alina Geron, my niece." Cut to the Illusion Beast Isle. The Academy's trainees were now on the beach, buzzing with conversation. Someone said, "I heard the night and magic departments have begun special training." Another chimed in, "I heard Professor Albai came to teach the magic department." Leo stood off to the side, brooding for a long time, thinking about something. His eyes glanced into the distance as he recalled the conversation with Carl and Chelsea. Carl asked puzzled, "You don't know Senior Alina?" Chelsea added beside him, "It'd be strange if you didn't know her." He put on a bewildered look. "Is she that famous?" The two across from him were still happily enjoying their meal. Chelsea, amused, said, "Famous is an understatement, she's the third-year class president." Alina Geron, 18. Her skills rank second in the entire magic department right now. Although only a third year, she is second only to senior Torua Yan. Carl next to him added excitedly, "And she's stunningly beautiful, her nickname is the Queen. Because she has so many suitors. Even as a third year, she's a strong candidate for the next student council president." Back in the present, he thought to himself, "Suitors, huh, ha ha ha, how should I approach her?" While he was thinking, Professor Yura behind him grunted, "Where is that guy?" A lecturer behind replied, "He should be arriving soon." A student asked, "Who are we waiting for, Professor?" The professor replied, "Alta." At the name, the students lit up. "So finally it's our turn for special training before the interdepartmental tournament. Special drills led by Senior Alta, the one who bears the Pegasus Oath." But then another said, "But that's Senior." At that moment, a pair of feet stepped out from the forest and a voice said, "Sorry I'm late, Professor Yura." Hearing the voice, Yura jumped and turned to look toward it. Alto emerged holding countless insect nets in his hands. He smiled and said, "Hello, first-year students." Looking at the young man before them, the first year stared in bewilderment and murmured, "What a weirdo." As soon as he stepped forward, Ulta began wildly waving a net in his hand, which made Yura beside him shout angrily, "What's with that ridiculous act? A butterfly net." Ulta explained, "You probably heard fairies have appeared on Illusion Beast Isle." That claim left the other students puzzled. Fairies. Imagining tiny angels like Curran, Leo narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Impossible." Alta's words only made Yura angrier. She stepped closer, voice sharp. "So you intend to send the first years out to catch fairies?" He replied with glee. "Exactly." Yura's last shred of sanity snapped. She recalled the times she'd gone mad training Ulta. Her stomach churned at the thought of working with this lunatic. She yelled in fury, "You're the one who's crazy, you fool. How long will you keep pretending to be daft? We're swamped preparing for the interdepartmental tournament and you bring out this circus." Seeing her rage, the lecturer beside her stepped forward to calm her. "Please calm down." She still couldn't settle and shouted, "Trusting you with training like this was a mistake." Meanwhile, Ulta ignored Yura and turned to the first years. "As summoners, you surely all dream of meeting the three great pureblood phantoms, right?" "Do you want to meet them?" They answered in unison. "We want to." At their excitement, Yura shouted, "Don't excite the kids with baseless rumors." Then she calmed and reminded Ulta, "The tournament is approaching. You're not seriously going fairy hunting, are you?" He put on a confident look and replied, "Of course not." Cut to a few days earlier. Ulta stood before the students and asked, "Who remembers what I said about the core ideal of a summoner?" Eliza answered, "It is tolerance." Ulta shook his head, "No, it's love, not just love for the bound beasts you contracted with. You must love all summoned entities, become one with the beast, unify human and spirit, harmonize with nature. That is the true love of a summoner." His lecture left some amused and others bored. Leo looked at him, sighed, and thought, "He seems eccentric, but he understands the nature of summoning very well." Yura summarized Ulta's point. "He means we must train compatibility to the point of communicating with uncontracted beasts." Ulta confirmed, "Although it's early for first years, we'll try that direction." Professor Yura continued, "You will stay on Illusion Beast Isle for 3 days for a special class." Ulta, looking pleased, added, "I've already filed dorm leave for you, so there's no problem." The sudden decision shocked the students, who yelled, "What? No way, we plan to go to Lomeria this weekend. How can we survive 3 days here?" Eliza breathed a delighted sigh and said, "3 days living with the phantoms doesn't sound so bad, does it?" Ulta then approached and handed each person a net, startling them. He explained, "For those 3 days, summoning is banned, as are aura and magic. You must survive in that forest using only yourselves." This strange rule shocked the students, who yelled, "What the hell?" Ulta paid no heed to their feelings, turned and entered the forest, waving, "See you in 3 days, try catching fairies with the nets." The students on Green Pearl Island buzzed. "That forest is full of beasts and spirits." Duran asked, "Professor Yura, you mean?" Before he could finish, Yura cut in. "I've said it from the start, we're not like students from other departments. We summoners are people who communicate with entities that hold the power of nature. In that sense, we must both adapt to nature and be able to command it. That's why Senior Ulta spoke of tolerance." How many of you have actually seen the true nature of a summoned beast with your own eyes? Has anyone ever formed a contract on their own? Most of you inherited yours from family or were given your beasts during class, right? Then she smiled at the students. "See you in 3 days." What followed were the students' experiences inside the forest. Each person had a vastly different experience. No two were the same. They all tried to find a connection between themselves and the beasts. Holding some red fruits in his hand, Leo muttered, "These are edible wild berries." The summoner department's class was unexpectedly harsh. Then from behind him a loud shout rang out, "Fairy, a fairy." The shout caught his attention and he turned toward the source. Then he followed the voice. The scene before him was a student half swallowed by a gigantic flower, thrashing but unable to escape. A student below sneered, "Pathetic, you ran in without realizing it's a plant monster." Eliza sighed wearily, "I feel stupid for charging in blindly like that." Leo noticed something on the monster. It was Curran. He'd gotten out and was the mastermind behind these foolish antics. Leo thought angrily, "That guy needs a beating to wake up." Curran was thoroughly enjoying his mischief, darting and flitting wildly through the forest. Excitedly he called out, "So who's next to prank?" While he was excited, he was immediately trapped by a net. The one who did it was Leo. Startled at being discovered, Curran panicked, "What? No way, I'm caught by a butterfly net." Leo stepped forward coldly. I told you to behave yourself. He grabbed the kid, raised a hand, and demanded, do you think I came here to cause trouble? Curran, terrified, stammered, you're mistaken, I'm just investigating the strange phenomena happening on this island. Leo asked, strange phenomena, he replied. Yes, something very odd is happening here. After hearing his explanation, Leo realized something and said, so you mean the beasts on this island have been becoming violent, and you're looking into the cause of these incidents, right? Seeing the skewer in Leo's hand, Curran's eyes lit up with interest. Exactly so. He went on, I thought the students just wanted to play a bit for fun, I didn't expect it to become so famous. Leo snapped angrily, you expect me to buy that? This is Purina's territory, there's no way she wouldn't notice something like that. Curran gritted his teeth, that Phoenix Fiora hasn't been on the island for a while really. Leo asked, puzzled, what do you mean? Curran explained, when we first arrived, everything was already like this. The letter delivered to the girl said, if you're reading this, you've probably returned to Illusion Isle. Fiora, I'm going to meet the Oath-bearer for a bit. He continued, repeating the message exactly. She left only a note saying she'd gone to see the Oath-bearer. He mocked, I thought I'd get to see the Phoenix mature, guess that's ruined then. Fiora paid him no mind, scanning the forest with a glance and said, the beasts in the woods are all showing very strange signs. Then she spotted a pair of glowing red eyes staring in her direction. Sensing danger, she immediately let go of Curran and said, something's definitely wrong here, we need to go check it out. Feeling abandoned, Curran darted after her, hey, wait for me. After hearing Curran's story, Leo thought to himself, Fiora, Purina's daughter, ranks second among the island's beasts, she should notice any abnormalities here. This is happening while Purina is absent, is this just a coincidence? He used his mind to call Fiora, if you can hear me, respond. When there was no reply, he muttered inwardly, maybe she's too distracted to sense I'm calling. After sensing something, Leo tightened his grip, placed Curran on his shoulder and said, let's go find Fiora, I sense aura to the west of the island. Being dragged away from play into work, Curran protested, why me? Cut to a pond on the west side of the island. Beneath the clear water, countless sparkling stones appeared. Their light lit up the surface of the pond, creating an incredibly magical scene. Holding one of the stones up to examine, little Fiora exclaimed, so beautiful, so sparkly. Under the night sky sprinkled with stars, she continued to praise, so beautiful, oh my. Then she popped the mana stone into her mouth and chewed greedily with delight. She pressed her small hands to her cheeks in joy. Suddenly a voice rang out, what are you doing here? Noticing someone approaching, the girl's eyes flicked toward the sound. She said, Leo, this is a fishing village, heh heh. He came forward and asked, have you been eating mana stones here all this time? He looked down at the pond and thought, where spirits and summoned beasts dwell, formations naturally form when their energies converge. Young beasts and sprites absorb this completely to grow, so to prevent indiscriminate harvesting, this area is off-limits. The girl stammered, when I was little I was told eating more helps you grow fast. Curran teased from beside her, with superior spirits like us we don't need mana stones to grow. He explained, even if they're tasty, they're just dessert, but Fiora, don't tell me you chased off other beasts and sprites to hog this pile. Caught by the remark, she shyly replied, not that much, I meant to feed them. Seeing Leo was right, Curran added, honestly, are you a phoenix or a pig? You chased everyone away and are eating it all yourself. Hearing that, the girl turned angrily and snapped, you just called me a pig, did you? Seeing the two kids bickering again, he intervened, that's enough, both of you. Then he turned to the girl, Fiora, you said something strange was happening in the forest, right? The girl nodded in confirmation. Yes, I sense a very unpleasant energy coming from the island. He suddenly looked up at the sky. A sudden gust of wind appeared, sending a chill down his spine. He thought to himself, could this energy be that beast eater from before? He immediately drew his sword and took a fighting stance, calling out, Curran, Fiora, get ready. He focused on the pond before them and shouted, it's coming. No sooner had he spoken than a huge-mouthed monster burst from beneath the pond and lunged at him. But forewarned, he sprang back sharply, keeping his distance from the foe. The dark mage looked toward him and asked, I wondered why the number of beasts fell so drastically. It turns out that Phoenix you mentioned caused it the last time. It seems we are truly bound by fate. Leo Plove recognized a familiar face, assumed a ready stance, and smiled. A grudge carried over from a previous life isn't exactly pleasant either. The dark mage summoned a tentacle and struck directly at him, shouting, it seems it's time to end this here. With his agility, he sidestepped the attack, The strike looked simple but packed enormous force, enough to pierce a giant tree behind him. The dark mage sneered, "I'll crush you right here." At that moment, he suddenly sensed something. From the ground, two tentacles suddenly surged up and wrapped tightly around his legs, startling him inwardly. A summoned beast. Had he hidden a beast underground, I couldn't detect any trace of them. By reflex, he raised a layer of magic protection around himself, thinking, "Don't tell me." No sooner had he thought that than the dark mage swung and yelled, "Die." He closed his eyes slightly, as if preparing something. Several missiles then began to appear, surrounding his body. From him, a burst of fiery energy erupted, forming an immense wave of power. That power easily severed the tentacles coiled around his legs. Watching a severed tentacle regrow almost immediately, he thought to himself, its regenerative ability is pretty impressive. After breaking free from the attack, he said, "Let me ask you something. Those tentacles feel exactly like the Gorgon snakes, a species that conceals knowledge. Don't tell me this is a chimera hybrid." Hearing that, the dark mage praised, "You're only a first year but always act like you know everything. Who exactly are you?" Leo did not hesitate for a second and took a combat stance. Beside him, Fiora awakened her bloodline power and transformed into a mature phoenix. Leo looked straight at him and said, "You heard me, I'm a first-year hero candidate." As soon as he finished speaking, Fiora's wings spread wide and she gave a strong flap. He then shouted loudly, "Attack." Following the command, Fiora lunged like an arrow at the opponent, striking and creating a tremendous explosion. Before that attack, Curran folded his arms and praised, "Haha, not bad at all for a little chick." After the strike, Fiora reverted to a small chick and settled on Leo's shoulder. He turned his gaze toward the heart of the explosion and said coldly, "It's not over yet." As the smoke cleared, the dark mage stepped out, his body wrapped in countless protective tentacles. He ground his teeth and said, "My summoned beasts have all been destroyed, I'll return those blows to you." Saying that, he shaped a magical sphere with his hands and slammed it into the ground, shouting, "Appear, death slime." From where he struck, a green slime immediately oozed up and began to swell. On the other side, Curran and Fiora pinched their noses because the slime's stench was unbearable. Curran shouted, "What is that smell? What is that thing?" He immediately raised his hand to conjure a gust of wind to block the odor. Looking at the entity before him, he thought, "Unbelievable, an advanced slime." The dark mage smiled smugly, "You won't escape this attack." As he finished, a voice suddenly rang out, "What do you think you're doing to my respected senior?" Black clouds gathered overhead. Then a massive lightning strike descended on the slime, reducing it to smoke in an instant. This left Leo looking astonished. The newcomer was Ulta riding a flying Kirin. The Kirin called out, "Beast Mage, what the hell are you doing?" Seeing his summoned beast defeated instantly, the dark mage clutched the fallen body and ground his teeth. "My beast was destroyed so quickly." Indeed, the strongest from the summoning department of Lumern, Ulta Rigdetition. Seeing the winged horse hovering above, Curran asked, "What is that winged horse yammering about? Get down here." He looked at the creature and said, "A Pegasus, that's a spirit beast on your level." Ulta atop the horse looked down and said, "Watching these monsters never makes me comfortable." He ordered, "Arya, we must eliminate this disgusting thing for defiling the world." The dark mage clenched his teeth, thinking, "I must stall until my tentacles regenerate." He summoned the death slime again, the slimy monster once more prepared to attack Ulta. Another lightning bolt struck from the sky, turning the creature to smoke just like before. Below, Curran turned to ask him, "That thing is on the same tier as us," he explained. "It's not that the Pegasus itself is that powerful, but that the summoner's domain amplifies its strength." With a single, effortless strike, the matter was cleanly resolved. Below, the dark mage snarled in anger, "I've meant to ask for a long time, perfect timing, this is getting interesting." "So what about this move?" he said, and a large crimson magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Another surprise appeared before Leo. At that moment, Professor Yura materialized in front of him, staring at the dark mage and saying, "You call this interesting while you're about to die." She shouted, "You dare use spirit beasts to create a chimera." Ignoring her words, he continued his summoning ritual. Immediately after, from within the magic circle, a giant monster gradually emerged. Making him ecstatic, appear Cyclops. After the summoning finished, he looked at Leo and laughed loudly. "Haha, so what spirit beast do you have? Whatever it is, my Cyclops won't be easy to beat." Professor Yura looked at the spirit beast she had summoned, A mere mouse, which left Curran cloaked in stealth very puzzled. That's just a mouse. Are you kidding me? He explained it's an omnivorous rat. It looks cute on the surface. But immediately after, countless magic circles appeared and hundreds, even thousands of rats were summoned. Yura confidently pointed forward and said, "It will eat everything clean, it won't even leave a bone." He thought to himself, this is a small but brutal monster. Now the swarm of rats, as numerous as ants, rushed toward the dark mage, preparing to attack. They surged like a tide and began tearing at the Cyclops' body, making it cry out in pain. Standing beside them, the dark mage panicked and hurriedly pulled a roll of teleportation parchment from his storage space, thinking, "At this rate, all my prepared beasts will die." Several more lightning bolts appeared in the sky and then struck down hard on the dark mage's head, causing him excruciating pain. He tried to open the teleportation scroll, holding it in his hand. And without a moment's hesitation, he tore the teleportation scroll to pieces. Immediately, his body was teleported elsewhere. Watching from above, Ulta sighed in disappointment and said, "Missed." After the fierce battle, a calm silence settled over the entire forest. The two of them approached Leo and reproached him. Yura leaned in close and shouted, "You brat, why did you enter the forbidden area?" He pointed to Fiora and explained. Because of Fiora, she was eating the mana stone from the lake. The professor's attitude instantly changed 180 degrees. She put on a delighted expression and said, "Because of our Fiora, ah, how adorable." Ulta was deeply moved by his action. He stepped forward and said, "Such love for a summoned beast that you'd enter the forbidden area." Seeing them both overdoing it, he thought inwardly, so much pressure. Once things seemed settled, Professor Yura returned to her mount's back and said, "It seems that beast mage intended to defile the mana stone. I'll report this to Principal Kalyan immediately." With that, she flew up into the sky and left, not forgetting to leave a message. "Ulta, stay safe and continue your special training." He nodded and replied, "Yes." Then he turned to him and asked, "Leo, are you the one contracted with the Phoenix?" Then he glanced at Curran beside him and said, and he nodded, "So it's true." He also noticed the horse behind him and said, "Is that your Pegasus, Senior?" He cheerfully looked at his little horse and said, "Arya, introduce yourself to Leo." Arya stepped forward and gently said, "I am Arya, nice to meet you." The one contracted with the Phoenix, he happily replied, stepped forward and patted the boy's head. "Nice to meet you, I'm Leo Plove." Seeing Arya's delighted expression, Ulta asked, "Pegasi normally don't like strangers touching them." He teased Leo, "Do you think you can ride a Pegasus now?" He bluntly replied, "Never." He thought to himself, "When I was Kai, the summoned beast I contracted with was a Pegasus. Hearing this brings back old memories." Ulta looked at him and said, "You don't seem badly injured anywhere. Continue with the special training. I'll overlook your use of psychic power in this fight." He cheerfully replied, "Yes, I understand." Judging by that beast mage's strength earlier, the enemy inside Lumern Academy wasn't a student, but very likely a master-level practitioner. A few days later at the Erect training grounds, a student said, "This is the first time all the students have gathered since the entrance ceremony, right? There's never a quiet day." In a corner, looking at his friend who was completely drained, Carl asked how the special summoning training went. The other, tears streaming, replied, "I'm exhausted, I haven't even had time to wash." Ileana rolled her eyes as if searching for someone and asked, "Where's the class rep?" Carl sighed and said, "Weren't you supposed to be the representative for the separate summoning cohorts? What bad luck." Seeing him try to talk back, Ileana turned and gave Carl some playful hits, making him yelp in pain. Cut to a tent where Leo enters from outside. As soon as they saw him, someone said, "You're here." The other added, "Now the class representatives are all assembled." The pale blue-haired girl looked at him with great admiration, thinking, the rumored all-round prodigy, even better in person, makes me want to do something other than heal. She was Lil Lucher, the second-year summoning representative at Lumern Academy. The youth lying in the sickbed was Hark Ligard, the fourth-year knight representative at Lumern Academy. He paid no attention to them and looked around for someone, thinking, where is that person? Then a girl approached from behind, lightly touched his cheek, smiled and said, "Oh, how cute." This girl was the one he was looking for, Alina Geron, who could access Lumern's restricted library. She said, "You're the famous first-year representative." Then she immediately proposed, "Do you want to be my boyfriend?" Taken aback by the sudden proposal, he froze for a few seconds and then gently replied, "I must decline." She leaned in, smoothed her hair and asked, "Why? I'll spoil you so much." He slapped her with a cold retort, because you're too old. The weight of that remark made her eyes widen in surprise. She then burst into laughter to dispel the awkwardness. You're quite an interesting boy. Watching their exchange from outside, Lil Lucher thought, wow, Leo doesn't pale next to Senior Alina at all. The rumored first-year rep indeed impressive. I want to stop this. A handsome young man entered from outside and cheerfully said, long time no see, Alina, how's the mission? She sighed wearily and replied listlessly. He laughed out loud, ha, I knew it. Then he went over to the youth lying incapacitated and called, time to wake up. Hark was startled awake by the call and immediately proposed, Senior, let's have a match right now. The senior smiled, another time I'll fight you later. From a distance, Alina interjected, you just woke up and already want to fight, that's brutal. He sneered, with all your tangled allies tagging along, what do you know about real combat? Alina Jaron. Her eyes narrowed as she asked, you mean I'm not the real deal? He confidently replied, is there another Alina Jaron here? Seeing tensions rise, Lil Lucher trembled in fear and stammered, professors, if the seniors fight here, it'll be a big problem, someone could die. In another corner, the senior turned to Leo and asked, so, how do you feel after meeting the department representatives? He gave a wry smile and replied, ha ha, seems everyone is a little too close-knit, huh? A while later, the group stood before the principal. He said, it's good to have everyone gathered like this. I'll briefly explain why I summoned each department's representative here. From today, all students and teachers of Lumern Academy, until the first-year interdepartmental competition concludes, will sever all means of communication with the outside. And the lockdown order is officially in effect. When he finished speaking, Leo now understood the situation unfolding here. They want to catch a traitor. All the suspect names began surfacing in his mind. Cut to the classroom. Ileana said wearily, this interdepartmental contest, whatever. I just want the lockdown to end quickly. How am I supposed to go to Lumeria City to buy sweets like this? Chelsea added, exactly, self-study time without snacks isn't really studying. Hearing the girls talk about nothing but food, Carl curled his lip and said, you she-devils. Then a young man burst in from outside, panting, hot news, everyone, the venue for the interdepartmental bout has been decided. On hearing this, Chelsea asked, where is it? He replied, Nigram. This made Chelsea very curious. Nigram, isn't that a forbidden area? Carl began to assess the situation. Nigram is a city in the southeast of the continent, famous for being destroyed in a single morning due to the eruption of a hero dungeon. That dungeon was later conquered. But because of the hero Scar's influence, it became cursed land where people can no longer inhabit. The pink-haired girl asked in concern, is it safe to go to a place like that? Chelsea confidently said, although it's a forbidden area, it's not overly dangerous. Only common and lower-tier monsters appear and the curse blankets the area everywhere. The blonde youth, sweating, replied, you say that so calmly, but it sounds dangerous. Hearing the name sounded familiar, he began checking information about it. He thought, this is the place I visited in my listener's life, where I first defeated a Legion commander. Time passed quickly, and finally the day of the interdepartmental competition arrived. Parents of the students had arrived early. They buzzed with talk about witnessing the first steps of prospective heroes. Moreover, this venue seemed to hold many potential hero candidates. A worried matron looked down and sighed, the contest hasn't started yet. Her husband beside her reassured, she'll know how to do well, so don't worry. From atop the hero tower, the principal and Professor Yura looked down over the scene. She remarked, if we have to admit so many people at once like this, I'm worried the intruder could slip in again. She suggested, perhaps we should maintain the lockdown for a while longer. Contrary to her worry, the principal said confidently, a strong deterrent mission has returned. So what happened last time won't happen again. The person the principal referred to was the Flame Phoenix, Fiora's mother. Yura blushed inwardly and thought, the Phoenix is backing me, I've been betting all night, now luck has come. At the center of the square, a clear voice announced, we are delighted to welcome our honored guests. I am Sedum, the coordinator in charge of today's interdepartmental competition. As previously announced to the students, this interdepartmental competition is a survival battle. Prove your strength, strategy, and survival ability. If you want to be the last one standing to claim glory, this interdepartmental competition will determine that. Whichever department still has survivors at the end will be declared the winner. The bracelet you wear is now an artifact to monitor your physical condition. If the bracelet detects your life is in danger, you'll be instantly teleported back here via its settings. Also, one more thing. This interdepartmental competition will also serve as your practical final exam. When the professor finished speaking, all the students wore incredulous expressions and shouted in unison, "What?" The professor continued, "The interdepartmental contest is about survival, but the final exam is not. If you run away just to survive, your practical final could receive the lowest grade. All actions will be carefully recorded by the bracelets issued to you. Students eliminated early can still receive higher scores than those eliminated later at any time, so be cautious in every action you take." Hearing the professor, Leo below smiled, sighed, and thought, "Smart move. If you sacrifice yourself for the department, your final exam grade will suffer." After announcing the rules, the professor declared, "Then, from now on, the interdepartmental competition will begin." As soon as the professor finished, a magic circle began to appear beneath every student's feet. The light it emitted dazzled them, and within seconds they were all transported elsewhere. When Leo opened his eyes, he was once again surprised by the scene before him. He lowered his voice and shouted, "What on earth is this?" All the students were now suspended in midair, terrified. They cried out, "Ah!" Cast magic quickly. Leo remained calm. He thought, "The entire city is covered by all kinds of curses. I understand why this place is abandoned. The activation and removal of curses are repeating irregularly. The only area without a curse is the ancient city's ruins. So everyone is sure to converge there." With that thought, he aimed toward the ruined city below. "Then I should go look for Laker Diana first." On the other side, Eliza rode atop her summoned spirit beast. Beside her, Durin used his high movement speed to burst forward. As the two faced off, she thought to herself, "Third-rank Knight Department, Prince Durin." On the other side, he muttered internally, "Second-rank Summoning Department, Eliza." Both were poised in combat stances, their faces resolute. Now. But as they prepared to begin, Leo, standing behind, let out a soft breath, and with his hand a few missiles began to appear. He then shot across the two at light speed, startling Eliza into shouting, "Huh, what the?" She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "You again." Durin reacted similarly, clenching his teeth in anger. "That damned Leo Plove." Leo suddenly scratched his ear and murmured, "My ear's so itchy." After only a few minutes of movement, he landed in some area. He thought, 10 minutes west from here, Listenas sealed itself before being destroyed, it should still be there. He looked at the map in his hand and began analyzing the actual situation. But then he glanced toward the ruined fortress ahead, let out a small start and thought, lightning elemental chaos of the senses. "I'm used to it, but many people will certainly suffer." While he stood there lost in thought, Chen Zia suddenly dashed over from who knows where and called out, "Young Master Leo." Leo was quite surprised by her sudden appearance. He put the map away and turned to ask, "But the ancient ruins are in the opposite direction." "Are you following me?" she explained. "I have something I need to do." He asked, "Something to do? What is it?" She thrust her hand forward, took an attack stance and proposed, "Let's have a match." He was surprised by the proposal but began channeling energy to prepare for combat. He asked again, "Why so suddenly?" She replied, "From the first moment we met. I've wanted to know how far apart young Master Leo and I are." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished from her spot. Then flew down from above, aiming a fist straight at where he stood. Her speed was tremendous, but Leo was no slouch. He created a layer of magical protection to block her attack. He snorted coldly after dispelling the protective magic. On her side, Chenzia continued to summon a magic ring at her feet and praised, "As expected of young Master Leo. In an instant you deployed a flame armor aura to neutralize my water aura." If that's the case, she stepped a foot back, assuming a stance to attack. Her action made Leo flinch for a moment. And he exclaimed, "She's a high-rank water spirit." She immediately summoned a spirit and swung her arm forward, ordering it to attack Leo. Leo began channeling magic in his palm, and then created a wall of fire to block her charging attack. He also realized her intention. That sequence of attacks is certainly just a feint. The real strike is on this side. As he predicted, just after he completed his protective spell, Chenzia closed in with clenched fists, ready to deliver a power punch. Boom! Two colossal forces collided, making the surrounding space seem ready to shatter. Smoke filled the air and rocks crumbled. The force of the confused attack sent Chenzia skidding along the ground. She clutched her arm and stared at him intently, thinking, "There's a counterattack in that small gap." So more surprise attacks probably won't be effective. Leo praised, not like your usual self, Chen Zia. Water is always a power that changes with the flow. But now you're cold and rigid. He spoke in an icy tone, then tightened his grip on his sword and lunged at her to attack. Recognizing the danger of his attack, she gritted her teeth and thought, taking this blow head-on would be very dangerous. But right now she had no other choice. She immediately used protective magic to block his strike. But within seconds, cracks began to appear in her protective barrier. This startled her into exclaiming, "This alone can't." While she was still lost in those thoughts, Leo appeared behind her and warned, "I told you you're too rigid." A fireball appeared in his hand, and a massive explosion followed. As the smoke cleared, he stepped forward, summoned his sword toward her and said, "You lost." She exhaled and asked, "Young Master Leo, are you really only 16? You're like an uncle who's seen battle." He cut her off. "Don't say weird things and head back to the ancient ruins." Her surprise at his unexpected action made her cry out, "What, you don't intend to eliminate me? Is this pity?" He turned and walked away, replying, "This is a life-or-death battle. How I treat the defeated is my prerogative. Help me deal with those following behind." Before she could grasp his meaning, two huge streams of energy came hurtling toward them from behind her. She startled and shouted, "Huh, who is it?" Those two forces were none other than Durin and Eliza. Seeing them, she could only give a wry smile. Seeing them come to block the way, Eliza shouted, "He's my target." Standing to the side, Eliza grinned and said, "How ridiculous. Leo Plove is my prey." Seeing their stubbornness, Chen Zia exclaimed, "Eliza, Durin, the ancient ruins are over there. Why are you here?" Durin stepped forward and said, "Looks like you're aiming for Leo Plove too. Lost him, where did he go?" She replied, "Yes, I lost too slow. Durin, I'm injured, can you move with me to Covina?" He sighed in annoyance and asked, "Why should I do that?" She smiled and explained, "This is the interdepartmental competition and you and I are from the same department, Durin. Would you abandon a department mate over a personal fight?" Her sharp reasoning caused Durin's expression to crease slightly. She continued, "And Eliza, I can hardly walk. Can't you give me a ride?" Eliza pouted. "Chen Zia, if you were in the summoning department I'd help, but you know we're enemies now, right?" Hearing that, Chen Zia exclaimed, "Oh come on, you start the story. I even help you study normally." She recalled Eliza's words, "It wasn't because I couldn't solve the problem that I asked you. I was just checking if you paid attention in class. I will repay the favor of borrowing your notes." Chen Zia replied, "I'll be waiting." Back in the present, Chen Zia reminded, "You said you'd repay me for borrowing my notes every day." Realizing she had been cornered, Eliza waved her hand and said, "I'll repay you, but there's no need to do it right now, is there?" Faced with that blunt refusal, Chen Zia's eyes glinted, leaving the two friends speechless. With no other choice, Eliza angrily shouted, "Fine, we'll just go together." She warned, "Chen Zia, we'll only go together to the center of the ruins. After that, we're enemies." As she finished, Chen Zia promptly jumped up and sat behind her decisively. The two quickly departed. She glanced back and thought, "I don't know why you didn't go to the center of the ruins, but hurry up and finish and come here, young Master Leo." At that moment, a group of students were rushing straight ahead, led by an orange-haired youth. He was Jureden Lesson of the summoning department. His face was excited. "If we get inside the city, we can escape the curses, right?" But as they moved, suddenly a fireball shot straight toward them, startling everyone. From behind, a pair of long, slender legs stepped forward and coldly said, "What are you snooping around for?" The newcomer was none other than Celia Zerdinger. They were the guards at the north gate. Jureden's group immediately turned and headed another way. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, we were so close." He warned everyone, "No choice, let's use a different gate." Their next destination was the West Gate, but when they arrived, Chelsea was already waiting there. At the sight of them, she raised her staff, ready to unleash a magical attack. Jureden flinched and cursed inwardly, "Shit." They continued on, leaving only the South and East gates. Eliza had chased after Leo Plove. They could only pray Warrenden would secure at least one entrance and get inside the city before the curse activated. As they hurried along, suddenly a huge dark shape swept across the sky above them, and everyone looked up. A student at the back, sweating profusely, cried out, "Dragon, Black Wyvern." Jureden explained, "No, that's a summoning department beast. It's a variant that Sen Liu rode." The students were puzzled. "Why is it suddenly here?" Cut to the center plaza, where everyone was focused on the interdepartmental battles. On the observation platform, Zeiss watched the display with folded arms. He thought, "Celia is doing well. Leo still hasn't reached the ancient ruins." The image changed and Chelsea appeared on the screen. Someone exclaimed, "There he is." Seeing his granddaughter fighting so confidently, Roses, watching from above, marveled. It seems she's become a battle mage of Llewellyn. The man was Rose's Llewellyn, Chelsea's uncle and a royal mage of the Rodran Empire. Zeiss beside him laughed and said, "His Majesty of Rodran will certainly be pleased." Roses was so moved he nearly cried. When did she grow up so fast? He recalled when Chelsea had been a one-year-old child. Suddenly Zeiss narrowed his eyes and said, "What's that down there?" On the screen appeared a gigantic ox, roaring wildly. He asked in confusion, "Isn't that a demon beast?" Elsewhere, upon noticing the anomaly, two professors hurried into a central room asking, "What's going on? Why are demon beasts appearing on campus?" A professor at the inner console replied, "Something big is happening. We can't contact the control room on the other side." Seeing things spiral out of control, Herod turned to his colleague. "Sejin must have the students return immediately." The other responded, "Understood." He then went to the teleportation magic circle. As soon as he arrived, he applied his mana, channeling it into the mana stone to teleport. But the light flared up and then vanished almost instantly. Which made Sejin wonder, teleportation isn't working. This situation was. There was no time to think. Professor Herod spun and left, leaving a message. "Sejin, keep trying to connect and find a way to bring them back. I'll go to the principal." Cut back to the competition. Somewhere else, the interdepartmental matches were still underway. The brown-haired youth panted and cursed under his breath. "Damn, these guys aren't easy. We must quickly eliminate that group from the magic department before that monster notices this place." He glanced upward. There Warrenden stood calmly. He was guarding the south gate. Then from the distance, a terrifying shriek rang out. And a dragon suddenly appeared above them. Its mouth opened wide, preparing to unleash an attack. As soon as it finished gathering, it aimed its maw downward and struck straight at the students who still didn't know what was happening. Recognizing the abnormal appearance, Warrenden immediately appeared before the students and reached out to summon a protective magic layer. His arrival surprised the students, who exclaimed, "Hey Warrenden, why are you helping us?" He gave no explanation, turned and said coldly, "Open the city gates, get everyone inside." At his somewhat forceful command, a student angrily retorted, "What the hell? They're students from another department. Why should we follow your orders?" Before he could finish, Warrenden appeared in front of him and grabbed his throat. Then what had to happen happened. After he was done, Warrenden said coldly, "There's no time to explain." He warned, "Stand down, from now on I will command." His voice was grave, "Open the gates now." Cut to Leo, who was still absorbed in his search, after passing several places with nothing. He sighed in frustration. "There's nothing here either. Is the lake at the ancient ruins the last place? Everyone must be fighting fiercely by now, right? Shall we head there?" While strolling idly through the forest, his gaze suddenly went rigid as he noticed something. He looked up at the sky and saw something unusual. "Is this a Widaria curse? It's not the leftover curse from Nigram, but a new curse. It's a curse of isolation. The kind Tadorus uses in large-scale battles." Recognizing the danger, he shot off like an arrow, cursing inwardly. "Damn, the curse itself doesn't harm people. Its effect severs all communication with the outside. A powerful barrier-type curse that isolates an entire area. Has the traitor in Lumern acted? They must quickly regroup with the others at the center of the ancient ruins." Everyone here had just endured an intense battle. The pink-haired girl was treating Carl. She urged, "Hang on a bit longer, Carl." In another corner, a youth gripped his sword so tightly his whole body trembled with fear. Why won't it activate? Why? At the east gate, Chelsea launched a flurry of precise strikes at the monster, but it suffered no damage. It roared and swung a blow straight at her. Just as its blade was about to descend, someone shouted from afar, "Break the barrier." Following the shout, a barrier appeared and blocked the monster's attack. Chelsea collapsed to the ground in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Abad appeared before her and admonished, "Have you forgotten practicing multi-incantations?" Seeing him, Chelsea regained some composure and said, "Brother." She asked fearfully, "What on earth is going on?" "The interdepartmental competition." Before she could finish, distant wails kept sounding, drawing their attention. Abad tightened his grip on the staff and explained, "The interdepartmental competition is over. An incident has occurred in this area. Now is the time for everyone to unite." He raised his staff and formed an orb of magic in the sky, which then spread throughout the city. That way the quick-witted would reach the capital, and now what needed to be done was to defend the city. Seeing the signal being sent, Eliza turned her gaze to the sky. Behind her, Chen Zia pointed at the sky and shouted, "That looks like a gathering signal." Eliza replied, "I don't know what's happening, but something unusual is definitely going on here." Duran clenched his fist and said coldly, "I'll go straight through and provide support." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed like a flash, passing two orcs in the blink of an eye. After only a few minutes of travel, they arrived at the central ancient city's gate. Seeing people rushing up, a student on the gate shouted, "The last group is coming in, open the gates." As the gate began to part, the three of them immediately rushed inside. Once out of danger, Chen Zia breathed a sigh of relief, still alive. Celia jumped down from the wall, approached them and asked, "Wait, where's Leo?" Chen Zia answered, "Master Leo went out to the outskirts." Abad stepped forward and asked, "Why did he go that way?" Eliza replied, "He probably has his own reasons. I don't know what he's thinking, but he's not going to be eliminated." Chelsea offered encouragement. "That's right, Leo will be fine," Celia added, "then let's share information first so we can understand the situation." She glanced down at her bracelet and said, "First, this thing isn't activating, severely wounded people can't be teleported." Abad continued, "And demon beasts are appearing not just outside but also inside the city." Chen Zia said, "This is my guess, but besides the basic curse in Nigram, new curses may have been added, like a communication-blocking curse." Chelsea nearby confirmed, "Makes sense." After compiling the information, Eliza summarized, "In short, we're isolated inside Nigram by this unusual incident, right? Moreover, monsters and demon beasts are attacking within the city, so we should make maximal use of the wall's defensive advantage." No sooner had she finished than a voice sounded from afar to object. "No, I think now is the time to attack. This situation could be a surprise event staged by the school." The speaker was Emio from the magic department, who placed third in the midterm's third magic exam. He continued, "If we perform well here we can score points with outsiders, and only defending would be a huge loss." Celia intervened against his risky idea. "You can't treat this as a simple staged event. The wounded are in serious condition. Without Nella's healing magic, more than one or two would die." Carl, being treated by Nella in a corner, muttered, "He needs a hole punched in his stomach to wake up." Seeing him unable to sit still, Nella admonished, "Stop talking, Carl." Being contradicted by everyone made Emio furious. He clenched his teeth, poured his anger into pointing at them, and shouted, "Maybe the professors planned this. If I fail my finals because of you, will you take responsibility? Rather than just defend, wiping them out would get us higher scores." Duran cut in, "Abandoning the wall's advantage without even knowing the situation won't necessarily earn you high marks." Being constantly opposed made Emio clench his fist until it trembled. He strode forward angrily, muttering to himself, "I'll go out and kill the demon beasts, don't regret it later." No sooner had he finished speaking than something dropped with a thud in front of him, startling him. "What is that?" On closer inspection, it was the head of a monster, and the one responsible was Warrenden. He had leapt down in front of Emio, looked up and ordered silence and defend the inner city. Celia was resolute, pointing forward. "All right, we'll carry out this defensive battle, split into 5 groups to guard the gates and the walls." At the gate, the front line defense was easily pierced by a minotaur, prompting a student to exclaim, "We've been breached." Immediately from behind, Duran streaked in like lightning and effortlessly subdued the monster. The mages behind unleashed a series of attacks and brought it down with ease. On the wall, orcs were charging straight ahead. Seeing this, a student shouted, "Take down that orc first, don't let it reach the gate." A mage gripped his staff and yelled, "Ice spear." As soon as he finished, countless ice spears appeared in the sky and plunged toward the orcs. But the attacks didn't slow the orcs. They continued carrying stones and marched toward the wall. The mage cursed in anger, "Damn it." Then something suddenly shot up from behind into the air, forming a colossal pillar of fire. And it was none other than Celia. She tightened her grip on her sword, used the flame wing spell, and prepared to strike. Outside, watching the battle unfold on the screens, the seniors and instructors, faces grave, exclaimed, "Well done, juniors. Honestly, I was worried at first. That's a relief." Hearing that, the blonde beside him asked, "Relief? Do you think it will just end like this? If the enemy staged such a major incident during an official Lumern event, it won't end with mere isolation. In the worst case, everyone will die." Along with the instructors' worries, the parents watching were also extremely concerned. Watching the screen ahead, someone exclaimed, "See, it's starting." Inside the battle, a magical vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. and from within a gigantic arm reached out and grabbed an orc, astonishing everyone. Seeing the sight, Ileana's eyes widened in shock as she cried out, "That is." She recalled a lesson when the professor said, "From the heroic records of the past, among various experiences, the most important is combat experience against demon beasts. The heroic record we'll study today is." 10th grade Ileana, not paying attention, turned to the pink-haired girl and asked, "Where is it?" Nella answered, "Page 157. The professor continued, "It was the ordinary night of Hermelin Milan, the Battle of Bayorin Field. Demon beasts appeared in that battle, nearly 15 meters tall, that's the Colossus." The students cried out in terror, "No way, facing that would be impossible." The boy beside them trembled, "Please don't look this way." The Colossus stomped one massive leg down onto the ground, then lunged toward the students. But the moment it moved, frigid blasts of ice air rose from the ground. Immediately after, countless giant columns of ice sprouted from the earth and pierced the beast. Chloe at the back reassured everyone, "What the hell are you doing? Get ready to fight." She warned those who were overly frightened by the Colossus, "Look closely, the Colossus isn't fully grown." A student replied, "How can we defeat that? Better to run." Another added, "Right, we should disperse and wait for reinforcements." Her whole body trembled with anger, but she kept her voice calm. "Everyone, do you think running means you'll live? I'm scared too." The Colossus fixed its blood-red eyes on the students, ignoring the pain from the columns of ice. It reached out and swung straight toward the section of wall where everyone stood. Then immediately the ice columns covering it began to melt away. A student noticed and shouted, "Its wounds are healing. The attack is completely ineffective. Everyone run."
Deal.
Seeing the students thinking only of themselves, Chloe remained standing coldly and said, "But someone once taught me that a hero is someone who faces danger honorably in the moment of peril. So no matter how desperate the situation, I will fight." As soon as she finished, she summoned numerous magic circles around herself. Immediately after, successive pillars of light appeared, blocking the monster's attacks. She looked up, voice full of determination, no matter how desperate. In a moment of distraction, the monster reached out to strike directly at her. Seeing her standing there, Celia rushed over anxiously, shouting, "Dodge now." But Chloe, still lost in her illusions, said, "I'm not afraid." Then suddenly countless slashes appeared in the sky, cutting off the Colossus's arm in an instant. The Colossus cried out in agonizing pain. Celia continued rushing over and asked, "Chloe, are you okay?" Chloe was nearly exhausted. She gasped, "That slash just now." Understanding her meaning, Celia nodded. Yes, that was Leo. He had arrived at exactly the right moment, standing boldly facing the monster. As soon as he dropped down from the wall, Curran shouted, "Good heavens, what a reckless move is this!" Leo, fairy magic's healing ability isn't omnipotent. Once you hit your physical limit, it won't work anymore. Hearing the brat nagging in his ear, he pulled him inward. "Stop talking, it's dangerous, fall back now." After finishing, he immediately leapt toward the two girls sitting dazed on the ground. He approached with a smile and asked, "You looked great back there, Chloe." His compliment made Chloe's cheeks flush with embarrassment. He continued, "You looked like a hero." She shyly replied, "I was just imitating someone a bit." When they saw him return with the two girls, the crowd shouted in unison, "Leo, Master Leo." Looking toward Carl, he asked about the situation. Carl answered, "Since entering the city, no one has been seriously injured. It's just that everyone panicked because of that monster." Celia added, "But it took a heavy blow from Leo, so it certainly won't attack immediately." After thinking for a moment, he looked up at the sky and decided, "What we need to do now is simple. We'll combine our strength and defeat it." This decisive declaration made Chloe start and exclaim, "What, how?" He turned and said confidently, "Why are you all surprised? If you aspire to be a hero, this is the obvious thing to do, isn't it?" Ileana immediately voiced her opinion, "Fighting it is impossible." Then he told everyone, "I will command. Because I am confident I can defeat that monster." Eliza stood aside and judged. "Again convinced you're right, Leo Plove. Who said they'd follow your command?" Warrenden added, "I'll be relying on your leadership skills." Leo, putting the burly guy beside him at odds with him, surprised Eliza slightly. She turned and slapped him, scolding, "Someone proud like you, why would you suddenly listen to someone else?" He replied, "Everyone knows it's true that we have to destroy that monster." Then a gentle voice sounded. "Then following the orders of the one confident he can defeat it is the right thing to do." That was Chen Zia. She stepped forward, grabbed Eliza's sleeve and said, "Trying out Master Leo's leadership once would be interesting, wouldn't it?" Seeing everyone agree made Eliza a bit angry, so she had to accept. Fine, I was going to do that anyway. Elsewhere, Abad thought to himself, just like during the entrance exam, Leo, you didn't hesitate then to throw yourself into an impossible fight. Finishing his thought, he spoke, I thought I'd close the gap a bit, but I'm still far behind, right? Celia, surprised to hear her name, snapped, shut up, chatterbox. The next person he wanted to persuade was Duran. He approached and asked, will you give me a hand? He glanced down at his arm, then turned and breathed on his shoulder, saying, I'll be the one to land a blow on that monster. The indirect acceptance pleased Leo, who replied, that works. Outside, those who had watched the scene cheered excitedly. Those freshmen are amazing. With that formation, they might actually beat it. The blue-haired girl glanced at Alina's darkened expression and asked anxiously, Senior, are you okay? She didn't answer immediately but thought inwardly. The moment that boy appeared, the atmosphere changed. There are many great heroes in the world. But that boy is on a completely different level. Turning despair into hope. A presence that lights the way in the darkness. Indeed, he's deserving of being called a great hero. Cut to the melee fighter. After receiving countless attacks from the monster, he let out a few soft groans and reached out to staunch the bleeding. Eliza and Abad had approached the monster from above. Seeing signs of the monster weakening, Abad exclaimed excitedly, amazing, but Eliza replied coldly, not yet. The monster immediately opened its massive jaws and fired a beam of energy at the two of them, but Eliza had her summoned beast glide through to dodge. After moving behind the monster, Abad tightened his grip on his staff, preparing to unleash an attack. When he found the right moment, he unleashed the storm technique. Immediately, a gigantic storm swept across the monster's body, causing its head to disintegrate into the air. But instantly a new head regenerated, making Eliza cry out in shock. Impossible, how on earth can we kill that monster? From above, Celia prepared to dive down, shouting to warn everyone, get out of the way. Abad eagerly reached out, over here, but Celia huffed, I don't want to. Then she dove down and hugged Eliza tightly. Sorry, I can't let that Llewellyn hold you. Seeing her appear suddenly, Eliza angrily shouted, wait, if there are 3 or more, the wind dragon's maneuverability will be reduced. Celia replied calmly, Leo said to rendezvous here. Before the magic is complete, give that big guy a really strong hit. Realizing Leo's intent, Abad leaned close to Celia and said, I see fire and wind combine very well. Not caring about them, Eliza shouted, I don't know what that means, but tell me when you're ready. On the ground below, Chloe stood on the wall facing the monster, muttering a few incantations under her breath. Continuously attacked from multiple sides, the monster roared in fury. After the incantation was completed, countless sharp ice spikes appeared in the sky, heading toward the monster. In another corner, Duran and Chenzia also began preparing to fight. Duran turned and asked, are you ready? Chenzia replied cheerfully, of course. Then she reached her hand forward and shouted, I'll open the way. Immediately, her water spirit dashed toward the monster and wrapped tightly around its 2 legs. As soon as its legs were locked, Duran began channeling energy, his whole body radiating a blinding light. I'm going. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, tracing the path the water had just made. Water and electricity linked together, forming a giant sea dragon that enveloped the monster's body. The monster's entire body convulsed from the electric shock. While it was screaming, countless chains shot up from below and coiled tightly around its neck. The one who did this was Warrenden. He was trembling from the monster's resistance. Above in the sky, Abad continued launching more attacks. The successive strikes hit the monster, causing it to cry out in great pain below. Leo turned and asked Chelsea, ready? She nodded and replied, yes. The monster then formed another magical orb in its mouth to counterattack. After charging it, it fired straight toward the fortress. Sensing the moment had come, Chelsea created a tornado aimed at the monster and shouted, Leo. As planned, using the wind Chelsea generated, he easily leapt high to face the monster. Then he tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his eyes cold, and unleashed the move, Liru Whirlwind Phoenix's Breath. He spun and delivered a slash straight into the monster, leaving it to wail in pain. After his attack ended, Chloe took a deep breath and exclaimed, Frozen World. She immediately froze the monster into a statue. The monster tried to struggle, causing a few cracks to appear in the ice. When the ice shattered, the monster's whole body dissipated into mist. Seeing the result, the students cheered with joy. We won, we actually defeated it. Hearing this, Chloe finally climbed down to the ground and sighed in relief. Suddenly a hand offered a vial, pressing it to her face as someone called, Chloe. You really look like a hero out of legend, amazing. Surprised by the compliment, Chloe answered shyly, thank you. She gripped the vial, glanced off into the distance and thought to herself, where did Leo go? He was now appearing in some space that looked incredibly peaceful. He gently placed his hand on the water and began to sense something. Looking at the three lights before him, he cheerfully said, long time no see, Luminous. From inside the magic layer, a pair of eyes slowly opened. A girl with white hair appeared, looking at him with a hint of suspicion. The one he had called was, in fact, Luminous. Hearing his name mentioned, Luminous asked curiously, turning to ask, who are you? How did you wake me? He looked straight at her and replied, it's me, Kyle. At the sound of that name, she realized the aura in this area truly was yours. She continued, I don't know if she's here, but where is Listenas? He answered calmly, Listenas is dead. The words surprised her a little. She fell silent for a long moment, then said, an unimaginably blue sky in an age of calamity, how long have I slept? He replied, about 5,000 years. The number made her start, 5,000 years. Fortunately, during that time, I did not awaken, because I had fulfilled that child's wish. Listeners, thank you for bringing light back to this world. She added, but I still sense a dark energy on this land. Then she asked, will you fight this time? He looked at her, smiled, and answered, of course, I cannot let this peace be lost. His gaze fell on countless little swallows flying before him, forming the image of a spirit. He asked her, what is this? She explained, this is the jewel that the great light spirits have possessed through generations. It isn't an object of special power. But if you present it, you will be treated as a great spirit by the light sprites. Taking the jewel and looking at it, he smiled, I will keep it safe. She glanced up at the sky and praised, by the way, the sky is truly beautiful. After saying that, she too dissolved into the air, merging with the deep blue sky. Cut to the academy. Looking at several sheets with student information on the table, the principal asked, is that all on the list of suspects? Sejin replied, for now, yes. The principal continued, quite a few people were nominated by the board, huh? He rubbed his forehead softly. From the second term, we'll have the vice principal return to work. The remark surprised the two professors, who exclaimed in unison, the vice principal. Cut to the classroom at the academy. Now all the students shouted loudly upon receiving their test results, making the whole academy seem to shake. Carl clenched his score paper, trembling with joy. He cried out, I'm alive. Beside him, his friend Tide was equally happy, same here. Professor Herod looked at Carl and sighed. The way you nearly got expelled was something else. Hearing that, Carl immediately bowed his head low, stammering, please forgive me. Then the professor warned, don't cause trouble over the break, see you in term 2. After speaking, he turned and left. Not being punished made Carl ecstatic. He spun around dizzyingly, startling the two girls beside him. Ileana couldn't contain her emotions either. As soon as the teacher stepped out, she shouted, is this how term 1 ends? Oh, so typical of Professor Herod. Nella looked down and asked the class president, will you return to the Rodran Empire for the whole break? Chelsea stepped forward and added, Leo is from the kingdom of Delan. The unfamiliar name made Nella curious. Where is that? It's the first time I've heard of it, he explained. It's a kingdom on the western border. Chelsea showed an excited expression. I have to visit Leo during the break. Leo smiled faintly and thought to himself, it's been a long time since I returned home. Just as he arrived home, a large banner suddenly fell down in front of him, startling him. I have a place to return to, but I didn't expect it to be so showy. His mother and everyone had arrived early to welcome him. Seeing him, she said, welcome home, my son. Returning here gave him an indescribable feeling. Only now did he truly feel relieved. At dinner, after hearing the stories, his father praised, I never expected you to have talent in every discipline. He replied, I only found out after I came to school, father. He continued, even as my son, I don't know how we ended up with someone so extraordinary. His mother immediately changed the subject. Is Professor Herod still well? He sighed. He's still teaching. She began, I heard there's a schedule of homeroom teachers from Lumern visiting during the break. Professor Herod is among them, so I'll get to meet him as a parent. At Professor Herod's place, his ear suddenly twitched strangely. While the family was dining, a maid entered and timidly said, Madam, young master, guests have arrived. Knowing who had come made Leo's mother visibly annoyed, she turned to her husband. Again the demon clan, what a nuisance. Then she ordered the maid, tell them to go away. The maid stammered, they say they are from the Azonia Academy. Hearing the academy's name, Leo flinched and murmured to himself, Azonia Academy. Before he could react, the mysterious visitor was already in the family's dining room. He looked in and asked, is this Mrs. Renee Zerdinger? Hello, I am the messenger spirit of Azonia. Then he stepped forward and handed him a letter. He was somewhat surprised by the gesture. His mother said, troublesome, let him accept it. He opened the letter and read, congratulations, you have been selected as an admitted candidate by Azonia's nomination. This made Leo even more puzzled. Selected. Cut to Azrek City, the city of beastfolk. He was now there, letting out a weary sigh and muttering, the heroic beastfolk military academy, Azonia Academy. Unlike other schools, their enrollment ceremony is held in summer and is famous for being the harshest. He recalled his mother's words, when I was young, I helped Azonia students. As gratitude, they gave me a free entrance ticket to Azonia. They sent you an admission recommendation. I think I even signed a contract. He sighed, I shouldn't have signed contracts carelessly. His mother angrily, what, did I not know this would happen? She comforted him, you study at Lumern, it's just a visit. How you spend the break is up to you, do as you wish. Leo walked the streets thinking, I heard the entrance test here is a marathon across the desert, an academy of beastfolk that worship strength and live by instinct. I'm curious what the heroic beastfolk candidates will be like. At this moment he had taken on the appearance of a true beastfolk, rabbit ears on his head, a trick by Curran. With his help he had become a hybrid beastfolk. He continued reading the letter. The entrance exam location is the Colosseum of Azrek. He suddenly noticed a statue placed in front of him, on which was inscribed, in memory of Aeon, the warrior of indomitable courage. He muttered, could it be Aaron? He looked at the statue mockingly, indomitable courage, my foot. He was terrified and trembling in every battle, but looking like this isn't so bad. Cut to the Colosseum arena. He was now standing in a vast arena. Suddenly a pair of hands with sharp claws appeared beside him, accompanied by an eager smile. He was still lost in thought, looks like the contestants. Then from afar someone stepped forward mockingly. Hey Mutt, you don't expect us to believe someone like you is a candidate for Azonia, do you? Another added. At the very least we should get rid of that Mutt stink. He didn't understand what they meant and pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? The red-haired one shouted angrily. Who else here would be called a mutt but you hybrid rabbit dare to act high and mighty. He paid them no mind and turned to leave. You're not even Azonia students yet, so quit acting tough. You're only here for the enrollment ceremony and already acting like you're great. The taunt enraged the redhead. He stepped forward, grabbed his shoulder and challenged, how dare you insult the status of an Azonia candidate? I hate seeing weaklings like you. Seeing this guy like taking hits, he glanced back. Without hesitation he spun and slammed him to the ground. With beastfolk's superior physique, the earth shattered, his whole body trembling violently from the pain. The young man beside him stepped forward and asked, Durkin, what's wrong? Were you going to let him go? Durkin clenched his fist and replied angrily, no, absolutely not. He didn't care, waved his hand and turned to leave. See you at the enrollment ceremony. On the other side, Durkin suddenly jumped up, his eyes shining. That guy is badass, he's really strong. Then he screamed like a madman and ran through the city searching for him. Watching the cries, he thought, among beastfolk, the strong are objects of worship, it's truly unique. All of his recent actions had caught the eye of another beastfolk. He said with interest, I was worried it would be full of boring people, but here's someone interesting. Inside the square, a brutal battle had just ended. A young man stepped forward from the rear and said, finished the purification in 36 minutes, all achieved excellent results. Sir Examiner, the other replied, not satisfied at all, that level of good excellent won't do. The blond man replied in surprise, that's already a pretty good result. He immediately retorted, haven't you heard the news about the first years from Lumern? Our new students must include many outstanding ones. This man was Bergaton, an examiner at the Azonia Academy. The young man defended himself. It's true this generation seems to have Lumern ahead, but our candidates are also quite remarkable. He looked down and said casually, especially since this time the examiner Bergaton's daughter is also participating. The person he mentioned was Arton of the Tun clan, a student nominated to enter Azonia. At that, he ground his teeth confidently. My daughter Artan is more than capable of being the class representative. But then his gaze suddenly landed on something. He turned his eyes toward Leo, thinking to himself, does that child look familiar? Then he asked, puzzled, Deputy Examiner, do you know anything about that rabbit beast folk at the end of the line? The blond man was startled, rifled through his notes, and replied, this is the first time I've seen that face, he's not on the watch list. He asked again in wonder, is he a nominated admission? The youth nodded, yes, that's correct. A student admitted by nomination. His gaze remained fixed on Leo as he continued to ponder. That look is exactly like J.A.'s. At that moment, a voice over the loudspeaker from the stands announced, Group D of the first part of the Beast Spirit Festival has entered the arena. Isn't there a notable candidate in Group D? The Tun clan's heir, Artun. Following that, she stepped forward confidently, entering the fighting floor amid greetings from others in the stands. Others turned their attention to her, thinking, if she's the hope of a people that worship strength, can she inherit Artun's techniques? Then he said, eyes drifting elsewhere, wondering, but isn't Azonia's entrance ceremony a desert marathon? What the hell is this Beast Spirit Festival? He then asked the girl, is this also part of the entrance ceremony? She startled and asked back, you don't know about the Beast Spirit Festival? He awkwardly answered, I'm a half-blood, so I'm not well versed in beastfolk culture. She explained, Azonia's entrance isn't just a simple initiation. It's one of the greatest festivals. The Beast Spirit Festival is also for entertaining visitors and serves as a ritual for students like us. After the explanation, he asked again in puzzlement, a ritual. She continued, with the threat from Tadaris still ongoing, this is a declaration to our kin that we have arrived. So fight well like you just did, Black Rabbit. He snorted and muttered, we have arrived, have we? No sooner had he finished speaking than a gate suddenly opened. From within, a monster charged out, emitting terrifying cries. Immediately it focused on Leo and lunged toward him. But suddenly there were swishing sounds that startled the monster. It was Artun and other beast folk who leaped in to attack it, making its eyes widen in surprise. Then it turned its attention to Artun and charged at her. When suddenly a flash of light streaked through the air, Artun leapt high into the sky. Then she exhaled bravely and dove down, raking countless slashes across the monster's body. The strike happened in an instant. After finishing, she lightly landed and then startled, looking toward Leo who stood motionless, shouting, what are you doing, Black Rabbit? A monster was now turning to attack him. But then his arm tightened subtly and moved forward. Two fists collided, compressing the space between them a little. And the monster's gaze grew ferocious. Then, with his tremendous strength, he effortlessly killed the monster in a heartbeat. His eyes remained calm, no different from a wild beast. Witnessing that scene, the stands nearly exploded. They shouted, unreal, Black Rabbit, you're number one in my book. Artun looked at him with interest, thinking to herself, no doubt about it, that Black Rabbit just bestialized. As she spoke, her eyes narrowed slightly, becoming full of suspicion. When the moon rises, it's the power that awakens the beast instincts within us. Our ancestors studied bestialization long ago, but no one could use it freely. Except for one person. That is the hero Aeon. The monster Leo killed was also the last one. A voice over the loudspeaker announced, the Beast Spirit Festival ends here. Back in the changing room, from a distance, Artun approached because he asked, hey Black Rabbit, I want to ask, but another voice suddenly cut in, praising, hey, not bad, huh? A young man approached him and introduced himself. I'm Dion Den, and you, Dion Den, a wolf beastfolk, a student nominated to enter Azonia. To this action he replied indifferently, Kai. Hearing the name, Dion Den sighed and repeated, Kai, I was worried this place would be full of weaklings. Having someone of your caliber here puts me at ease. Seeing himself abruptly interrupted, Artun angrily stepped up, clenching her fist and scolding, that meathead is talking nonsense again. Seeing her, he turned and greeted, Artun. She ignored him, leaned close to him, and proposed, Black Rabbit, talk with me for a moment, I have something to ask. This unexpected request left him a bit surprised, me. Then suddenly something from outside drew the attention of all three. A pair of feet entered and a voice said lightly, too noisy. The person who arrived was Bergatun. He praised, you all worked hard in the Beast Spirit Festival. Seeing him, he murmured to himself, Hero Bergatun looks even cooler up close. He stepped forward and continued, as you know, tomorrow's test will be the crossing of the Azrek Great Desert. The rules are simple, start from Azrek, cross the Great Desert and finish at Azonia. However, the Azrek Great Desert is one of the harshest lands on the continent, so I have one piece of advice for you all. Don't do stupid things like confusing recklessness with bravery. After his reminder, the deputy examiner stepped in. Nominated students have not attended elective classes for the past 6 months. Since you are not acquainted with the other students, step forward and introduce yourselves. Additional information. To enter Azonia, you must attend elective classes and receive a nomination letter. Nominated students are judged to have such overwhelming ability that they do not need to attend elective classes. After hearing this, he turned to Artan and asked, "Why didn't you attend elective classes?" She confident sighed and replied, "I don't need that stuff, I'm strong." Another girl then stepped forward to introduce herself. "I'm Stee Lul, my specialty is magic, nice to meet you all." A short-haired girl introduced herself. "I'm Rate Vega, a spirit mage." Then it was Artan's turn to introduce herself. "I'm Artan, let's all do our best." He remained cold. "Kai, pleased to meet you." All his words were observed by Bergatun. Then Dion Den spoke up to introduce himself. "I'm Dion Den." Immediately after that introduction, his voice turned cold. "If you're weak, don't get in the way, better to quit now." Seeing a fight about to break out, the deputy examiner reminded them, "Everyone, go outside to check the dorm assignments on the board and then return." After he spoke, everyone filed outside. He also walked out with them, but suddenly a hand fell on his shoulder, surprising him. The one who called him back was Bergatun. He requested, "Stay and meet me privately for a moment." When the room was down to the two of them, Bergatun's voice rang out, "Kai, I'll ask you this just to be sure." He nodded in agreement. He continued, "You're Riene's son, aren't you?" The question stunned him, his eyes widened as he thought, "He knows my mother." He paused for a few seconds, then replied, "Yes, that's right, do you know my mother?" Hearing this, he laughed and explained, "Indeed, you are Riene's son. I'm an old friend of your mother. She and I once represented Lumern and Azonia in contests of skill. You've surely heard your mother tell many stories about me, Bergatun, right?" But he bluntly replied, "No, my mother never mentioned him, not a word." This made the corner of Bergatun's mouth twitch. "Impossible, Jen and I were that close." He explained, "My mother rarely talks about her school days." He answered, "That could be." Then his hand clenched as he recalled images of the past. He ground his teeth in anger. If it weren't for that idiot, Ya would have by now." He cut him off, "Though she doesn't speak of the past, my mother never regretted her choice." Hearing that, he fell silent for a few seconds. Then he nodded, "It must be so. To be worthy of being the unique Zerdinger flower, still a beautiful and majestic woman." Hearing him praise his mother, he frowned slightly, thinking, "Mother a flower, this person seems a bit." Then he changed the subject. "All right, I saw your performance at the Beast Spirit Festival. Let me see what you do at tomorrow's entrance ceremony." He nodded and replied, "Yes." Returning to his room after a long day, he looked around and went into the bathroom. When he came out, he kept praising, "The dorms here are even better than Lumern." Then his gaze suddenly caught some noise coming from outside the window. Immediately the window burst open. The one who appeared was Artan. She shouted, "Black Rabbit, I'm here to expose your secret." Upon seeing him stark naked, she blushed, covered her eyes with her hand and shouted, "Why are you undressing like that?" He replied, "This is my room." Cut to a little later, he finished dressing, sat on his bed and asked, "I'm dressed now, open your eyes. What secret did you say you came to expose?" She turned and asked, "I saw you at the Beast Spirit Festival earlier. You can bestialize at will, can't you?" To oblige her request, he shifted into his beast folk form and said, "Like this." She suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's real." Looking at his current form, he thought to himself, "Strange, when I'm in beast form and use the hero's breath, the bestialization process activates. Of course, maintaining it long would leave severe aftereffects." She put on an admiring face and blurted, "How is that possible? In history, the only one who could bestialize freely was Lord Aaron." He then offered, "Do you want me to teach you?" Hearing this, she was ecstatic, stammering, "Ah, really?" He continued thinking, "I need a successor to follow Artan. Because in the coming battle with Tadaris, I'll need more fighting power. Perhaps this is why I was reborn into this era." After thinking it over, he set a condition, "Then you just have to prove it." She asked suspiciously, "Prove what?" He replied, "Prove whether you have the potential to become a hero." This statement sent her into terrible overthinking. Constantly thinking, "This guy is underestimating me. He's on a very high pedestal." His pleased expression appeared as he said, "I'll wait here, Artan." Cut to the next day, the loudspeaker announced, "The second day of the entrance ceremony has begun." We can see students lining up for the Azrek Great Desert Crossing Aptitude Test. Holding the registration documents, Professor Yura exclaimed, "From Tun, Den Lul, even Vega. Our kids are talented, but this year's Azonia-nominated candidates are no joke either. It's a pity I didn't get to see the Beast Spirit Festival." El beside her sighed with regret. "That's really a shame." Then Yura asked, "Hey Kai, there's one student with a strange name, isn't there?" El smiled and replied, "Is it the name of the great hero? I wonder if Kai is a boast or the primordial hero Kai. It reminds me so much of that kid Leo." His gaze fell below. Artun was stomping forward in a huff. He wondered, "Isn't that student Artun?" Yura added. "Has the beastfolk's competitive spirit awakened? Look, Artun seems ready to contend with someone." She moved toward him, voice tinged with annoyance. "Black Rabbit, you haven't forgotten your promise from yesterday, have you? I will make you acknowledge me. I was so excited I couldn't sleep last night, so in today's test, don't miss even a single bit of my performance." He sighed and replied, "All right." Watching from above, Alend praised, "Interesting. The opponent is that student named Kai," Yura beside him answered with interest. "A student who makes people curious truly." But then her gaze faltered a bit. El beside her felt the same. Because they recognized that person as Leo, they exclaimed, "Why is he here?" The 5 candidates were now at the center of the square. Bergatun looked their way, reminding the nominated applicants. The loudspeaker intoned sternly, "Before the entrance ceremony begins, the candidates will take the oath." Up in the stands, Yura and Alend flinched. "What the hell is that guy doing here?" The loudspeaker continued, "The 5 nominated candidates, place your hands on Lord Aeon's hero file." Hearing that name, he thought to himself, "Aeon's hero file for Artun, I didn't expect to see it like this." The announcement continued as each person read the oath. Artun stepped up first, placed her hand on the hero file and began the oath. "Before the honor of the great hero, I will not act cowardly." Standing below, preparing, he appeared with a look of hopeless contemplation. Then he stepped forward, placed his hand on the hero file, and began the oath. "Before the honor of the great heroes." The moment his words finished, the hero file suddenly emitted light. And from it a gigantic pillar of light shot straight into the sky, astonishing everyone present. Up in the stands, Yura wondered, "Senior, could it be?" Ain shared the same thought. "That is." Bergatun was also taken aback by the spectacle. The pillar of light grew larger, and after a while the light gradually faded. And a book now hovered in the sky, the hero file itself. The book opened to Artun's world chapter, The Beginning. A tremendous radiance then enveloped the two of them, which prompted the deputy examiner to ask Bergatun in astonishment, "What is this? Could it be the hero's world?" Bergatun, keeping a calm expression, replied, "Yes, Lord Aeon's hero world has been opened." The blond man beside him trembled. "Wow, has the hero world been overloaded?" Outwardly he appeared composed, but inside he was in turmoil. For whatever reason, an unopened page of Lord Artun has appeared. Even if it becomes a dungeon due to overload, if conquered it's an opportunity to inherit Artun's power. But the question is whether the kids can conquer Artun's world. The two of them were then transported to some other space. Long ago, when darkness covered the world, a dim, shadowy space gradually appeared. They immediately woke and observed their surroundings. Artun gasped, "What the hell just happened?" She turned to him and asked, "Black Rabbit, you saw it too, right? The hero file just opened." He gently answered, "Look up at the sky." Above the sky was now a sullen gray void, causing Artun to exclaim, "What is that? It's all gray." Voices still echoed in the space. "A hero has appeared, a hero who brings light, a hero who brings the future." A voice sounded in his head. This might be about 5,000 years ago when Artun was alive, the age of despair. The voices continued to echo, "Please save us, beware of being eaten by the Jabberwock." She looked around and assessed, "Is this the world where the false hero Aaron once lived?" He replied, "Yes, it seems to be the refugee city Raysar." Artun continued to wonder, why did the hero world suddenly activate? In all these thousands of years, there's no record of Lord Aaron's record page ever opening. He didn't know how to answer either, thinking, "During hero studies and even in Berkia, when I touched my own record page, the hero world opened. But all those times it was my own page. This one clearly appears to be Aaron's page to anyone who looks." The system then sent a notification, "Quest objective, search for Aeon in Raysar." Reading the notice, he wondered, if the quest objective is like this, does that mean this isn't a hero dungeon? He continued to think, if this world was opened officially, why can't we contact the outside? Then he glanced at Artun, who was trembling, and asked with concern, Artun, are you all right? She now wore an excited expression and exclaimed, it says the quest objective is to find Lord Aeon. Does that mean we can meet Lord Aeon again? Finding Lord Aeon will surely be extremely easy since he's famous. He could only smile wryly and reply, yeah, that's true. She was ecstatic and cried out, then let's start asking around. He sighed in exasperation, thinking, I suppose people of this era would think that the recorded history differs from reality. She quickly stepped forward, Black Rabbit, hurry up. He kept thinking, but the Aeon of this period. At that moment, a man's voice rang out. I told you I've never heard the name Aeon or anything like that. Then he angrily waved them off, leaving the two of them somewhat stunned. Artun wondered, how can that be? No one knows Aaron at all. She then turned to ask someone else. Hey Beastman, have you ever heard the name Aeon? He shook his head and replied, not at all. After a while, suddenly a voice echoed, ha ha, you have clean-nosed beast folk. If you don't have a place to sleep, come into my house. She was a little disheartened and murmured to him, the atmosphere is getting weirder. He replied, before it gets fully dark, we need to find a place to rest. He thought perhaps it is currently the year 1462 of the Altegra calendar. This is 20 years after the catastrophe began. If that's the case, there's no need to blindly search for Aaron, because there's someone we need to meet. At that point, the two of them went to some area. He thought inwardly, it should be around here. Artun ran up curiously and asked, wait, Black Rabbit. Where are you planning to go? You led the way, but she complained. There isn't even a decent inn here. She said it cautiously, then suddenly spun around and swung her leg back to kick, but a stranger grabbed her. She ground her teeth in anger, but Leo immediately intervened. Wait, Artun, don't fight. The man's arm tightened, then reached up to seize her throat, which startled her greatly. She tried to gasp out, Black Rabbit, run away. The man then looked at him and demanded, why have you come here? If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill this beastman. The legendary hero is an honorary student of Aaron's world. Then a man asked, who are you? There's a baby Jabberwock outside, be careful. He answered very calmly, we came because we heard this place was worth visiting. The man continued, who told you? Is this a forbidden area? He replied, that coward Aaron told us and so we came. Hearing that, the man finally released his grip. Letting Artun drop to the ground, then he turned and left, ordering, follow me. They were assigned a place to sleep. He reminded them, you can stay here tonight and come find me again in the morning. He stepped outside, looked at the surroundings and thought, this damned sky never gets any less jarring no matter how many times I look at it. It's still an ugly mess as always. Outside, the world of Raysar was shrouded in mist and smoke, which means this is the only area in that world where activity is permitted. The mysterious voice continued, both our roofs are climbed by inexperienced hands guided by small arms. During the midterm exam, the quest objective does not appear until the Jabberwock is defeated. If so, then this probably isn't a loss of control incident, but why can't the outside control the hero world? He recalled the quest notice to search for Aaron in Raysar. The key known to open a hero world is the owner of that world or an item deeply connected to the owner. But what if there's another kind of key, for example, someone with a deep connection? The voice continued, little rabbit, do you want to call a friend to row the boat with you? He kept thinking, of course this could just be speculation. But if Aaron's world opened because of me, then it makes sense that the outside couldn't control this world. Is my retaining memories from reincarnation really a coincidence? If the hero record page is a setup for the great hero to be reborn in the future, and if I can inherit their power once more. The voice continued, little rabbit, a childish tale. And the complete destruction of Erebos is not impossible. He stared up at the distant sky, lost in countless thoughts. Then suddenly a loud voice rang out, wake up, Black Rabbit. It turned out it was all a dream. The one waking him was Artun. He stretched and greeted the morning, then asked, you awake? The man yesterday was really strong. Are you hurt? She cheerfully replied, I'm very tough. Then she asked, so what happened yesterday? He answered, it seems the man yesterday mistook us for intruders and I resolved it peacefully with words. She said, you're so polite. He thought, that collision must have been fierce. Still, our beast folk descendants are pretty tough. At that moment the man had visited, the two who rose early had already recovered. This man was Agon, the sky god, a hero of the catastrophe era. He approached Artan and said, although I know beastfolk are strong, I'm still surprised. She angrily retorted, surprised about what? He sighed and replied, you young ones are more childish than I thought. I apologize for yesterday. Then he proposed, come with me so I can make amends. I'll treat you all to breakfast. She was a little worried by the offer and murmured to him, maybe he's not a bad person after all. He nodded, right, and he's buying us breakfast. Then the two followed him. After walking for a while, Artan asked, isn't this just to lower our guard and then attack? Where are we going? He sighed, I don't know, but he doesn't look like a bad person. He thought the sky god Agon is a hero active during the catastrophe era, like Yura's father. Originally, he was someone our team intended to recruit, but for some reason when we met him the first few times his will had already been crushed. What happened over the past months? Suddenly the scene ahead made Artan start in surprise. What is this? Ahead, countless kids were running toward Agon. A little girl called out, Uncle Agon, breakfast time. Then they looked at the two of them and asked, who are that sister and brother? He replied, they're guests, I don't need my portion, serve these two. Artan suddenly stamped her foot hard on the ground, exclaiming, Uncle, I misunderstood, you really are a good person. Then she went over and happily patted the little girl's head. He then noticed a figure sitting alone in a nearby corner. When he realized something, his eyes suddenly widened. He thought to himself, long time no see, huh? Images from long ago surged back into his mind. He exclaimed inwardly, the great dark spirit Elsie. The strange voice continued and the man said, little rabbit, so what if you go with that shadow? The scene returned to 5,000 years ago right here. At that time, three people led by Kyle approached a man sitting alone in the graveyard. Listen as his voice rang out, I heard a plague is raging, what a pity. She looked toward Agon and said, are you the sky god? He lifted his head and asked, who are you? The woman beside her continued, I've come to invite you to join the expedition team. Luna added, we need the strength of a hero like you. He gloomily bowed his head and replied, go away, I will not join any expedition team. Luna persisted, but if you are someone who has earned the title of sky god like you. Before she could finish, he stepped forward from behind, enough, Luna. He put a hand on her shoulder and explained, his will has been broken. She replied, a will can be rekindled, it would be a shame to pass up someone of his caliber. The black-haired woman then turned and left. Luna, as you said, a lost will can be restored, but someone who has nurtured hatred cannot save the world. Let's find someone else. Then he said, I can recommend someone, go look for Aaron. After that, the three of them left. Luna wondered, Aaron, but how are we supposed to search in such a vast place? If you're going to point someone out, you should give clear directions. He sighed, there's still time so we can search slowly. Someone recommended by the sky god surely isn't ordinary. Then he turned to Luna and warned, stop being so hasty, Luna. This made her furious as she snapped, what, do you want to die? The black-haired woman in the party's gaze then caught sight of someone, the dark spirit. She exclaimed happily, oh hello, it's the dark spirit. Back in the present, he was holding a bowl to receive food thinking, I didn't expect to see Elsie here. In the past, we met while gathering the expedition team. It's a pity this isn't the time to talk with Elsie. Because it will be about a year before Kyle or I meet Elsie again. He carried out 2 trays of food. Artan, sitting opposite, cheerfully offered, eat with us, sir. He helplessly took the bowl of food. All right, you said Aaron sent you here. He asked in surprise, you don't know where Aaron is either. He shook his head and replied, I don't know that foolish disciple, he's been missing for half a year. This surprised Artan a little. She jumped to her feet and shouted, sir, are you Aaron's master? He nodded and replied, yes, I am the master of that inept fellow. A noble, great and brave hero, to have raised someone like him and yet call him inept. She sighed, being too modest isn't good either. Not understanding what she meant, Agon said, the girl seems to be mistaken. My disciple is neither noble, great, nor brave. Of course, he possesses strength impressive for his age. But that fellow is a coward unworthy of that power. The reason Aaron left Raysar was simply because he was afraid to fight. These words shattered Aaron's image in Artan's mind. She clutched her head and screamed, no, no way, it can't be Lord Aaron. Her action startled Agon a little. He turned and asked, what's wrong with your friend? He replied, he really idolizes Aaron. She began crying like rain and ran off, shouting, Lord Aaron can't be a coward, his image is ruined, I can't accept this. He closed his eyes slightly, an idol of Aaron, I find that hard to believe. He continued, it's because she was saved by my disciple, and of course Aaron is a coward. But in places you don't know about, he saved many people. Long ago when darkness engulfed the world, I was one of those he saved. So you can be proud of your disciple. Those words left him somewhat astonished. He blurted, that child has grown that much in the past 6 months. Arton sat in a corner sobbing, unable to believe Aaron had once been a coward. He stepped forward to comfort her. So what if Aaron is a coward? Why be so shocked? She answered, actually, Aaron is the one who gave me courage. When I was little, I was timid and shy. Every time during training, I wanted to quit. But my father told me my name was given after Lord Aaron. So I resolved to become brave like Lord Aaron, someone who never falters in any circumstance. And now to hear he's a coward. He came over and patted her head. That so-called coward saved the whole world. That coward was braver than anyone when all hope was lost. That is why the gods called him a dung gi letter 1ea3. Isn't that worthy of respect? These words seemed to reach the bottom of her heart, and her spirits improved a little. She jumped up and happily said, hearing you say that makes me like Lord Aaron even more. He shook his head. What a flatterer. He thought to himself and remembered, are all these children going to die? When our group arrived, the people of this region had all died from the plague, except Agon. Wait, does that mean these people will all be dead in just a month, even accounting for disease? Then suddenly a voice rang from afar. This camp is as filthy as ever, isn't it? Looking toward the approaching groups, he recognized Levite, the steward of Lord Raesar. In the catastrophe era, not everyone rose against evil. The world was divided, and harder to deal with than outside enemies were enemies within. He strode straight toward Agon and said, Hail, sky god Agon. He continued thinking, a glory-seeking opportunist in the expedition team posing as a hero. Agon replied coldly, what do you want? Levite began to taunt. A great hero like you rotting away in this cursed land in a world of chaos. Surely even the gods who abandoned the earth would disapprove. How about ending this long seclusion and joining the hero legion? He shoved him aside. I said before, if the Lord guarantees the safety of these children, I will consider it. His gaze dropped downward. To the children trembling with fear, I understand. I will report that the sky god is not yet ready. But I have received strict orders to obtain the dark-devouring sword Shaitan at all costs. Sitting beside them, he startled and thought, isn't Shaitan one of the strongest swords of the catastrophe era? Agon kept it. I never heard Aaron mention this. If Agon had a sword like that, he would surely have given it to Aaron before he left. He sighed, how many times have I said Shaitan was broken in the battle 10 years ago? The man paid no heed. So the sky god would defy the Lord's orders out of personal greed. Why would you lie like that? His voice turned cold. Why should I lie, and even if I did, what could you do to me? His words carried a terrifying, murderous intent that frightened the group. Levite ground his teeth in fury, then turned and left. I'll withdraw for today, but the Lord will come for you soon, as long as you remain in Raesar. After they left, Agon returned to the two of them and said, sorry you had to see that. He replied, it's fine, we're used to people like that. Arton snapped angrily, cowards all of them. He asked, but what about joining the Hero Legion? He explained, just as they said. It means joining the legend that fights Erebos. Arton's eyes showed a bit of fear, so joining the Hero Legion is a good thing. He explained it can't be done. If I join the Hero Legion, there will be no one left to care for these children. Arton protested, their affairs would of course be handled by the state. Before she could finish, he continued, Raesar will not take care of these children, they will abandon them. They sacrifice a few for the greater good. This startled Arton. She jumped up. Abandon them? How can those called heroes think like that? He smiled and replied, strange, are you really children born in this catastrophe era? I didn't expect you to discuss such idealistic dreams, so detached from reality. He stepped forward, so what if they're idealistic dreams? If it's the right thing, walking the right path is only natural. That's why Agon is caring for these children, isn't it? His gaze fell on him, thinking, just a child of 15 or 16. But where does such depth come from? Then he turned and asked, what are your names? Arton answered, my name is Arton and this black rabbit is Kyle. Hearing the two names, he stroked his chin. Kyle, must be tough. Sharing a name with a surviving hero is troublesome. At that, Arton's body suddenly stiffened. She gasped, huh. Kyle is a real person. She jumped up and asked the surviving hero. Not wanting her to say more, he reached out and grabbed the girl's tail. Yanking it, which surprised everyone, he asked, "What's the matter?" He explained, "Nothing." Then he warned, "If you keep saying unnecessary things, the conquest plan will be ruined." The girl blushed and protested, "But grabbing a lady's tail is." Across from them, Agon sighed, "If it is right, then walking the righteous path is natural. Yes, that is true, I had forgotten it for too long, that obvious value." He then turned and asked, "What brings you to Raysar?" He replied, "To meet Aaron." Then he stood up and explained, "Then stay here until he returns, even though there has been no news of that student for half a year. This is still his home and one day he will come back." With that said, he turned and left. No sooner had he gone than a notification appeared before the two of them, surprising Artan a bit. The system sent a notification, "Conquest objective. Meet Aeon returning home in 3 days." This made her ecstatic. "The conquest objective has progressed only 3 days until we meet Lord Aaron." He nodded in agreement. "Indeed," he thought to himself. As expected, coming to Agon was the right move. She jumped up and chased after Agon, calling back to him, "Black Rabbit, I'll ask Uncle Agon more about Lord Aeon." He helplessly warned, "Don't let anything slip." Then a system screen appeared before him, startling him. Hidden conquest objective, save the sky god Agon. Looking at the system screen, he wondered, a hidden objective, only I can see it. When we were Kyle, upon arriving here, Agon's will had been broken. Protecting him means preventing Agon's resolve from being further shaken. In the next 3 days before Aaron returns, something is bound to happen. Am I overlooking something? Then suddenly a voice spoke right beside his ear. "Hey, you know I'm not human, right?" He glanced over and saw it was Elsie. He replied, "Yes, you are a spirit." She cheerfully said, "I am a great spirit mage." Observing her, he thought, Elsie can actually smile like that, she's so different. Then her eyes narrowed slightly, "And you're an all-class too. It seems you really are the surviving hero, Kyle." He cut in, "Sorry, but I haven't had a chance to." Before he could finish, she interrupted, "Don't try to fool me. Someone who is both all-class and possesses the light jewel. Only a member of Listeners' team would have that, you fool." Realizing this, he thought, "I didn't expect Elsie to mistake me for Kyle because of this jewel." She continued, "I've heard rumors that Listeners led his teammates out of Gardstront to campaign against Erebos, so I'm planning to find you." He asked curiously, "Why is that?" She smiled and replied, "Of course, why else, to help save this world." Looking at the girl before him left him a bit helpless. Is this really the great dark spirit Elsie who once formed a pact with me? She's so different. Then he asked, "Why do you want to save the world?" She answered, "I am a spirit born in the catastrophe era. So I really want to gaze at the stars in the night sky. I've heard they're dazzlingly beautiful." He asked on, "So where is Listeners?" She answered, "On the way to Raysar, it'll take a while for him to arrive." Seeing that, she happily replied, "Lucky, I was going to look for him myself, so I haven't gone off course." He asked further why she wanted to form a pact with Listeners. She answered, "I heard the rumor that you defeated Legion Commander Yamangard. In this era, someone who dares to claim victory over a Legion commander and then campaign against Erebos is more than worthy of being my pact partner." This left him a little helpless. "It's so different I can't get used to it, but Elsie chose me as her pact master and I never heard such reasons." She suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Ah, right." She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Keep this secret from Agon, okay? The darkness devouring sword Shaitan is actually me." Scene shifts to Lord Raysar's castle. Lord Rodian, having heard the report, asked, "Agon refused my invitation again?" Levite replied, "Yes, my lord." He continued, "Agon needs that power to defend Raysar. What on earth is he hanging on to there?" Levite poured oil on the fire. "It seems he's still concerned about those orphaned children in that cursed land." He slammed his hand down on the armrest in anger. "Foolish. Refusing the greater cause just to protect those worthless things." Levite added, "Also, according to the rumors among the common folk, that cursed land is said to be ravaged by disease." This made the Lord even angrier. "Disease? What now? If an outbreak occurs among the refugees, the whole city will be thrown into chaos." Levite stepped forward with a proposal. "Then we must eliminate it at the root before it spreads. Of course, I will be paying to remove those orphaned children with nowhere to go." Rodian worried, "But Agon won't let that happen." Levite reassured him, "The rumor of disease has already spread throughout the city. Preventing the disease is also the public's desire." No matter how foolish Agon is, he wouldn't dare do the stupid thing of endangering the entire populous city. Rodion sighed, indeed, with you Levite here, that's a relief. I'll entrust you with full authority over Raesar's security. He answered, I will do my utmost to repay your grace, my lord. And I will definitely retrieve Shaitan. Scene shifts outside, people were buzzing, the cursed land, are you insane, it's a disease, someone else asked. What the Lord doing, if the disease reaches here, what then, we need measures. One suggested, for now stay away so you don't catch it. He looked at the children before him. Thinking, after Levite visited Agon's refuge, rumors of disease suddenly increased. Recalling his earlier conversation with Elsie, she had said, Kyle is an excellent summoner and also a black dragon, so he's a great match for a dark spirit like me. He replied, why state the obvious? She turned to him and asked, do you think this world is worth saving? This question made him puzzled. What do you mean? She continued, I mean, does this world have reason to continue existing? He sighed, come on, can't we just save it first and worry about that later? She folded 5,000 years of thought into him with countless musings. He kept thinking, the Elsie I met after a year had become disillusioned with the world. It wasn't as bright as now, and even Agon had lost all will. He concluded, these children aren't dying from disease. From afar, Artun approached. Black Rabbit, where are you going? I've been looking everywhere, help me prepare dinner. He turned and asked, first, where's Uncle Agon? She wondered, Uncle Agon, earlier someone claiming to be the Lord called him away. At that moment, a group of soldiers stepped forward from outside and announced, by order of Lord Raesar, from this moment the campaign to eradicate the disease outbreak begins. A blonde girl stepped forward and asked, hey, didn't Uncle Agon just arrive at the Lord's castle a little while ago? The soldier paid her no mind, angrily raised his sword and shouted, you filthy sick brat, get back under the beam. He swung his sword down, frightening the girl, but luckily Artun rushed forward, grabbed her and pulled her back. She shouted angrily, are you out of your mind? He stepped forward, getting serious. Artun prioritized the children's safety first. Upon hearing that, the soldier snapped, you lot planning to resist us. A woman stepped up from behind and introduced herself. I am Jelen of Raesar's heroic cavalry. Interfering with our work is the same as defying the Lord's orders. He tightened his grip on his sword, thinking, this is probably Levite's order, not the Lord's right. Using the excuse of a non-existent disease to slaughter the children and then retrieve Shaitan. Is that it? His eyes filled with killing intent. If you call yourself a hero, at least keep some standards. Otherwise you insult those who are truly risking their lives to save this world. His words displeased Jelen and she lunged. You brat, claiming to be a hero too. He parried her attack and continued. With that level of skill you dare call yourself a Legion hero, not genuine Legion heroes, just those heroic cavalry being bred. At that moment a blazing red aura erupted from him, surprising Jelen. A fire-attributed aura, that's a special ability. He charged into the forbidden zone and struck. She raised her shield to block and sneered, that flame won't do anything, my shield aura. But the sword began to burn through her shield, startling her. Then a massive explosion erupted. He pointed the tip of his sword at the trembling woman on the ground and mocked, both your strength and equipment are too crude. On this side, without a moment's hesitation, Artun dashed off like the wind. This startled one of the soldiers into fear. Immediately after, she kicked straight into his face, twisting his features as he collapsed to the ground. She calmly lowered herself to the ground, then leapt back into the air, preparing to strike again. A string of direct kicks to the soldiers' faces left them unable to react. She landed and snorted coldly, this week and you call yourselves heroes. Seeing her recent display, he turned and asked, Elastic aura, right? She nodded. Yeah, and your flame aura, aren't you? She smiled, a fight might actually be fun. Jelen then shakily stood up, cursing, you fools. She covered her face and shouted, the director came to our hero Legion, the Levite house won't let you off. For daring to treat Raesar as an enemy over dirty orphan children, I'll make you pay. Those words made Artun flinch. She asked coldly, so you want to get beaten, is that it? He stood beside her and reminded, Artun, can you take the children somewhere else? His voice turned cold. I need to deal with this one, I'm counting on you. She nodded in agreement. Ah, all right. Leading the children away, she glanced back, thinking, the atmosphere feels too dangerous. She reassured the kids, everyone, let's step away from here for a while. Returning to the fight, Jelen's voice rose. Now you beg for mercy. Probably don't want the children to see this, huh, to keep things tidy until the end. A voice suddenly rang out. I think he's misunderstood something. The little black rabbit is dancing, dancing. Since it wasn't a sight for children, I told them to leave. The oppressive air made Jellin fearful. Don't come here. But by then it was too late. He ended her with a single blow. The voice continued. Oh my God, are you really the March Rabbit? After killing the leader, he calmly walked over to the remaining soldiers trembling on the ground and acted without hesitation. The voice proclaimed, the Black March Rabbit has slain a Nightsea, no hesitation at all. He replied, used to it. Handling corrupted things like this. Elsie stepped forward and asked, did they really intend to kill your friends just to get Shayton? He looked at her thinking, Elsie back then was still a young great spirit, inexperienced. Perhaps it was the first time she saw the world's ugliness. Even so, Elsie died trying to save the world. Returning to the past, the image of Elsie growing clearer in the air made him feel some regret. She cheerfully said, Kyle, after all, I still want to find it. That's the reason to save this world. I just want to see the stars in the night sky that existed before the age of calamity. He continued to tell himself, once the world is saved, Elsie, I'm sure. The night sky's stars will be even more beautiful than you imagine. That's why this world is worth saving. He stepped forward and affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, which gradually brought her emotions back. She cheerfully replied, yes. Then she continued, I think I want to become a guiding star for those poor, lost stars. And now I'll say goodbye, good night, and see you at the dawn. Staring into the large fire before him, he still had thoughts in his heart. The campaign objective is not yet complete. Does that mean Agon's hiding place is still not safe? Agon had left for the Lord's castle, and Elsie stayed behind here. Even without me, Elsie's solo mistakes could mishandle Levite's subordinates. That means the deaths of the children at the orphanage were something even a great spirit couldn't prevent. If so, the current strategy cannot guarantee the children's survival. While he was thinking, a voice called his name. When someone arrived, Elsie immediately vanished into the air. He turned and replied, stronger forces than those we've just beaten are on their way. This made her start, what? He continued, because we've foiled their objective. She answered confidently, even so if the Black Rabbit and I team up. Before she could finish, he cut in, it's not just us fighting, protecting the children while holding out won't be easy. She stammered that. He replied, there is a way. She asked, what is it? He answered, go find Aeon. Hearing that name made her determined, clenching her fists, but then she blurted, but Lord Aaron is supposed to arrive in Raysar in 3 days. He answered, Aeon is already in Raysar. Last night I confirmed the boundary of the hero world has shrunk to Raysar. This delighted her, really? Then as you said, Lord Aaron must be in Raysar now. He stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder and reassured, but we've finished our job here, so there's no need to take risks like this. The corner of her mouth lifted into a satisfied smile, then she spoke. You may say that, but you won't back out of this, will you? He replied, it could really be dangerous. She remained confident. I admire the hero Aaron, which is why I dream of becoming a hero. Someone like me can't just retreat like a coward, right? Besides, if you act alone, won't Lord Aaron dote only on you later? His brow knit slightly at that. What? She continued. Anyway, you figured out how to find Aeon, haven't you? He sighed. Yeah. She proposed, then go invite him back quickly. Until then I'll defend this place. Images from the past continued to appear. A voice rang out, Aaron, you're so strong when you were in Raysar, didn't you ever think of fighting Tataris? Aaron replied, because I'm afraid of the demon race. The other asked, but you did think about wanting to fight, right? Aeon nodded. Of course, so one day I resolved to go somewhere with a full view of Raysar to gather my courage. The other person wondered, but you hate heights. Aaron answered, because I truly wanted to protect that city. To protect Raysar, there's only one place where you can see the whole of Raysar at once. Just as he arrived there, a voice cut in, who is it? He knew he was being looked at from above and thought, the only hero among the great heroes born in the age of calamity. So unbelievably cowardly, yet possessing an unimaginable, immense courage. He looked up and called out, I'm here to pick you up. Aeon, seeing that he knew his name, asked, you know my name? He nodded. Of course, your kids at the Agon orphanage are in danger. Hearing this, Aeon flinched. What? He continued, tonight they may all die. We need your power to save those kids. Without hesitation, Aaron summoned the pale purple power that surrounded his body. which then transformed into a golden yellow energy, enveloping him completely. He turned to him puzzled, "Have we met somewhere before?" He remained calm. "In a not-so-distant future. Now is not the time to talk about that." No sooner had he finished speaking than Aeon dashed off like the wind. Watching his back, he thought to himself, "Running for those who matter, whether then or now, nothing changes. So tell all the lost stars on this land that I will be the guiding star in the night. Let's light this path together." Cut to Arton, where a brutal battle rages. One voice called out, "Useless ones, you force me to act myself." With her nimble speed, Arton easily dodged his attack. Her counters were not only powerful but far from ordinary. Feeling insulted, he spun and launched another slash. This time it carried magic power, which made Arton startle a bit. Thinking to herself, "Magic power?" She retorted sarcastically, "A mage imitating a warrior, aren't you ashamed?" He ground his teeth in anger, thinking, "Could this brat have wiped out my entire night company? I thought holding back Aaron would clear the way." He lunged, shouting, "Pathetic, just borrowing power from magic tools, your true strength is pathetic." Like a gust of wind, she surged forward and delivered a kick straight to his face, making him cry out in pain as he was flung backward and smashed hard into a nearby wall. She sighed and continued, "It's not over yet, get up." Then suddenly a gentle voice sounded, "Not bad, right? Didn't I say it was astonishing? What my mother said was right. Opposing the heroes on the surface is still dangerous." This woman was Talentunia Tataros of the demon race, daughter of the beast queen Silituna. Seeing someone arrive, Arton snapped, "There's still someone alive." She leapt up, yelling, "I'll make you disappear this instant." But that strike was effortlessly nullified by Talentunia. She covered her mouth and sneered, "Oh my. You actually did it, kitten. Consider yourself lucky you weren't devoured by me." Seeing wounds that were already healing, Arton was shocked. "Demon race? How, there's no scent of demons at all." Talentunia explained, "That, maybe it's because I gnawed through the arm of the lunar prince. Look, I'm not interested in bland beast people like you, so go die." As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her arm to strike. The attack had barely launched when something immediately intercepted it. Seeing this figure appear, Talentunia delighted, "Finally showing yourself, huh, Shaitan?" Elsie replied coldly, "My name is Elsie. Shaitan is merely the sword in which I reside." She smiled, "Your name doesn't matter anymore. As long as the great spirit of darkness makes for a delicious meal." She was about to lunge forward when she was immediately restrained by Elsie's magical threads. She thrust her hand forward, her eyes filled with determination. Looking at her bound legs, Talentunia started, "Wait, my body is moving on its own." Instantly her functions lost control, and she turned back to deliver a finishing blow to herself, her eyes wide with bewilderment. Looking at the collapsed figure on the ground, Elsie continued, "You haven't changed a bit since 10 years ago when Agon and I defeated you, have you?" The Spider Princess witnessed a confusing scene that left Arton behind her in awe. "That was incredible, so you're a great spirit." Elsie replied shyly, "It was just a small trick." While she wasn't paying attention, one of Talentunia's legs began to move. Then it shot forward, piercing Elsie's chest right before her eyes. Arton was also heavily impacted and pushed backward. "Ah," she laughed loudly with delight. "Haha, how interesting, how very interesting. Do that again for me, won't you?" Without a second's hesitation, Elsie unleashed a barrage of attacks aimed straight at her. Arton approached from behind to check on her, "Are you okay?" With only half of her face remaining, Talentunia's voice continued, "You see how different I am from 10 years ago. A great spirit without a contractor thinks she can defeat me, the daughter of the demon beast queen, all by herself. Let's see, what does a great spirit taste like? Let me have a little taste," staring at her hideous mouth. Arton leaped forward and delivered a kick straight into it, screaming, "No." But the blow caused her no damage at all. Her voice became distorted, "You little kitten." These words filled Arton's eyes with absolute terror. Then she remembered his words, "That coward saved the entire world. If I want to follow in the hero's footsteps, I cannot be afraid. I can't stay rooted to the spot here." Having reclaimed her spirit, Arton lunged forward to attack once more. But this time Talentunia was guarded. A leg shot out from behind and struck Arton directly. She could only stand and watch the incoming blow, taking the hit as her entire body was sent flying, slamming hard into the wall behind her. Talentunia's voice rang out, "Get in line, I'll eat you after I'm done with dessert." Shaking with pain, she slowly stood up. Her eyes weary as she thought to herself, "I have to get up. Please move, please." Then from behind, a familiar voice called out, "Are you okay?" The silhouette of the person who appeared made her eyes shine bright. Aaron appeared like a bright star, speaking, "You've worked hard." Not noticing this arrival, Talentunia continued her meal. "Ha ha, give up now." From afar, Aaron's voice rang out, "Let the girl go." Hearing that voice, she flinched slightly. Aaron's body began to undergo changes. Seeing that, Talentunia judged, "A beast transformation, it's not a full moon tonight, are you a mutant?" Aaron had fully transformed now, speaking coldly, "I told you to let the girl go. I challenge you, I don't like this, don't disturb my meal, disappear at once." Why are there so many annoying beasts today? I don't know. Her attack lunged forward but was easily caught by Aaron's outstretched hand. Immediately after, he pulled hard, dragging her toward him. An arm shot out and grabbed her by the throat. She cried out in fear, "What kind of power is this?" Without hesitation, Aaron slammed her massive body down onto the ground, shattering the earth. Meanwhile, the dark spirit was also a bit surprised by her rescuer. She involuntarily asked, "Who exactly is he?" Looking at the person in his arms, Aaron anxiously asked if they were injured any. Hearing that, Elsie hesitated for a moment, wanting to speak up. But before the girl could open her mouth, Talentunia shouted loudly, brazenly. He immediately set Elsie down and warned solemnly, "I'll destroy this demon clan member at once, step aside." In an instant, she leapt up, immediately after. Talentunia roared savagely, who will be destroyed?" Her mouth stretched wide as she screamed terror, "You insolent beasts, I'll kill you all." Instantly, Aaron's arm unleashed a golden light and he replied coldly, "I won't obediently wait for the spell to finish." For a moment, his power lit up the whole area. Shortly after, shining fragments of rock fell to attack Talentunia. Aaron was seen swinging his hand once. The strike sent her flying far away. Against the night sky, those golden beams streaked like meteors across the horizon. In the southern district of Rizar, someone was running like mad on the road, damn it, damn it. Thinking of Talentunia, he was filled with horror. He hadn't expected that woman to be of the demon clan, colluding with demons. Remembering the punishment, the man panicked. If this truth were exposed, I'd certainly be executed. At that moment, something flashed and severed his hand while a voice sounded. A strange sensation indeed. In an instant, the man could only stare in horror at his severed hand. He immediately dropped to his knees and wailed pitifully. Before him, Leo casually spoke up, "It's time to deal with a traitor." The man hurriedly looked up but heard the boy coldly declare, "That one I already dealt with in the past." In an instant he cried out in panic, "Wait, wait." The man pleaded urgently, "Spare me, spare my life. I'll secure position and reputation for you." Before his pleas ended, Leo swung his sword and took the man's life. Afterward, he calmly sheathed his sword. Then Leo looked down at the man's body, expressing calmly that if the world is to perish, what meaning do position and reputation have? Meanwhile outside, the debris kept falling and illuminated everywhere. Having just defeated the enemy, Arton rushed over and grabbed Aaron's hand, expressing, Lord Aaron, I've admired you since I was a child." He stammered helplessly, "You told me you're not someone to admire." Noticing her condition now, he urged hastily and heal the wounds quickly. Behind him, Elsie looked at Leo and happily called out, "Kyle, you're here." Seeing it was the girl, he asked with concern, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Elsie patted herself and replied cheerfully, "I'm fine." Then the girl proudly boasted that they defeated the Spider Princess. Hearing that, Leo sighed in response, "She won't die that easily at that level." His heart was heavy with worry. It's not without reason that she was a monster that destroyed a whole country. Suddenly someone called Leo to catch his attention. "Hey, Elsie eagerly suggested, "Why don't we nominate Aaron for listeners? With that power, he'd certainly help greatly in saving the world." He ruffled the girl's hair and gently agreed, "Okay, do that." Instantly, a pink flush rose to Elsie's face. Then the girl declared firmly, "And also, I've changed my mind. Not listeners, but Kyle, I want to form a contract with you." A bright smile spread across Elsie's lips. "I'm very pleased with you." Seeing this, Leo couldn't help but laugh awkwardly, then replied plainly, "It's an honor, but right now I don't have the strength to form a contract with you, and I'm not Kyle either." Instantly, Elsie circled him curiously, muttering that it's strange, even as an all-class, his power doesn't seem that great. Then the girl faced Leo and insisted, even so I still want to form a contract with you. Elsie then sought confirmation. If it's you, you could surely defeat Erebus. I want to wager the future on you. Finally, Leo fully relented and reached out if that's what you insist. Moments later, a magic circle appeared between them. The girl solemnly chanted at once, "My name is Elsie Dark Spirit," with each word from Elsie. A sigil burned into his hand. In the now quiet space, only her grave voice echoed, "I swear to be your sword and shield for the duration of the contract." Seeing the mark on his hand, Leo was dazed, thinking that although a contract ends when a hero's world does, the feeling was new. Then he relaxed and said, "I'm counting on you." Suddenly, Aaron's earth-shaking shout rang in Leo's ear. "I told you to step back." Turning, he saw Arton clutching him, gushing that he admired him so much. "You're so cool, Lord Aaron." Just then someone called out a name that made him freeze. Aaron. Both Arton and Leo were astonished. In the distance, a man was approaching. The sight immediately reminded him of a historic event, meeting Aaron in Rizar, saving the sky god Agon. Seeing the man, Aaron cried out joyfully, "Master." Approaching, Agon asked if he had been in Rizar. Aaron obediently replied, "Yes." Instantly, the man grabbed Aaron by the scruff and scolded angrily, "Then you should have come earlier to report to your master." Agon's lecturing voice carried to everyone, "And greet your fellow disciples. Where have you been hiding all this time that you only show up now?" Hearing this, Aaron hurriedly apologized, "Master, I know my fault." When they recognized Agon's voice, the children quickly ran out shouting, "Uncle Agon." Seeing them, the man was startled and amazed. Then Agon sighed with relief, saying it's good that everyone is safe. The scene warmed Leo's heart as well. If they hadn't prevented today's tragedy, Agon would no longer be a hero. Thinking of his own power, he judged calmly that being able to see the altered past was a stroke of luck. After Agon comforted the children, he approached Leo to thank him. "Without you kids it would have been dire, thank you." Then Leo noticed something and was surprised that Elsie had already concealed herself. Beside him, Arton grinned mischievously and teased, "Lord Aaron got scolded already." Aaron immediately panicked and waved him off. "Step back." Seeing his expression, she pushed forward even more gleefully, "Lord Aaron." Watching this, Agon asked with concern if the girl had a head injury since she's still young. Leo helplessly explained that it's just her nature, leave it be. Hearing that, the man softened and handed over a book, saying he wanted to repay them but had nothing valuable. Could Leo accept this? As Leo took the item, he asked, "What is this?" Agon answered calmly that it was his aura mind technique, the mind technique Aaron had also learned. Afterwards, the man said quietly that Aaron had made it his own, and gained the ability to freely transform into beasts at will. Hearing that, Leo was astonished and grateful. "Thank you, sir." He opened the book, incredulous inwardly. Could this be the original Breath of the Brave? But as soon as he saw the first page, Leo was horrified. A moment later, he called loudly to Arton in the distance, "It's time to go, R." He calmly urged, "If anyone has anything to say it quickly." Knowing it was time to leave, Arton released Aaron and embarrassed said, "Lord Aaron, I." She gathered her courage and begged, "Could you pat my head once to encourage me?" The request left him unsure how to look at Leo. Leo nonchalantly encouraged, "Go ahead and do it." Aaron didn't hesitate and patted Arton's head in encouragement. "I don't know what's going on, but hang in there." He gave a gentle, encouraging smile. Arton immediately cheered, "I'll never wash my hair again." Over there, Leo was slightly dazed and thoughtful. "Turn right at the second star, then keep going straight until dawn. From B612, turn right at the second time and go on until sunrise." Then he suddenly said, "Aaron, there will be many hardships ahead." Holding a box that contained a little sheep. Leo then leisurely explained, "There will also be people you cannot protect." A tinge of sadness passed through him, "And sometimes you'll watch the sunset about 44 times. Under the moonlight, Leo's figure seemed to glow as he warned, "You'll despair before successive trials." Inwardly, he quietly sent his blessings, "But remember that your rose exists somewhere in the vast universe." Here, Leo sincerely offered his prayers to his brave friend, even in nights of being lost and directionless. "And this is my secret, a very simple secret." His voice echoed in the quiet space, "Nonetheless, you will manage." Facing Aaron, Leo softly declared, "Only the heart can see clearly, for a friend will draw you a sheep. The orbits of all those lives will guide you. Essentials cannot be seen with the naked eye." He spoke with firm conviction, "Because you are braver than anyone." Hearing it all, Aaron asked in confusion, "Why do you think I'm brave?" He admitted self-deprecatingly, "I'm just a coward." In reply came Leo's steady voice, "Because you saved the whole world." Instantly Aaron asked in disbelief me. Inwardly Leo thought happily that what makes a desert beautiful is that it hides a well somewhere. Then he solemnly made a vow, so I will try my best. At this moment Leo, full of sincere blessings, pleaded, so my friend, do not stop, turn right at the second time and go on until sunrise. Here the journey ended. Aaron's world chapter, the primal beginning, had been conquered. Rewards: Aaron's breath, Agon's book, the great dark spirit Elsie. Finally, Leo's voice rode the wind everywhere, so Erebus could be completely destroyed from B612, from his guiding star B612. In the courtyard, a black-haired man angrily demanded, haven't you found a way to dispel the hero world? The orange-haired youth, held captive, answered in fear, no, there's no other. He explained in a trembling voice that because it's the hero dungeon it can't be controlled. At that moment, a call drew the elder's attention. Calm down, Berga. Instantly Berga exclaimed in surprise, what are Lumern's professors doing here? The newcomer replied calmly that since it's related to the hero world, sharing experience is better. Ain's face grew serious as he spoke. At our school during the first term just passed. His tone turned somewhat grave as he revealed, many unfortunate incidents have occurred. He rubbed his head, troubled as he explained, and one of our students is also involved in this case. Berga was stunned and asked in confusion what. Just then a flash of golden light flared on the table, terrifying the elder, the stone tablet. Even Ain could hardly believe it, and judged that the hero file's reaction was a sign that the hero world had been conquered. In everyone's eyes the stone tablet grew ever brighter. Yura's mood turned gravely anxious. Perhaps the page closed because the conqueror is dead. A few seconds later, Artan and Leo's figures suddenly appeared. Both were supported by the tablet's power. They gently fell to the ground. Seeing the surroundings, Leo exclaimed in wonder, we're back. Beside him, she also stood stunned and blurted out, this is. Before Artan could finish, Berga rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Then the elder anxiously questioned, are you hurt anywhere? Artan smiled radiantly and replied full of vigor, no, father, I have conquered Lord Aaron's world. Hearing this, Berga scolded a bit irritably, that's not important, do you know how worried I was? Meanwhile, Leo suddenly touched something. His eyes widened in astonishment. In his hand was a miniature version of Elsie, and why are you here? At that moment Artan pointed at Leo and said, father, if it weren't for this little black rabbit, I couldn't have completed the conquest. Expressing gratitude, oh Kyle, incredible, you actually conquered Lord Aaron's page. Leo replied very calmly, I didn't do it alone. Seeing this, the elder happily sighed, modest then, whatever the reason, you and have successfully conquered Lord Aaron's world. Afterwards, Berga solemnly declared, this is conclusive proof that you deserve to be a student of the Hero Academy. The elder's voice brimmed with pleasure. Azonia, I am very pleased. Suddenly, Yura ran over and hurriedly said, sorry to interrupt the conversation. Her expression angry, her tone low and reproachful. This brat, representative of that faction, what are you doing here? But Leo responded with a questioning look, who are you? In an instant she couldn't hold back and yelled, who do you want to die? Trying to play both Lumern and Azonia are you? Do you think some magic can fool the professors? Here's a solemn reminder, good children don't grab a rabbit's ears. Watching from the side, Berga queried in confusion, Lumern, what's this about? A man who had come from afar answered the elder, it seems a student from our school has been rude. He folded his arms, his face apologetic, saying he didn't know how the boy managed to participate in Azonia's enrollment ceremony. Then Ain spoke seriously, let me introduce, seeing him, Leo inwardly sighed, that's enough. Only to hear Ain calmly say, this is Leo Fluv. Artan was immediately astonished and dumbstruck. Across from them, Leo began to dispel his disguise, revealing his white hair. Ain's voice rang clearly to everyone present. Representative of Lumern's first year, you show your true form. He smiled gently and said, greetings. A few days later, in the shade of a tree, a hand suddenly reached out to take a cup of tea. Riene was drinking tea when a servant reported, Madam, a guest has arrived. She asked suspiciously, a guest, who is it? The servant replied respectfully, she said she's a schoolmate of the young master. Hearing that, Riene pondered and instructed, I see. Then invite her in first. In her mind she quickly wondered, if she didn't give her family name and only said she's Leo's classmate, that means they're very close and are probably just visiting, right? A little while later a pretty girl entered and politely greeted them. Hello miss, I'm Chelsea, a classmate of Mr. Leo. Seeing her, Riene immediately remembered. It's the Llewellyn girl who teamed up with Leo in the entrance exam. She rose and warmly invited her, welcome, please sit here. Standing by the table, Chelsea set down a box of pastries. This is a gift for our meeting. Instantly, Renee's face lit up even more with delight. Oh my, from the Rodrin Royal Bakery. I haven't had their pastries in ages. She sat down, a little flustered, and began, well, the thing is. Then gathering her courage, she said, feel free to chat. Seeing this, Renee smiled helplessly. Then I won't be formal. By the way, my son has been away for a few days. I'm afraid you may have been kept waiting. Chelsea's expression opened up and she replied generously, that's all right, ma'am. Anyway, I'm planning to stay in Dellard for this summer vacation. Suddenly, Leo came over and asked in surprise, Chelsea, since when have you been here? At once Renee gasped, my son. Even she was equally surprised, Leo. A while later, Leo returned to his room. Just then, a voice sounded at the door. May I? He answered calmly, come in. Shortly after, Chelsea opened the door, her heart racing. This is Leo's room. But then she let out her anticipation and assessed calmly. Leo's room, how to put it? It looks very, utterly ordinary. Hearing that, Leo sighed helplessly and asked, what were you expecting? He sat on the bed and spoke gently. Do you want to hear about Azonia's enrollment ceremony? Chelsea didn't hesitate to agree. Of course, tell me about it. What followed was Leo's storytelling time. He began with shocking news. During the enrollment ceremony, Aaron's hero world opened. Chelsea couldn't believe it and exclaimed, Aaron's hero file was activated. In the time that followed, Leo recounted what had happened that day. And the Azonia enrollment applicants, who were drawn in, successfully conquered Aaron's world. After hearing this, Chelsea propped her chin on her hand, pondering. Then she exclaimed in amazement, Azonia's students are really something, conquering the world of a great hero. Today you have to give me special training, Leo. Leo agreed without hesitation, all right. Chelsea pressed her advantage, eyes sparkling as she pleaded, so can I sleep over tonight? He sighed resignedly and accepted, suit yourself. Night fell and she fell asleep beside Leo's room. He was still awake, lost in thought. Over the past time, I'd received rewards I shouldn't have when conquering a hero world. Looking at what I hold, Leo worried inwardly, but Elsie, an entity from the past, stepping out of the hero world into reality is a completely different matter. Perhaps the reason for this, he muttered, is that I am Kyle. Unable to find an answer, Leo set it aside. First, I must check Elsie's condition. In an instant, faint golden and black lights burst forth throughout the room. After that, Elsie's eyes slowly opened. Seeing the girl looked healthy, Leo breathed a sigh of relief. You're awake? Elsie, confused and hazy, asked, where am I? But she suddenly noticed something and blurted out in surprise, my rabbit ears are gone. Then the girl sensed her state and said, flustered, I feel uneasy, like I can't exert my full power. Looking at Elsie's condition, Leo pondered, indeed, the Elsie I met in Aaron's world has come into reality. He crossed his arms and exhaled, she's definitely not in perfect condition. She's linked to me, the one who made the contract, to cross from a distant past into the present. Who would have thought the hero world hid such powers? Elsie paid little mind and simply looked around with curiosity. Seeing the outside scene, the girl couldn't help but exclaim, Kyle, the moon isn't red anymore and there are strange specks of light in the night sky. What are those? They look like the stars I've only heard about in stories. Beside her, Leo patiently answered, that's right, those are the stars. Instantly, the girl grew even more astonished. It's really them. At that moment, he seriously cut Elsie off. Listen, Elsie, as unbelievable as it sounds, you're in the future. This is the world 5,000 years after the era you lived in. Then he calmly introduced himself. My current name is Leo Flove. Leo's tone grew grave. In the cataclysmic age 5,000 years ago, I was called Kyle, the surviving hero. At that, Elsie's tears streamed down her face. In her ear, his voice continued. I defeated Erebos and reincarnated into this era. After a while, Elsie recovered her composure and asked tentatively, having witnessed this, I can't help but believe you now. So is this now an age of peace? Leo replied calmly, yes, but it cannot be said to be entirely peaceful. His expression turned serious as he explained, although I defeated Erebos, he hasn't completely vanished and Tartaros still remains. Elsie whispered, I see. A moment later, Leo solemnly declared, therefore we must defeat them. Immediately the girl decided without hesitation, if so I'll lend a hand as well. Elsie's body rose into the air. With a solemn, promising tone she said, if this is reality then my fate is to accompany you, please take care of me, Kyle. No, it's Leo Flove. The next day, Chelsea's exclamation drifted from the garden, so the Queen of Vastara. Is really you, Renee? Hearing the commotion, Leo's father cheerfully praised, your friend and my wife get along so well. Leo agreed readily, that's true. Just then the butler approached with respect and announced, "Sir, a guest has arrived." He asked in surprise, "Where is the guest from?" They answered he said to be from Lumern Academy. Leo's father repeated in greater surprise, "From Lumern." Beside him, Leo suddenly remembered and exclaimed, "Is it today?" After a while, a weary voice sounded, "Kid." The man's voice made Chelsea start, but when he saw her, the teacher was equally surprised. "Why are you here?" The moment she saw him, she stood up and stepped forward to ask, "I came to visit Mr. Leo. Professor, is there something you need?" Professor Herod produced a file and replied, "I'm here to visit a student's home. You're the next candidate, so go home and stay there." She answered softly, "Yes, sir." Leo and Zai stepped outside. He said, "It's an honor to meet you, Professor." Herod cheerfully replied, "Thank you for the reception. Ah, and this is..." From a distance, someone stepped forward and answered, "This is my house. Long time no see, Professor Herod. You seem to have more wrinkles now." Herod scoffed, "If you don't want to be punished, you'd better behave, Rene Zerdinger." Rene protested, "How old do you think I am for you to say that? Besides, my name is now Rene Plove." Looking at the stack of files, he said, "I'll get straight to the point. Your son's aptitude as a hero candidate is exceptional. No one can match him." She stroked her son's head lightly and asked, "Professor, did you eat something strange? Why are you praising him all of a sudden?" He handed over another file and explained, "Please take a look at this, Mrs. Plove." She reached out to take the papers to review them while the professor continued, "The Knights Department, the Magic Department, the Summoning Department. He has consistently ranked top of his class in all three departments. His leadership of other students is outstanding. However, this is only my personal opinion." Leo never hesitated in the face of danger. His father asked with some concern, "What do you mean by that?" He continued, "Perhaps in Lumern's history since freshman year, very few students have demonstrated overwhelming skill like Leo. A 15-year-old youth repeatedly achieving feats of glory. These deeds are comparable to those of heroes." His father replied, "Isn't that a good thing?" Rene was a little worried. It can't be considered entirely good. Achieving feats of glory means risking one's life. It's too dangerous for a freshman's journey. Though unspoken, I'm truly very worried. He turned to ask him, "Leo, may I ask why you force yourself like this?" He pondered for a few seconds, then answered firmly, "Once you've set the goal to become a hero, you can't avoid challenges." Watching him, Professor Herod thought to himself, "Indeed, Leo Plove is not a student who merely admires heroes." He recalled what Leo had said earlier, "My goal is to annihilate Erebos. I have only one objective I want to accomplish." Scene shifts to the opening day in the city of Lumeria. Walking down the crowded street, he felt the place was as bustling as ever. He looked at the sign of a shop ahead. "Is this the school's cafe? I should go in and get something to eat." Beside him, an argument was happening. "We're students of Lumern, why won't you let us in?" The cafe staff explained, "Then please present your student ID." They began to explain, "I left it at home, we won't stay long, just a moment." The blonde one added, "I've come here all through the first semester, don't you remember my face?" Watching the scene, he let out a sigh and thought, those hero candidates were probably advised to withdraw after the final exams. The man in black kept pleading, "I'll just see the professor for a moment and leave right away. Isn't that okay?" The other shook his head, "Not unless you're a Lumern student." He clenched his fist so tight it trembled. "Move aside or don't blame me for using force." From behind him, someone stepped forward in a cold voice, "Keep it down." The sudden appearance of this person startled him a little. The man continued, "Lumern doesn't give second chances to those who have been expelled. Give it up and go your own way. The path to becoming a hero isn't only through studying at Lumern." The black-haired man snapped angrily, "Who are you? We haven't been expelled, you know." As soon as he finished speaking, the space shifted into black and white, and the two brats disappeared without a trace. The man turned and left. What a nuisance. I heard this year's freshmen are talented, but seeing expelled troublemakers making a scene like this makes those rumors seem false. The staff asked, "What did you do to them?" He replied, "Don't worry, I only sent them a little farther away." He muttered to himself, "Why did Kalyan call me here?" Looking at him, Leo assessed inwardly, that power just now. That man is a dragon. Time passed quickly, and he, along with the other students, arrived at the harbor. This time, his companion was still Celia Zerdinger. She looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "Seeing this view really makes it feel like opening day." From afar, a voice called out, "Leo, Celia, did you all have a good summer?" Seeing who approached, Celia shouted with delight, "Chloe." I laughed. Dealing with family stuff kept me busy. Chloe turned to him and asked, "What about you, Leo?" He sighed and replied, "Just the usual." Celia challenged him, "You call attending Azonia's opening ceremony just the usual?" Hearing that, Chloe also gasped, "Azonia's opening ceremony." He smiled, "I'll tell you the details later." Another person arrived carrying a large bag. It was none other than Carl. He waved to everyone, "Izo, hi Leo, Chloe, Celia." Celia pouted, "That's odd, I didn't expect Carl to survive until the second semester." He answered confidently, "It's all thanks to my skill, you know." The rest of the group arrived and Chelsea came over waving, "Ah, class president." A deep voice cut through the group's cheerful atmosphere. "What a good vibe, young and full of life, brimming with spirit and energy. I only feel myself growing old." Seeing the man, he murmured inwardly, "He's the dragon from earlier." The man introduced himself, "Pleased to meet you. My name is Riven, vice principal of Lumern Academy." Hearing the name, Carl exclaimed in surprise, "Professor Revenge, I heard he left the academy 5 years ago." Scanning the students he assessed, there are a total of 440 new students this year. Of those, 346 remained into the second semester. That's a very high survival rate. "People even call you the golden generation," he continued, "but I'm the kind of person who won't believe it without seeing for myself. I want to test your abilities for myself." He pointed toward the distant academy. "There will be no trains to Lumern today. I'll be waiting at the academy's main gate." Saying that, his entire body turned into a black liquid and vanished. Suddenly, he resurfaced to remind them, "Oh right, crossing the lake won't be easy. It's possible no one will make it." The way he arrived and departed left the students stunned. Carl's face turned ugly. A daily life at Lumern begins. At that moment, everyone began their sea voyage. He looked down at the water below and judged, "It's wide enough to pass for a sea, and before the Calamity era this wasn't really a lake, right?" The world center is where Lumern Academy sits, but it said that it used to be dragon territory, and was also the first place attacked when Erebos appeared. While he was moving, something suddenly shot past him like a lightning bolt. It was none other than Durin. He thrust his hand forward and shouted, "I've spent the whole summer preparing to beat you." Just as he prepared to strike, a huge wall of water rushed in and pushed them apart. The one responsible was Eliza. She pointed and yelled, "We'll settle the unfinished match from last time, Leo Plove." Chenzia exclaimed with delight, "It's already exciting on the first day of school." Hovering above and watching the students, some boys said with great relish, "We can't miss a show this good." Another replied, exactly, take your time." Back to the fight, Eliza commanded, "Ruri, ice freeze, I. 3 of her attacks surged forward. But Leo didn't dodge and even seemed amused. He reached out and used the solidification skill, "You won't get away this time." As his strike landed, Eliza and Ruri leaped high to evade. She smiled with pleasure, "I expected that." She ordered again, "Ruri." At her command, the dolphin opened its mouth wide and fired a massive beam of energy straight at him. Taking that surprise hit sent waves of intense pain through Leo's body. Eliza was pleased, "Good, Ruri, keep it up." Before she could finish, Durin dashed in from behind like a gust of wind. Shouting, "You're my prey, Eliza Herzen." Watch the two of them brawl. Leo scratched his head inside, "So who goes first?" Durin solemnly, "Obviously me." This made Eliza angry, "Don't be ridiculous, I'm first." Seeing them bickering, he proposed, "Then let's do it like this. You two fight each other first and I'll fight the winner, fair enough." They glared and growled at each other. It made sense. "Fine, champion goes first," Durin Moira. "I'm excited to test Delphinus's power." She shouted, "Gorgon Sea Beast." Immediately, waves enveloped Durin. From his side, he laughed with delight, "Still can't get this prayer going." Eliza, without hesitation, lunged forward like the wind. The two energies collided violently. Leo paid no mind to them and kept moving. Everyone's so energetic on the first day. With this, everyone should reach the academy safely. I guess there won't be any students who fail to cross the lake now. But elsewhere, Carl and Ileana were utterly nonchalant. "It's no big deal," Carl grinned. "At this level, even if a kraken appears, it's fine, right?" He continued thinking, "Clearly everyone has grown, but the opponent is an ancient dragon. This definitely won't end so simply." As they traveled, a bank of fog suddenly appeared, limiting visibility. Carl asked, Why is there fog all of a sudden? Ileana replied. It's probably the lake's fog, it happens here. Dark black mists began to thicken, startling Ileana. She slowly crouched down to the ground. Scanning her surroundings with darting eyes, suddenly it went completely dark. But she had no idea a figure had been watching her from earlier until now. It took a few seconds before she noticed the presence. She decisively drew her sword, spun around and shouted, "Who's there?" Looking at the figure, her eyes suddenly widened. Because standing before her was Professor Harrod, but the professor's form was extremely unusual. Cut to Leo's side, fog had also thickened there. He observed quietly, evaluating, why has the fog suddenly? He reached out and felt something. Is this dragon tongue magic, the kind listeners used long ago? The dragon clan's curse was created to counter the curse of Tataros, the dream seal. This curse forces a person to fight the one they most want to avoid among those they know. He turned his head to look back. The image that appeared made his expression a little surprised. Old memories rushed in, his case truly was. Familiar words echoed in his head with an image of listeners. How far is the road to Babylon? 70 miles is a long way. Can one reach it by candlelight? And can one return if the heel is quick and the steps light? You may reach it by the candle that lights the way back to reality. At that moment, the screen showed images of students floating on the lake's surface. Watching via the screen, the professors could only shake their heads in dismay. Indeed, making freshmen face Vice Principal Riven's illusion magic is too much. Professor Sejin sighed, not very genteel is it? Professor Harrod beside him remained intently focused on a figure in the display. He thought to himself, how will this turn out, Leoplov? Back in his illusion, listeners called out, Kyle. She pointed behind him, move forward. He looked toward the distant light and slowly stepped forward. Replying, I knew you'd say that. Thanks. Saying that, he walked straight toward the light ahead. She watched his retreating figure and smiled, do your best. Outside in the real world, Riven looked at the beam of light rising from the center of the lake, and was somewhat astonished. Indeed, the dream seal is still too powerful. Just as he finished speaking, Leo suddenly appeared, slipped past him and sneered, normally people wouldn't come out if the exam is an impossible task, right? Riven glanced back puzzled. How did the boy break the spell and get out? Leo smiled and replied, I just broke it and walked out. He walked to a nearby bench and continued, have a seat. I have served as vice principal of Lumern for a very long time. During that time, I have seen many students become heroes. But none have dreamed of an ideal beyond the title of hero. People have witnessed this stagnating world for too long and gradually lost their passion. So I deliberately refused to see your potential. I'm sorry. He turned to him and asked, so what is your dream? He replied confidently, to utterly destroy Erebos. Those words startled Riven a bit. He continued, it's understandable to be disappointed in students if you've served as a Lumern teacher for so long. He asked back, but you know this, don't you? The man asked in return, know what? He explained, the Sage King saved this world because he never gave up. Even after thousands of failures and thousands of disappointments, he said those were no reasons to quit. If one is a descendant of the Sage King, then under any circumstance one must never give up, right? He tightened his grip on the man's hand when he heard these words. The man stammered, are you telling me about my identity? He answered, I hope for your guidance in the future, Vice Principal Riven. Watching his retreating back, he thought to himself, the great Sage King reminds me of that will. After all, what divinity does that youth belong to? Lumern Academy is holding the opening ceremony for the new term. The campus is crowded with students, all facing the main stage. In the waiting room, Leoplov sat with his arms folded when a familiar voice called his name. It was Lil Luce along with Senior Hark. The cheerful girl asked Leo about his holiday and he replied briefly. Shortly after, Lil Luce became extremely excited, repeatedly praising Leo's performance in the departmental tournament, saying he commanded the battlefield like a true hero. The girl appeared embarrassed, blaming her bad luck for being surrounded by so many outstanding people. Hearing this, Hark teased her, calling her the maiden monster because she was the strongest among the second-year students. Upon hearing that nickname, Lil Luce bristled, scolding Hark for using such a weird name in front of Leo. But Hark didn't care. He flopped back onto the bed and declared he'd sleep until the ceremony began. Leo's gaze twitched slightly, as if something had just caught his attention. Hark's frequent sleeping wasn't due to laziness. His aura trait is accumulation, a rare ability that lets him store power and release it during combat. Seeing Leo's curiosity, Lil Luce hurriedly explained that Maiden Monster was just a nickname the seniors used to tease her. She insisted she had an official title, Wind Spirit Master, but a sudden voice proclaimed that that name sounded too ordinary. The one who spoke was Senior Alina Zeron. She stepped in from behind, hugged the girl, and said the nickname Maiden Monster suited her much better. After the teasing, Alina turned to Leo, reminding him that he owed her a favor. Alina cheerfully said she could grant that request right now, but on one condition. In return, Leo had to do something for her. Hearing this, Hark, who had been lying on the bed, sat up and called out to Alina. The atmosphere grew tense. Hark growled, asking Alina if she was up to her tricks with a freshman again. Alina shot back, telling him to mind his own business. The blue-haired girl panicked and begged the seniors not to argue. Just then, another senior entered, asking everyone to stop arguing in front of the juniors and to go outside to prepare for the ceremony. Obeying, the three of them walked out to the courtyard together. From behind, Leo quietly watched them. Suddenly, a call made Leo startle. Unexpectedly, Hark turned back and spoke to Leo seriously. He warned him to be careful of Alina Zeron. Hark revealed that since childhood, Alina had tended to treat those around her as if they were her toys. Leo replied that he knew Alina was capricious, but Hark interrupted, implying the matter was more serious than that. He explained that the real problem began when Alina found a special toy, and this time, it seemed she had her eye on Leo. After hearing the warning, Leo only gave a slight smile and thanked Hark for the advice. Hark waved goodbye and left, adding that he had high hopes for Leo, since outstanding juniors were always welcomed. Then the opening ceremony officially began. The headmaster stood at the podium, thanking the courage of the trainees that allowed the second term to start safely despite many unfortunate incidents. But in Leo's mind, the ceremony was mere theater. He knew that after the incident in Azonia, the Tartarus organization would certainly watch him. Worse, he suspected a traitor was hiding within Lumern Academy itself, and that person might soon move to eliminate him. Amid the looming dangers, Leo told himself he must stay on high alert at all times. The ceremony ended and classes began. 2 students complained about the vice principal's curse and the pressures on the first day of term. Suddenly, the classroom door burst open, and a cheerful voice greeted the class. It was the professor of heroics. She announced that today's lesson would discuss an important matter that occurred during the break. The class immediately buzzed with curiosity, wondering what the issue could be. Some guessed a new hero dungeon had been discovered. Professor Arishan began to explain, recalling the event at Azonia's matriculation ceremony, where a page never opened before, the opening page of Hero Aaron, had been deciphered. She continued, saying the person who deciphered it had mentioned a name, although it couldn't yet be confirmed whether it was the primal hero. This was the first time in the history of the world of great heroes. The name Kyle had been officially mentioned. The professor solemnly wrote the name on the board, Survivor Hero Kyle. Hearing that name, Leo only gave a faint smile. He remembered the management automaton had heard his name from Agon. The class started chattering excitedly. Is Kyle a real person? But there's never been a record of such a hero being found. The professor had to speak up to calm the class, emphasizing that only the name had been mentioned so far and nothing was confirmed. Chloe raised her hand, catching the professor's attention. The girl posed a hypothetical question. If the primal hero truly exists, what would happen? The question ignited the class's excitement. Someone said the entire field of heroics would be overturned. Another pointed out that among the discovered hero pages, some still had unknown owners. A student added that one of those pages might belong to Kyle. The class erupted. That would mean humanity finally had a great hero. Amid the commotion, Leo watched quietly. He hadn't expected matters to be revealed this way. On this continent, 5 races coexist: humans, elves, beastfolk, dwarves, and dragons. And among them, only humans lacked a great hero. For 5,000 years, they had carried an inferiority complex compared to the other races. Leo thought to himself that if the truth of his, Kyle's, existence were revealed, humanity could finally hold its head high. Another female student raised her hand to ask whether Kyle might possess omnipotence. The professor affirmed that possibility was very high. She added, after all, our school also has an omnipotent student. Immediately, all eyes turned toward Leo. Leo remained silent in the face of his classmates' enthusiasm. Carr even gave a thumbs up, proudly declaring, "He's my friend." Arishan then announced that today's main topic would be the study of the primal hero, Kyle. She asked the class what they knew about him. After class, Leo and his friend Carr strolled down the corridor after training. Carr felt refreshed, saying shouting was how he ended the day. Leo was speechless, wondering why his friend had such an old man habit. Along the way, his friend curiously asked why Kyle was called the survivor hero. Leo replied nonchalantly, because he survived. Carr naively inferred that Kyle must be very powerful, having survived many battles, hence the nickname. Leo did not deny it, but his gaze suddenly grew distant. The truth was far harsher. In a dark past, on a desolate battlefield where countless comrades had fallen, he alone remained standing. That was the true meaning of survived. Back in his private room at the end of a long day, Leo sat at his desk. He took out a magical item shaped like a pocket watch. Dark energy poured from the item, flew toward the window, and formed a summoning circle. A girl with pointed ears and a mop of black hair appeared. Leo called her name Elsie. Leo said he would introduce Elsie to his other summons. Elsie remembered they were the phoenix and the spirit he had mentioned before. Before summoning them, Leo warned Elsie not to reveal that he was Kyle, since he wasn't sure how they'd react. Elsie obediently nodded. Immediately after, the phoenix Fiora and the spirit Kyrian appeared. Fiora responded to the summoning with solemnity, while Kyrian happily flew over to Leo. As soon as she appeared, Fiora immediately noticed the new member and asked, "Who is she?" Leo explained that this was Elsie, a spirit he had just contracted with. Hearing that, Kyrian flew up to Elsie and introduced himself as Kyrian, leader of the summons. From below, Fiora immediately objected, shouting that she was the leader. Kyrian turned to ask why Fiora should be leader. She stuck out her chest and answered that she was the first to sign a contract with Leo. Fiora went on to proclaim that a leader must be proper and of the highest rank like her. She told Elsie to consider her the captain and not mind the crazy little spirit. A heated quarrel broke out. Kyrian yelled at Fiora, calling her a chicken pig, and Fiora fired back, insulting Kyrian as a fly bug. Watching the childish bickering, Elsie covered her mouth and chuckled quietly. Elsie turned to Leo and remarked that they were such lively children. Leo coldly corrected her, not lively, immature. Scene changes to the next day at the outdoor training yard of the Department of Magic, and the professor's voice rings out. "It's good to see you all again. Did you have a pleasant holiday?" The students reply in unison, "Professor Len, we missed you so much." The professor continues, "During the break, I've thought a lot about how to teach you in the second semester." Carl startles, "What is he planning to make us do this time?" Professor Len says on, "As you know, as first years you are receiving a lot of attention from the school. You all know that, right?" The students chorus, "Yes, sir." The professor's gaze sharpens. "Do you know why that is?" He then points at Carl. Carl, being called out, suddenly makes Carl flinch. He stammers, "Why, yes, sir." The students in the back begin to whisper among themselves. Part of it is because this cohort is exceptionally outstanding. If Professor Len's implication is correct, then surely it's not because the upperclassmen, the second, third, and fourth years, of the Department of Magic have failed to win a single loose match recently. Leo thinks to himself, the loose match is the contest between Saron and Lumern, right? The professor folds his arms and explains. "That's right, your upperclassmen haven't brought any victories to Lumern Academy's Department of Magic in the past 3 years. Because of that, the professors of our Department of Magic have decided we cannot endure humiliation for 4 consecutive years. Therefore, this second semester, I have prepared a course to deal with the loose match at the end of the term. Starting today, you will be taught the magic of heroes." A surge of power emanates from the professor, leaving the students below in awe. His eyes grow exceedingly excited. Heroic mages in history each possessed unique innate magics emblematic of themselves. Innate magic is highly personal, so teaching and inheritance are very difficult, though there are exceptions like secret techniques passed down through bloodlines or schools. There is still a way to significantly reduce that difficulty. Does anyone know what that is? No sooner has he finished speaking than Chloe raises her hand to answer. "It's the hero skill. As one of the rewards tied to a hero's record, we can inherit innate magic." Hearing this, Professor Len praises enthusiastically, "Correct answer, Cadet Chloe." He continues, "Mages have long researched how to transform innate magics obtained through hero skills into common magic and disseminate them widely. And that is hero magic. In other words, the innate magics once used by heroes have been redefined so anyone can learn them." Below, Carl snorts softly. It's easy for you to say, but if your mana alignment doesn't suit it from the start, how can you cast it? Honestly, the difficulty of those formulas is hellish. Hearing this, Chelsea beside him turns to admonish, don't be greedy, be grateful you get to learn it. Besides Lumern, where else could you learn things like this? Taken to task, Carl responds helplessly, I know. Ileana beside him keeps cheering, keep scolding him, scold him more. Chelsea adds, you're already enrolled at Lumern and getting to learn things like this is rare enough. Why are you still selling yourself short? Seeing the students below getting rowdy, the professor warns, order please. All right, before we begin the lesson, I'll test your magical dueling abilities. At this, Abad down below looks somewhat intrigued. A magical duel test. Indeed, dueling is the best way to gauge a mage's true strength, and also to see how well you can assimilate hero magic. He looked down and proposed, who will go first, then a small hand shot up. It was none other than Ileana. She excitedly cried, I'll go first. The professor pointed toward the training ground. Cadet Ileana stepped forward. Seeing her, the students below began to whisper, hey, traitor who trained with the Knights Department in the last interdepartment match. We don't want a two-faced person like you, get lost, bastard spawn. Faced with the jeers, Ileana remained utterly composed. Ha ha, I can't hear a thing, I can't hear anything, that's the perk of being dual class. Then she turned to Len and asked, who will I duel against? The professor answered, I've invited an exceptional guest lecturer for you. At that, Ileana gasped, no way. You're not saying it's the person coming this way, are you? She then looked toward the gate where someone was entering. The newcomer's voice rang out, don't be so tense. Do you lot think I'll go all out against first years like you? And that person was none other than Professor Albi. Hearing the name, Ileana let out a relieved laugh. Ha ha, fair enough. Outside, Professor Len added, give it your all. This is your chance to witness Professor Albi's magic. He's regarded as the strongest duelist at Lumern. The students below murmured, I wonder what spell he'll use. Back in the duel, Albi's voice called out, begin. Ileana replied confidently, yes, I'll do my best. Without hesitation, she lunged forward to attack and took the initiative. Fairy Art Rulebreaker, Shining Blade. As the words left her mouth, countless magical spearpoints shot straight at Albi, but he did not dodge. He stood his ground. Just as the spears were only a few centimeters from his body, something suddenly stopped them. Then in an instant, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Albi's body, easily dispelling Ileana's attack. She had anticipated this and thus remained calm. Watching below, the students were thrilled. Carl anxiously turned to Leo and said, the magic had no effect, so why does she keep firing like that? Leo didn't answer immediately and continued observing. After a few seconds' thought, he replied, no, look around there. Those blades of light should have dissipated and returned to mana, but even in a destroyed state, they are maintaining their form. Hearing him, Carl finally noticed the blades scattered on the ground. Oh, you're right. Realizing what she was about to do amused Albi a little. Ha ha. So this is Ileana Layden's trump card. Ileana grew even more excited. Attack. The students below cheered along. It's the innate magic she perfected during the break. Professor Len smiled inwardly. In the first semester, that extreme offensive tendency was a drawback, yet she seems to be compensating for that weakness with an even stronger offensive style. Still, she'll be marked down for that tendency. The blades of light now fell like rain, hurtling toward Albi. He stood watching the attack and then praised, excellent. At the spot where he was standing, a great explosion occurred. After the impact, Leo, observing from the sidelines, marveled inwardly. I didn't expect a human body to be able to use that spell. The Goblin King's magic mirror force. Another Ileana appeared on the arena floor. The students wondered, it's Ileana, is that some kind of illusion magic? Seeing a copy of herself smirking made Ileana angrily blurt out. What the hell's how dare you mock me? The clone was taunting her. As she spoke, she reached out to prepare another volley of attacks. It looks like illusion magic, but I don't think it'll work on me. Watching from outside, Carl gasped, which one is the real Ileana? Another attack was nullified. Ileana stepped back a few paces, thinking to herself, it's clearly using the same magic as me, but why is there such a difference? Could it be that because the clone was created by Professor Albi, it's stronger than mine? Albi lightly pushed his glasses and reminded her, stay focused until the end, Ileana Layden. No sooner had he finished speaking than the space around them trembled violently, startling Ileana. Her clone clenched its fingers and shouted, Shining Rain. She flinched and replied, "It can even copy innate magic." Not choosing an overwhelmingly decisive strike that would end Ileana's ability to fight, she fell to her knees, panting. Albai stepped forward, reached out, and took the girl's hand. "Well done," the girl cheerfully answered, "thank you." Professor Len looked down at the students and continued, "Who will be next?" Before the students could answer, Albai said, "Leo Plove, step forward." He was not surprised by the invitation. Albai looked pleased. "You've prepared, I presume," he replied confidently, "yes." He thought to himself, illusion magic and the goblin's stellar magic both focus on deceiving the enemy's eyes. But mirror force is a magical clone designed to draw the copied target's power to its limits, and is dedicated solely to combat. After finishing the copy, his clone raised its hand high, beginning to prepare its attack. Below, Abad exclaimed, "Is that stellar magic?" Leo on the opposite side watched without missing a moment. And Chloe's eyes widened, casting so many incantations at once, and able to use stellar magic to this degree. Contrary to their surprise, Leo stood observing the attack of the shadow rushing toward him. Behind them, Professor Len was ecstatic, thinking, Albai's mirror force is a target-copying magic. The spell the duplicate uses ultimately is the caster's own magic. Back in his position, Leo remained calm and reached his hand forward. Immediately, a cubic protective barrier formed around his body. It stopped the incoming attacks. Witnessing this, Len grew even more excited, so that's why it can be dispelled so easily. That's a skill any competent mage can perform, but the standard for a competent mage is, after all, at a professor's level. Leo, you'll become an unprecedented hero mage. Your legacy will surely be recorded as one of Lumern's greatest mages in history. The attacks continued to strike relentlessly, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Professor Albai watched and thought to himself, I really can't make sense of this anymore. How should one even define this first-year student before me? He refused to remain on the defensive. Small flickers of flame appeared in his hands. He immediately launched Fireball. Numerous fire orbs shot straight at the shadow and Professor Albai. He continued thinking, they're covered with power-enhancing formulas, but still they're only fireballs. So these won't be effective. You're the one who should know that best, aren't you? Leo smirked confidently. This isn't a duel with a clone, but a duel between me and the professor, right? Facing him, Professor Albai looked thoroughly amused. Watching the incoming orbs and that number one, he remained composed. As for him with his thoughts, when facing mirror force, the reason to target the caster is to buy that brief window of time. Just as he closed in on the shadow, it immediately used a flame wall. Seeing that, he paused for a beat, then leapt into the air and unleashed flame burst. Then the corner of his mouth curled as he cast another skill, Windstorm. The two techniques combined to form a gigantic fireball, which charged at the shadow, but then it shifted course and swept past Professor Albai's position. He easily reached out and caught the attack. He thought to himself, so that's it. Seizing the opportunity, Leo dashed straight at the shadow, then thrust out his arm and grabbed its face. After locking onto his opponent, he gently landed. Watching that, Chelsea exclaimed, wow, he defeated the clone. How did he do that? Carl, still uncomprehending, blurted, what? That Leo is really in our class. The battle was over. Professor Albai approached him and asked, do you know fairy magic? He nodded in affirmation. Albai began to analyze. No need to dispel a simple flame wall. Instead, use magic to nullify it while obscuring my vision. Then quickly close in on the clone and dispel that very clone, right? The other professors seemed to simply regard him as a genius. Albai's words left him a bit surprised. Albai then pushed his glasses aside and thought, he might surpass me before he even graduates. Then he said aloud, return to your place, next person. The scene quickly shifted to the afternoon. Riven was silently staring out the window. The headmaster asked, what are you looking at so intently? Riven replied, just watching the first years. The headmaster asked, well, what do you think? He answered, they are exceptionally outstanding students. Among the generations we've encountered at Lumern, they are the kind you can count on one hand. Then he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, moved before the headmaster and presented a stack of documents. The headmaster asked, this is, Riven explained, clues about hero dungeons I found after 4 years traveling the world. Although I'm not certain whether a hero dungeon exists, sending students there wouldn't be a bad idea. Receiving the papers, the headmaster sighed, over the past 4 years, thank you. Riven looked at the headmaster and spoke. Kalyan, I know you didn't call me here just for the first years. I've heard that a traitor has appeared inside Saren. The headmaster clenched his fist anxiously. Yes, Tataros's recent movements have been very unusual. I'm old now and no longer a threat to them. The era of the Sword Saint is coming to an end. Riven, what do you think? Do you believe the next generation is ready to face the coming crisis? Riven turned and asked him in return, are you ready to hand this era over to the next generation? The headmaster thought for a few seconds then replied, I've always been ready. Hearing that, the corner of Riven's mouth curved into a slight smile. Good, then I'll follow your wishes as well. Cut to the next day in class, Professor Herod wrote 4 big characters on the board, mission practice. Mission practice starts today. The students gasped, mission practice. He explained, yes, as heroes you must learn to solve problems that occur across the world. Because this is real combat, you won't only pay mission fees, you can also earn credits. Of course, you must take missions suited to your abilities. Mission practice is real combat, so you can potentially die. Hearing that, the students below grew somewhat fearful. He looked down and announced to dispel any discouragement. You can view available missions on the main bulletin in the classroom area. Cut to a while later on the first floor, students crowded around the bulletin board. Somewhere Carl's voice rang out, hey, hey, don't shove. Ileana snapped angrily, get out of the way. In a corner, seeing him standing alone, Chelsea approached to check on him. Leo, that place is all remote countryside. Are you planning to go there? The mission involves clearing out a bandit gang. That'll only bring trouble. He chuckled and replied, yeah, I've wanted to visit that region for a while. Hearing their exchange, Alina stepped up from behind, the neutral zone in the southwest continent clearing out bandits. Seeing her, Chelsea startled and exclaimed, yes, Senior Alina. Alina was slightly disappointed, your view really is narrow. Leo casually replied, you see as much as you know. He thought to himself, that region, its exact location isn't even clear in history books. It was once the site of a legendary city. 5,000 years ago, the last line of surface defense was called the Origin Land, Guardsrun. That's the land where listeners and I once met. In a corner of the academy hallway, a hurried voice rang out, hurry over there to grab a good practice assignment. If you're late, only the weird ones will be left. Hearing this, the girl behind him startled and warned, hey, watch out ahead. No sooner had she spoken than a collision occurred. The male student clutching his head grumbled, where do you think you're going with that face of yours? Ahead of him, the figure of another male student appeared. His face darkened and he warned coldly, be careful when walking in the corridor, you first years. His attitude made the first year flustered. He quickly nodded, why yes, I'm sorry. At the same time, Chenzia arrived and asked him a little, are you okay? Then turned to look at the upperclassmen, who are those seniors? Beside her, Eliza squinted, observed, and said, those seniors are the third-year representative Alina Jaron and the Blue Moon team. Are they following her? This made Chenzia wonder, but why are they appearing in the first-year dorm area? In response, Eliza's brows knitted tighter. Who knows? Maybe something has drawn the attention of Lumern's queen to the first-year area. Turning to the protagonist's point of view, he bluntly asked the person in front, so, are you here on some business? Alina also stated her purpose outright. My conquest team has decided to explore the hero dungeon this time. Join our team, Leo. This invitation did not sway our protagonist at all. I refuse. This annoyed Alina a little, but she forced a smile. What did you just say? Leo answered again. As I just said, I will not join Senior Alina's team. Leo's resolute attitude surprised and impressed Chelsea and Carl. He just refused Alina's invitation, so cool, of course it's Leo. On Alina's side, she began to feel a bit intrigued and evaluated the male lead. What's your reason? Leo took out a sheet of paper and slowly explained, because I've already chosen a place for my practice assignment. Senior Alina probably wouldn't be interested in a mission to eliminate bandits in some remote rural area, right? So I'll be going first. Having said that, he quickly turned and left, leaving the crowd behind to gossip nonstop. That first-year rep, he dared to refuse Alina's offer. Senior Alina, let me teach him a lesson. On Alina's side, she seemed not to hear those murmurs. She was simply enjoying evaluating Leo. Let's see, clearly I've used submission ability, haven't I? Leo Plove, interesting, a mission to eliminate bandits. Very quickly, news that the protagonist had refused Alina's team invitation spread throughout the academy and even made the papers. Every brown-haired guy who read it laughed uproariously. Huh, the queen's humiliation, that's hilarious. At the same time, inside Leo's classroom, Carl was also reading the paper and couldn't stop laughing. How does it feel to humiliate the queen, Leo? Leo replied calmly. It's just normal. He then thought to himself, to access Lumern's forbidden library, you do need Alina's permission. But I refuse to be bound by school life. I'll investigate the forbidden library later. The priority now is to find the traitor within Lumern. Unaware of his thoughts, Professor Herod quickly announced the mission. Have you all confirmed the full requirements for yesterday's practice assignment? If so, don't linger here. Prepare to depart. Scene shifts to the neutral southwest region of the continent, the Garan area. Our protagonist had just stepped out of the teleport gate, looked around and commented, so this is what the Garan region feels like. Not far away, an old man with white hair witnessing the scene was startled. He hurried out to greet them. What brings a great hero candidate to this godforsaken place? That's a Lumern uniform, isn't it? The hero candidate quickly explained, we came to handle a request from the Garan region. Hearing that, the old man realized, a request about those bandits, right? That's great. Those bastards have made life miserable for the people here. Next, after Leo went deeper into the village, he noticed something strange. Weird, wasn't this whole area Gadslan in the past? Carrying that question, he approached a castle. The guard saw him coming and immediately stepped forward to stop him. Halt, state your purpose for wanting to see the Lord. Leo reached into his coat, took out the mission paper, handed it to him and explained. We accepted the request to root out the bandits and came here. The gate guard, before even reading the paper, judged, a brat like you claiming to root out bandits. However, after he read the mission paper carefully, his face broke into a sweat. What? You came from the Lumern Academy. The sudden change in his attitude amused Leo a bit. He asked again, can I pass now? Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to the castle's reception room. Upon hearing that a student from Lumern Academy had arrived, the Lord promptly welcomed him warmly. I never expected the great hero candidates of Lumern to lower themselves to this squalid place. Please rest immediately. Before he could continue, Leo cut him off. Skip the courtesy. Just tell me where the bandits are hiding. The Lord quickly waved to signal his servants. Very quickly, a map was spread out before everyone. An explanatory voice spoke. The bandits are stationed at the ruins of the old city. It's unclear which era that structure is from, but at the far eastern end there remains a ruin. You could honestly call it a pile of rubble now. Leo stroked his chin and observed, then conjectured. Could the origin of these ruins be Gadslan's defensive line? Then before everyone finished discussing the plan, the gate guard rushed in to announce, My lord, it's serious. The Lord complained, I'm receiving guests, why such rudeness? The breathless guard hurriedly said, more hero candidates have arrived here. Hearing this, the Lord widened and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Leo and asked, Are they the ones who came with you? Leo awkwardly replied, No. He felt a bit curious himself. Who could they be? There's no one else supposed to come. The guard's voice rang out again. New hero candidates have arrived. They're from Sarin Academy. True to his words, the group's leader was Hardin Dershan, Sarin Academy's third-year representative. As they entered, the Lord's greeting rang out. Haha, it's an honor to face the hero candidates. Leo was somewhat curious about their appearance. Why did Sarin Academy's upperclassmen come here? Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Is that Leo? Leo looked ahead in surprise and a bit astonished. Lunia. The red-haired girl greeted him very sweetly. What brings you here? Leo quietly studied her demeanor and guessed. Looks like she's in a situation where she has to pretend to be nice. Then he couldn't help but snort with laughter. Just act normal, overthinking will make you sick. His remark made her veins pop with anger. Haha, Leo, you're teasing me too much. At the back, the remaining Sarin students started whispering. Did she just call that Lumern student Leo? Wait, so that's Leo Plove, the one who solved the ancestors' water magic. Hardin quietly observed ahead, as if pondering something. Putting that aside, Lunia asked, So Leo, what are you doing all the way out here? Leo explained once more. For my mission, I'm here on a practice assignment to eliminate the bandit group in this area. His answer made Lunia's eyes sparkle like stars. There it is. A way to escape those boring seniors, here we go. Lunia immediately snatched the paper from Leo and eagerly offered, Bandits. That's a big deal, Leo, I'll help you. Of course, her intent was immediately met with opposition from the others. Leunia, what are you saying? Our original purpose was, the redhead retorted, but seniors aren't the locals suffering because of those bandits. As students of Saren, we can't just stand by, we're going. And with that, she dragged Leo off before the senior group behind them had any chance to react. Back to the Lord's perspective. After Leo left, he awkwardly turned to Hardin and said, "Oh dear, everyone just make yourselves comfortable. I'll prepare more chairs." The long-haired man cut in curtly, "I only need to speak with the Lord alone, you all wait outside." He continued, "We didn't come to the Garan region for any other reason, but to investigate the ecosystem of this continent's frontier, basically to study the plants and wildlife here." The Lord grew more astonished. "Huh, you came all the way here just for that?" Only then did Hardin reveal his true purpose. "So during our stay, I hope there will be no restrictions on our investigations. Lord, please grant us a permit." He said it with an ordering tone that left the Lord no room to refuse. "Yes, understood." Meanwhile outside, the Saren students conferred. Unexpectedly, Lumern's first-year representative came too. "So Lumern already has intel too. Could there be an undiscovered hero dungeon here?" "That could totally be possible. Still, sending only a single first year, he's arrogant beyond measure," the purple-haired girl sighed. A brown-haired boy responded, "Isn't that confidence? Rumor has it he's some kind of all-around type." The purple-haired girl scoffed at that. "No wonder. The previous direct line seniors are that bad, and the second-year rep is just an ordinary girl with nothing special." Before she finished, a reprimanding voice rang out. "Oh come on, what about our cute Lil? Our Lil is always a hardworking kid and very kind. Last year she couldn't show her full strength because she had to care for her peers." The speaker was none other than Alina. Her appearance made the rest of the Saren students recoil. "Alina, she's here." Alina, seemingly undaunted by their fear, cheerfully said, "Speaking ill of other schools where I can hear it is your right, so I don't really care. But since I overheard it, I'll give you a chance to apologize. Kneel down sincerely and bow your heads." She said this while stroking a lock of her hair. Tension rose as the Saren students arrogantly demanded that the Lumern students kneel and apologize. They regarded the idea that Lumern's second-year students were inferior as a given, and didn't forget to mock the grade representative Lily, saying she should train more. A purple-haired Saren student added, "If you're not convinced, prove it with your strength." At that moment, Elena Geron suddenly appeared with a knowing smile. She strolled forward, reminding them that she had already given them one chance to apologize. Pressure radiated from Elena, making the surrounding air heavy, and she declared that these students had squandered their last opportunity. Inside the hall, a loud noise rang out, startling everyone. The students rushed outside to see what was happening. Dust and smoke filled the air. A few people lay sprawled on the ground, frightening their companions. They pointed at the one who had struck, the third-year representative from their own school. Alina casually stepped on the defeated person's head and sneered at the weakness of the juniors. She felt that the incompetent had no right to mock other schools, and she sensed an unpleasant magical aura nearby. Witnessing the scene, Alina Geron remained calmly standing amid the wreckage. She turned to Haddon and mocked that perhaps the seniors were so useless, she had to personally teach these juniors a lesson. Haddon Dershin was silent with a somber expression, seemingly unable to intervene in Alina's methods. Scene shifts to the ruins. Runia was displaying powerful fire magic to punish the bandits. The bandits fled in panic, calling her a witch amid the blazing sea of flames. Annoyed, Runia shouted that she was a pure-hearted girl, not a witch, then continued to hunt down the villains who dared prey on the villagers. A towering pillar of fire rose up, incinerating any thought of resistance from the bandit gang. Leo watched from afar, thinking Runia's personality was very similar to Luna's and feeling completely confident leaving her to deal with the bandits. Leo strolled among the ruined remains of Fort Gardthron, wondering how such a grand structure could vanish without a trace after thousands of years. Suddenly he sensed something wrong when his hand touched a stone wall. Leo's gaze hardened as he noticed the anomaly. Strange black streaks appeared on his palm. Leo immediately recognized them as dark magic traces, the hallmark of the Tartarus organization. He realized this was only the top of the wall. The entire Gardthron fortress had been collapsed and buried deep underground. Night fell. Runia sat by the campfire after a long day of fighting. She wondered whether, after finishing up, Leo would return to the academy immediately or go elsewhere next. Looking toward the fortress swallowed by darkness, Runia wondered if she should invite him to explore the hero dungeon together. She ran over to find Leo standing alone. He explained he was just examining the ruins a bit. Leo recounted the period after the disaster ended. Back then, the people abandoned the place to seek new lands. The fortress was left empty and later attacked and completely buried by Tartarus. Leo told Runia to rest to prepare for tomorrow's journey. Runia boasted she had already lit a fire over there. But both froze when they sensed strangers' presence. Haddon and Alina had been sitting there all along, and they casually invited the two to sit down. Alina began teasing by asking if the two intended to share a bed tonight, making Runia flush and vehemently deny it. The four sat around the fire, and the atmosphere grew a little strange with the presence of the two uninvited guests. Alina Jaron introduced herself with full poise. Runia replied with her real name, though she felt uneasy inside. Leo curiously asked why Alina's group was here when they were supposed to be exploring a dungeon elsewhere. Runia froze when she learned Alina was Lumern's third-year representative. Alina leaned close to Leo and bluntly said she had assigned the dungeon to others, because right now she was more interested in him than that dungeon. Runia interjected jealously, asking where the other seniors had gone that left only these two here. Alina sneered, recalling how the juniors had squandered their chance to apologize, and mentioned that a few had packed up and gone back to school early because of her. Runia pouted and asked about the exploration plan, Haddon replied curtly that everything would proceed as planned. Alina suddenly stepped closer, lifted Haddon's chin with a familiar fingertip, and declared that the two of them alone were enough to explore the hero dungeon. She went on to reveal that Lumern had also received information about the existence of an undiscovered hero dungeon here. She turned to chide Haddon to manage his juniors better, her face betraying a triumphant smirk. Despite Leo saying he still had to finish his mission to eliminate the bandits, Alina casually ruffled his hair and decided the whole group would set out together tomorrow. To put Leo's mind at ease, Alina produced the corpse of a monster and claimed she had conveniently dealt with all the bandits on the way here. The conversation by the campfire suddenly turned into a silent competition among geniuses. Runia watched Alina with wary eyes, vowing she would not lose in this race to find the dungeon. The next day, the group began moving through the ruins under a torrential rain. Alina lavishly praised Leo, saying his manner of action far exceeded that of a typical first year. She mocked that most students only learned exploration in theory, while Leo displayed the makings of a true magic prodigy. Leo looked at Alina and remarked that her personality seemed completely different from how she was at school. He recalled the image of a proud queen at the academy, which made Alina feel very intrigued and proud. However, Leo casually added that now she looked more like a silly jokester, while Alina's hand continued to fuss with his hair. Runia, standing behind, couldn't help blushing. She snapped, asking what was so funny. Haddon cut off the banter, reminding Runia to focus on tracking signs because missing a magical reaction could put them in danger at any moment. Runia obediently complied, though she still felt a bit sulky. The group continued onward. Alina announced she had finished checking and found nothing unusual. She didn't forget to tease Haddon for being slow as always. Haddon's sharp gaze appeared as he replied that it wasn't slowness but necessary caution. After another round of checks, Haddon confirmed there was nothing abnormal in the area. As the rain grew heavier, the group decided to press deeper into the rubble. Alina whispered to Leo that Haddon may seem calm but endures a lot, which is why teasing him always felt so satisfying. Suddenly, Leo's foot stepped on ground that emitted a powerful magical aura. Leo's eyes flared as he sensed a sudden change in the space. He stopped, looked straight ahead, and confidently declared that he had found the target. A giant magic circle, its rays glowing purple, suddenly enveloped the ruins. Leo confirmed this was the teleport gate leading into the ancient fortress Gardthron. Leo reasoned that if this teleport gate was still functioning, then it implied an astonishing truth. Leo stood before the gate radiating fierce energy, as if he had anticipated this. This proved that the Gardthron fortress beneath the ground had not collapsed, but remained intact through the centuries. Haddon asked in astonishment how Leo could decipher such complex ancient magical script. Leo casually explained he had been analyzing the magical formula and attempted to create a temporary gate, confirming the entrance on the other side was still active. Runia curiously asked where the gate would take them. Alina smiled and replied that only by entering would they find out. Alina stepped onto the stone platform and waved for Leo to come forward. She looked at the magic gate, wondering whether Gardthron Underground truly remained intact as Leo claimed. A hand reached out and touched the pulsing energy. Both Leo and Haddon concentrated intensely, readying themselves for whatever awaited beyond the gate. Runia widened her eyes in amazement as the magic array began reacting violently to the group's touch. A massive system announcement appeared, Hero Record Open, officially unveiling the ancient secret. The system confirmed they had entered the world of Hero Record with an opening chapter titled Barharlan, marking the start of a dramatic expedition. Runia and Alina looked on in confusion as the magical energy exploded before their eyes. Chaotic lines of magical code began to form into a new world. Leo quickly realized this was not a normal instance, but a hero instance. Information appeared clearly. This was the opening chapter at Varharan. Tension showed in Leo's eyes as he felt the change in space. He was drawn straight into the vortex of magic, preparing to enter the ancient world of the elves. Waking up in a different form, Leo stared in shock at his unfamiliar hands. Light from the window fell across a luxurious yet strange space. He realized he was standing in a grand academy corridor with classical architecture. The system board appeared, but the objective section was completely blank. Leo thought to himself that since this was a hero instance, having no objective was normal. Intending to look for his teammates, he accidentally collided with someone carrying a towering stack of books. The entire stack of books tumbled and scattered across the floor. The girl hurriedly bent down to apologize for her clumsiness. Leo froze when he realized the girl before him was Luna. In the quiet corridor, the unexpected encounter left Leo momentarily speechless. The past version of Luna was so startled, she nearly choked at the sight of the person opposite her. The girl stammered the name Archint, prompting Leo to begin realizing his new identity. Luna hurriedly explained she had skipped class just to study magic. Leo thought to himself this was a possession-type instance, where he had inhabited a historical figure. That figure was Archint Ubesha, one of Luna's teachers. In the past, Archint had been like a true father to Luna. Leo handed the stack of books back to the girl and prepared to leave. Luna blinked in confusion and asked why he wasn't scolding her as usual. Leo walked away nonchalantly, ignoring the girl's surprise. Seeing her teacher not scold her, Luna visibly brightened, a stark contrast to her usual coldness. The girl quickly led the way to his study spot. Luna obediently asked the teacher to place her stack of magic books on the table for her. She sat at the table, politely thanking Teacher Archint. A sudden shattering sound cut through the conversation. It was the chair leg breaking, causing Luna to fall backward. The girl cried out in pain while Leo merely smiled and closed the door. Leo stepped outside, thinking he should spend more time with the girl, but the main task remained. He needed to find the three others before things got worse. If the hero record continued to rampage, this instance would warp reality. Monsters could spill into the real world and cause a massive catastrophe. Leo scanned the surroundings, confirming this truly was Luna's world at age 15. Suddenly, a loud call rang out from behind, forcing him to stop. It was Zira. The elf student looked extremely serious. Now playing the role of Professor Archint, Leo heard that students were protesting because he had been late to class. He thought to himself that this hero world was far more complicated than anything he'd experienced before. Zira hurriedly urged Leo to follow him to resolve the tense situation at the academy. Varharun rose up in all its antiquity, an ancient city of the elves from before the catastrophe. With each step, Leo drew closer to the center of the trouble. This was a vast magic academy reserved only for the brightest prodigies of the elves. Leo casually entered the hall under countless stares and apologized for his tardiness. The auditorium buzzed. The students here were heavy-hitting candidates for the Elf King. A student stepped forward, shouting and insulting Leo as an irresponsible, neglectful teacher. He was Hyakian Bisran, scion of one of the most prestigious heroic lineages in history. Leo remained calm and asked directly what this man actually wanted to demand. The crowd behind joined in, chanting that a replacement for Professor Archint must be found immediately. Leo inwardly scoffed at such a petty reason, while Zira beside him clenched his fists in anger. Hyakian arrogantly affirmed his identity as a warning aimed at Leo. Leo's eyes flashed as he recognized the name Hyakian, a notorious traitor in the annals. Historically, Hyekian Bisran was a mass murderer who decimated the elves' mighty army. He was the one who betrayed Varharun to Tartarus during the first invasion. Leo reminded himself to keep a cool head in front of the historical villain standing before him. He demanded Hyekian state the real reason behind the call to depose the professor. Hyekian sneeringly asserted that Archint was completely unfit to teach here. He revealed his hand. The true reason was that Archint had covered up the stain of their race, Luna Rubinis. Luna was called a disgrace to the entire elf race, prompting Zira to instantly fly into a rage and shout directly at Hyekian. The outspoken student angrily demanded the man retract his insulting words about Miss Luna. Hyekian's gaze suddenly turned terrifying. He growled, asking Zira if he dared speak to him that way. Zira showed no fear. He called the man mad for daring to insult the lady. Hyekian lunged forward, grabbing Zira by the collar and calling Luna a lowly, unmentionable girl. The crowd of students began whispering about Hyekian's rude and strange behavior today. Leo watched and immediately noticed something off in the man's manner and responses. He guessed the one possessing Hyekian was the third-year representative from the rival Saron Academy. Unexpectedly, Leo declared the duel permitted to proceed at once, defying the Academy's strict rules. He smiled enigmatically, reasoning that if the opponent wanted to fight, there was no reason to refuse. This sudden decision left Zira dumbfounded, for Professor Archint was never lenient like this. The Saron representative also smiled smugly at receiving the professor's green light for the confrontation. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Varharun, the divine tower rose straight into the sky amid white clouds. A hand touched the suspended beam of light, feeling the enchanting beauty of the ancient magical architecture. A youth who looked very much like Aaron stood atop the tower, quietly watching the city from above.